In the middle of the place appears to be a small settlement surrounded by higher grounds, and to people on the outside, the village is practically hidden. Its small valley is formed by about 4 or 5 hills acting as the walls and barriers that separate the settlement from the outside. A flock of birds fly towards the place almost as if something is chasing them, and this is where our story starts. Our protagonist starts narrating at this point. He reveals that he used to be someone whose talents awakened, blossomed, and took root on the battlefield. And with this being said, the first real scene of the story is displayed. It turns out that our hero in this story used to be a knight, and as much as he believed that he was built for battle, he also had a strong conviction that he would one day have the chance to begin a new life. As the story finally begins, we can see the extremely vicious battle unfold. Hundreds of knights and soldiers exchange deadly blows as two armies find themselves in a fight to the death. In such battles, there's no room for retreat because you either kill as many enemies as you can or get killed. It's a life or death situation, and right now, both sides are throwing everything they've at each other. From arrows to swords to even cannonballs and explosives, the soldiers unleash every weapon at their disposal, turning the battleground into a bloody burning hellscape after only a short while. As the battle rages on, our hero looks at everything around him and narrates how he always thought I would be able to create a family one day. It's something he had desperately been yearning for all his life, but being a knight, his life wasn't his own. Nevertheless, he never lost faith and continued to believe that he would one day find love and start a home after putting his war-bound past behind him. As much as he believed this so much, he eventually realized that he was mistaken, because that was the day he would finally meet his end in this world. His army lost the battle, and just like that, all his hopes of starting a family were completely crushed. After the dust settles in the battlefield, we get to see clearly the rubble that remains on the small camp. With our hero's army completely vanquished, he's the last alive, and it's so bad that he can't even stand anymore. The leader of the enemy forces sees his long-term rival on his knees with one of his arms severed clean off. The man walks up to our protagonist, commending him for his tenacity and admitting that it's been a while since he met someone who made him swing his sword more than 10 times. Apparently, these two had a duel and our man lost, but even at that, the opponent can't help but praise him for his skill. He's impressed by the man's fighting spirit, and it's at this point that he realizes he must be talking to the famed Argric. This villain is familiar with the famous knight because everyone calls him the talent that blossomed on the battlefield. At this point, our hero is a little surprised that the enemy knows exactly who he is, but for some reason, he's glad. He admits that he never thought he would be so happy that the enemy knows exactly who he is. Right now, Argric knows that he won't be able to win the fight. He's badly injured, missing an arm and losing a whole lot of blood from several parts of his body. But then again, he doesn't consider any of this a bad thing because he's actually glad that his opponent knows him. With that being said, he manages to lift his head up and lets out a small laugh, before admitting what an honor it is for him to be recognized by the infamous Duke Thermion. We get to see the massive antagonist Vlad in shiny armor, and at first glance, it's hard to believe that he just had a fight. The man is unscathed without a single scratch and is quite surprised that Argric knows his name. The fallen knight admits that he knows him, confirming that Duke Thermion is one of the 6 Hexa-class knights in the Althian Empire. Argric claims that all it took was a day on the battlefield for him to feel the weight of the Black Wave, which radiated from powerful knights such as Bout Thermion of the Althian Empire. Hearing this, the Hexa-class knight is intrigued that Argric went ahead to face him in battle, knowing fully well who he was and the power he possesses. He's impressed regardless and admits that it would truly be a shame to end the life of a talent like Argric so prematurely. Hoping to find another way out of this tricky situation, Duke Thermion asks our hero if he has any intention of surrendering. As you can imagine, Duke Argric is also a great proud knight in his own regard, and so you can probably guess what his answer will be. Upon hearing Thermion's question, a tense silence follows as the two men engage in a really intense staring contest. Argric stares the man dead in the eye, proving that he's never going to surrender. As a knight, he must protect his pride and honor, so he finally gets back on his feet and lifts his sword in the air, declaring that he will die on the battlefield since he was born on it after all. In other words, our hero is not going to wave the white flag, and so the two men prepare to go at it one last time. Argric is severely outgunned and overpowered, but it doesn't stop him from fighting. He knows he doesn't stand a chance, but he stands up to Thermion anyway, ready to die fighting if he has to. At this point, the powerful Hexa-class knight finally speaks again. Despite Argric's refusal to surrender, Thermion claims that he can see regret lingering in his eyes. He feels that our hero would have been a good rival for him if only he were able to grow a bit more. Unfortunately, he's now forced to end the young talent's life prematurely, even though he'd prefer to spare the young knight. While saying all of this, Thermion wields his sword as it starts brimming with power, and at the same time, our hero advances toward him. With no other choice, the Duke of the Althian Empire goes in for one last fight with the talented knight. Seeing that it's Argric's wish to die on the battlefield, he wishes that the young knight will be able to let go of his regrets in his next life. Our hero knows that this is where he meets his end, but he doesn't show fear. It's what he wants after all, so he accepts his fate with open arms, and his life begins to flash before his eyes. The war between the Drenic and the Althian Empires lasted many years, and Argric's mother was a young widow when she had him. She was a refugee of war, and when the burden of raising a child became too much for her, she left him alone in the chaotic world by ending her own life. As you can imagine, it was obvious what would happen to an orphan born in war. With no parents or anybody to take care of such children, they were forced to fend for themselves each day, scavenging for every single thing that they ate. Ardric and the other children of war were completely responsible for themselves, and he lived a life solely for his own survival, where he would do anything and everything to stay alive. From a young age, he became familiar with the sword, and after turning 14, he was sent into his first battlefield. Driven by hunger, rage, and the strong determination to stay alive, Ardric showed undiluted ferocity in battle, slaying men who had been fighting wars before he was even born. From that day, it was obvious that the boy would grow to be a powerful swordsman, and that was where his talents awakened. On that day, the young Ardric's mana core in his heart was activated, which raised his movements and senses to a level that couldn't compare to before. Years later, the young talent rose up the ranks and became a commander. That was when he was approached and told that he was going to be recommended for the upcoming special knight appointment. After surpassing 3 mana cores and becoming a quad core with 4 cores, he was considered ready for such an appointment. Even his superiors felt that a talent like him should join the 5 Hexa-class Knights of the Empire. They felt that it wouldn't be impossible for him to be in such a league. He had finally acquired the opportunity that he'd been wanting desperately. That was the battle where we met his end. On the way to this appointment, he was really hopeful that after the war, he would finally be able to find peace and put the weary life behind him. Ardric fought with everything he had, putting all of his talents to the test and pushing his body to the limits just so that he would come out victorious. He slayed hundreds of enemies and was undoubtedly the most ferocious warrior on the battlefield, and this was because he was finally about to achieve everything he'd dreamed of for years. He was so close to his goal, when all of a sudden, he lost it all in the blink of an eye. A powerful wave of energy went off in the middle of the battlefield, and it sent all the knights flying into the air, except the man responsible for the blast, of course. That was the first time our hero got to meet Duke Thermion for the first time, and it was definitely not a pleasant first meeting. The blast left him fatality wounded, and his left arm was even sliced off in the process. As if that wasn't already tragic enough, his sword got broken by one of the slashes, and at that point, it was clear that Ardric's fight was a lost cause. It was a great shame indeed, because our hero really wanted to reach higher heights before meeting his end. Unfortunately, things don't always go the way we want, and that is exactly what happened in Ardric's case. He wanted more than anything to close this chapter of his life and start a family, but here he was, being stabbed in the heart by an extremely overpowered Hexa-class knight. The sword hits him like a powerful wave, and a blast of Thermion's energy sends him flying in the air like a piece of paper. Ardric crashes, and in a matter of seconds, he's lying in a pool of his own blood. Just like that, the talented knight's dream was pitifully crushed. At that point, the hero accepted his fate and concluded that it was the end of his story, but it turns out that he was sorely mistaken. Just when he thought that it was the end, another chapter opened up for the fallen hero. The scene shifts all of a sudden, and even before he opens his eyes, he hears voices laced with anticipation. They're happy to see that their little Dane is finally awake. The father sounds extremely proud of his baby boy, claiming that he doesn't even cry. Hearing all of this, the reincarnated hero is in shock. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on, and when he finally opens his eyes, he realizes that he's a baby. The mother is intrigued by how clear and beautiful his eyes are, so she wonders how. The child is so stunning, and it makes her conclude that the child is God's gift to them. In response, the father laughs in agreement and admits that the baby boy is truly a gift of God. At this point, it becomes so clear to the former knight that he's no longer the orphan that was born in war, but now a white-haired beautiful boy born to a noble family. As you can imagine, he starts freaking out because he just doesn't want to believe what the couple is saying right now. He wants to believe that this is all some kind of weird dream. Now going by the name Dane, his father carries him out of the cradle, looking really delighted. The man feels that the boy must become a fantastic spearman just like his old man, and when our hero hears this, he's shocked to hear that he has a father. The noble man is Arkan Saugers, and while he's still saying this, his wife, Lily Saugers, cuts him off immediately. She swipes the baby from him and scolds her husband, insisting that the boy will become a fantastic assassin. Our boy has only been in this new life for a few moments, and his new parents are already fighting over him. Apparently, he's the youngest child, and that's why the father doesn't buy the idea of him being an assassin. As far as he's concerned, such a thing would be horrifying because he feels that a man should use a spear. In his mind, the spear is the most beautiful, complete martial art, and before she can finish saying this, his wife cuts him off again, claiming that an assassin is better than a spearman. As far as she is concerned, the boy could sneakily hide in the darkness to assassinate his targets if he chooses the career of an assassin. It's so much cooler to her because he can even slip out after operations unnoticed. That's right, our hero thought he would meet his end on the battlefield, but he just ended up reincarnating. Not just that, it had to be in the Althian Empire, my enemy, and now he is the youngest son of a certain The parents are literally dragging the baby with each other. They take the child into a carriage and after a lot of arguing, the father suggests that they both teach him together. Lily claims that she's sure their son will become a great assassin and Arkan insists that the boy should take spearmanship more seriously because he feels that spearmen are the best. Despite everything the Count is saying, she just ignores him and keeps stating that Dane will become an assassin. The heated debate about his future lingers on and our protagonist concludes that this must be because he was born in their later years. They both want him to follow in their footsteps even more. The argument is finally interrupted when they arrive at their destination. The Count is shocked to hear that they got there so soon. Either way, he decides that it's time for them to step down, so he tells his wife to take his hand. However, Lily screams in shock when he says this because she's afraid that the members to the castle will see them. In response, the man explains that he's only trying to hand's wife, feeling that it wouldn't matter to anyone. At this point, she agrees and gives him her hand. The two lovebirds start giggling with one another and the baby in the middle just thinks about what a sight for sore eyes this is. They make their way into the castle and Lily suggests that Dane is happy to be back home because she notices that he's smiling so happily. Indeed, the baby appears to be having a really nice time because of how hard he's laughing right now. Seeing how massive the house is, the reincarnated hero concludes that it might be a lot easier for his talents to spread their wings than he thought. 2 months later, our protagonist is already making baby noises all over the mansion. As you can imagine, his mother is really excited that her little Dane can babble already. She goes to carry him from his cradle and when he hears what she just said, he's a little surprised. To him, it's a new experience on both sides, and as much as he wishes he could express himself completely, the best he can say is a boo-boo. Speaking of new experiences, he thinks back to his former life where opportunities to meet young children were few due to his time wandering on the battlefield. The few children he did come across were those wrapped in bandages and the only noises he heard from them were loud cries because they had nowhere to go. Many cried for their parents as they slowly succumbed to the ceaseless starvation until they faded away. Compared to such harsh conditions, House Saugers is a fortunate and wealthy place so Dane is pretty certain that there's no way he'll be starving in this castle. While his mom is still playing with him, Arkan bursts into the room with something he wants to show the baby. The Count is so excited to show Dane the spear he's brought along and as you'd expect, Lily is immediately pissed off. He waves it around to get the baby's attention, knowing how much kids like pretty things. Looks like his plan is working because Dane seems to be really captivated by the spear. He already knows what it is and he's more intrigued by the fact that this man is his father in this life. It just so happens that Arkan Saugers is the strongest Hexa-class spearman in the entire empire. Despite his playfulness and friendly looks, this man is actually a very dangerous warrior. He was a war hero in his prime and was known as the Blue Whirlwind by the people, especially those who feared him. While Dane is still taking his new reality all in, his mother snaps at his father, ready to chew the man out for bringing something so sharp into the baby's room, knowing how dangerous it is. In his defense, the terrified husband explains that he just wanted to show the weapon to Dane, and while Lily keeps scolding him, the baby just keeps babbling innocently in the background. Unfortunately for Arkan, she's not going to pardon his excuse because she already warned him against any early education. Seeing how aggressive this lady is, one would wonder why she's got such a deadly aura to her and the answer is probably the fact that she used to be the best assassin in the Empire. She doesn't like the fact that Arkan is rushing things so she threatens to start teaching Dane the basics of stealth even at a young age. While she's yelling, the protagonist can't help but feel that she's way too loud for an assassin. Despite her threats, Arkan doesn't see anything wrong with early training since other houses are doing the same thing. One even places a spear next to the babies the moment they are born. But Lily doesn't think that counts since a spear is a lot more dangerous than a staff. Seeing how much his parents bicker, the sarcastic baby concludes that this must be a really harmonious family. He can't blame them however, since the reason they're so particular about his future is because his elder sisters chose careers that have nothing to do with spearmanship or assassination. As a result, both his parents are desperate to pass their skills down to him at least. A while later, we're finally introduced to his two older sisters who seem to have chosen magic and summoning as their focus since they're currently casting spells to mess with his cheeks. Claire and Arabella are the two daughters of the Saugers house and as you'd expect, they're so happy to have a baby brother. So much so that they want to try so many things with him. After making his cheeks so big, they feel that he's even cuter not knowing that our boy feels like his head is about to explode. Due to her talent in magical power, Arabella walked this path ever since she was a little girl. At age 12, she was already a 3-chain class mage which confirmed that she was a genius since the highest class for a mage was 9-chain. Right now, she's pushing for Dane to learn magic with her because she's bored of doing it all by herself. At this point, Claire chimes in, telling her sister to leave the poor baby's cheeks alone. Claire is the talented summoner in the family and she'd prefer it if Dane chose her skill. She succeeded in her first summon at age 7, and now she's able to handle 2 summons at the same time. Arabella excitedly tells Claire to touch the baby, feeling that he's super cute and soft now that his cheeks are all swollen. Unfortunately, Claire doesn't look like she's in the mood. Dane used to think that she doesn't like him until he realized that this is just the jealousy he feels when they first get a younger sibling. Claire slowly touches his nose and is immediately mesmerized by how soft his body is. At this point, Dane figures that she's less wary of him than she was before. Now that she's caressing his whole face, she starts to think of how cool it would be for him to learn summoning, so she promises to teach it to him later. Hearing this, the poor baby realizes that he's in for a wild ride now that everyone in the family wants to teach him their specialty. His father is a Hexa-class spearman. His mother is a former assassin who even attempted a hit on the Emperor in the past. His eldest sister is a genius mage and his other sister is a genius summoner. With all of this, it's safe to say that the house of Count Saugers is the perfect noble family, and it's certainly the ideal family he imagined for himself. Dane wonders if there's a meaning to revenge in this new life. Even though his death was regretful, he remembers that the place was a battlefield after all. To him, it's funny to even seek revenge against a man who beat him fair and square. While he's thinking about all of this, the desperate members of House Saugers continue to argue over what skill Dane will learn. Sure, they're a handful, but the hero is glad to be born into such a family. Their constant arguments are enough to make him go crazy, so he just laughs at the thought of anyone saying House Saugers is a harmonious family. It turns out that the family has a special ceremony called the choosing ceremony. When a child born into the family turns 1, many objects will be put on the table before the baby, and the people try to predict the child's future based on the object they grab from the table. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, and as the news fills the streets, the people admit how quickly the boy is growing. They're all curious to find out what path he'll choose, so they can't wait to find out at the choosing ceremony. The guests from all over make their way into the castle for the grand event, and on the table, there are 4 objects. 2 from his parents and 2 from his sisters. People are surprised that the girls have already grown enough to even teach their brother their specialty. With all the guests inside and watching to see what the 1-year-old will choose, Lily places the boy on the table and tells him all he has to do. Dane knows that they're all hoping he picks their items, and he's so right. Arkan is currently smiling at the side, convinced that Dane will choose Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail is the spearhead made from the rare Ordukran when Mans is imbued into it. It's a mystical magical spear that becomes as sharp and heavy as the mana put into it. The Count desperately wants his boy to choose the spear since it's the same spear he spent his life with. On the other hand, Lily is confident that Dane will choose the dagger she left on the table, even though she admits that he's too handsome to be an assassin. The dagger is Nighthorn, created from the ore, Ethereal, that can hold all the world's elements while storing and combining multiple poisons. At the same time, Arabella wants her baby brother to become a great mage, so she's hoping that he picks her subspace pouch, an object that can only be used by mages or magic users. And of course, Claire wants to teach him summoning and promises to take him flying on Decarin if he chooses her summoning sign, which allows summoners to receive codes depending on their talents. Seeing the 4 objects lined up, the poor baby starts to sweat. He's so nervous and feels like he can even hear his family's thoughts. It's a really difficult task, but he knows that he can't avoid it. Dane is so torn because he doesn't know what to choose, and while he's having a very serious mental debate, the excited guests watch with big smiles as they wait for him to make his choice. Not sure what to do, he concludes that he'll let the crowd decide for him. He plans to use their reactions to make his choice, so he starts crawling toward the different objects. At this point, his parents and sisters start yelling, each hoping they can influence his decision. While he's still trying to block out their noises, the table starts glowing all of a sudden, leaving Dane and his family completely confused. It turns out that all 4 items reacted with Dane's presence, and when the guests see this, they conclude that the child is a generational genius. Our hero is excited about this because even though he was talented in the war, he never imagined that his talent in this new life would be on another level. The Saugers house members are puzzled at this point, and when Arabella asks what they'll do now, Arkan admits that he doesn't know since such a thing has never happened before. Since all 4 items reacted, the only logical thing to do would be to teach Dane all 4 specialties, and while the girls find this idea crazy, baby Dane is so excited that he's going to be a genius prodigy in his new life. The story then continues as the scene shifts to a training ground filled with swords and all kinds of training tools for young warriors. Loud grunts fill the air, suggesting that an intense training session is underway, and sure enough, when the dust clears, we get to see our young hero in the middle of a sparring session with his father. It wasn't so long ago that Argrick found himself reincarnated into the body of a high-born child named Dane, and he's already back to training for battle like he did in his former life. The only major difference between them and now is that now he has a loving father to teach and prepare him, and he's also not a swordsman in this new life since he's taken up the way of the spear. After an intense round, the young boy is gasping in exhaustion as he tries to catch his breath, while his old man just stares at him with a smile. The sparring session is finally over and Count Arkan Saugers is extremely delighted by the results. He commends Dane for a job well done, claiming that the white-haired spearman his training has already perfectly polished the technique he taught him earlier. Upon receiving such praise, our boy is really happy, so he thanks his father, feeling really proud and fulfilled by his progress so far. It turns out that it's already been 7 years since our hero got reincarnated, and as you already know, his father has always been insistent on the fact that his son learned spearmanship. In response, Arkan Saugers laughs in excitement, claiming that the boy is amazing and admitting that this is exactly what he expects from his son. While the 7-year-old is being patted on the head by his dad, he suddenly notices someone walking into the training ground with a spear placed on a cushion. The boy is taken aback by this since he recognizes the person as Herman, who is one of the servants in the mansion. Herman finally reaches them and informs the Count that he's arrived with the spear that was requested of him. Saugers is glad to see this, feeling that it came at exactly the right moment. Being a smart kid, Dane can clearly see that it's a spear, so he asks his old man to confirm, and his father states that the weapon is his birthday present. The nobleman admits that he was planning to present the gift to Dane during his birthday banquet, but then again, he wanted to be the first to give his son a gift, especially since he wanted to beat his wife Lily to it. Arkin takes the spear from Herman and then hands it to his son with pride in his eyes. The little boy is mind blown at this point, and while he still processes the whole thing, his father reveals that he's been preparing the gift for the last 2 years. He claims that it was specially commissioned from a well-known craftsman in the capital. Hearing this, Dane just keeps staring at the beautiful gift with his jaw dropped, so his old man tries to snap him out of his daze by finally wishing him a happy 7th birthday in advance. At this point, our boy finally collects the spear from his father as he takes in everything he just heard. He receives the weapon and promises to use it very well. Dane examines the beautiful spear, and upon closer examination, he concludes that it's a truly amazing piece. It's got a black spear handle, and he feels that it goes along well with the silver spearhead. The two parts look amazing together as far as the boy is concerned, and on top of that, it's incredibly light for easy use. The young prodigy admires his new gift with so much satisfaction in his eyes, and when Arkin notices this, he asks the kid if he likes the spear. Of course, Dane confirms that he loves the gift, and his old man is happy to hear that because he personally requested that the tool be adjusted to his little boy's physique since he wants Dane to get used to it. Tai explains why it's so light and perfect for the 7-year-old. Hearing this, the kid starts to test out the weapon, and after only a few moves, he starts giggling in excitement because of how nice it feels. Seeing this, Saugers is relieved, but then all of a sudden, he asks the boy if he remembers the difference between a sword and a spear. Dane racks his brain for the answer and then finally states that one can effectively restrict the opponent from getting closer using the spear's length, claiming that the beautiful weapon also has a narrow contact area for high attack efficiency. The Count is impressed when his boy gives him the correct answer, but even though he commends him, he also informs Dane that the spear will become harder to use than the sword when he reaches a certain level of training. The man admits that this is the fundamental problem of the spear, because for one to attack his opponent, minimum distance is required. Even though he tells Dane this harsh truth, he encourages the young prodigy, telling him not to worry about it too much since every weapon has its pros and cons after all. Even swords, which are considered the perfect weapons, become weak in certain situations. Hearing all of this, Dane is grateful rather than disappointed, and he promises to keep this fact in mind. Seeing that he and his little boy are on the same page, Saugers takes his spear and starts flexing with it, claiming that he wants to show Dane an awesome skill to practice since he now has a spear of his own. By spinning the spear in a circle with one hand, the veteran spearman creates a whirlwind that leaves Dane in awe because he realizes that he's about to witness the magic power of a Hexa-class spearman. He's so amazed by this because only the magic power Arkin is emitting is overwhelming. The master spearman shits his eyes so he can focus on concentrating the magical energy inside of his body, and after a while, he transmits it into his spear and unleashes a powerful blast with blinding light. Dane has never seen anything like this, not even in his former life, so he's really terrified when Arkin unleashes the move. He's amazed by the veteran spearman because all Arkin had to do was thrust the spear, and yet he was able to produce an overwhelming wave of energy which distorted space. The master spearman explains that the reason for this distortion was because he emitted the magic power in his body at exactly the same time that he thrusted the spear. He states that this is a technique which utilizes the trait of a core that focuses magic power in one place. Hearing this, our boy admits that he's once heard about such a technique from his 2 older sisters. They told him that humans can exceed their physical ability beyond its limits because as the number of cores increases, so does their physical limit. After saying this, Dane suddenly remembers that he had a quad core in his former life, and he looks quite disappointed as he recalls this because it seems as though he's got a lot less cores than that now in this current life. Hearing him speak so well concerning the topic, Arkin is excited and commends the boy for being correct, feeling that he's been studying well. He then reveals that he has 6 mana cores himself, and this leaves Dane in shock. It's quite difficult for anyone to get to that point, but Dane remembers that he would have eventually achieved 6 mana cores if he hadn't died prematurely in his past life. He's still thinking about this when his father draws him out of his thoughts and encourages him to give the special technique a try. He wants the birthday boy to attempt the powerful technique using his new spear, and he doesn't mind that at all. Dane looks ready to try it out even though he's probably a bit nervous. Saugers can sense the nerves, so he tells the boy to relax his mind first. He wants Dane to clear his head, forget about whatever he's thinking, and then just thrust the spear. With these words of encouragement, our boy is pumped up enough to give it a try. The master spearman gives him space to make his attempt, and the 7-year-old takes a stance as he prepares for it. In his past life, he didn't have any interest in spears because after realizing his talent for swordsmanship, he decided to only ever use spearmanship as a secondary ability. Now, he's forced to make any of those secondary skills the main deal, so he takes a promising stance and pumps himself up to give this new technique his all. Dane shuts his eyes to block out all distractions in order to enable him focus, and when his father sees the approach the boy has taken, he can't help but admit that the kid has good form. He's really impressed by what he's seeing because he remembers how it took him 7 years to implement this very technique. Due to how long it took him, Arkin wonders how long it will take Dane, considering the fact that the kid is literally a prodigy. Before he can even finish this thought, he's given the shock of his life because while he's still wondering if the kid can manage, our boy unleashes an insane amount of magical energy from the spear. The new weapons blast out a wave of energy, so intense that it even distorts space a lot more than when Arkin performed the same move. It's an unbelievable sight, so when the boy is done, the starstruck father curiously asks him how he managed to do it. He's extremely impressed, so he walks up to the boy with a big smile on his face and commends the little prodigy on an excellent implementation of the skill. He's so proud of his boy but also really curious, so he asks how Dane did it, and the 7-year-old responds saying that he gathered all his magical energy and imbued it into the spearhead at the same moment he thrusted it, but then cut the flow when the magic power reached the spearhead. Dane says this with a really straight face, clueless as to how incredible what he just did is. Arkin is gobsmacked when he realizes that his 7-year-old son literally just cut the flow of magic after imbuing it into a weapon. It sounds really unbelievable, so he asks the kid if he formed a monocore, and that's when Dane reveals that he did. Our boy claims that he got lucky on his first try to create a core after reading a book about monocores. That's what he tells his old man, but the truth is that he actually formed it while doing mana breathing. Hearing that his son formed a monocore while reading a book, Arkin finally concludes that a genius has indeed been born into the Sagra's house. Because of this, he feels that Dane is a lot more special than they all thought. The Count admits that he's actually sensed something special about the boy since he was born. But now, he's confirmed it, so he tells the 7-year-old that he's destined to become an extraordinary warrior one day. Hearing this, our reincarnated hero just smiles at his father innocently, because the clueless man has no idea that there will be even more surprises in the future. At the same time, Arkin wonders if his son will truly become a mage spearman assassin summoner in the future. The sheen shifts, and as the story resumes, it's Dane's 7th birthday. He's the youngest of the Sagra's family, and so no expenses are spared in throwing a grand party for him. The hall in the Sagra's castle is filled with esteemed guests from far and wide, who have come to celebrate the 7th birthday of the only son of the prestigious family. They're already having a lot of fun at the big ceremony, but then things are about to get really awkward very quickly. Arkin Sagers goes around greeting his fellow high-profile colleagues in the Empire, and that's when a familiar character calls out to him. In a shocking twist, Count Arkin Sagers and Duke Thermion of all people are actually good friends. It's been a while since the two great men saw each other, so when they meet at the party, they're unable to hold back their excitement. The spearman asks Thermion how he's been, but the Hexaclass Knight just reminds him that there's no need to be all formal about it, claiming that they should just talk as usual. That's right, about Thermion, head of the Thermion Duchy, the greatest house in the Althian Empire, and the same man who killed our hero in his last life, is Arkin's good friend. As much as the knight wants them to just chat like old times, Sagers reminds him that they have to be formal because many people are looking at them right now. He promises to be less formal later, so Thermion just laughs over it, telling him to do as he pleases. He's the host after all. At this point, the Count realizes that he hasn't seen the birthday boy in a while, so he calls out for Dane, asking him to come over since he wants to introduce him to Duke Thermion. As you can imagine, just listening to the sound of that name is enough to give our boy PTSD. Scenes of that day on the battlefield flash across his mind, and he remembers how he died at the hands of the same man he's supposed to say hello to. Even though he'd prefer not to meet Duke Thermion again, he also knows that he's meant to be on his best behavior, so he sucks it up and goes to greet the esteemed guest. The Duke seems pretty chill when the birthday boy comes over, and he expresses how delighted he is to finally meet the talented Dane Sagers everyone has been talking about. Of course, our hero can't help but get angry to be meeting the Duke again, but he composes himself and greets the man politely, claiming that it's an honor to meet him. Hearing this, the excited Hexaclass Knight commends Sagers for having such a dependable son, claiming that the Count won't have to worry about him. Duke Thermion then asks to confirm if the boy is learning the spear like his father, and of course, Sagers is proud to break the news to his old friend. The little meeting is suddenly interrupted when another voice chimes in, greeting the Count, and when Arkin turns around, he realizes that it's Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of the Thermion Duchy. She greets the Count politely and admits that it's an honor to finally meet him since it's been quite a while since Thermion and Sagers saw each other. The beautiful red-haired girl looks really friendly, and she also looks like she's about Dane's age. Soon enough, it's time for the guests to start dancing, so most of them hop on the dance floor and get right to it as the instrumentalists give them some really nice music. While those guys are at it, Arkin and Thermion finally have some time to themselves without being watched by all the guests. Now, they can be a little less formal, so the Count asks the Duke how his wife, the Baroness, is doing. Apparently, Thermion's wife is really sick, and they've been searching for any and all methods to heal her, but nothing seems to be working. They're yet to make any progress, and the power woman remains very ill, Sagres feels so bad for his friend when he hears this, because it's pretty clear that Thermion is going through quite an ordeal. But even though things look extremely bleak right now, Sagres still has faith that the Baroness will get better real soon. In response, the broken Duke tells the Count to understand if he suddenly disappears from the party, because it would mean that he's used the scroll to quickly return to the capital where his sick wife remains. Even though he's no longer in a particularly good mood, he would hate to ruin the birthday party by spreading bad energy, so he pulls himself together and decides to focus on the birthday boy. The Duke wonders where Dane has gone off to, because he wanted to talk to the boy some more since he seems like a really witty child. At this point, Sagres realizes that his boy is no longer around them and also notices that he can't find Miss Layla anymore either. That's about the same time Thermion looks out the window and finds the two children taking a stroll in the garden. Seeing the both of them outside all on their own, the Duke concludes that the party might have been a little too boring for the two children. Outside, Layla reveals that she doesn't really enjoy following her father all over the place. But then again, she admits that she's glad she followed her old man to the party tonight. Not surprisingly, this little girl seems to already have a crush on our young prodigy because she's already thinking about how Dane looks even more handsome in the moonlight. Hearing what she had to say, the birthday boy is glad, assuring her that his family's territory is nice and peaceful. Layla agrees with him and then tells him how there's always one issue or the other to attend to in Thermion territory. Nobles come every day to bow down to her father, and sometimes, even the imperial family shows up. Every time that happens, she has to go greet the guests in a dress, and she hates having to do that over and over again, because she prefers to dress simple and swing her sword around. Hearing this, Dane's eyes widen with interest as he realizes that she uses the sword. After explaining this to him, she asks what he feels, and Dane admits that he likes both as well, stating that his home isn't as lively as the capital. However, he looks forward to spear training the most every day, and for some reason, Layla is stunned to hear that he uses the spear. She suddenly remembers that Count Sagres is literally the blue whirlwind who uses the spear, since her father that's talked about how incredible the famous spearman is many times. Now that she knows Dane is training with the spear, she asks if it means that he'll be aiming for admittance into the academy. In response, he makes it clear to her that he's not training for reasons like that, so she asks him why not, because as far as she knows, joining the academy should be the obvious choice for someone spear training since getting in is incredibly difficult. At this point, Dane suddenly tells her that he's training hard so that he can do even better when he enters the academy, which leaves the girl surprised again. So, she asks what if he fails to enroll, and he confidently tells her that he'll simply have to try again. Even if he ends up failing again, he claims that it won't deter him, because he's taking it that spearmanship is his path. Layla bluntly tells him that she doesn't believe him because she feels that he should be afraid of disappointing the members of his house, but Dane tells her that he's not particularly afraid of that. Hearing this, Layla admits that she's jealous of him because failure is completely unacceptable in her house, but when she realizes what she just said, she nervously tells Dane to forget about it. After listening to her, he reveals that he had no idea nobles were worried about stuff like that. He also wonders why she's afraid that she'll fail when she looks like she's already doing pretty well. The girl is excited to receive this compliment, and it's almost like a confidence boost for her when he says it, so she asks him to take a look at her swordsmanship and state what he feels. Dane is taken aback, but when he sees the excitement on his face, he agrees to help, but only for a bit. The happy girl asks where the training ground is, so he leads the way, hoping that they don't spend too much time there. At the training ground, the red-haired girl displayed impeccable swordsmanship that leaves the former knight very impressed. He notices that she flows very smoothly between attacking and defending. Besides that, he also feels that the timing of her attacks is great. Unfortunately, there's one problem with her technique, which is the fact that she starts going slightly offbeat after a while. After demonstrating her skills, Layla anxiously asks her new friend what he thought of it, and he sincerely tells her that it was fantastic and a delight to watch. The nervous girl is really happy to hear that this is what he feels, and the look on her face is so wholesome that Dane almost doesn't want to tell her the flaw he noticed. Knowing that it wouldn't do her any good to keep his observation to himself, he decides to let her know. He informs her that it looked as if she was taking a half step more starting on her third form. That's what it looked like because the third form felt slightly out of alignment. It's only harmless constructive criticism, but it looks as though Layla is really sensitive. At this point, Dane is afraid that he might have been too blunt, so he apologizes in case his observation upset her. He's still trying to pacify her when she suddenly picks up the sword again and begins to work on improving her technique. She takes Dane's advice into consideration, and after only a short while, she's able to figure out exactly what she was doing wrong. Just like that, she finds the missing piece of the puzzle and perfects her form, which makes her so happy that she hugs our boy and thanks him for his help. She catches Dane off guard with the embrace, and he's reluctant to return the hug, but she just ignores his shyness and promises to remember him, helping her fix something she's been getting wrong for a long time. After a while, the boy can't take it anymore, so he lets her know that she's suffocating him and tells her to put the sword away. The playful girl realizes that he's right, so she quickly apologizes and rushes to put the sharp blade away. Dane then arranges himself, feeling glad that she surprised him with that sudden hug. Just then, the two kids hear their names being yelled outside by the people who've been searching for them. Not wanting anyone to keep worrying about them, Dane decides that they head back to the party, and on their way back, the servants finally see them and ask where they've been. The formalities of the party resume, and it's now time for Dane to take the center stage so he can receive his gifts and wishes. His father congratulates him on his birthday while his mother congratulates him on his first mana core. Our boy thanks his parents for their wishes and immediately opens up the box Lily just gave to him. He's amazed when he unveils the gift inside to see that it's a brooch with the family crest. It's like the ones his sisters were showing off, and while he's still taking it all in, his mother tells him to treasure the gift because the brooch will henceforth serve as proof of his status and honor as a member of House Saugers. With that being said, she congratulates him on his 7th birthday once again, and all the guests in the hall do the same. Today, Dane has finally earned the name of Saugers, and they all believe that he'll grow up to be a fine man like the Count. Our boy looks at the happy crowd before him and realizes that this is the first time he's receiving such a warm applause from this many people. Just when it looks like nothing can ruin this beautiful moment for our hero, an earthquake erupts all of a sudden. The entire castle shakes violently and a massive dust cloud covers everything in sight. The people are immediately terrified as they all wonder what the hell is going on. They start to think that the tremor might be caused by an enemy invasion, but then the Count tells them to calm down. He claims that it's nothing to fret over, but then the tremors start all over again and it becomes clear that the situation is a lot more serious than he thought. Orkan Saugers sighs in frustration, because he actually thought that Saugers might actually enjoy a quiet day. Well, he was wrong, and now everything is being messed up by the name coming down into the hall through the ceiling. Seeing the mysterious figure up there, Lily asks Dane if he can guess who is responsible for this. The little boy looks up and is seriously overwhelmed by the power of this ominous figure crashing his party. He can't believe his eyes, and neither can any of the guests present. The person responsible for the tremors finally blasts themselves down from the ceiling, and as they land in the middle of the hall, everyone watches quietly as they wait patiently for him to reveal his identity. The powerful being has got long blonde hair, and by the time she raises her head, we see that it's actually Arabella just causing a scene. The girl just wanted to make a big entrance and tries to rub it in everyone's faces that she wasn't too late for the party. The guests are absolutely stunned when they see that the person who caused so much trouble is the first daughter of the Saugers house. They're shocked at the fact that he just used teleportation magic, because one needs to be at least a 5 chain to even open a small gate. Judging by what she just did, she just solidified her status as a magical genius. While everyone is going crazy over his big sister, Dane just scoffs at how loud and flashy she is. As if one attention-craving sister wasn't enough to crash the party, Claire arrives outside the hall on a massive wyvern, which scares the shit out of most guests. Claire looks into the hall and sees that Arabella beat her to the party, so she figures that she was too late. Nevertheless, she makes her way into the hall while the guests gossip about how she's a genius summoner at only 16 years of age. Now that the two sisters are present, they make their way to the stage to officially wish their baby brother a happy birthday. Arabella sincerely wishes Dane a happy birthday and presents him with a gift box to show this. Of course, Claire wouldn't want to be the only person who didn't get him a present, so she shows him the present she got him as well. Seeing this, the birthday boy is a little overwhelmed, but he's also really glad that they could make it. He thanks his elder sisters for coming all this way to congratulate him on his birthday. Arabella claims that their attendance was never in doubt and anxiously asks him to open up the presents, confident that he'll love the gifts they got him. Seeing the way the girls shower Dane with love, Orkan starts to feel a little jealous because he remembers all he got from them was a letter on his own birthday. That was the best they could do for him back then, but here they are now with wrapped up presents for their baby brother. Sure, men aren't supposed to cry, but after witnessing this, he can't help but feel a little jealous. Dane opens the first box and is surprised to see what it's a dimensional pouch, so Arabella confirms it, claiming that she even designed it herself. She reveals that the subspace magic she used was of the highest chain, and admits that it was her professor who actually made the pouch. Hearing this, our boy thanks her for the present once again because he knows how difficult it is to imbue subspace magic into an item. Arabella then takes out the ring and asks him to give her his hand so that she can put the ring on his finger. While she asks for his hand, he thinks about the fact that it's even more difficult to design an artifact that can be imbued with subspace magic. As Arabella puts the ring on him, she informs him that she has already applied his genetic code to it, which means that nobody else will be able to use the item except him. In other words, this ring is the only one of its kind in the entire world. Lily takes a look at the gift, and judging by the fact that there's a small wave of mana, she suggests that the big sis must have highest grade magic stones. In response, Arabella claims that if you imbue a bit of mana in the ring, it will automatically create the subspace. This means that Dane won't need to go through the hassle of opening and closing a pouch ever again. At this point, our boy realizes just how valuable the gift is, so once again, he thanks her for giving him such a beautiful present. It was something only used by the wealthy on the battlefield, like commanders who were born nobles or magicians. Dane never thought that he would end up using one, but here he is now, wearing the ring at just 7 years old in his new life. All of a sudden, the power from the ring begins to manifest while Arabella is still informing him that the item will also grow as Dane grows older. This powerful surge of energy horrifies the Count because he can't believe that the kid is already opening the subspace. Arabella also finds it unbelievable that her baby brother managed to open a subspace at a younger age than she did. They already had a feeling that this boy is special, but after seeing stuff like this over and over, it's now pretty obvious that the kid is a certified genius. Arabella doesn't hold back with the compliments anymore. She showers the birthday boy with praise, calling him incredible because now she feels that he might even have both a monocore and a circle. Anyway, our boy is now done with Arabella's gift, so it's time for him to open Claire's present. The 7-year-old receives the box and thanks her before unwrapping it. Upon opening the box, he finds an egg with spots on it, so he picks it up carelessly, wondering what's so special about it. Claire almost freaks out when she sees how careless he's being, so she snaps at him, warning him to be more careful with it because it's not an ordinary egg. Hearing this, he gets confused, so he asks her what the item is. Everyone else is also pretty confused, so they wait patiently for Claire to explain what she's given her brother. At this point, she whispers in Dane's ear, telling him that the egg is a familiar. She reveals that she was trying to summon Dekraken once and the egg came out of the portal. She admits that she doesn't know what summon will be born of the egg, but what she does know is that everyone in the world knows how precious it is. Based on what the girl said and what the egg looks like, Dane admits that he's heard of it before. Familiars, unlike summons, are a different entity but similar to them. A familiar summoned once can remain permanently in this world, but summons cannot. She keeps whispering to him, telling him that no one knows about it yet, so she wants him to keep it a secret between the both of them until the egg hatches. Of course, he agrees to keep it between them, but then the nosy eldest sister chimes in, demanding to know what they're whispering about and why they're talking for so long. Unfortunately for Arabella, she just gets ignored and Claire continues advising him to pour mana on the egg every day so that it can recognize him as its master. Of course, he takes the advice and promises to do as she says. Just then, his mom interrupts them, pointing out how nice it is for Dane to have his sisters back home. The boy confirms her thoughts, admitting that he is really happy to have his big sisters around. Once the kids are done talking, Arkan finally puts a word in, reminding the girls that none of them have even said hello to him since they arrived. They're shocked at themselves for not even noticing their father's presence, and Arab is the first to apologize for being too focused on the birthday boy. As you can imagine, the Count isn't really mad at them. He's just pulling their legs, and now that he's gotten their attention, he suggests that they go get some rest since they came a long way to see their brother. As the family reunion continues, our boy looks around the hall and notices that Layla is leaving already. He's sad to see this and wonders why she looks so lonely. Outside, we see Duke Thermion walking in the courtyard, thinking back to how amazing Arabella was during her head entrance. She was even more incredible than he expected, but he figures that it's the kind of thing you should expect from the best magician in the academy. She's a desirable talent for sure, so she feels that she suits his son, who happens to be the best swordsman in the academy. Thermion believes that if the two houses combine, it would birth a faction that even the imperial family would have a hard time touching. That way, nobody would be able to mess with House Thermion or the children. With this in mind, he decides that he'll bring up talks of engagement when he talks with Count Sagres later. Just then, he hears a familiar sound and realizes that someone is busy in the training ground, but he wonders why anyone would be out training this early. It turns out that our boy is in the middle of an intense solo training session. The Duke goes to take a look and is surprised to see what it's Dane. But what's even more surprising is how incredible the 7-year-old's movements are. Even his simple stabs are of such a high technique that some experienced spearmen haven't even mastered. Thermion is bewildered because he has no idea how such a young boy would possess high-level techniques like this. He'd heard the rumors of the genius born to House Sagres, but he honestly thought that they were nothing more than rumors until now. While carefully watching the boy, he notices that Dane's footwork and stance are familiar to that of a swordsman. At this point, he feels that the kid might have even picked up swordsmanship as well. All of a sudden, Dane halts his training, sensing that someone is secretly watching him, so he promises to spare the person if they come out immediately instead of hiding. At this point, Thermion knows that the jig is up, so he comes out of hiding, and that's when he realizes how strangely familiar the boy's movements are, so he's certain that he's seen them somewhere before. The Duke comes out and apologizes, admitting that he didn't mean to spy on him. As you'd expect, our boy would never have imagined that the person watching him was the Duke. So when Dane sees the Hexaclass Knight standing before him, he greets him accordingly. This is the first time the both of them are being alone in the same space since our hero reincarnated into this new body. In his previous life, a vicious battle would have already ensued between them by now, but here, he's not Argric the Ferocious Knight. In this life, he's Dane Sagres, the genius prodigy born to a noble family, so he has to act accordingly. Duke Thermion stands before Ether Kid and admits that he was mesmerized by the fine sight of Sagres' new rising star while he was training this early morning. He claims that he just couldn't help but keep watching and apologizes to the boy, hoping that Dane can forgive him for his mistake. As you'd expect, our boy forgives the Hexaclass Knight. Being the gentleman and well-trained young man he is, he boldly tells Duke Thermion that he's forgiven, and even though the old man should be happy that there isn't going to be a big deal, he also can't help but be shocked at the kid's guts. For a 7-year-old to boldly tell a mature knight that he's forgiven, you can't help but wonder where he gets his courage from. And now, the more that Duke Thermion looks at Dane, he notices that the kid is perfectly still and relaxed, as if he didn't just finish an extremely exhausting training session. He expects the boy's body to be trembling after having trained this long, but that's not the case. Besides that, the Duke also realizes that he didn't even have a monocore when he was 7 years old, so it all just makes him even more intrigued by the young prodigy standing in front of him. He can't exactly voice out everything that he's thinking, but he admits that Dane's stabbing technique was pretty excellent. He liked what he saw, and now he's certain that the boy inherited Arkan's talent. While saying this, he notices something about the spear that Dane is holding in his hand. Our boy already has an idea what the man is talking about, so he admits that he's been told the spear was painstakingly prepared for him by his father. With that being said, he's grateful that the Duke recognized it. For some reason, Thermion starts smiling after listening to Dane's response. It's almost like he's extremely impressed by what our boy just told him. It turns out that this was the best answer Dane could have given the Hexa-class knight. The Duke remembers that his own son, even when he was young, also had excellent skills and manners. However, he can't help but admit that his boy's manners were not to this extent. With this thought in mind, he begins to feel that perhaps he should also consider arranging on this side as well. He already plans for his son to marry Arabella, so it wouldn't hurt to make similar arrangements for Dane and his daughter Layla. As such, the clever man sets his little scheme in motion by informing Dane that Layla has also been training her swordsmanship. He points out how they're of similar age and suggests that they could both be good friends when they enter the academy. Hearing this, our boy smiles genuinely and promises to get along with the sweet little red-haired girl when they meet in the academy. As you'd expect, the Duke is excited when he hears this, claiming that he likes Dane's forthrightness. Now that he's gotten the young man on the same page with him, he decides that it's time to let Dane go because he's already bothered him enough during his training time. Not wanting to waste any more of his time, Thermion prepares to take his leave, but before then he suddenly decides to clear up some of his curiosities. Earlier, he noticed how similar Dane's stance was to a swordsman, so now he'd like to know if the 7-year-old has ever trained in swordsmanship. At this point, our boy realizes that his old habits came out without him realizing, but the truth is that he's not even surprised a veteran like Thermion would recognize it with only one look. In order to get the curious man off his back, he claims that he has only read some textbooks on basic swordsmanship, insisting that he's never trained in the art. Hearing this, the Hexa-class knight isn't totally convinced because he can swear that he sensed akin to the raw battlefield on the young spearman in training. For a split second, Thermion's instincts overshadow whatever liking he has for the boy, but then all of a sudden, he calms down once again and reminds himself that Dane is just a child. He changes his mind and concludes that there's no way that the boy is some kind of secret knight. With this in mind, he immediately changes the topic, pointing out how much time they've spent with the simple talk. As such, he bids the young man goodbye, claiming that they'll talk some other time. Dane tells the old man to take care on his way back, and before leaving, Thermion tells the boy to come look for him if he ever comes to the capital because he wants to repay the hospitality he received in the Count's castle. Besides that, he admits that he's become personally interested in Dane. Hearing this, our boy realizes that his story is once again intertwined with that of the Duke, so he promises to visit Thermion. The fact that the Duke is interested in our boy makes him wonder if the Hexa Knight remembers him from the previous life. The thought of defeating the same man who ended his former life gets Dane's blood pumping. And for this reason, he's certain that he'll be able to do it if he starts preparing for it step by step. With this in mind, our boy smiles, feeling confident that he'll definitely bout Thermion in this life. Later on, we see Herman telling the young master that it's time for him to return. He's surprised that the servant has been waiting for him, so Herman reminds him that his duty is to serve from the shadows. He gives Dane a towel to wipe his sweat, and that's when he asks why everyone is so busy. At this point, Herman reveals that everyone is busy with preparation for the second banquet, and the other nobles have begun to arrive. After all, it would be difficult for more than 30 noble families to arrive on the same date. Hearing this, Dane remembers hearing something about it, so he asks about his sisters, wondering where they went. Herman responds, revealing that they opened a teleporter gate and went to the academy together. Apparently, the girls didn't have a choice because of the midterm exams coming soon, and as much as it's a shame, Dane decides that it's time for them to go back to the castle. He walks out of the training ground, deciding that he'll take a look at the gifts his sisters gave him when he has the time. Some time later, we caught up with our boy taking a little walk in the courtyard. He sighs in exhaustion, admitting that the life of a noble is so tiring. Right now, his schedule is more patched than usual because of his birthday. But then again, at least he can find some solace when resting in the garden like now. He takes a look around and is really impressed by how beautiful all the flowers and plants are. He can't help but feel that the gardener has cultivated the place so beautifully. Dane feels strangely at peace when he looks at the flowers all around him, and it appears that the butterflies feel the same way because they just keep hovering all over the place. Looking around, our boy remembers how his oldest sister once said that flowers contain the most mana in nature, and so now that he has some free time to himself, he decides that it would be best to analyze the flower's mana. Dane does exactly that, and as he begins the process, he thinks about how much he's been training, but he's not had any noticeable development in magic or summoning. Because of this, he's not still sure what he should focus on. This makes him realize just how troublesome it can be sometimes when one has too many talents. All of a sudden, he notices something strange happening to the flowers, so he realizes that this must be the mana inside the flowers. He's taken aback by this and starts wondering how this small flower contains such a massive rushing mana flow. If one can feel the mana flow and make it their own, it can then settle into the body and become a magic circle. While touching the flower, he can't help but notice that the body's mana infinity is tremendous, so much so that he can see what others can only feel with their sixth sense. Dane is excited, because this is it, the mana which he could only faintly see before, and now it's becoming a lot clearer to him. All of a sudden, this beautiful moment is disrupted, which shocks Dane, leaving him wondering what just happened. Elsewhere in the garden, we see two siblings walking around, complaining about how bored they are since their father is too busy talking with other nobles. One of them suggests showing faces and going back to their rooms, feeling upset and neglected since everyone is just concerned about the birthday boy. With this rage, he starts walking through the garden, stomping on the flowers, and after getting lost in the garden, they find Dane standing all alone. They don't recognize him at first, so they conclude that he must be lost like them or something. The two bratty brothers call out to him with so much disrespect, mistaking him for a servant and asking him to lead them to the exit of the garden. Pissed that they'd have the balls to talk shit to him after hurting his precious flowers, Dane storms toward them and tells them to get out. Even when they realize that they're on the grass, they don't take him seriously, feeling that he shouldn't be talking to them like that. They feel that he's really cocky for someone so small, so they try to intimidate him with their status, not knowing who even is. Dane calls them brutes, so the bigger one grabs him and threatens to beat him up. They reveal that they're the sons of the Count Tyron, and when our boy hears this name, memories flash across his mind. He's familiar with Tyron because that's the noble who got captured after he defeated him in battle in his previous life. The guy was really irritating, so it's no wonder his sons are this annoying. The bigger brother expects Dane to know of House Tyron because it's very famous in the capital, but the birthday boy just bites back at the guy, warning him to mind his mouth because House Saugers is capable of making them disappear without a trace. Our boy realizes that words won't get to this guy, so while the troublemaker is still talking trash, Dane headbutts him in the face and breaks his nose in the process. The younger brother is horrified when he sees sibling's face covered in blood, and as you can imagine, this just makes the bully a lot more furious. So much so that he vows to kill Dane, calling him a bastard. And when our hero hears this threat, he just laughs and tells the troublemakers to go ahead and try. The big bully has his nose absolutely broken with blood gushing out everywhere. He curses Dane, claiming that he must have gone mental, and he's so enraged that he decides he's out for blood. Without wasting any time, the guy gets back up and charges at our boy, determined to give him the beating of a lifetime. While he's trying to do this, his little brother calls out to him from behind, feeling that they should first of all take care of his broken nose before seeking revenge. Unfortunately, the guy doesn't seem to give a shit what the younger one is saying right now. At the moment, he's so consumed by the rage that he doesn't even care about his nose and tells his brother to sit still and stay back. Dane just watches the arrogant boy mindlessly charge at him, probably feeling sorry for the guy since he knows that he's only going to beat the bully up some more. The bloody-faced redhead charges at Dane, and when he gets close enough, he takes a big swing, but just when he thinks about landing the hit, our genius hero moves out of the way with lightning-quick reflexes. The bully, in enrage, calls Dane a slippery rat and goes in for another attack. This time around, our boy is quick to examine the guy's movement and immediately concludes that his footwork is definitely of someone who doesn't use weapons. With this in mind, our hero suggests that the red-haired bully is either a mage or a summoner, since those are the only people who don't use weapons. Dane isn't sure exactly which of them this troublemaker is, but he's sure he'll find out soon enough, so in the meantime, he'll just have to engage him in this one-sided fight. After so many forceful attempts to land a mean hit on the 7-year-old, Dane continues to evade all of the strikes, and this just leaves the troublemaker more frustrated and enraged. Even though it's pretty obvious that he doesn't stand a chance, he doesn't relent and continues to throw everything he's got. Unfortunately, he just keeps missing, and after some time, he has no choice but to yell in frustration, seeing that the boy is just way too fast for him to catch. Sure, he knows that he won't be able to catch Dane, but he refuses to give and just keeps swinging futile punches. Just then, our boy realizes that the magic flow he saw earlier could actually be used to his advantage. Dane knows that if he's able to harness it to his magic, then there's a chance he should be able to compress the force into a physical form. At this point, he feels that it would be a good idea to test it out, so he does just that. Our boy tries out this little experiment, and the result is a powerful blast that creates a blinding light. He unleashes the beam of power on the redhead and it sends the guy flying in the air before crashing into the ground like a meteor. The troublemaker screams in agony as his back gets scraped across the floor, and besides that, the pain from the blast probably did a lot of damage too. His younger brother almost bursts into tears when he sees this, but there's really nothing he can do to help since neither of them actually stands a chance against the genius prodigy. The redhead ends up crashing in the same garden that made Dane angry with him. As he lies there in pain, his little brother rushes to check up on him, and at this point, our boy realizes that his actions led to the flower bed being totally ruined. Dane feels bad about this because it clearly wasn't his intention to hurt the plants, but while he's still feeling sorry for the flowers, the relentless bully gets back up. The troublemaker completely ignores his little brother and continues throwing insults at our boy. He's surprised that the frail-looking boy can actually use magic, so he finally asks Dane who he is. The younger brother is already terrified by everything that has happened so far, so he pleads with the guy to chill out. He feels that it's time they stopped messing with the stranger because at this rate, then something bad will definitely happen. Unfortunately, the stubborn bully just ignores his little brother once again. His ego won't let him retreat because he probably feels that he'd look like a coward if he does that. With this in mind, he refuses to give up, telling his brother to get out of his way. In his mind, he's capable of beating Dane, so he makes his mind up, determined to kill the white-haired boy for humiliating him. After taking a really embarrassing beatdown over and over again, the redhead decides to pull out the big guns and show Dane the kind of power he is actually capable of. He activates his magical powers in the blink of an eye and screams out for a mysterious creature to heed his call. Seeing this, Dane immediately realizes that the guy is summoning something, and this gets him pretty worried because he knows just how powerful summoners can be. He's never gone up against one before, but if this guy is anything like his sister Claire, then our boy fears that he might be in for a really tough fight. The smug look of confidence is instantly wiped off Dane's face when he sees the ominous portal starting to form, because he knows that anything coming out of there won't be easy to beat. Sure enough, some kind of spirit wolf emerges from the portal, and judging by how ferocious it looks, it's safe to say that our little hero is about to have a hard time. And just like that, it starts to look like the tables have turned, because now the redhead bully is the one with the upper hand. He laughs confidently when his big wolf comes out, revealing that this is his summon Genpu. Now, he's certain that he'll beat the kid, so he tells Dane that he's about to see what happens when someone messes with Digron Tyrant. Yep, that's the troublemaker's name. With the introductions out of the way, Digron orders his Genpu to rip the white-haired kid to pieces. Even though the bully is so convinced that his secret weapon is the endgame, Dane doesn't look too surprised. He was initially afraid because he expected something extremely powerful and terrifying to come out of the portal, but upon closer inspection, he now realizes that it's just a mere wolf-like summon, which to him is quite lacking when compared to his sister, Claire, who can literally summon a wyvern. Hearing such a condescending comment, Digron gets even more annoyed than before. He's had enough of Dane taking him for granted, so he sends the wolf to attack the boy, ordering it to go for Dane's throat. The big wolf looks like it's about to attack the hero, but when our boy glares at it fearlessly, it becomes terrified. The supposedly dangerous creature starts wagging its tail in terror all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden, it runs and hides behind Dane like a scared little cat. As you can imagine, the brothers are shocked when they see the wolf-like summon acting all terrified. The big bully wonders what's going on, because he has no idea what the creature is doing when it's supposed to be ripping Dane to shreds. It's at this point that the little brother notices the wolf wagging its tail, and so they both begin to wonder what on earth the white-haired boy must have done to make the wolf start acting all weird. Seeing that he's no longer in control, he starts panicking and calling out to the wolf, hoping to get its attention back. While he's busy doing so, the creature just strolls in front of Dane and waits for him to pet it. Seeing this, Outboy is pretty shocked because he has no idea why the wolf is sucking up to him. Nevertheless, he knows enough about such summons to know that the wolf wants to be pet. With this in mind, he swallows whatever fears he's got and stretches his hand to pet the big canine beast, calling it a good boy. He's really nervous, as you can imagine, but he calms himself and starts to wonder how on earth this even happened. Now that he thinks about it, he suddenly remembers how even the summons of his sister Claire were always pretty friendly. Back then, he could even pet wyverns and they'd never be hostile, but then again, he always imagined that their friendliness was simply due to his blood ties with the summoner. Well, that was his theory, and it always made sense to him until now, because this wolf-like summon is currently very chill around him and there's no relations between him and the summoner in this situation. Because of this, Dane begins to feel that the reason must be that he has a very high favorability. At the same time, he also has a feeling that it could also be because the arrogant bully who summoned it has an extremely low favorability. Speaking of the red-haired bastard, he's currently flipping out because he doesn't understand how a summon can betray its master. This makes him lose his shit because it's like Dane has been making a fool out of him since they met. Seeing that Digron no longer has control of his so-called trump card, our boy confidently asks the guy if he still wants to keep fighting. Dane asks this with a really annoying smirk on his face because he knows that there's nothing else the bully can use against him, and sure enough, the redhead just screams in frustration at this point. Clearly, there's no point fighting anymore, so the younger brother literally begs Digron to let it go since they've already lost. Unfortunately, the dumb big brother ignores him yet again. His ego is just so much that he can't accept defeat, so he tells the little one to shut up, claiming that Hest about to cancel his summon. The younger one is literally crying his eyes out at this point because he doesn't know how else to beg his big brother to just retreat. He's absolutely terrified to the point that he pees his pants, and when his big brother sees it, he's really upset, enraged, and embarrassed. He scolds the little boy for making such a mistake. Of course, this just makes the young boy cry even more. While the big bully is chewing out the little one, Dane just watches curiously, thinking about how the guy's pee is all over the place. Feeling sorry for them, he quickly informs them that the bathhouse is in basement level 1 of the main castle. This is pretty much when the fight comes to an end because Digron quickly drags his brother away to get him cleaned up. Before leaving, he tells Dane to wait right there, claiming that he'll be back, and our boy just watches them speechlessly until they're out of the picture. It's only after a while that he remembers that the wolf is still with him, so he nervously calls out to Digron so that the guy can take his summon with him at least. Later that evening, we see that our boy is still in the garden working on his magic. He realizes that the trick he's been working on is actually quite simple, feeling that it's just like his sister taught him. He now understands the reason for the faint link between the bully and Genpu. After carefully overriding that magic with his own, Genpu became connected to him instead, and it's really surprising to him because he did actually do anything close to an actual summoning. It was all just because of his high favorability that he was able to succeed at summoning so easily. Dane's thoughts are interrupted when he suddenly hears a voice coming from behind. The person wants to know who bullied his sons, and when our boy turns around, he's not too surprised to see that it's Digron Tyron, who's coming back with his father this time around. Our hero turns around and sees the fat man standing beside his son, and just like that, Dane concludes that the idiot escalated things by doing this. Without wasting any time, Digron starts judging the case, claiming that Dane didn't only bully him and his brother but also cancelled his link with Genpu. Hearing this, the big fat man introduces himself at this point, revealing that his name is Magard Tyron. He's the head of the Tyron Count family and one of the capital's greatest nobles. He's heard what his son has to say, and now he'd like to know if Dane is the brat who broke Digron's nose and made his face into what it is. He also believes that our boy forcefully took his summon. Now, Dane is starting to look a little nervous, but he admits that he's the one they're looking for either way. Taking a closer look at the man, our hero notices that the man looks fatter than the time he captured him as a prisoner, and this makes him realize just how great peace actually is. Magard walks up to our boy Yuo, confront him, admitting that he planned to let the issue pass if it was possible since he's an invited guest at the castle. He claims that he'd prefer to let it go, but unfortunately, this offense is something that he just can't overlook. The fat man starts probing the boy, asking him why he's in a place like this all alone. He finds it suspicious, so he tells Dane to reveal his identity. Upon hearing the question, our boy is reluctant to answer, so at first, he just stays quiet for a while, but then, he finally decides to introduce himself as Dane Saugers, the youngest son of Archon Saugers, who happens to be the Lord of the South and the head of the Saugers Count family. Both father and son are absolutely horrified when they hear this. They had no idea that the kid they've been calling a brat is literally the genius prodigy Dane. Realizing that the boy is the youngest child of House Saugers, Magard Tyron starts to feel that things have taken an unexpected turn. He remembers how he was taken prisoner by Argric despite not achieving anything during the war. With this in mind, the crafty man decides that he'll wriggle his way out of the situation regardless. Magard feels that he'll be able to maneuver the situation in his favor so that the Count is held responsible. Also, he feels that he will be able to use that as a pretext to demand mining rights. If he's able to achieve this, then the nobles who once looked down on him will be forced to bow down before him. With this in mind, he gets right to scheming, and starts by revealing that he knows Dane is the birthday boy. The kid confirms this with a nod, and it just pisses Magard off a lot because he feels that the boy is an arrogant brat. He's extremely annoyed, because he didn't come all this way to the southern land just to celebrate the birthday of a 7-year-old boy. As much as he'd love to spit out all the hateful things running through his mind, he knows that he has to be very calculated with his words, so he politely asks Dane what he'll do now since he wounded an invited guest and even stole his summon. Magard makes it clear to our boy that what he has done is a crime, and then tells him that today will be the last day he ever gets away with something like this. Count Tyron goes on to say that he'll speak with Archon personally and hold him accountable for it, so he calls Digron to follow him as they prepare to leave the scene. The fat man thinks that his little plan is clever enough to trick our hero, but he has no idea that Dane can literally see right through him. The genius prodigy knows exactly what Magard is trying to do, so he decides to play along. He starts by admitting that he understands the situation and then demands an apology from them before they can go ahead and talk with his father. The fat father and his bratty son are stunned when Dane says this. They can't believe that the 7-year-old would have the balls to tell them such a thing, so Digron calls him a bastard once again. They're so angered by the fact that he would even suggest such a thing, but he simply insists that he's right. He admits to hitting Digron and even hurting him, but explains that he only did those things in self-defense because he was threatened. Besides that, he also makes it clear to the father and son that he didn't steal the bully's summon since Genpu just chose to follow him instead. As you can imagine, Digron refuses to admit this, claiming that there's no way Genpu would do such a thing. The red-haired bully literally saw the wolf-like summon betray him, but now he refuses to admit it and insists that Dane is lying. Hearing what Dane had to say, Mogard suddenly remembers that the second daughter of the Sagar's family is a genius summoner, and now that he recalls this, he is finally under the situation a bit better. With this thought in mind, he figures that there's a good chance that Claire taught Dane how to forcibly cut off a link. At this point, the fat man decides to give his opinion, claiming that it's only right to grieve a summon being stolen even if what Dane is saying is true. But right now, that's not even what Mogard cares about because he's still really perplexed by the fact that the 7-year-old expects an apology from them first. Once again, our boy tells them that they should apologize to him. Hearing this, Mogard is really stunned and pissed off. The fat man scoffs in annoyance, wondering who the hell Dane thinks he is to be acting like that. He concludes that the boy is so arrogant to be talking back when elders are still speaking, and just like that, his blood begins to boil. Mogard's eyes are full of rage all of a sudden because simply bothering with the kid makes his jaw ache. Now, he's tired of arguing, so he tells Dane that he won't scold him any longer, because now he wants to go and see what Count Sagres has to say about the issue. When our boy hears this, he realizes that that fat man is just so eager to report the situation, and then all of a sudden, Count Sagres arrives at the scene along with Duke Bouthermion. Arkan doesn't know what he's been summoned for, but he seems really prepared for whatever the matter is. Dane is shocked to see his father appear out of nowhere, and even Count Tyron is surprised that the host is already here. The redhead bully and his father are gobsmacked to see Count Sagres, especially since he came along with the Hexa class knight. The two men have really stern looks on their faces which make the Tyron men start to feel nervous all of a sudden. It doesn't take long for the little trial to begin, so Digron starts by telling his side of the story. He tells the Count that he and his brother got lost in the garden with his little brother and claims that he asks Dane to guide them through back to the castle. The liar continues to go on, telling the story in a way that makes him look innocent so that our boy can take all the blame. At this point, Dane just zones out and stops paying attention to the lies because everything starts to sound like rubbish to him. However, Count Arkan Sagres listens to every sentence intently, and Dane just sighs knowing that this is just like his father. He knows that his dad would pay attention to everything Digron has to say because even though he's a man that cares deeply about his family, he's also not the type to be biased toward any one side. Even in conflicts with outsiders, Arkan is still able to tell right from wrong, and that's why our boy trusts that his dad will give the right verdict. After a while, Dane continues to pay attention to Digron's lies and listens to the part where he claims that our boy suddenly headbutted him out of the blue for no reason. He claims that Dane continued to mock him using a really weird technique. Digron claims that he only called his summon in order to scare the kid away, but unfortunately, he ended up losing the creature because Dane stole it from him. With all of this being said, the bully concludes his false story by saying that our hero tried to attack him. After listening to everything that Digron had to say, Dane just finds it amusing that the guy can lie with such a straight face, and it makes him eagerly anticipate what the future holds for the lying bully. Once Digron is done telling his lies, his father continues from where he left off. The fat man addresses Count Sagres, claiming that he only intended to give Dane a war for what he did to his son. However, he points out just how wrong it is to steal someone else's summon, so he reveals that it's something he just can't let slide. At this point, it's obviously too early to give a verdict, so the Count explains that they cannot stop at hearing only one side of the quarrel. With that being said, Arkan reveals that he'd like to hear what Dane has to say, and then after that, he'll assess the whole situation. It's only after all of that is done, before he'll be able to draw a conclusion to the situation, and he hopes that Mogard agrees with him. Count Sagres knows that they might not be comfortable with him judging a situation which involves his own son, and to ensure fairness, he requests that Duke Thermion also give his opinion. The Hexa class knight smiles with pride when he hears this, since he's finally got a chance to help out his good friend. In response, he admits that he's ready to handle the situation like that if he's really needed. As you'd expect, this is not the kind of thing that Count Mogard Tryon and his son would want to hear, so they're quite pissed at the current path that things are taking. There's really no way he can complain about it because Arkan isn't the only one involved now, and he can't say that the case was judged wrongly. Mogard is familiar with Duke Thermion, so he knows that it can't be a good thing that the Hexa class knight is getting involved. At this rate, things will only get more complicated, and so he has a really bad feeling about the current arrangement. Mogard doesn't have a choice other than to let Duke Thermion and Arkan judge the matter, so he just watches from the side helplessly while Dane is finally asked to tell his own side of the story. The boy is pretty nervous even though he's sure that the case will be judged well, but then he manages to calm himself down, feeling that everything should be alright if he just explains how the story actually went, since that should be enough. With this in mind, he starts by admitting that some of what Digron said is true, even though it's a little bit different from what actually happened between them. However, he reveals that the troublemaker actually stepped on the flowers that they grew with such care in their gardens. Dane explains that Digron did this so carelessly as he pleased, and then explains that all he did was tell the bully to get out of there. After that, he makes it clear to everyone that Digron was the one who got angry and grabbed him by the collar for what he said. As you can imagine, the scheming father and son refuse to let Dane finish talking before they cut him off by accusing him of falsehood. Digron is about to start talking again when Arkan cuts him off by telling Dane to continue speaking. Judging by the vein bulging out of the side of the man's face, you can tell that he's already pissed, and it's probably because he just found out that the troublemaker had the balls to step on his precious flowers. Anyway, our boy continues with his side of the story, revealing that he heard Digron clearly commanding Genpu to kill him when he summoned the wolf-like creature for the first time. Besides that, Dane also explains that he didn't steal Digron's summon, insisting that the creature came up to him first and ended up liking him better after seeing his goodwill. At this point, even Duke Thermion is intrigued by the boy because he's never met a 7-year-old who has that kind of vocabulary. Our boy makes it very clear that he did not steal anybody's summon, and the Tyrant men are left speechless by his boldness. Manga calls everything that Dane just said nonsense because as far as he's concerned, there's no way that a summon would ever submit to someone else who isn't even a summoner. Because of this, the fat man is convinced that our boy must have used some sort of secret technique to achieve this, and he tries to make this point to Count Sagers, but unfortunately, the man doesn't seem to be buying his claims. Hearing Count Tyrant's accusations, Dane quickly dismisses them by explaining that the act has an innate affinity with summons. As a result of this, he's convinced that a summon that isn't close enough with its master could submit to someone like him who isn't even a summoner. Manga tries to counter this claim by suggesting that it's an absurd theory, but before he can finish talking, Count Sagers cuts him off once again by curiously asking Dane if it's really possible for such a thing to take place. The Count is already really intrigued by this new information, and his 7-year-old assures him that it's actually true. At this point, Count Tyrant just bursts into a mocking laughter, feeling that the kid can't possibly be expecting them to believe his story. Right now, both stories are different and nothing is really adding up, so the fat man feels that there's no way to find out who's really telling the truth. However, Duke Thermion suddenly suggests that they'll be able to prove who's right or wrong in the entire situation with a single summon. The fat man and his bully of a son are horrified when they hear this because they know that this is where their lies will be exposed. Count Tyrant feels so frustrated at the mom because in his mind, the Duke just chose the wrong time to butt into the conversation. Hearing the idea that the Hexaclass Knight just brought up, Arkan is open to it since that would be the easiest way to find out who's really telling the truth. He then asks his son if he'll be able to prove his claims to them, and the 7-year-old boldly states that he can. At this point, the fat man and his son begin to panic because they know that they're about to land in some hot water. If Dane proves his claims, they'll be considered liars and everyone will know, which will ruin their reputation as nobles. Digron starts freaking out because he doesn't know what to do now. He obviously won't be able to summon Genpu, and everyone would realize that he's been lying. Apparently, his father doesn't know that he lied, so he expects Digron to summon the wolf-like creature with ease. It's at this point that the bully finally reveals that he can't actually summon the creature anymore. Hearing this, the fat man is furious because he can't understand how his son can no longer summon something that he used to summon several times a day before. Dane sees all the commotion and just smiles confidently, knowing that there's no way Digron can summon it because he already severed the connection earlier. After the bully fails to summon the creature, our boy gladly offers to go next, telling his old man that he's ready to summon it. Arkan smiles when he hears this, confirming that he has a lot of faith in his boy, and this is when Dane reveals that he'll need a sign that Digron possesses in order to do this. The red-haired brat gets pissed when he hears this because he feels like the boy is just looking for his trouble at this point. He can't believe that the 7-year-old is demanding his sign and concludes that our boy is just talking nonsense. To him, there's no way the summoning can work even if someone else uses another summoner's unique code engraved on it. Count Sagers notices that Digron is trying to come up with all kinds of excuses, and since the brat keeps insisting that Dane won't still be able to summon the creature after using his unique sign, the Count suggests that there's no harm in trying. After all, Dane's failure to do so would be the easiest way to prove that Digron has been telling the truth. At this point, Manga realizes that really can't decline this suggestion because Count Sagers is right. The fat man is clearly nervous, but refusal to test the theory would mean that they've got something to hide, so he tells his son to give Dane the sign for a bit. The red-haired bully almost starts crying when his father says this because he knows that he'd practically be shooting himself in the leg with this decision. Unfortunately, the fat man's pride is at stake here, so he tells his bratty son to hurry up. Sure enough, the guy has no choice but to hand the sign over, and just like that, our boy gets right to the little ritual. Since a summon sign has a summoner's unique code engraved on it, no one else is usually able to use it. However, the Genpu that Digron summoned was imbued with Dane's mana, and because of this, the summon sign is now nothing more than just a vehicle since the wolf-like summon has already connected with our boy before. Based on this theory, the young genius is certain that the Genpu will answer his call, so he takes the sign and begins the summon, confident that his connection will be strong enough. Sure enough, Dane's plan works, and in a matter of seconds, the cloudy wolf-like summon appears, looking like it's known the kid for years. To anyone who didn't know any better, they'd think that Dane was the Genpu's master since day one because of how friendly the creature is with him. It's literally licking his face and playing with him like a newborn pup. To show just how shocking it is, even Arkan and Duke Thermion are shocked by the familiarity between the creature and the 7-year-old. Sure, Count Sagers believed his son was telling the truth, but he never imagined that the connection would be this strong. It's pretty unbelievable because the boy isn't even a summoner, and that just reminds them once again how special this white-haired prodigy is. For a second time, Digron is forced to watch his own Genpu slobber all over Dane, completely ignoring him. For some reason, the guy seemed surprised that his own summon would betray him like that, which is quite funny since the creature already did the same thing earlier. As for the fat man, well, he's just dazed because he's literally witnessing the impossible with his own eyes. Duke Thermion was already impressed by the birthday boy, but after seeing what just happened, he can't help but admit how amazed he is. It's such a big deal for him to see this because the last time he checked, the kid was supposed to be learning spearmanship and not summoning. So, just to be sure, he asks Arkan to confirm, and the boy's father simply explains that he has no idea what brought about this new summoning talent. While everyone is speechless watching Dane hang out with the wolf-like creature, while our boy just quietly apologizes to the Genpu for summoning it only to prove a point. After this, he pets the huge canine monster and thanks it for showing up. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Count Tyron screams in horror, because it's now clear to him that this whole scheme he started has turned into a disaster. Right now, it's not looking good for House Tyron because their integrity has been thrown out the window, and they're now all pretty much labeled liars. As you can imagine, it's time for judgment since both parties have brought forward their claims as well as their evidence. So now that they've all confirmed Dane's summon with their own eyes, Count Sagres stands before the accusers and asks them what should be done. Being a really honorable noble, Arkan remains of good conduct and continues to speak to the troublemakers in a really polite manner even though it's already evident that they're liars. He asks them if they acknowledge what they just witnessed, suggesting that his son is telling the truth. At this point, the fat man already knows that the jig is up, so there's no point fighting anymore. Unlike his son, he knows when he's been defeated, and so he agrees with Count Sagres, admitting that they were mistaken and believing that their summon was stolen. As much as they're admitting things and coming clean now, there's still some things that they just can't admit to, like the fact that Digron was actually trying to kill Dane. Mogart urges his son to tell them how he actually only meant to scare the 7-year-old a bit, and Dane just glares at them as they keep lying straight to everyone's faces. After Digron says this, Count Tyron tries to laugh over everything, making it look like no harm was intended on their part. Unfortunately, Arkan and Duke Thermion don't seem to be buying the story. They're reluctant to believe that this was the only intention Digron had for him to have summoned a Genpu. Our boy starts to get pretty upset because the fat man just keeps going on and on with the lies. At the moment, Dane is doing everything he can to stop himself from taking a swing at the lying nobleman, and just when it looks as though he's about to lose his cool, a voice cuts through the air, insisting that Count Tyron is not telling the truth. Everyone turns around to see who's got the familiar voice, and that's when they're all shocked to see that it's Layla Thermion, storming into the scene. The Duke is surprised to see his princess appearing in the middle of a really serious trial, so he asks her what brought her around. In response, the bold purple-haired girl immediately reveals that she heard their voices during her walk in the garden. As such, she decided to come around to see what's going on, and now that she's here, she greets the two counts present. The fat man returns the greetings with a really fake smile, and in the back of his mind, he's just surprised because he hasn't ever really seen the Duke's daughter before. Count Tyron tries to distract everyone by focusing on the purple-haired girl, but unfortunately for him, Count Sagres is already on his tail. Arkan hasn't forgotten what Layla said when she first arrived, and so he's curious to find out what the red-haired brat actually lied about. Just like that, the Tyron men are back on the hot seat and Layla is put on the spot to tell everyone what she knows. At this point, the young girl reveals that she actually overheard Dane's and Digron's altercation earlier while taking a walk, and it just makes you wonder how long this girl has been walking around the castle. Anyway, Digron is horrified when he realizes that there's a witness who heard everything that happened between him and the birthday boy. He begins to panic because he's so sure that Layla will spill the beans and expose him to everyone. Now that she's made such a comment, everyone, especially Count Sagres, who is curious to know what she heard, so the man asks her to quickly go ahead and say everything. As you'd expect, Dane's new friend is more than happy to spill all the evidence to prove our boy is telling the truth. She also wants to take down the bully, so she goes into details and breaks the story down to Count Sagres while Dane just watches with a smile on his face. The boy didn't expect this to happen, but he's glad that she came around, because thanks to her, things are going smoothly. By the time she's done telling her side of the story, it becomes pretty evident to everyone that Digron is the one at fault, so his father shamefully demands that he apologize to Count Sagres immediately. Sure enough, the humiliated bully quickly apologizes to Arkan and admits that he was wrong for what he did. In response, the man simply explains that he would like Digron to apologize to his son, Dane, and not him. As you'd expect, the brat is reluctant to do this at first, but then his father shoves him into action while claiming that he was just about to tell Digron to do that. The big bully sees himself being pushed around like a wimp and forced to admit that he's sorry when he actually isn't. He grumbles when his father pushes him, but then quickly remembers that he doesn't have a choice, so he marches toward Dane with the most unremorseful look ever, and then when he gets close enough, he stops and begins to make his pathetic attempt at an apology. Digron struggles to say that he is sorry, but he eventually manages to do this, and while he's doing this, our boy just glares at him, feeling upset because this so-called apology is probably more like an insult to him. Everyone else watches the spectacle, feeling pretty pissed by Digron's behavior, and even Dane is hesitant to accept the apology because it doesn't feel like one. To him, it's not a sincere one because the boy was forced to lower his head, and this only happened after a third-party witness came forward, leaving him with no choice. Honestly, our hero doesn't feel like accepting the apology, but based on his past experience, he figures that it would be more beneficial for him to show generosity rather than being stubborn. After much deliberation, Dane finally opens his mouth to accept the half-assed apology just so that peace can reign and everyone can go back to their business. When Dane says this, Digron exclaims in excitement, feeling relieved, which is surprising for a guy who had a very hard time tendering a proper apology. Count Tyron is equally relieved to see that everything is about to go back to normal and that they're not in trouble. The fat man sighs in relief, admitting that the whole situation was a really close one for him. The whole time, Duke Thermion just stays quiet as he continues to observe the prodigy, and after Dane finally accepts the apology, the Hexa-class knight recalls why he just felt the kid is special. I mean, he could have decided to be stubborn seeing that the other party was in the wrong, but he just still chose peace. With everything that just happened, Count Sagres finally takes his boy away from there, telling them that the argument is over now that Dane has accepted the apology. As much as it's all over now, Arkan reveals that he has no intention of letting the incident slide because Digron tried to use his summon to kill our boy. The fat man starts panicking once again when he hears this, and before he can come up with some lame excuse, Count Sagres cuts him off, telling him to take his family and leave the castle. Count Tyron starts to lose his cool when he hears that he's being kicked out, and he almost shows his true colors. The fat man is furious because he came all this way without complaints, and now it will all have been for nothing if he's kicked out now. As such, the schemer decides that he must find a way to stay in the castle at all costs, especially since his mission is still yet to be completed in the castle. Not knowing how else to go about it, the fat man grabs Count Sagres by the arm and starts begging him to let them stay. Count Tyron promises to do anything that's asked of him if he's allowed to stay, but Arkan just smacks the man's hand away, making it very clear to him that he has no need for him. Count Sagres glares at the man, claiming that he'll be sending soldiers to Mogard's room before storming away with the Duke, leaving the fat man speechless. Hearing this, Duke Thermion takes a deep breath and calls his daughter Layla to follow him out of the scene. Just like that, the two friends and their leave the liars humiliated out there in the garden, and as they walk away, our boy looks back at the lying bullies and thinks to himself that this serves them right. After all, they were the ones who started this, and now they're reaping what they sowed. That aside, Dane admits that he had no idea his father could get so scary when angry. The boy has never really seen this side of his father because he's practically Arkan's precious egg, but now he realizes just how strict his old man can be in times like these. On the way back, Count Sagres asks Dane if he really defeated Digron Tyron using mana bullets, and our boy confirms this, which is pretty shocking because the last time they checked, he wasn't exactly an experienced mage or a student of magic. After a while, the Hexa-class knight decides that he wants to know more about the 7-year-old genius prodigy, so he makes it clear just how impressed he is by the boy. As far as Thermion knows, history has never really seen a man who trained in spearmanship, summoning and now magic at such a young age. In response, Arkan proudly admits that he's glad to have such an exceptional son. Layla is shocked when she hears this about her new friend, and Dane just remains modestly silent. Thermion admits that he's impressed by how calm Dane is too, because when kids fight, they get agitated and insist that they're right. But not our boy. He remained calm all through the process, and for this reason, the Hexa-class knight is convinced that Dane will grow up to become a fine man. Hearing this, Count Sagres just plays the modesty card as well, suggesting that it's too early to say, claiming that they'll just have to wait until Dane grows up to see. With that being said, he goes on to compliment Layla as well, claiming that the little trial worked out well thanks to her. If it was for the girl's testimony, things could have turned ugly, and when her father hears this, he starts smiling mischievously. Thermion is glad to hear that Arkan sees his daughter in that light and figures that this is the best opportunity to talk about marriage arrangements between the kids, so he goes right for it cleverly. It turns out that that was the last thing on Arkan's mind, and he can't believe that Thermion wants Dane to marry his daughter. Not knowing his need to evade the conversation, he conveniently notices that the sun is setting and that the banquet is about to start, so he dashes off quickly. Unfortunately, Thermion isn't one to give up easily, so he leaves the kids together, telling Layla to take her time with Dane, and then goes after his old friend to have the tough discussion. Our boy and the purple-haired girl are just puzzled when they see their fathers acting like kids. Layla feels really embarrassed, knowing that there's no way to stop her father from getting what he wants. To avoid any further awkwardness, she changes the topic, asking Dane if the summon truly ignored its master and chose him instead. The girl admits that she's seen many summoners duel in the capital and never witnessed something like that, so our boy tells her that he's not sure it just randomly happened either. Layla starts to feel that he's hiding things from her, so she gets upset because she helped him, and that's when he reminds her how he helped with her swordsmanship in the training ground. Thinking back to this, she realizes that he's right, and Dane admits that she was a big help earlier, so he suggests that they just agree to help each other out one more time. Now that they're both owing each other favors, Layla informs him that she'll like to make her request right now, which makes Dane feel that she's impatient, wondering what she even wants from him so urgently. Layla wants him to teach her how to use mana bullets, so he asks her what she needs the skill for, and she explains that she needs it to grow quicker. The girl reveals that she wants to make at least 2 mana codes before entering the academy. Dane wonders why she's in such a hurry, and that's when she tells him that she wants to grow quickly and make her mother happy before it's too late. Her mother loves her dearly, so she's sure that such rapid growth would make the sick woman very happy. At this point, Dane remembers hearing their fathers talking about the situation. The Countess is bedridden and Layla wants to make her happy, so if teaching the girl how to use mana bullets will help, then he's not going to refuse her request. Hearing this, the excited girl is so eager to start, claiming that she doesn't mind getting into it that night. In response, Dane tells her she can do whatever she wants, suggesting that mana bullets shouldn't be too difficult once she understands the flow of magic. This just makes the girl even more excited, so she's eager to help him too, and then asks him what his own request is. Hearing this, our boy thinks hard and then finally comes up with a request, but we're not told just yet. Back in the halls, the other guests find out that Count Tyron got kicked out of the castle, but they're not sure why. Only a few are aware that he got taught a lesson after picking a fight with young Master Dane. But then, it's only a matter of time before the news spreads. People who hear the story are just disappointed that the noble came all this way just to embarrass himself. Besides that, rumors of our boy being an excellent summoner are already making the rounds, and those who hear this are immediately fascinated because they quickly learn that the boy isn't just a spearman, but also uses magic. They can't comprehend such a thing because it's not even supposed to be possible, but it's clear now that a certain 7-year-old is proving all of them wrong. At the party, a purple-haired man approaches the young master, introducing himself as Baron Open from the Open Territory in the east. Our boy admits that he's heard of the place since it's famous for its grilled trout and sapphire. Hearing this, the man is flattered, so he concludes that Dane is very bright and then brags about having the best trout and sapphire on the continent. It turns out that Baron Open came with an agenda after hearing how talented Dane is. The man brought his daughter Sylvia to say hello, and the blue-haired girl was excited to greet the genius prodigy for the first time. At this point, Dane begins to wonder what's really going on, but he just tries to hide his nerves and says hi to the girl as well. Without wasting any time, Sylvia asks him if he'll be the one to inherit the Sagar's family fortune, and he tells her he doesn't know, but the clever girl tells him not to feign ignorance. As far as she's concerned, he's definitely the one to inherit the family fortune because of how talented he is, so she grabs his hand and tells him to take care of her properly, feeling that they might become family in future. Hearing, the boy already knows where she's going with this statement, so he nervously tells her to take care of him as well, and he just begins to wonder why kids these days are so straightforward. The purple-haired girl is surprised to see her new friend there because she had no idea that he's been around. At the same time, Dane sees her and becomes pretty nervous because he was just in the middle of a handshake with the new girl. Speaking of the new girl, Sylvia doesn't look very pleased to see the Duke's daughter around. Apparently, she is already familiar with Layla, so she's pissed when she realizes that the girl also knows the genius prodigy of Sagar's family. Layla notices that they're holding hands, and this gets her pretty worked up, so she asks Dane who the other girl is. At this point, our boy gets even more nervous and begins to stutter. Before he can say anything, the girl cuts him off and introduces herself as Sylvia, the eldest daughter of the Baron Opent, and judging by the look on her face, you can tell that she's ready to challenge Layla for Dane's attention. It seems as though these two ladies are rivals because even Layla starts to look really upset when she hears this. A wave of rage washes over her, and as much as she hates to say it, she claims that it's nice meeting the Baron's daughter. Both girls look like they'd rip each other apart if they got the chance, but to the untrained eye, they seem like two friends smiling at each other. Thankfully, Dane knows that keeping them in the same space is probably a bad idea because he can sense a familiar killing intent oozing off the girls. The reason he's familiar with this vibe is because he grew up with two older sisters who didn't exactly get along all the time. Apparently, Arabella had their own little sister beef, so Dane knows what it looks like when two girls don't like each other very much. With this in mind, our boy just remains quiet, not knowing what to say, and all he can think about is how scary girls actually are. While he's still panicking about the situation, Layla suddenly grips his hand and tells Sylvia that she'll be borrowing the genius prodigy for a while. With a sinister look on her face, she makes it clear to the Baron's daughter that she and Dane already had an appointment, and after saying this, she reminds the boy of their planned meeting. When Layla says this, our boy immediately agrees with her and quickly excuses himself from Sylvia, telling her that they'll talk later. With that being said, he follows the purple-haired girl, and he almost looks relieved now that he knows the two ladies won't be in the same space together anymore. As you can imagine, Sylvia is upset to hear that her rival is taking Dane away, but she manages to keep her cool and pretend like she's not mad. The girl grits her teeth, claiming that she's cool with the arrangement, and as the couple walk away from her, she concludes that Layla is pretty much saying that she calls dibs on the genius prodigy of House Sagars. Meanwhile, our boy nervously follows Layla to their supposed pre-arranged appointment, and along the way, he can't help but notice the mean glare in her eyes. Layla looks like she'd choose Sylvia out if she's given the chance because she can't believe that the girl would even dare to try and take Dane away. At the same time, our boy is a little overwhelmed by the fact that the darling daughter of the Duke, who holds the most power in the capital second only to the Emperor, is going up against the young lady of the Eastern Baron. And honestly, he's afraid that Sylvia is no match for the purple-haired sword user. Later that evening, Dane and Layla take a walk outside, and during their little stroll, she starts interrogating him about the Baron's daughter. She's curious to know how they both got acquainted, and wonders if the girl is someone that Dane might get engaged to. Hearing this, our boy quickly clarifies that there are no engagement plans and explains that they were just greeting each other. Layla gets so excited when she hears him say this because it's almost as if she's relieved to hear that nothing happened between them. Seeing how excited she is, Dane confirms what he just said because he noticed that her expression was instantly lightened. Sometime later, the duo make their way to some kind of abandoned area nearby. The place is covered in vines and dirt, confirming that nobody has been there in a long time. Apparently, this is the location for their appointment, and when they arrive, Dane informs Layla that this is the place. He claims that it's the only secret spot he knows of, so she's really impressed, admitting that she never imagined there would be a place like that in the Sagar's manor. They walk into the place and Dane assures her that they won't be bothered by anyone else. This just makes her even more excited to be in the secret place. The girl is amazed by it, feeling so happy to finally be in this place that she didn't know existed. All of a sudden, she says something really suspicious, claiming that nobody will know if they do it here. At first, anyone would assume that she's referring to something naughty, so Dane quickly makes it clear that his intentions are to train. He agrees with Layla, stating that the place is perfect to train, and then asks her if she's ever felt mana before. In response, the girl admits that she's felt it only a little. She reveals that she doesn't have enough to form a mana core and admits that she has even tried to take in mana by breathing it in. At this point, Dane becomes a little worried because his plan will be more difficult than he imagined. Realizing that you're not at an emission stage yet, he's pretty confused because he's not sure how to go about. Speaking of this, our boy recalls that he learned it naturally on the battlefield in his past life. As such, he's quite disappointed that she hasn't learned it because he imagined that a ducal house like hers would teach her this. Seeing that things will be a bit difficult for her, Dane decides that he'll teach her. As such, he concludes that they should start with something easy. First off, he tells her that she'll have to feel the mana that she takes into her body. In response, she's a little surprised that she has to feel the mana inside her body, so our boy confirms this, explaining that she needs to learn how to control the mana inside her body first before even thinking about expelling it. Dane explains this and then lets her know that the most important thing about this is the imagination. Of course, this leaves the girl a little puzzled, but at least she gets the point. Our boy tells her to close her eyes and imagine the mana swirling all around inside her body. Dane wants Layla to picture it like blood circulating through her veins as it whirls inside her body. Determined to learn the trick, the girl quickly shuts her eyes and starts trying out what Dane just told her. She wants to have control over the mana so badly and agrees to do anything that the genius prodigy tells her. Layla closes her eyes and starts forcing the thought, but it doesn't seem to be working, and judging by her expression, Dane can tell that she doesn't get what he just explained to her. As such, he attempts to give her a little more guidance, so he makes it clear to her that the action she's about to pull off becomes the foundation for everything she will be able to do with mana. As far as Dane is concerned, this is the very basis of using mana, and since she literally has no choice but to learn it, he continues to support her, assuring her that he believes she will be able to do it. He says this to her, and just like magic, it starts to work. Layla finally calms down and focuses more. There's a lot more concentration on her face, and it's clear that she's doing a better job right now. Seeing her attempt, Dane becomes more hopeful, feeling that she's finally doing it properly. He doesn't say anything though, not wanting to distract her, and keeps waiting to see if she'll succeed. After a while, Layla opens her eyes looking quite defeated, and she laments about how the technique isn't working. Hearing this, the genius prodigy consoles her, explaining that it's normal not to get it on the first try even though it's just the basics. However, he doesn't allow her to give up, and simply insists that she focus again and give it another try. While they're in the middle of this, an unexpected figure appears to be watching them from the shadows, and it turns out to be the Count himself. Apparently, our boy was wrong about this place being completely secret and unknown by anyone else because his dad is currently spying on him and his friend. Sagers is pretty impressed when he sees what's going on, and he's so happy that he can't even hide it. The man feels so proud that his genius of a son is already teaching someone else at such a young age. The man probably wants to tell the boy how proud he is right now, but he wouldn't want to interrupt the little lesson, so he just stays behind the vines and continues to watch them in secret. The proud father remains in hiding, feeling really happy to see that his son is all grown, and just when he thinks he's the only one who found this secret spot, Duke Thermion pops up behind him, asking him what he's doing over there. Arkin is so startled when he hears the voice behind him, and he looks so shocked that it's a miracle he didn't have a heart attack or something. The Count is quite embarrassed to have been caught so red-handed by the Duke, and while he's still trying to catch his breath and get his heartbeat back to normal, the Hexaclass Knight assures him that there's nothing to be worried about. Duke Thermion claims that there's no need to be surprised, and then asks if the couple is having a late-night rendezvous. Arkin is pretty taken aback by the question because he probably doesn't like the fact that the Duke is already calling the kids a couple. The two friends aren't on the same page concerning engagements. He just changes the topic and asks Thermion how the hell he even got to the secret place. At this point, the Duke can tell that the spearman is upset, so he asks Arkan if he has intruded in any way. As much as he wouldn't want the Count to be mad at him, he can't help but point out what a sloppy show of stealth that was from Arkan. But Thermion is pretty disappointed by it because he knows that Arkan's wife is literally the Empire's legendary assassin, and yet the spearman hasn't learned a single thing from her. At this point, Arkan is pretty embarrassed, so he explains that he did his best in his own way. Hearing this, the Duke goes on to tell his friend that it's quite risky of him to be snooping around with such poor hiding skills. If the castle's owner goes around peeping on others' affairs, people will speak ill of him, and that wouldn't be a good look for him. Hearing this, the Count quickly defends himself, stating that he was only following his son and that he wasn't peeping or anything of that sort. At this point, the Duke bursts into laughter, revealing that he was also just following his daughter Layla. Arkan doesn't exactly appreciate being laughed at like that, so he accuses Thermion of being a hopeless parent, even though he's hardly one to say himself. The two friends start banting each other for a bit, and then they both work together to spy on the kids. They hide behind the rocks and vines to see what our boy has been up to, and that's when they see the impressive seal he just conjured out of nothing using his magic. Layla is surprised to see that he has a dimensional pouch like that, so he reveals that his eldest sister, Arabella, was the one who made it herself and gave it to him as a present recently. Hearing this, the girl is pretty amazed and is honestly quite jealous too, while Dane's older sisters are giving him cool magical gifts for his birthday. Her own brothers stopped paying attention to her when they left home and got accepted into the academy. While she's still thinking about how lucky our boy is, he brings out a mirror all of a sudden and turns it to face Layla. She's quite confused when she sees this and asks him why they need a mirror. In response, he explains that he only brought it along just in case it could help her out. Hearing this, the girl just stares at her reflection in the mirror, expressing how shocked she is to hear that the object can help her at all. At this point, the genius Prodigy explains that it's easier to picture something in the mind while looking at a mirror instead of relying on imagination alone. Layla is pretty surprised to hear of this theory, but she's willing to do anything she can to learn what he's trying to teach her, so she keeps an open mind. Dane tells her to stand in front of the mirror until she gets a full view of herself in the reflection. Without hesitation, she does exactly what he says, claiming that she's willing to give it a try. The girl stands in front of the mirror, feeling pretty positive this time around as she closes her eyes and begins to imagine the mana moving inside her a second time. Seeing this, Dane smiles with pride because he's happy to see that she's being quite serious with the attempt. While the girl is trying out what Dane told her to do, the fathers hiding at the back have a little conversation. Duke Thermion is still determined to make Arkan agree with his idea of letting their kids get married. He claims that his daughter seems to have taken a liking to the young master, but Count Sagres suggests that he doesn't see it that way. He probably prefers to believe that the Duke is just seeing what he wants to see, but the next class night reveals that his daughter isn't one to open up to anyone the way she does with Dane. The Duke is certain that Layla really likes Arkan's boy, and at this point, the Count feels pretty concerned about the girl because he just hears that she doesn't open up a lot. He wonders if something happened to her because from what he's seen in her, she's a really bright young girl. Hearing this, the Duke just stays quiet for a moment, before revealing that Layla only seems bright on the outside. As for what she feels on the inside when she's by herself, the Hexa-class knight worries that he can't say for sure. After her brothers left for the academy, it didn't take long before her mother got bedridden, and because of this, they haven't been able to be together like before. Because of this, Layla hasn't been able to open up to others since her closest confidant was no longer in the picture. The Count feels bad when he realizes that this is what happened to the poor girl. This makes him wonder why the Duke continues to act so cold toward his own daughter when he already understands the girl's situation. At this point, Thermion starts to feel a little nervous and quite guilty too, because he's surprised that even Arkan noticed he hasn't exactly been the nicest father to Layla. The Hexa-class knight shuts his eyes all of a sudden like he's about to make some big revelation, and sure enough, when he opens his eyes, he reveals that he's doing it on purpose. The Duke explains that when he raised his sons, he showered them with attention, and unfortunately, this led to them growing up to be spoiled and rotten. Apparently, he's being cold toward Layla because he doesn't want her to turn out the same way, but Count Sagres tells him that he shouldn't just assume the girl will also be like that. He knows that she'll be hurt if this continues, and Arkan finally realizes why the girl prefers to ask Dane for guidance when her own father is a veteran swordsman. Right now, the Count is really mad at his friend, and he looks like he's ready to chew the Duke out for the way he has been treating his daughter. As much as Thermion feels bad about what he's done, he's not in the mood to be judged, so he bites back at the spearman, telling him that he still nags like the old days. This allegation strikes a nerve in Arkan's head, so he quickly defends himself, telling the Duke that he doesn't nag. Anyway, Thermion doesn't really want to argue right now, so he changes the topic quickly and asks the Count if he'll be sending his son to the academy in the capital. The Duke is asking this because he would like Dane to stay at the ducal castle if House Sagres allows their genius prodigy to go to the academy. Hearing this, Arkan's mood changes all of a sudden because he is not actually sure what he wants for his only son. Unlike the girls, he probably wants his boy to be around the castle with him, so he ponders on what Thermion just told him. While he's at it, Layla suddenly starts screaming in excitement, feeling really proud of herself because she believes that she finally did what Dane has been trying to teach her. The boy confirms that she did great, and this just makes her even more excited, so she rushes to wrap her arms around him in a warm hug. After thinking about the Duke's offer, the Count finally confirms that he'll do whatever Dane wishes, the same way he did with Arabella and Claire. However, he promises to grant Duke Thermian's request if his son chooses to go to the capital. Hearing this, the Hexaclass Knight is quite pleased and admits that it would be nice to have Arkan around while he's in the capital. At this point, the Count sounds quite surprised because he feels that Thermian probably wants them to spar all day while he's in the ducal castle. This makes him suggest that the Duke must have gotten sharper, and so he relishes the challenge. While the two old men chat and laugh over it, the Master of Stealth reveals herself behind the vines and rocks. She's been watching the men without their knowledge, and with such talent, it's no wonder why she's considered the greatest assassin in the Empire. Lily has been wondering where they all wandered off to, and now that she's seen what they're up to, she wonders why they're acting so shamefully. It's pretty funny to her, but then again, she realizes that the love they have for their children holds a strange sway over them. For this reason, she decides that she'll just pretend like she didn't see anything. Later on, the two kids make their way out of the secret place. On the way home, Layla thanks Dane once again for helping her out and tells him that she thinks he's a real genius. At this point, she admits that she's heard people call her a genius a lot, but claims that she doesn't even think she is compared to him. Hearing this, Dane reminds her that this is only the beginning, assuring her that she'll definitely grow. While talking, he looks back and notices that their fathers are no longer around, so he figures that they left quietly after spying on them. Layla interrupts his thoughts at this point, asking him if he's going to the academy. She informs him that the academy is where all the geniuses in the Empire gather, and you can tell that she already hopes he'll say yes. In response, our boy claims that he doesn't know if he'll be going to the capital yet. He's not sure what he'll do, and he asks if he even has to go there. Dane doesn't really feel the need to attend because as far as he's concerned, he can get pretty strong just by training alone. Hearing this, Layla gets a little upset that he's coming up with excuses, so she stomps her foot on the ground, reminding him that studying isn't everything. The girl makes it clear to him that the academy is where he'll go to form his noble faction, and so that means that he'll need to go if he wants to form a connection from a young age. Dane laughs in his mind when she says this and concludes that she's pretty knowledgeable in how the world works for a 7-year-old. Our boy knows that she's right, and he admits this, but he also explains that he's not interested in going to the academy. At least not yet. Right now, he feels that there's still a lot for him to learn by himself. There's a mountain of books that he hasn't read in his home library, and on top of that, he knows that there's still a lot for him to learn from his parents. Layla understands everything he's saying, but she's still determined to convince him otherwise. She asks him if he doesn't feel like playing with the other kids sometimes. Layla clearly has no idea that she's not actually talking to a 7-year-old boy, but actually a former knight who got reincarnated. As a result, she also doesn't know that he has no interest in playing with other kids. Besides that, she heard that his older sisters are attending the academy, so she wonders why he doesn't want to go join them there. After she's done making all of these points, Dane realizes that the girl is truly persistent in her attempt to convince him. He's already tired of the conversation, so he decides to calm her down by telling her that he's thinking of going to the academy in the future if he feels like it then. In response, she tells him to inform her if he finally makes up his mind to attend, and Dane agrees to do so. Apart from that, she'd also like him to visit her house when he comes to the capital. She wants him to come around so he can see what she practiced, and so our boy promises to do so. He even claims that he'll send a letter if he ever plans to visit the capital, and this makes her remember that Dane still hasn't told her his request. So, he smiles at her and promises to tell her his request when he goes to the capital. However, she doesn't look too happy about this and expresses her shock when he says this. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that some of the noble guests are preparing to head off. They hop aboard their carriages and say their goodbyes to the Sagar's family. Our boy watches as the carriages leave the premises and then looks back to the small box in his hand. Just then, he turns to Duke Thermian and asks the Hexaclass Knight what it is. In response, the old man informs him that it's his birthday present, hoping that the boy likes it. Taking a closer look, he's pretty overwhelmed by how valuable it looks. The Duke sees the look on Dane's face and can already tell what the boy is thinking, so he decides to explain what the gift is. The old man reveals that the symbols of the Thermian house are revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith. It turns out that the history of the house began with their progenitor, who happened to be a blacksmith. Thanks to him, Thermian house has the best forge in the entire empire. In fact, they have the best forge in the entire continent. All of the Thermian-made weapons that guide the Empire were made in the forge, and when Dane hears this, a cheeky smile appears on his face. Apparently, he's familiar with the story and familiar with the forges of the Thermian house. All the ores in the world can be found in the Thermian house, and all sorts of mystical weapons and artifacts are created in the greatest forge on the continent. The Duke tells Dane that if he shows them the insignia when he goes to the forge, then they'll create a weapon of his choice for him. The insignia is basically a certified check that approves the honor and skill of whoever holds it, and in this case, the genius prodigy of House Sagars is the one with it. Even Arkin is shocked when he sees that Thermion gave his son such a precious insignia, and he's afraid that the gift might be a little too much since it's something that even the imperial family desires deeply. Well, the Duke doesn't feel that it's too much of a gift, so he just pats Dane on the head, telling the kid to grow well and help his father. In response, our boy thanks Thermion sincerely. A while later, it's time for the Duke and his daughter to leave, and Lily notices that he feels down. She asks him if he's sad to see Layla off, and he immediately admits that he is really sad, pointing out that the girl is practically his first friend. Hearing this, his mother simply comforts him and assures him that he'll be able to see her again when he goes to the capital. His mother is so hopeful that they'll meet again, so she encourages him to become even more handsome so he can shock her the next time they meet. Hearing this, he just goes silent and realizes at this moment that he can't stay here forever. For this reason, he decides that he'll see her when he visits the capital. Until then, he deeply hopes that Layla stays well. With this in mind, Dane bids the Thermians goodbye, and after that, their carriages zoom off. The Duke sits in the back thinking about something really odd. To him, it's quite odd that whenever he looks at Dane, he's reminded of a certain man. The Duke is reminded of that warrior Argric, who showed the ability of a triple-class warrior at a young age. Duke Thermion thinks back to his encounter with the very talented knight that he killed and feels that if Argric was still alive, he could have become one of the Hexa-class knights of the Drenic Empire. With this in mind, the Duke just makes his way back home, hoping to see what Dane would look like when he's finally grown very soon. A few days later, we caught up with our boy inside his room. The 7-year-old sits on the floor in his room with the summon egg that his sister Claire gave him on his birthday. He's trying to be patient with the egg and still feeding it mana every morning and evening, just as his sister told him to. He knows that it's still too early for the egg to hatch, but he's quite hopeful and eager to see what's inside it. To think that the egg is holding a mysterious familiar makes him really curious. Even if someone isn't a summoner, if they somehow manage to instill the egg with their mana and imprint themselves as the master before it hatches, then they would permanently control the summon that usually only sticks around temporarily. With this in mind, Dane ponders on the situation and concludes that the quality of his mana obviously needs to match that of the familiar. Besides that, he knows that there are probably a lot of tricky conditions that haven't been fulfilled yet. Dane heard that there are eggs that never get to hatch because their conditions are never met. As such, he really hopes that this won't be the case for his own egg. With this in mind, he touches the egg once again and Condi to feed it with mana. He carries it, and as the energy from his magic flows into it, the egg begins to glow. Even if he changes the flow and strength of his mana, there's no reaction. Or at least that's what he feels. After doing his little daily ritual, he takes the egg back to the top of his shelf and places it in the same box it was when Claire presented it to him. Clearly, that's where he always keeps the egg so that he can easily keep an eye on it and spot any changes on it. Sure, he knew that it's still pretty early for it to hatch, but he's also pretty disappointed that it didn't happen after all the mana he imbued in it, and so he figures that it was probably greedy of him to think that he'd be able to succeed in one go. While he's keeping the egg back, someone calls out to him, asking him if he's ready. It turns out that our boy has a little appointment to attend to and it's time for him to head out. The person calling out for him is none other than Herman, so when he recognizes the voice, he already knows what business he's being called for, and as such, he assures the servant that he's coming. He grabs his spear and turns around to head out, but then the egg glows all of a sudden and he senses this strange occurrence. Dane rushes back to the egg to observe it because he's so sure that he definitely just heard a crack. He stares at the egg to examine it properly, and while he's watching it, Herman gets concerned, so he asks what's going on. When Dane doesn't answer, he enters the room to check on the young master, and that's when he sees the boy carefully observing his egg. Our hero tells the guy to wait a second while he checks the egg, and after paying close attention, he realizes that he doesn't actually feel anything different. He starts to think that he was mistaken, so he laughs nervously, feeling a bit disappointed that he got excited for nothing after all. Hearing this, Herman asks Dane if the egg showed a reaction, and our boy just tells him no, stating that he only imagined something. With that being said, he tells the servant that they can now get going, and as the scene shifts, the next thing we see is that our boy is in the middle of another one of his intense training sessions. It's pretty normal for him to do this, but what's shocking is the fact that he's training with a sword and not the spear his father gave him. He executes a really flawless performance, and Herman can't help but applaud him for it. He commends the young master for an amazing training session, but he's also curious to know when Dane started training with the sword. In response, the genius prodigy explains that he just wanted to swing it around a little bit. Herman isn't surprised to see that the boy is really excellent with the sword because it's just the kind of thing you'd expect from a genius after all. Dane takes a look at the sword and smiles, feeling that it was really fun to use a new weapon. It's really amazing to him because he wasn't able to hold a sword during that time because his father has been watching him so closely. As you can imagine, Arkin wouldn't exactly appreciate it if he caught his only son using a sword instead of a spear, so Dane has been hiding this talent from his old man. Thankfully, our boy hasn't lost his special touch after taking a really long break. At this point, Herman comes up to a tray full of snacks, telling him to have a few during his break before he goes back to training. The boy thanks his kind butler and accepts the snacks. With a big smile on his face, he takes the first one and tosses it into his mouth, thinking that it might be good to train in eating snacks as well. Later on, we catch up with Count Arkensagers, who's currently being bothered by something. The man sighs, feeling bad that the same thing every year gets pretty tiring and boring. This year, he wants something different this year, but he also admits that they gained a lot during the banquet the previous year, so right now, he's pretty torn and uncertain of what to do. The Count was able to confirm that many nobles are paying attention to the south, and that most of the nobles are hoping for a good relationship with him and the rest of his family. Since the war ended, the south, with its good climate, holds many things that the nobles covet. As such, he feels that their interests should have been obvious. However, those interests couldn't even be compared to the attention that his son Dane received during his birthday. The conflict with the eldest son of the Count Tyron was something that was way outside his expectations. But then, the boy calmly and logically explained the situation in front of the adults, and not only that, he went on to confidently prove his talents. The thought of this makes Arkan conclude that the boy is way too mature, and the old man sometimes wishes that Dane would even act a bit childish like other kids his age. This is pretty much the spearman's desire, but at the moment, it looks like it's asking for way too much. Just then, he looks over at the clock and realizes that it will soon be time to go. His gaze then shifts to Dragontail, his beloved spear that he hasn't used in a long time, and so, he decides that he'll make his baby swing a bit in the training ground today. The veteran spearman makes his way into the training ground, and from the moment he steps foot in there, he's shocked by what he sees. The old man is absolutely gobsmacked by the scenes in front of him and extremely puzzled when he sees Dane training intensely with the sword. Arkan can't believe his eyes, and the look on his face confirms just how heartbroken he is. He's taken aback by the fact that his only son would be practicing swordsmanship and starts to think of logical reasons for what he's witnessing. The man just stands there in a daze and continues to watch the 7-year-old do his thing. He keeps staring, and from the look on his eyes, one would think he's about to burst into tears. As he ponders on what could possibly make his genius son take up swords, he remembers that Duke Thermion was particularly interested in the boy during his time at the castle. As such, he figures that the damn knight must have said something to Dane to make him want to use swords instead of spears. He remembers Thermion patting his boy on the head and instantly concludes that there's no other reason why the kid would be swinging a sword around all of a sudden after training with the spear for such a long time. Being a really patient man, Arkan just stands still at the entrance and continues to watch Dane swing the blade around. As much as it pains him to see, he's also pretty curious to see how good Dane is with the sword, and boy is he in for a surprise. Our hero was literally one of the most dangerous swordsmen in his former life, and so there's no doubt that he'd still be extremely amazing with swords. Dane swings around the training ground gracefully and effortlessly, leaving his father dumbfounded and bewildered. The old man is stunned to see that his 7-year-old appears very experienced with the sword, and puzzles him too because he has never even seen Dane lift a sword before. Watching the boy do his thing, Arkan notices that the strength he's displaying is something that even those who train with the sword their entire lives can't imitate. It's an unbelievable sight, and the old man can only wonder when the boy even had the time to learn all of this. As confused and curious as he is right now, there's one thing he's sure of, and that's the fact that Dane is definitely talented with the sword as well as the spear. After a while, the Count has finally seen enough, so he interrupts the young boy's training session by revealing that he's been watching him the whole time. And so now, he'd like to know when his 7-year-old son learned swordsmanship. He's standing right in front of our boy at this point, and the look on his face suggests that he's quite pissed because he probably feels that he's been fooled or something. Seeing the upset man standing in front of him with a really stern look on his face, Dane already knows that he's in trouble. He didn't expect his father to be in the training ground at this time, and so he's been caught red-handed. The genius knows that he's been totally exposed now, and he figures that this might actually be the best time to tell his father the truth. With this in mind, he goes ahead to spill the beans, and the first thing he says hits the old man like a bolt from the blue. Dane claims that he didn't really learn the art of swordsmanship, and this shocks the man, who starts to think that it might actually be that his son has the talent. As much as he'd like to believe that, he can't help but feel like things aren't adding up. First, it was spearmanship, then there was magic, before summoning, and now swordsmanship. He can't understand how one child would be blessed with all of these talents, so it really bothers him, and Dane starts to feel nervous now that he hears how crazy it all sounds. The worried father admits that if he was someone else, he wouldn't ever believe that one child would even show talent in all these fields, let alone excel in them. With that being said, the Count suddenly asks the boy if he's curious about the world. Our hero doesn't exactly understand what this means, so he asks to be sure, and his father confirms exactly what he was assuming. It turns out that Arkan is asking Dane if he's curious about the world outside the walls. Right now, with all these he's seen these past few years, the Count is starting to feel that maybe the country is too small for his son's talents. He feels that Dane will be the one losing out if he decides to keep staying here. At this point, the boy becomes really confused. This is a really big decision that he's being asked to make, and he's not sure, but besides that, what Dane can gather from this conversation is the fact that his father has realized that he can no longer hold on to him forever. With this thought in mind, the genius admits that he's curious about the outside world, and the old man just smiles in response. He thinks that this is good and feels that they should start preparing everything so that Dane can be ready to go out into the world. It's as if everything is happening so fast now, and the boy is pretty surprised by how easily his father is letting him go. In response, Arkin reveals that he means everything he's saying, and he admits that it's regretful. But then again, he believes that it's only right for him to heed the desire of his son. On top of that, he reveals that he's brought something special for Dane on this day. He says this and then shows the boy his beloved spear, the dragon tail. Of course, Dane immediately recognizes the beautiful piece, and his father knows this too because it's the same spear that the boy reacted to back on his first birthday. The boy agrees completely with his old man, claiming that he remembers it because it reacted to him that day. Just then, Count Saugers gives our boy the spear, telling him to try holding it for a bit, and the moment Dane tries to carry the weapon, something strange happens. Dragon tail starts vibrating violently at that moment, and it takes a while for it to calm down in Dane's hands, and when it finally does, he notices that it's also glowing. The 7-year-old is amazed by how much power is held within the spear, and while the boy tries to understand the tool, his father just watches with a big smile on his face the whole time. He's glad because the spear is reacting a lot stronger now than it did when Dane was 1. Because of this revelation, the man concludes that nobody will blame him anymore and vows to make sure that his son's talent with the spear shines the brightest. With this in mind, he touches Dane on the shoulder and tells him that he's thinking of making him a master of the spear before he leaves. As such, he wants the boy to be ready for what's coming ahead, and our boy agrees. Arkin tells the boy that the spear will belong to him one day, but before then, he wants him to grow strong enough so that he can wield it with pride. Hearing this, the genius prodigy agrees but admits that he wants to work hard to wield his father's teachings with pride rather than the spear. In response, the excited man smiles proudly, claiming that it's just the kind of thing he expects from his son. Now that they're on the same page, he asks Dane if they can begin, and of course, our boy is ready. Later that evening, after a long day at the training ground, our boy retires to his room and flops down on the bed. There, he thinks about everything he discussed with his father and wonders what the outside world is like. The boy has always been curious about it, and even during the days when he was roaming about on the battlefield, he's always wanted to know what it was like on the other side. Back in his former life as Argric the Knight, all he knew was war. From tidying camp, to cleaning his weapons and eating bland food, that was pretty much the entirety of his life as a knight. Out of everything, going to battle was the best part of his life. The only way to escape was for the war to end or die in battle. Just those two ways. There was no other way to get out of the war. As Argric, he couldn't even imagine living a life outside the battlefield. But as Dane, the situation is different. The boy doesn't know how his talent will be used or how the world will accept him, or even what he can do in the outside world. But now, he has the opportunity to travel everywhere and accomplish anything. For a while, all he wanted was to stay and enjoy the warmth of this place. However, thanks to his father's question, his thoughts have changed, and as such, he is now ready to go outside. Just then, someone enters the room, feeling that the boy has already made a decision, and this shocks Dane. He shoots up from his bed feeling startled and is surprised to see that it's his mother who entered the room. He didn't expect her to be the one, so he asked her when she came in. While he's still trying to catch his breath, the blonde woman just gives him a warm smile, suggesting that she is just as proud of him as his father is. Seeing the look of shock all over his face, she calmly tells him not to worry and explains that he didn't hear her knock on the door because he was so deep in thought. Dane is surprised but also a bit relieved after she explains this, so she confirms it and tells him that she heard what he and his father discussed. Arkin told her that the big would be deep in thought, so she came to check up on him and ask him if he's actually curious about the world outside the county. In response, the white-haired boy says yes, revealing that his father said it would be a waste of his talent for him to stay here. After thinking about it for a while, he admits that he's curious about the outside world as well, which means that everything is actually leading him to leave the county. Dane apologizes to his mother because he knows that she'd have a hard time letting him go. He's the last child at home, and once he leaves, she'll have no one left in the nest. Even though she'll miss him dearly, she also wants what is best for him, so she tells him not to apologize and pulls him into a hug. He points out how his sisters aren't even around to keep Lily company, but she tells him not to worry, assuring him that she's fine, and tells him that she knows how amazing his talent is. With that being said, she believes that the outside world would have eventually called for him even if he didn't make this decision now, and so, she feels that he should take the bold leap. She admits that it would be amazing if he could stay there longer with her, but she knows that the world wouldn't let him do that. Because of this, she encourages him to go do what he wants to do. They both share a wholesome moment, and the boy promises her that he'll return often and tell her all about the outside world even if he decides to go. So, she thanks him for this. Now that he's said this, she concludes that she'll need to prepare to send him out there just like his father has, but Dane is puzzled, wondering what she means by preparation. At this point, she reveals that she was planning to teach him tracking and going slowly from there, but now she feels that they'll need to get him on board with settings and avoiding traps. Dane realizes that he'll also be receiving special lessons from his mother as well, and just thinking about this gets him exhausted. The woman talks about skills for getting rid of corpses and plans to teach him about the human body, so he concludes that he'll be exhausted before he even steps foot in the outside world. Overall, the woman is excited to teach him many things, and Dane promises to do his best to learn them. He's about to get special lessons from his parents with love, and if he's going to make it in the outside world, then he'll need to get ready for what's ahead. The story continues, and as the scene shifts, we resume in the southern region of the Althian Empire, that is Sagar's County. With its warm climate and abundant natural resources, the place became a cornerstone of the Althian Empire, and this was also that they would not tire out during the war. That's right, the county became one of the most precious parts of the empire, and thanks to Count Arkan Sagar's magnanimous ruling, it was a region of peace and warmth for the longest time. After the war was finally over, the few remaining rebel forces were all apprehended as well. At least, an era of peace which feels to persist for eternity has returned, and the people of the Sagar's County are so blessed to enjoy such times. Along the streets of the beautiful county, people walk around peacefully, and some of them start talking about the rumors they heard recently. It appears that the young Master Dane visited the shops in the county, and it's a really big deal for them because our boy isn't exactly the kind of character they expect to leave the confines of the Sagar's manor at such a young age. They're shocked by the news, and those who hadn't heard about it before are immediately told how Dane apparently even went and bought something from a shop. It's such a rare thing to see Dane leave the manor that people are even saying that the eldest daughter of the shopkeeper even fainted when she saw the young genius in their establishment. Now that the rumors are spreading like wildfire, more and more people are starting to believe it, and it's still pretty baffling to them because of how strange it is. Two girls in the crowds hear this and begin to talk about the other rumors they've heard about Dane Sagars. Apparently, they were told that the white-haired prodigy becomes more handsome by the day, and for this reason, they wish that they would be lucky enough to see his face even once. Unsurprisingly, one of the girls is in love with the Count's son, and since they've not heard any news of him being betrothed to anyone, she starts to feel that there won't be any harm in trying to make him fall in love with them. The girl makes this suggestion to her friend, but she's immediately shunned for it. Her friend asks her if she's crazy and lets her know that it's a terrible idea because the genius prodigy is still only 14 years old. That's right, our boy is pretty grown now, and since it's been 7 years since the last time we saw him, it makes you wonder how Dane looks now. Anyway, back to the story. The infatuated girl refuses to be discouraged by her friend, claiming that Dane doesn't look anything like a 14-year-old from what she's heard. Hearing this, her friend is surprised, and so the love-struck girl reveals that Dane is already as tall as his father. It's pretty impressive to know this, and the girls conclude that the boy is already so tall because the Count is also really tall himself. To them, this must be the genes at work, and this just makes the infatuated girl crush even harder on the genius prodigy. Even if nothing else is certain, one thing that is clear to her is the fact that Dane could be mistaken for a 20-year-old with his current height. The girl is so eager to see the genius prodigy, and she's pretty confident that she'll get to meet him one day. She begins to imagine what it would be like and admits that her heart would probably stop the day she finally gets to behold his silver hair and beautiful green eyes. At this point, both girls are already crushing pretty hard, and the first one decides that she'll have to see Dane the next time he comes into the county. At this point, her friend reveals that she heard he now visits the shops in the town more frequently, and if that's the case, then her chances of seeing the beautiful boy are increased. Now that she thinks about this, she remembers it's the same thing she heard from the forest keeper. With this in mind, the love-struck girl concludes that it would be a good idea to go see the forest keeper first before going from there. And at this point, her friend realizes that she's actually serious about getting Dane to fall for her. The scene shifts all of a sudden, and we're taken to the county outskirts, which is pretty much a forest. It's an area infused with ancient magic, and it's called the Forest of the Last Days. This is where our boy is currently, and right now, he's in the middle of executing the escape mission that his mother Lily Sagars gave him a while ago. That's right, our boy is now training seriously to become an assassin courtesy of his mother. It's been 7 years since his parents decided to teach him their skills together, so you can imagine how good the boy would be by now. With a spear in hand, he walks through the magical forest wearing a hood to ensure he's less conspicuous. Using a paper, he can tell that the wind is blowing in a southward direction, so now that he knows where to go, he keeps the paper back and springs back into action. Dane remembers seeing the Cheryl spider in this part of the forest before, so he knows that he'll need to go west. He looks pretty worried all of a sudden when he realizes that he has 3 more hours to complete his mission. From the look on his face, you can assume that it's not enough time because he needs to get out of the forest before the sun sets. With this sense of urgency, he picks up the pace and gets back to business. Using extremely impressive skill, the boy swings through the trees, jumping from branch to branch with insane speed. From the way he's moving up there, anyone would assume that this guy is an experienced ninja at this point. He's so focused right now, and with each step he takes, he gets closer to his goal. Dane is determined to complete his mission before sunset, and he knows that every second counts. Another reason he's moving so quickly is so that he doesn't get seen by anyone. He's training to be an assassin after all, and one of the most important things in assassination is to avoid getting caught by enemies. With this in mind, he moves like the wind, making it impossible for anyone to see him. During the set period, our boy needs to avoid the traps and nets set up by his mother. He needs to evade all the obstacles placed in the way that are waiting for him, and he also needs to escape from the forest, which is already famous for housing all sorts of dangers. After using his display of blistering speed, Dane finally reaches a part of the forest where it looks like he can take a breather for a while. He seems to have avoided many of the traps already, and now, rather than moving swiftly, it would be wiser to tread slowly and carefully so that he can observe the environment. Dane hides behind a rock for a while, and as he scans the area, he remembers that he's supposed to breathe in order to take in the mana from his surroundings. After taking a deep breath, he holds it in with the mana for a while before exhaling again. It appears that this is a new technique he's learned to help him absorb mana from the environment around him. After prioritizing stealth and assimilating with the surroundings, Dane is finally ready to finish his mission. He knows that the traps are hidden in unexpected areas, and just like that they begin to reveal themselves. All of a sudden many webs start to appear hidden in the trees. They tangled all over the place, and it's clear that he would have been caught in them if he had not seen them using his new skill. Because he has assimilated with the surroundings, he can now see all the traps that were hidden and waiting for him. The boy is pretty dazed when he sees this because he didn't imagine that there would be so many. Really think strings that are nearly transparent fill the entire area, and as our boy looks at this, he realizes that the traps will activate as soon as he touches them. Now that the prodigy knows the kind of traps his mother set up for him, he's pretty impressed because even though it's the most basic type, this is also the most dangerous mechanism for setting up traps. Of course, this is a very functional trap, but at the same time he is relieved because he knows that it's pretty easy to disarm. At this point, the boy starts rolling up his sleeves as he prepares to take on the deadly trap before him. Just when he thinks he's about to easily disarm the trap, he's horrified by what he sees in front of him. His eyes widen in shock as he sees the gigantic rodent monsters coming out of the forest, and these angry creatures don't look like they came out to play. They emerge from the shadows like bandits, and the moment our boy sees them, he knows that he's in a lot of trouble. Our hero didn't expect to see them here. These creatures are the last thing expected to meet at this part of the forest. While the white-haired boy is still trying to figure out what's going on, the deadly-looking giant rats pounce on him. Dane is so confused when he sees them coming at him, and as these big monsters come toward him, he immediately recognizes them as a Rusult pack. Apparently, that's the name of these big rodents with spikes coming out of their bodies. The prodigy admits that he didn't expect them to appear here, and he knows that these creatures are going to cause him a lot of trouble because he doesn't have much time left in the forest. The boy is in the mission and he has very little time left, so the fact that these creatures are charging at him with crazy speed makes him pretty scared. These monster rats are not part of his mission, and so concludes that he needs to deal with them quickly. With this in mind, he quickly grabs his spear and prepares to battle them. But just when he's about to take his weapon into action, remembers that he's literally surrounded by tiny dangerous strings, waiting to be triggered by his movement. Our boy realizes it will be more dangerous if he touches the traps by accident in the process of fighting the monsters. As much as he would prefer not to trigger traps, these red-eyed rats don't seem to be thinking in the same way he is, and so he knows that he needs to defend himself. He doesn't have a choice right now, and his situation can't be helped, so he's forced to take on the Rusult pack. In a matter of seconds, the extremely fast creatures closing on him. At this point, he concludes that the wisest thing to do would be to retreat because he needs to get out of here, at least for now. The red-eyed monsters pursue him as he runs through the forest. Even after running a really long distance, they don't seem to be slowing down even a little. Every once in a while, he glances back and starts to feel worried because not only are they extremely fast, but they also seem to become more numerous each time he looks back. Running through the magical forest, our boy still tries his best not to accidentally trigger tiny strings on go all over the place. The traps are still very much waiting for him to accidentally activate them, so he knows that has to be really careful even though he's running for his life. However, these ferocious rodents that are currently after him don't seem to care about that until one accidentally runs through the string web. As you can imagine, the strings immediately activate the trap, and all of a sudden, hundreds of spikes shoot out of nowhere, impaling the giant red-eye rats, killing them on the spot. Before the monsters even know what's going on, the spikes shoot right through them, and they all fall down wincing in agony as they slowly die. At this point, our boy turns around with a smile on his face. He's got to see that he fell for it, and turns out that he actually ran away to lead them into the traps. As the mindless creatures that they are, they fell for it and ended up meeting their death, and this makes our boy really proud of himself because he literally dealt with them without having to do anything. Dane is still in the middle of celebrating when all of a sudden he turns around, sees even more of the giant rat monsters coming at him. Just when he thought that he had won, a second wave of relentless rodents charge at him. His eyes widen in shock when he sees the creatures running towards him. Here he was, thinking that he was finally safe, only for him to realize that he's at this point way more number than he could imagine. The boy just stands there in the daze, not knowing what else to do and why he is still trying to think of a plan. One of the big rats jumps on him. The creature almost pounces on our boy, but just when it looks like it's all over for him, he manages to swiftly evade the attack. As the big rat slides past him, he takes a closer look at it and is pretty overwhelmed by how fast it actually is. The giant rodent suddenly turns around, but then rather than run toward him again, it stands still, opening its mouth wide, and in a shocking twist, it shoots out an unknown substance. Our white-haired hero doesn't know what this chemical is, but he's really certain that whatever it is, it's actually going to be dangerous. With this in mind, he starts spinning his spear around, allowing the force generated from it to push back the strange substance being spat at him. While he's spinning his spear around, the look on his face suggests that he cannot do this any longer. Dan looks pretty frustrated right now because he knows that he's supposed to be finishing his mission. But here he is, fighting off big rats that are spitting strange stuff at him. The boy sighs in exhaustion and frustration, realizing that he can't waste his time here any longer. Next line, he needs to be somewhere else, so the earlier he's done with these big rats, the better for him. With this in mind, he decides that it's finally time for him to fight the monsters. So far running hasn't worked out properly for him, so he concludes he's gonna have to beat the shit out of these rats so that he can get back to his important mission. That being said, Dane grabs his spear and charges it up with his magical energy, and then he leaps into action, driving the spear into each and every one of the rodent monsters in his path. Our boy slices through all of the monsters with his spear, splitting them in half as he runs through them like a steam train, and with each slice, the monsters vanish, allowing him to escape until he makes his way to safety. The scene changes, and the story continues later that evening, where we find our white-headed prodigy lying on the floor in the outer part of the forest. It's almost sunset and it's beginning to get dark, which means that Dane should probably be done with his mission. The boy is currently lying down in exhaustion, with his trusty spear lying next to him. He's so tired and feels like he's about to throw up because of how stressed out he is. Gasps for air as he tries to catch his breath after running several miles within the magical forest. Thankfully, you made it out of life and he's grateful that he safely escaped the place. However, just when it looks like he's finally safe and sound, he sent you something strange again. The strange aura fills the air and he groans at the sense of it, because he feels that someone is coming for him. All he wants to do right now is have some rest, but it looks as though our boy won't be able to catch a break anytime soon. With this in mind, quickly grabs the spear and gets back on his feet, as he braces himself for what's coming and prepares to face whoever is trying to sneak up on him. The boy curses out in frustration, feeling that just when he let his guard down, another problem appeared. Dane points his spear at the person trying to sneak up on him, and just when he thinks he's about to get into another fight, he takes a closer look and realizes that the person is none other than his own mother. He is shocked to see her, but clearly she has been watching him, and that's why she's able to smile right now. The woman looks really impressed with what she just saw him do in the forest. So, she commends him on a job well done and reveals that he was even faster than she was in the forest, confirming that he finished his mission in a total of 3 hours and 30 minutes. It appears that the boy didn't even know she had been watching him the whole time. So, he asks if she was, so she confirms that she was watching him and explains that she can't just leave him alone in the forest. After all, she's his mother and she's supposed to be guiding her through his assassin training. It wouldn't make sense if she had just abandoned him in the forest without any supervision. The woman admits that she knows his talent better than anyone. But then again, she's his mother, so as his mentor it's a little different for her what it would be if she was teaching anyone else. Hearing this, Dane can understand how it feels for her, so she's happy to see that they're on the same page. With a big smile on her face, she tells him that he was amazing and commend him for doing very well on his mission. She's so impressed that she couldn't even find a single fault in his performance. Now that she's done praising him, she'd like to know if he's all good or if he got hurt at all during his little mission. In response, the boy tells her that he's fine and confirms that he has no injuries. Hearing this, the proud mother pinches his cheeks and tells him that he'll end up getting scouted as an assassin if he continues at this rate. The boy laughs happily as his mother grabs his face, and then all of a sudden takes out a blade from her sleeve, and then gives it to him. Lily tells Dane to take the knife, feeling that it will fit him better than it does her now. After all, he's already on his way to becoming a great assassin. She is on our way to completely retiring from the game. Seeing this, the boy is shocked because he recognizes this life as his mother's daughter, the famous Night Horn. He knows how special it is to her, so he's afraid that he shouldn't take it. However, the woman assures him that it's fine, reminding him that she won't be using it anymore anyway. That being said, he finally accepts the gift. And as he uncovers the blade, he is left speechless. When Lil sees the look on his face, she decides to give him a little lecture on the special knife, telling him that the Night Horn was created from the mysterious ethereal ore. The ore can take the elements of the object, and she tells him that he can store all the poisons in the world inside the blade if he wishes to. Our boy stares at his reflection on the blade, feeling a little overwhelmed. He's not too surprised by what his mother just told him because he knows that the dagger can even allow him to mix the absorbed poisons and use them the way he chooses. All of this, the boy thanks his mother and promises to treat the knife well. In response, thanks her son as well, and then suggests that they should return home now. Dane puts the knife back into his room and figures that he is pretty much done with assassin training because from what he can see this is all the training he can get from his mother. All of a sudden, the whole moment is interrupted by a loud noise coming from the forest, which causes many of the birds to fly out in fear. The mother and son are shocked when they hear this and they are also pretty confused. Dane asks her if she heard it, and she confirms that she did, telling him that someone seems to be in the forest. She doesn't intend to find out who it is, so she tells him that they should quickly go home, to which the boy agrees. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Saugers County Annex Tower where we hear someone coughing violently from inside his room. The man continues to groan and scream in his sleep until finally, he wakes up from his nightmare and shoots out of the bed. He looks really dazed and confused, like he has no idea what has been happening to him. The old man doesn't even know where he is, because the last thing he remembers was that he was definitely eating mushrooms in the forest. While the old man is still trying to figure out where he even is, someone enters the room, seemingly surprised to see that he's awake. It turns out to be our boy, who's currently coming into the room with a tray with water in it to serve the man. Dane informs the strange man that he's still being detoxified, and Search advises the man not to move while in the bed. The old man sees the young boy coming towards him, and he's so confused because he has no idea who the young man is or what he's talking about. He doesn't understand what he means by detoxified, so he asks our boy if he saved him in the forest. In response, Dane reveals that he did save the man, explaining that the guy actually ate a red-nosed mushroom. Normally, this would have killed the old man, but fortunately, Dane and his mother found him in time, so they were able to save his life. Hearing this, the old man is shocked, but he also finally realizes why he's currently very far away from his home. He didn't know that the mushroom he ate was a red nose, so now he begins to panic, knowing just how deadly that plant is. Our boy confirms this, explaining that it's a dangerous mushroom, claiming that the old man would have been a corpse if they were even a little late to get to him. After explaining this, the boy offers the man a cup of water, knowing that this will help him detoxify faster. At this point, the dazed old man is still in shock, but he's grateful that he was saved just in time, so he takes a cup of water and thanks the young boy. The old man takes a sip of water, and while he's at it, Dane takes the chance to get a closer look at the man. The boy is surprised when he realizes that the man's belt had the insignia of the Nixon Magic Tower. For this reason, the prodigy is certain that the stranger is no ordinary person. Dane remembers what happened at the forest and recalls that if it wasn't for the night horn, he wouldn't have been able to save the old man. After drinking the water, the strange old man gives our boy the empty cup back and thanks him before asking him where exactly they are. In response, the boy reveals that this is Saugus County's Annex Tower. Hearing this, the moment is surprising because he didn't imagine that he would come this far. Places his hand on his head, looking really frustrated because he now knows that not only did he get lost in the southern region, but he also got poisoned by the mushroom and walked all the way there. At this point, Dane can sense the man's frustration, so he simply advises the old man to take some rest for now. He then reveals that he has informed his father, claiming that his old man will soon come to see the strange person he saved. The white-haired stranger is confused when he hears this, because he probably doesn't get why they would tell his father about this. So, he asks the boy who he is, and it's at this point that the prodigy reveals that he is the youngest son of Count Saugus. Dane introduces himself to the man, and after being shocked for a split second, the bearded old man realizes that the kid in front of him is the younger brother of Arabella. The reason he knows Arabella is because the girl is considered the genius of her academy, and she's being eyed by all the magic towers. Now that he knows who Dane is, he curiously asks the boy how on earth he found him. In response, the kid explains that he was just training with his mother in the forest. However, the old man is shocked to hear that anyone would even be training in that crazy forest. Even as an 8-chain mage, the old man still managed to lose his way in that forest. The old man had to fight crazy giant rat monsters in the forest too, so he knows how difficult it is to survive in a place like that, and this makes him even more impressed by the young man standing in front of him. Because he had to fight off several monsters in the magic forest, the flow of mana reversed while he was casting his spell. Unfortunately, this led to his body being ruined. This made things even worse for him because he had already been poisoned by the red-nosed mushroom that he ate in the forest. Now that he's been detoxified at least a bit, it feels a lot better and is now able to ask if it is true that the entire forest holds ancient mana. He's not from around here, so he'd like someone like Dane to tell him more about the place. The old man really had a hard time while he was in the magic forest, especially because of those damn traps everywhere. He's pretty frustrated right now because of what you had to go through, and when our boy senses this, he casually informs the man that everything he just is actually correct. He reveals that the forest belongs to them and then confirms that it is a dangerous place for anyone who isn't a member of the Saugus house. This is pretty serious because even though Dane is a member of Saugus house, he still got hunted down by the Rusult pack, so imagine what would happen to a person who has no ties with the family at all. Besides that, he explains that the flow of mana in the forest is different from what modern mages use. Our boy states that the forest is the worst place for a mage to be, and then goes on to inform the man that he was in a lot more danger because of the mushroom poisoning too. Hearing this, the old man is speechless for a while, and after processing everything the boy just said, it becomes very clear to him how much danger he was in. The fact that he nearly ended up dead in that mysterious forest probably sends chills down his spine, and so he's a lot more grateful for Dane's intervention. While thinking about all of this, he suddenly realizes something that is pretty baffling to him. His eyes widen as the thought runs through his mind in a flash because everything that he just heard suggests that Dane is already strong enough to train in the forest. This doesn't sound right to him because he's so sure that the kid is still very young. He's really intrigued by the boy at this point, but he doesn't want to react too much. He first of all wants to confirm just how special the kid is, so he asks Dane if he's the one who made the antidote as well. In response, the white-haired boy confirms that he was the one that made the cure too, and this just leaves the man speechless once again. From all indications, the boy is pretty young and this old man can clearly see that he's only somewhere in his teens. But nothing about the kid is adding up and this baffles the stranger. The gears in his head begin to turn as he tries to figure out how a 14-year-old boy formulated an antidote that requires extensive knowledge and precise production skills. It's practically impossible for anyone else, but then again, the old man remembers that this boy is the younger brother of the genius Arabella, and it makes him a little less baffled. The only thing he's wondering right now is how a family like this can even exist. His older sisters are already 2 generational geniuses, but that wasn't enough, and now even their youngest brother is a genius too. After everything he's discovered today, this old man concludes that if the continent was still at war, Sagres County may have become the most powerful noble house within the Althian Empire without a doubt. With all of this in mind, the old man burst out laughing, feeling rather amazed by the kids and grateful to have been saved by him. In the middle of his laughter, he tells the boy that he's greatly indebted to him, and in response, Dane assures the man that he is indeed, rather than being modest or something. When the stranger hears this, he's shocked and pretty much dumbfounded because that was the last thing he expected the boy to say in response. He didn't imagine that the 14-year-old would be bold enough to tell him that he actually owes him. For this reason, concludes that the kid is really bold, even though it's actually annoying in a way. After a brief pause followed by an awkward silence, the old man clears his throat and then suggests that he should pay back any debt that he incurs while the Annex Tower. He promises to do so, but first, he decides that it's high time he introduced himself. That being said, he reviews that his name is Sidrain Gauss, telling the boy that not too long ago, he was the head of the Nixon Magic Tower. He's really grateful for what Dane has done for him so far, and to show his gratitude, he officially invites the kid to share whatever he would like with him. After all, he has everything except what he doesn't have, and when you think about it, this is a pretty cunning way of repaying someone if you ask me. That's right, this old man doesn't actually have a lot left because he was the former head of the Nixon Magic Tower. Hearing this offer, a big smile appears on Dane's face because he feels that the old man must be referring to a subspace. Amused by this, he responds to the old man showing very little interest in what he just said. Our boy knows that there are plenty of mages who survive without a home and placing everything in the subspace, and this is probably what Sidrain has been doing since he lost his position as the head of the Nixon Tower. The magician is surprised by Dane's reaction because normally when people hear that you're the head of a mage tower, they'll want to kiss your feet. Most people would be surprised or humbled to be in the presence of someone that can, but this young man standing before him is practically unfazed, and this really puzzles the old man. The mage expects the boy to be freaking out right now and excited, but what he's seeing is the opposite. Baffled by the kid's nonchalance, he informs the boy that he won't ever get a chance like this again. He feels that the kid might be a bit shy, so he encourages them to say what he feels and not hold back. He really wants the boy to be impressed, so he tells them to state anything that he wants. Hearing this, our boy actually starts to ponder a bit, and he looks like he might actually be thinking of something to request from the old mage. The land sees the boy thinking, and a smile appears on his face because he feels that Dane will finally show some interest in his offer. However, after a few seconds, our boy simply tells the former head of the Magic Tower that you take his time to think about it. This response obviously comes off as arrogance and rude because the man knows that there are people who die for such an opportunity. However, this kid doesn't seem even a little bit moved by it. He gets frustrated at this point, and you can literally see the giant vein popping out of his head, suggesting that he's extremely mad. The boy is indifferent till the end, and it makes this old mage wonder what kind of child he even is. After Dane turns down his offer one more time, he takes back the cup, puts it on the tray, and turns around to leave the room. Before leaving though, advises the old man to get some rest, and before the mage can even respond, he walks out the room and shuts the door. Sidrain's pride disappears in that moment because he's never been underrated like that before. Most people are ready to worship him and do anything in their power to be in the same space as him. Yet, he was literally begging this 14-year-old to accept his offer. The man rubs his head in confusion, because this is the first time he's ever been treated this way. Before, he was thinking of taking his leave after staying a day or two, but after what he just saw, he realizes that leaving after such a short time will not do. Right now, this old mage is determined to find out what exactly makes this young genius prodigy the way he is. He now wants to stay longer so that he can have a closer look at the interesting fellow who saved his life. While the old man is scheming all of this inside the room, our boy cluelessly walks down the hall and makes way back to whatever he was doing before, having no idea that the mage has taken so much interest in him. The scene shifts, and as the story continues, we're taken back out to the streets of Sagres County. It didn't take long for word to spread about the head of a magic tower who was saved by the genius prodigy. Back inside the castle, Dane is approached by Herman, who's really interested in the old man. He believes that the mage must be remarkably skilled in the field of magic, and he is sure of this because from what he's heard, Sidrain is an 8-chain mage. This piece of information intrigues him a lot because he hasn't ever encountered any mage on a higher level than Lady Arabella. Our boy confirms that the old man is a more experienced magician than his older sister, and Herman just responds by informing the young master that this means a powerful figure is not indebted to him. He goes on to talk about how magic towers function as independent territories of the continent, almost like a nation on its own. Hearing this, the boy admits that he's a bit surprised because he would have never imagined that the dying money saved would be such an influential person. In response, Herman agrees, but he also admits that he wonders what the head of a magic tower was even doing wandering in the forest. Our boy is in the middle of training currently, but he's also able to engage Herman in conversation. So, informs the butler that the forest is no ordinary place. The boy reveals that it's what the mages considered a forbidden area, so much so that they named the place the Forest of the Last Days. Hearing this, Herman suggests that the forest would indeed pose a challenge even for mages. But then again, he also states that the old man is fortunate enough to have lived all thanks to the young master. At this point, Dane takes a pause in his training, because he notices something he doesn't like on the sword he's using. The boy stares at his reflection on the blade for a while and then suddenly tells Herman to get him a new sword. The prodigy makes this request with a really stern voice, explaining that the swords he's using right now are all lightweight and short. Hearing this, Herman panics because he doesn't know how to explain that the swords there are all spoils of war that the Count brought back. There are literally no other swords, so there's nothing the butler can do right now. However, he promises to prepare a long sword for training the following day, and so our boy thanks him and decides that he'll just wrap up his training session with the current sword for the day. All of a sudden, a thought flashes across his mind and he remembers a gift that he was given years ago. Dane recalls the day that Duke Thermion gave him a crest. It's already been 7 years since the day that the Hexa-class knight gave our boy the special insignia that allows him to acquire any sword of his choice from the greatest forge in the entire empire, and he's only just remembering today that he actually has something like that. Small smile appears on Dane's face as he thinks about it, and then he makes up his mind to visit the Duke if he goes to the capital. Our boy wraps up his train for the day and on his way out of the training ground, he's approached by his father, the Count, who notices that the boy has been training incredibly hard. In response, the young master confirms his father's guess and then expresses how surprised he is to see his old man. He thought that the Count had issues to attend to outside the castle, so he didn't expect to see him back so early. Hearing this, Arkan just smiles and then reveals the things wrapped up earlier than expected over there. He also explains that he had a reason to hurry home. And before he can even see what it is, the white-haired boy already kisses that you must have been because of the news of the mage he rescued. The Count doesn't deny this, before admitting that the old mage might even be of help to Arabella. Arkan feels that the man might be a good master for his daughter, so he's pretty interested in having a chat with his guest. Dane isn't surprised when his father says this, because he already imagined that his dad would want the head of a magic tower to be of help to Arabella. However, our boy is not sure that he would be able to handle his big sister's temperament. Can't blame him for thinking this way when he knows that Arabella literally punched one annoying senior of hers in the academy. Anyway, back to the main point, which is the fact that the Count came back to see the head of the magic tower. He pats the boy on the shoulder and tells him that he did well in saving another's life. The Count is proud of his son and he doesn't have a problem showing it. In response, our boy simply states that he only did what had to be done. But this is where his father disagrees with him, explaining that what he did is not something that just anyone can do. Hearing this, the prodigy smiles, feeling really honored by what his father just told him. Arkan informs him that what he did was amazing and not just an ordinary thing. The father and son walk back into the castle, and along the way, Dane asks if his sisters will still be unable to come back home this time. Concerning that, the man expresses a bit of frustration, wondering why it's so difficult to even catch a glimpse of his own daughter's faces nowadays. Unfortunately, this means that the girls won't be able to come back home. This is because Arabella has just finished up her extended semester and is seeking a magic tower to join. As for Claire, well, she received a request form from her professor to take up an appointment as an assistant professor. Hearing all of this, the boy is really proud of his sisters, feeling that they're both so impressive. His father agrees, stating that the girls are truly impressive, but then again reminds Dane that he has high expectations of him. So much so that he wonders how the world will handle his son who has so many talents. At this point, Dane can only wonder as well, which just makes his father burst and laughter come up because the thought of him catching his old friend the Duke of Guard amuses him a lot. At the mention of the Duke's name, a small smile creeps up on Dane's face as he remembers the Hexa class who ended his previous life. He's no longer so desperate for revenge, but he would actually love to cross blades with that veteran again someday. In any case, do you understand how Layla is faring, because her last letter came about a year ago and he hasn't seen her in a long time? As he thinks about this, he realizes that he can just simply find out when he goes to the capital, so he makes up his mind to do that. A few days later, we are once again taken back to the Annex Tower where Sidrain is currently arguing with one of the servants. The old mage instructions when he's told that he's not fully recovered and claims he's about to go crazy from staying in the room for so long. Response, and stubborn servant simply tells him not to venture too far out and forbids him from using magic henceforth in the tower. This new rule comes as another shock to the old man, but the servant insists that he shouldn't use magic because his magic reflux has not yet been purified. In other words, the poison in his body has yet to be fully nullified and he will have to wait a bit longer in the tower. Hearing this, the former tower head concludes that he doesn't have much of a choice and accepts his fate not to be able to use magic. As much as he's willing to stay without his powers, he cannot stand being locked in the room for another minute, so he storms out and the servant just watches him leave, reminding him that he doesn't even know his way around the place. The servant does his best to convince the mage otherwise, but Sidrain is adamant, so he just lets him go even though he'll be the one who gets punished if the mage stirs up trouble. Turns out that this old man has already cut the attention of some of the castle residents. The maids are currently gossiping about him, cleaning about how he wins up and down every single floor in the tower, and this just makes them conclude that mages are either geniuses or nutcases. Currently, Sidrain is in the backyard, where he's spent a few hours looking at the flowers. His behavior isn't really adding up to them because he's supposed to be an incredibly powerful figure among the mages, but right now he's just looking like a man that has gone completely nuts. Because of this, they start to feel that he would be a bad teacher for Arabella because their lady needs normalcy in her life. While the maids are saying all sorts of things about this white-haired magician, the man in question sits in the garden wondering who crafted the place. He admires the flowers and admits that he would never have guessed that they possess such extraordinary magic. His little flower staring session is interrupted when Dane drops by to see how he is doing. Our boy is surprised to see him in the garden and the old man just responds laughing, suggesting that they all thought he ran off or something. Sidrain immediately starts complaining about how he's being kept in the place against his wish. He explains that he can't even run away if he wanted because he was told to stay here until he fully recovers, and Dane just laughs in response, claiming that he wishes him a speedy recovery. In any case, the mage admits that the manor is a fine place for one to rest and recover. He now understands why nobles come south once vacation season hits. Dane agrees with him, but reveals that it's a shame he'll have to leave soon. Sidrain is surprised to hear this, so he asks Dane where he's going off to. The boy reveals that he's going to the capital very soon, and the mage concludes that he's finally enrolling into the academy. He knows that Dane's sisters are there already, so he thinks it's a good idea, feeling that the kid will have an easy life over there. Dane's sisters are famous for having sublime levels of talent, and this makes the old mage wonder how much talent the 14-year-old has. The boy is literally standing in front of him, so his curiosity gets the better of him as he decides to take a look for himself rather than wondering all the time. Using his special senses, Sidrain takes a peek and is immediately shocked by how dense Dane's mana is. It's unbelievably dense, and if geniuses his age group could be considered a stream, then he's certain that the kid must be a raging rapid. The old man is still trying to wrap his head around what he just saw, and Dane notices that he's acting weird again. Such an amount of magic would normally be so unstable that it would be bursting out, so he doesn't get how Dane's body contains it so easily. Just then, the boy warns him not to assess another person's magic without permission because it's rude, and this leaves Sidrain pretty embarrassed because he should have known better. He nervously asks how our boy could tell what he was doing and then apologizes for being so thoughtless. On the outside, he looks like he'll finally stop poking around, but deep down, he can't believe that it's possible for a boy to possess such dense mana. Dane catches the old man pondering deeply again and starts wondering what the man could have seen to make him so surprised. While our boy is still trying to figure out what the mage is thinking about, Sidrain suddenly realizes something. Apparently, he feels that he should be seeing a circle because that's basically what should follow that kind of density. For him to be talking like this, it's pretty clear that he's still assessing the boy without his consent, and while he's still trying to invade Dane's privacy, he sees something else that gets him even more shocked than before. The old man is horrified when he sees this. He can't believe his eyes because it turns out that after using his magical eyes, he realizes that the boy's heart is covered in magic and that he actually has 2 mana cores. The old magician suddenly gets upset when he sees this. It looks as though he's even jealous of the kid, and you can't blame him because most people don't even have a single mana core, and then there's this little kid having 2. I guess that's what happens when you're a prodigy, right? Starts grumbling all of a sudden and then angrily asks the young master how on earth he was able to form 2 mana cores. The boy is just confused when he says this unexpected reaction from the old mage because probably thought that there was nothing wrong with having 2 mana cores. Baffled by the man's behavior, the 14-year-old quickly asks the white-haired geezer if there's something wrong with forming them. After all, he doesn't exactly see a problem with it. In response, Sidrain tells him that there is in fact a problem with it. Apparently, he doesn't understand how the boy is really planning to wield a spear when he possesses such a crazy density of mana. At this point, the prodigy is pretty confused, so the old mage decides to enlighten him further. He tells them that he's voluntarily turning his back on the greatest talent ever seen by possessing this kind of magic with just cores alone and no circles. At first, our boys didn't understand why the man was freaking out so much, but after hearing this, he's shocked. His eyes widen as he realizes just what a big deal it is. But then again, he also feels that you should be able to use both of them. He doesn't see a reason why you shouldn't be able to use circles and cores at the same time. Hearing this, Sidrain just gets pissed so much that he starts screaming in frustration. Apparently, the white-haired boy still doesn't get what he's trying to see, and it's making him lose his mind. Clearly, this old man has a pretty short temper, so the fact that Dane still doesn't get what he's saying makes him really unsettled. He starts wondering where in the world you should even start explaining the concept from, and while he's throwing a tantrum, our hero just watches him feeling pretty perplexed. After venting out his frustration for a bit, the magician finally comes down and decides to try his best to explain things. It starts by asking the boy if he knows why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short. Obviously, that's a rhetorical question, so before the kid can even answer, he goes on to break things down. Sidrain reveals that magic swordsmen are so powerful because they possess both mana cores and circles simultaneously. However, this power comes at the cost, because it turns out that the cores and circles interfere with each other, and when they clash, a big problem usually arises. The man explains that this phenomenon is the law of sorts, stating that the mana compressed in the core is transmitted to the circle. As a result, this means that the circle will not be able to handle the results of their clash, leading it to burst. Hearing this, the kid is a bit shocked and a little overwhelmed. The thing is, he had actually figured out about as much for himself, but to hear this man explain it in this manner, he wonders if it's truly impossible for him to have mana and circles. At this point, the magician just shakes his head in disappointment, suggesting that it's such a waste of talent in our boy's case. Still very confused, Dane goes on to ask him once again if it's impossible to use magic without a circle. In response, the old magician admits that while it's not impossible to use magic without circles, the problem is that without a circle's refinement, the user will not be able to use spells that require purified magic. Also, it's not like no one before the boy has ever thought of it the way he does, but the problem here is that majority of the attempts the former tower head has seen all ended in failure. Certainly, there were people who tried to use magic without circles, but it turns out that they still weren't exactly successful in their endeavors because of it. As discouraging as that sounds, the boy just pauses for a moment and then suddenly suggests trying it out for himself. The old magician is taken aback by the boy's idea. He can't believe his ears because it's something that many magicians wouldn't even dare. Seeing the look of shock on Sidrain's face, Dane quickly explains that he has never tried it before, but then suggests that it should be possible for him to achieve. The old geezer gets upset once again, and judging by the mean frown on his face, you can tell that his blood is already boiling. The man grits his teeth in annoyance and begins to wonder what on earth this crazy boy is talking about. He literally just explained how all magicians who try to master magic without circles end up failing, so the fact that Dane would still bring up the idea gets him really pissed. It's almost like the kid is being arrogant and overconfident. Dane already knows that his words are getting the former tower head riled up, so he quickly explains that he plans to rearrange the magic code. Our boy is confident that he will be able to make a breakthrough in this little obstacle if he successfully does this. With this in mind, he gets right to it. He releases some of his mana, and as it swirls all around him, he gradually rearranges the magic code, and after only a few seconds, he makes a breakthrough. All of a sudden, a burst of fire erupts in his hands, which leaves the old man stunned. And to be honest, even the young master is surprised to see that his little experiment actually worked. Unexpectedly, the boy's plan worked, and by changing the magic codes, he was able to execute a spell that should have been impossible for him. Even though he's pretty proud of himself for this mini milestone, he also points out the fact that it's only at the level of a basic one-chain spell, and this means that he still has a long way to go. Leon Mustard knows that you shouldn't get too carried away by his achievements, and while he's reminding himself that it's only a basic level spell, the experienced maid standing in front of him is absolutely bewildered. Sidrain's jaw drops to the floor when he sees what the boy just did. He completely underestimated our prodigy, and now he realizes how wrong he was to think that Dane wouldn't be able to do it. You can't blame him for thinking this way, since all the other magicians who tried it failed woefully, but after seeing this, its old geezer probably now understands that the young boy standing in front of him is not like any other person he's ever come across before. His eyes widen in horror as he watches the flames burn in front of him. It shouldn't be possible because the kid clearly has no magic circle, so the old man can't even wrap his head around how the boy is using magic so effortlessly. It's absolutely unbelievable, and he makes his shock very evident, telling our hero that he should only be able to use raw magic through the refinement of a circle. That's literally one of the most vital rules of using magic, and yet this young boy of the Sagar's family managed to break it by altering the magic codes. After casting the spell without the need of a magic circle, he goes ahead to flex his new abilities a little more, and while he's at it, he recalls that his sister Arabella once told him that his affinity for magic is so high. He never forgot that, and so now he suggests that maybe that is the reason why he's so talented with magic even when he wasn't born to be a mage. The kid creates a magical sphere around him, which looks like a force field, and this is his way of testing out the new skills he just realized he had. While he's at it, the confused old mage standing next to him just refuses to believe what he's witnessing. As far as he's concerned, Dane having a very high affinity for magic shouldn't be enough reason for him to have so much authority over spells when he's not even supposed to be a mage. Sidrain tries to argue and come up with a reason not to believe this boy's gifts, but he suddenly realizes that the talents that Dane has might be what the commoners mean when they describe gifts that are impossible to imitate. At the moment, the mage is forced to ignore all of the things he knows about magic circles and the rules of magic because he no longer has a choice but to accept that the young master before him has what the people call an innate talent. Right now, people should not really be getting surprised by anything that this boy does anymore. It's already been established that he's a certified genius in anything he gets involved with, so to see people getting so stunned and flabbergasted by his feats is getting pretty old. Well, I guess you can't blame them too much since they've never seen anyone like him before. While the grumpy old man is still trying to wrap his head around everything going on, our boy just continues to explore his new talent. Even he is really surprised that it actually worked, because he was also starting to believe that it's impossible to use magic without a circle. However, now he knows that it's not the case. This is a really big breakthrough for the kid, and it should be celebrated if you ask me. But unfortunately, the old man is so shocked that he can't even look at the bright side right now. At the moment, he's more afraid than impressed, and so rather than celebrating, he just trembles with his hands on his knees. He's obviously never seen anyone with innate mana affinity, so it would probably take him a while to get used to it. It's like he's looking at a demigod or something, because all of Dane's talents and qualities are things that scare him. Not only does the kid have mana purer and denser than anyone else's in the entire world, he also has the power to break the rules of magic. As far as Sidrain is concerned, this boy is the real deal. But what's funny is the fact that our boy doesn't even have any idea how special he is. He's literally a once-in-a-lifetime genius and he doesn't even know. The boy is still testing out his new skills when all of a sudden, the old man approaches him, asking if he would consider becoming his disciple. As you can imagine, this isn't part of the young master's plan, so he just starts walking away, hoping to ignore the mage long enough for him to change his mind. The old man probably knows that this is a really big question, so when he sees the kid storming off, he follows him desperately, asking him to at least wait one moment and hear him out. Unfortunately, his attempts to convince the young master are completely aired. Dane just keeps walking away, and it doesn't take long for the short-tempered mage to get upset again. He wants to have a talk with our boy because he feels that they really need to discuss his gifts. As far as Sidrain is concerned, ignoring such an incredible talent as Dane would be a shame, so he's trying to do everything he can to make the prodigy his disciple. The former tower head can see a lot of potential in the kid, and he's ready to do anything it takes to nurture these talents. When Dane keeps trying to ignore him, he simply overtakes him, stopping him dead in his tracks. Our boy already seems exhausted by the conversation and he looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, but the old man just ignores his expression and asks him if he knows how to use two-chain magic by any chance. In response, the young master shamefully admits that he cannot because he doesn't know the code for that. He looks quite sad when he says this, but Sidrain gets so excited by the news. A big smile creeps up on the old man's face when he realizes that the kid needs help in this department. He gets excited, claiming that the situation is great before telling Dane that he will be able to do 8-chain magic immediately if he agrees to become his disciple. In his mind, this should be an irresistible offer, but before he's even done suggesting it, the white-haired boy bluntly tells him that he's not interested. He thanks the man for his offer, but then makes it crystal clear to the geezer that he will not become his disciple. As you'd expect, the old man is furious when he gets turned down yet again. This is like the third time he's being rejected by the 14-year-old, and it's safe to say that he can no longer stand it. A mage at his level is practically worshipped by others, but when it comes to Dane, he doesn't even feel respected enough. He growls in rage, feeling humiliated, but the truth of the matter remains that he can't do anything about it. Sidrain just stands there feeling embarrassed and disappointed by what he just heard when his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by someone laughing. It turns out to be the Count, who just happened to be passing by only to see his boy hanging out with an experienced mage. He walks up to the duo and admits that he didn't realize the former tower head had gotten so close to his son already. Dane is surprised to see his father around, so he calls out to his old man excitedly. When Arkan finally reaches them, he asks the boy what they were talking about, and so Dane reveals that Sidrain has been asking him to become his disciple. He also tells his father that he refused the offer, and the Count is just taken aback by the whole thing. Arkan probably still has many things he'd like to teach his son before he's ready to go out to the outside world. Even Dane's mother Lily might not be done with all the assassin training she has for him, so to think that some mage from another part of the continent would want to take the boy away so suddenly is really a shock to him. Sidrain can tell that the Count was taken aback by the news from his tone, so he gets nervous and immediately starts trying to explain himself. He informs Arkan that the young master possesses the talent to become a great mage one day, hoping to get the veteran spearman on his side. Hearing this, Arkan just laughs, feeling pretty amused by what he just heard. He already knew that his son is a genius, so he's not too surprised to learn that he's got enough magical talent to become a great mage. When the Count shows a bit of interest in the conversation, the mage tries to convince him that the boy is destined for magic, claiming that Dane might end up becoming a mage greater than any of them can even imagine. He draws the boy closer while saying this, and then goes on to reveal that the young master even succeeded in using chain-level magic without possessing a circle. It's something that should be impossible, but Dane achieved it, and this is where the Count starts to express some shock. He also knows that it's impossible to use that kind of magic without a circle, so it doesn't add up when Sidrain says it. Unable to believe it so easily, he asks his son if it's actually true, and that's when the teenage genius confirms it without a doubt. Hearing this, Arkan is so impressed that he bursts into laughter. However, he's not too surprised still because he already knows that he should expect anything from the boy. The Count already knows that Dane made this breakthrough without any basic knowledge of magic, and Sidrain knows this as well, so he concludes that this is the exact reason why the boy's talent is so impressive. Both men seem to finally be on the same page because they burst into laughter all of a sudden. The Count is also quite impressed by Sidrain's ability to spot his son's talent immediately, admitting that he expects nothing less from the former head of a magic tower. In response, the old geezer explains that it's not a matter of simply having talent. From what he's seen in the short time that he's been with Dane, the young master is a genius and he has no problem admitting it. With that being said, he boldly suggests that the boy could even grow up to become a rare magic swordsman. Hearing this, our hero begins to imagine himself in such a position, holding a big sword and clad in beautiful armor. The Count can also imagine what it would be like if his only son grew up to become a magic spearman, and it's safe to say he doesn't like it because that would mean that Dane chose the sword over the spear. A short clip plays in the spearman's mind, and the next thing we see is a very mean scowl on his face. He's very upset by the imagination and Sidrain's suggestion as well, so he doesn't hide his reaction. Dane sees the look on his old man's face and realizes that the mage just made a big mistake by talking about swords instead of spears. Apparently, that's one of the words that should never be mentioned in front of Count Sagres, but Sidrain has no idea that he's already offended the spearman. Right now, he thinks that they're on the same page, so he keeps rambling on about Dane becoming a magic swordsman one day. In his mind, he's said enough to convince the Count and make him interested in the offer, but he has no idea that he's done the opposite because he probably hasn't seen the look on Arkan's face yet. Sidrain promises to take full responsibility for the 14-year-old if he agrees to become his disciple and vows to groom the kid until he becomes the Empire's top magic swordsman. To any other parent, these promises should be enough to change their minds and make them accept his offer, but the mage is so unlucky because he's bringing this idea to the last person he should be saying it to. When he doesn't get a response, he finally turns to look at the Count, and when he sees the scowl on Arkan's face, chills run down his spine. Before the Count even says anything, Sidrain already knows that he's done something wrong, so he's pretty terrified and confused. At this point, the spearman finally answers him in a very angry tone, making it crystal clear to him that Dane cannot become a magic swordsman. Despite being very intimidated by the noble, this mage is still determined to make Dane his disciple, so he asks Arkan why not, telling him that being a swordsman paired with magic is a dream for most people. As far as he's concerned, the young master is uniquely suited to become one, so he doesn't get why the father doesn't like the idea. At this point, the angry Count finally spells it out for the mage, insisting that his boy Dane won't become a magic swordsman because he'll grow up to become a magic spearman instead. Hearing this, the former tower head finally backs off, realizing that this was the issue all along. He didn't know that the Count was so sensitive about his son becoming anything other than a spearman, and now that he knows, he probably won't bring it up again. The boy in question has been sweating nervously the whole time, but now that the issue has been cleared up, he's a little relieved, even though his old man still looks pretty upset. At this point, Sidrain realizes that he'll have to read the room more carefully next time. But then again, he can't help but wonder why all the people in the Sagres family reason this way. To a mage, becoming a disciple carries great meaning. Mages normally raise successors through the act of something called inheritance. This tradition is carried through from ancient times and is still practiced even in modern times when universal magic education has been established. That's right, what the head of the magic tower is looking for is not simply a disciple, but actually a successor. Given how an 8-chain archimage is hanging around the 14-year-old young master, the boy can already tell that it means his talent is something truly incredible. Back to the story. Dane considers everything that he's heard the mage and other people say, and after recalling all the compliments, he admits that he actually does sense something swirling inside his body. With this in mind, he suddenly realizes that he has that thing. Right now, we're not sure what he's referring to, but I guess we're about to, because the next thing we see is a flashback scene from when he was younger. In this scene, Arabella gives him a crystal ball, telling him to pour magic into it whenever he wants to see her. Apparently, the crystal ball is the thing he was referring to, and the moment he gets back to his room, he takes out the crystal ball and decides that it's time to ask Arabella for some advice. Dane pours some magic into the ball and activates the spell, which allows him to communicate with her. Currently, she's studying in the library at the academy, but she's suddenly interrupted when she hears her brother's voice calling out to her. The yellow-haired girl is surprised to hear Dane's voice, but she's also really excited because it's been so long. Arabella is so excited to hear from him that she drops her pencil and absent-mindedly screams for joy, forgetting that she's in the library. Arabella leaves the library to take the call from her younger brother, and the first thing she notices is the fact that he used a one-chain spell. She's taken aback by this because she didn't expect him to be able to do this. The last time she checked, he doesn't even have a magic circle, so she's amazed by the fact that he could use that level of magic. The boy admits that he doesn't have a circle, but it's not really a big deal to him since it worked out when he tried it. Hearing this, the girl just smiles, feeling really proud of her brother. She knew that his mana affinity was high, but she never expected it to be this great. She's still wallowing in excitement, and Dane can probably tell what she's thinking, so he decides to explain everything to her. He starts by telling her that the circle only takes care of circulation and purification. He admits that there's a chance that his mana is already pure enough but also states that he's not sure. In response, Arabella tells him that it sounds exciting, and now that she's so intrigued, she's eager to find out more. With that being said, she decides that they'll need to test it out. The girl tells Dane that she'll send a mana stone to the transmission machine in his room. Arabella asks him if he could pour a bit of mana into the stone, and of course, he tells her that he can. Dane admits that he's glad to have his older sister, who is pretty much a genius in her own rights. He wanted to learn a bit about his mana, and he doesn't regret calling her at all. She's a 6-chain mage after all, and the fact that she says she'll help him reassures him. With his hand still pumping mana into the crystal ball, he continues his conversation with Arabella. His big sister suddenly changes the topic, claiming that he'll receive a lot of attention in the academy if he is already using chain-level magic at this age. This suggestion leaves the young master horrified because that's the last thing he would want to do. Without hesitation, he makes it very clear to her that he'd rather not draw attention to himself, but as much as this is what he wants, Arabella drops another bombshell. The girl tells him that there's no avoiding it when he arrives at the academy, because it's no news that talent always draws the attention of others. At this point, the big sister is out of the library and now chilling on a bench so that she can enjoy the conversation with her baby brother. After making it clear to him that he won't be able to avoid the attention, he reminds him to always tell her if anyone tries to bully him. Arabella makes this request and then promises to utterly destroy all the bullies who come near him. Hearing this, a thought flashes across Dane's mind, which reminds him just how dangerous his sister might actually be. Now that he thinks about it, he heard that she broke the nose of a certain male student who was getting all friendly with her at the academy. It turns out that the guy who got his nose broken is actually the second son of the Dwell Duchy. The moment Dane brings up the topic, Arabella gets upset and immediately shuns him, warning her brother not to talk about the bastard. In her rage, she doesn't even realize she's yelling, until some other students passing by start giving her strange looks. After receiving some mean glares, she calms down, feeling pretty embarrassed, and then keeps quiet for a while. Once she's calmed down, she goes back to the main topic, asking him if he thinks that his mana's purity will continue to increase with enough time even though he doesn't have a magic circle. Dane responds admitting that he doesn't know the answer to that. Seeing that he's pretty uncertain about that concept, she decides that it would be good for them to take a look at that scenario. Just when she's about to finally get focused, she's distracted by someone informing her that the professor is looking for her. Without hesitation, she tells our boy that she has to leave, and just like that, their conversation comes to an end. However, she promises to contact him later, and Dane assures her that he doesn't have a problem with that. They say their goodbyes and Arabella promises to send him that magic stone soon. After this, their little call ends and silence returns to the young master's room. Once the conversation is over, Dane stares at the glowing crystal ball, and after everything that's happened in a while, he starts to think that he might be forging a path that has never existed before. He never thought that his mana was at his pure, and it makes him pretty proud of himself. So much so that he begins to wonder if he has a dragon's heart or something inside his chest. While the young master is busy feeling himself in his room, the scene shifts back to the annex tower of the county, where we catch up with the crazy old mage who is afraid that he's certainly going to die. The geezer is so sure that he'll end up dead very soon, and he's currently rethinking his life's choices. As you already know, this nosy old man couldn't wait to find out Dane's magic status, so he used mana to confirm it by himself. Unfortunately, this ended up backfiring on him because it only worsened his condition. The old man was warned not to use magic until he's fully recovered, but he didn't listen, so now he's facing the consequences and currently fearing that he will die. Sidrain thought that he would be able to leave the annex tower soon, but with the way things are going, all his hopes of a speedy recovery are gone. This just makes him more grumpy, and as such, he starts looking for who to blame for his misfortune. Of course, he blames our boy Dane, feeling that none of this would have happened if the young master had just accepted his offer. In his frustration, he begins to recall the moment when the kid blatantly rejected his offer to make him his disciple. Sidrain probably gets nightmares because of that incident, and there's no doubt that he's extremely bothered by Dane's refusal. Right now, he's desperate to have the genius accept his proposal, so all the gears in his head are turning and working overtime just so that he can figure out what he can do to get the young master on his side. Judging by how high the man's desperation level is, there's a good chance that he's willing to do whatever it takes to make the genius his disciple. At the moment, he's going through several options that can convince Dane to accept his offer, and the first idea is to give the big a grand artifact. He's not sure if that will work, so he also wonders if the young master will finally agree after he promises to give him the inheritance magic passed down to him from previous generations of mages. That's a really big prize to give such a young boy, so Sidrain immediately decides against it, feeling that it's way too much. This old geezer can't risk something of that importance, because if he gets scammed by the boy afterward, then he won't even have anything left. After pondering for a while, the mage is still not able to come up with the perfect offer to seal the deal, so he just bows his head in frustration and continues to wallow in self-pity. After all, he already has his health to be worried about how he's made his condition worse by using mana before fully recovering. His little brooding session is suddenly interrupted when someone knocks on his door, asking him if he's in there. The person reveals that he's Sagar's, and you can already tell that it's Dane who's at the door. Hearing this, Sidran begins to panic because he's still very confused. He hasn't been able to think of the perfect offer to convince the boy, so speaking to him now won't even help matters because he still can't change the young master's mind. Either way, the boy is already at his door, and as much as he doesn't have a proper plan, he can't help but wonder if the kid is here to apologize or if he ended up changing his mind by some miracle. Well, the only way you find it is by letting the genius prodigy in, so the mage asks Dane to come inside. The kid walks in, seemingly surprised to see that the old geezer has been in his room. Dane reveals that he came around because he has something he wants to tell Sidran, and as you can imagine, such news raises the old man's blood pressure quite a bit. The mage is anxious to hear what news the boy has come with, so he quickly asks Dane to spill the beans. Judging by the smile on the young master's face, it's probably good news. His big green eyes look so welcoming, and it only takes a split second for the anxious old man to notice it. He's taken aback for a second because he was probably expecting some more bad news, but now that he sees the gentle smile on our boy's face, he bursts into laughter. The old geezer doesn't even wait for the prodigy to break the news to him, and immediately concludes that he was right. He's so excited right now because he feels that he already knew this would happen, stating that the boy has finally accepted to become his disciple. His little celebration is cut short in a flash when Dane bluntly breaks his heart one more time by telling him no once again. This is yet another rejection that the former tower head is forced to suffer at the hands of the annoyingly talented young man. Right now, he's probably wishing that he never got rescued by Dane in the forest, because at least he would have died with his self-respect still very much intact. Unfortunately, now he's forced to stay back in the annex tower where he'll keep seeing the young master that keeps turning him down. The old man is embarrassed when Dane confirms that he still hasn't changed his mind. As much as it upsets him, he's still very curious to find out what exactly made the boy come looking for him, so he asks Dane to state his business and reveal what he came to tell him. At the moment, he's starting to get fed up with all the mixed signals, so he would like to know what the boy really wants from him. After all, he already made it clear that he has no interest in learning magic from him. They both sit at the table to have a serious conversation over some tea, and when Dane hears the man's tone, he realizes that the old mage is starting to feel really upset. As such, he decides to clear the air and starts by explaining that he actually has interest in magic. With that fact being established, Sidran quickly asks him why he doesn't want to become his disciple if that's the case. As far as he's concerned, anyone who actually is interested in learning magic would jump at the opportunity and agree to become his disciple without a second thought. He doesn't get why Dane keeps rejecting him, but then he suddenly realizes that the kid might be turning him down because he already has another master. With this in mind, he asks our boy if that's the case, and the young master instantly clarifies that he doesn't have a master. Hearing this, the former tower head just gets even more pissed rather than being relieved. In his mind, the boy is playing around with him because his refusal would have been immediately validated if he actually already had a master teaching him magic. However, that's not the case, and he's still refusing to accept an experienced 8-chain mage who's willing to make him one of the greatest magicians to ever live. Now that the boy has answered his questions, he can't think of any other reason that Dane came to see him. Hence, he concludes that the young master simply came around to toy with his emotions and play around with him. With this in mind, he angrily asks the boy what exactly he came to see him for, and this is when we actually realize what Dane came for. The boy is reluctant to say anything at this point because Sidran is already feeling offended and insulted by him. Dane doesn't know the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic yet, and it's difficult to learn this from his sister as well because she's living so far away from him. Right now, the boy is torn and has no other option to teach him this magic. Even though he doesn't want to accept this crazy mage as his master, he's forced to realize that the best method is to learn from Mr. Sidran at the end of the day. Dane saved the man's life, so he's already indebted to him for that. As such, the young master believes that the man won't be able to refuse him offhand since he still owes for saving him back in the forest. Sidran already promises to repay the favor and pay any debts he incurs, so it just means that he'll most likely grant any requests within his power that Dane brings forward. The young master is confident that the old man won't turn him down, so he finally opens up to the man, admitting that he doesn't want to only walk the oath of a mage. Hearing this, Sidran is surprised because he figures that the kid really wants to become a magic spearman like his father wants him to be. Surprisingly, that's not it, and Dane quickly corrects him, stating that he wants to become a magic spearman assassin summoner. In other words, this genius prodigy is determined to take on everything that the rest of his family have taught him. Being the special child he is, Dane has the ability and the potential to master all the talents and skills that he's been exposed to since he was a baby. On the other hand, Sidran is just puzzled by what he just heard. The man is practically overwhelmed by Dane's ambition because he's not even sure that something like that even exists. While he's still trying to process the things that the young master just said, Dane casually reveals that he'd like to add swordsmanship to the list of skills he hopes to master. After stating this, the kid proudly sips his tea, knowing that he's given the old man a lot to think about. Sure enough, Sidran finds it hard to believe that white-haired boy even means what he's saying. He thinks that it's absurd and starts complaining about how frustrating it is to be around the kid that has rejected him over and over again. This is probably the last straw for the old man. And once again, he asks if Dane still wants to refuse him, knowing fully well that he won't ever get the chance to become his disciple again. In response, the confident boy confirms this with a really sharp voice that slices through the former tower head's ego one more time. At this point, Sidrain is at a loss for words. He's tried all the tricks in his book to make Dane agree, and now that nothing is still working, he feels that it might be time to give up. The frustrated old man remains in his chair, overwhelmed by disappointment. He sees that the kid is set in his ways, and just when he's about to wash his hands of anything concerning the young master again, one brilliant idea creeps into his mind. Sidrain realizes all of a sudden that the boy's stubbornness might actually be the tool that he uses to have his way after all. A plan forms in his head very quickly, so he decides to strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, he shoots up from his chair and asks the young master if he's perhaps interested in a letter of recommendation. As you can imagine, this question catches our boy off guard because he's not sure exactly where the cunning old man is going with this. Because of this, he just stays frozen with his cup in his hand, wondering what the mage is trying to do by asking him about a letter of recommendation. Seeing the confusion laced all over Dane's face, the old geezer decides to break things down a bit, and he starts by revealing that he heard that the kid wants to enter the academy soon. With that being said, he offers to write a recommendation letter to the academy for Dane, assuring the kid that he'll be able to start off at the new institution with a great reputation. The old man makes this offer with so much confidence, and it's almost as if he's so certain that the boy won't turn him down again. As you can imagine, this offer either, since the only way Dane can win the letter of recommendation from him is if he agrees to become his disciple. With this enticing offer served to him on a platter of gold, the young master finally starts to consider it. After thinking about it for a short while, he quickly agrees to it, claiming that he'll accept the recommendation letter from this reputable mage. Hearing this, Sidrain is finally a little satisfied because he didn't get rejected this time around. The boy still hasn't accepted to become his disciple yet, but at least he's making a little bit of progress now. Feeling good about the whole thing, the mage sits back down, claiming that they can now have a conversation, and that's about when Dane asks if he can make another request. Hearing this, the old man lets out a laugh, feeling that the boy has finally changed sides. A wide grin creeps up on his face, because he's happy to see that the kid is no longer rejecting his offers or proposals. But then again, he still hasn't been able to make the young master agree to be his disciple. Nevertheless, he's confident that he'll achieve this, because at least the boy is now coming around, and it's just a matter of time before he gets what he wants. The old mage is okay with whatever quest the boy wants to make, because he feels that you just start with this and then secure his grip on the talented young man by doing favors for him and making him indebted. With this thought in mind, the excited old geezer gets some from his chair and loudly assures our boy that he can ask anything. Right now, he's prepared to grant any favor that Dane asks of him, because that's the only way to get the boy morally obligated to become his student. Dane is also happy to hear this because it means that he will finally be able to learn the magic he's been struggling with. That being said, he asks the mage if he could learn the rearrangements code for two-chain magic. In response, the old man immediately assures him that he can in fact learn this skill from him. It turns out that this man knows the rearrangements code for all two-chain magic ever to exist, and when our boy hears this, he is a little surprised but even more grateful, so he thanks the old man. Sidrain notices that the kid is finally opening up to him and coming around, so he's really relieved. He laughs in excitement when Dane thanks him, but he tells the kids not to mention, because he knows that this is just a tip of the iceberg compared to the kind of things he's capable of. The old man agrees to grant all his requests, glad that the boy is still so young and doesn't have anything difficult he's asking for. For an experienced mage like Sidrain, a letter of recommendation for the academy and the rearrangement code for two-chain magic is nothing. Right now, the boy is pretty much his student more or less because he's learning things from him already. Even though it hasn't been made official, the old man believes that they already have a master-student relationship. He asks the boy if they can begin their first lesson, but then admits that he's not in the best condition right now. In response, Dane agrees with him, claiming that it's probably for the best. When this little exchange is over, the old man gets excited, feeling that he just reeled in a big catch. But then all of a sudden, our boy suggests that Sidrain just repaid him for saving his life in the forest. The old man is taken aback when he hears this, because he never would have guessed that this was the boy's plan all along. While he was planning to make the boy indebted to him by granting these requests, he didn't know that he was only just repaying Dane what he owed. He's shocked when he realizes that he's been played, but our boy just reminds him that he literally said it himself when he told him that he could ask for anything since he owed him. That being said, then explains that he simply asked for what he wanted, and so now they're even. As you can imagine, the old man is furious. But just to confirm, he asks the young master what happens to their unofficial agreement to become master and disciple. Without hesitation, our boy bluntly states that it won't be happening, since all they just did was settle the former score. At this point, the mage finally confirms that he was tricked, and he's so pained that he almost starts crying. What's worse is that he got played by a child who's only 14 years old. Sidrain refuses to take this loss just like that, so he suggests that the exchange isn't balanced, claiming that Dane asked for 2 things when he is owed only 1 favor. As you can imagine, our clever hero is already way ahead of the mage in this. He's certainly thought everything through, so he confidently states that it's not the case. Sidrain doesn't understand why he would disagree, so the young master carefully breaks it down to him so he can understand. Dane explains that first, he saved the old mage from the forest, and then reminds him that he also nullified the poison, which makes it 2 favors he's being owed. The old man is stunned by the boy's logic, so much so that he is left speechless. While he's still in a daze, the boy claims that he even wanted to add the fact that he carried Sidrain in his back, but just decided to let that one go as a bonus. Hearing all of this, the old mage is just horrified because he doesn't even understand how such a daring child could even exist in this world. He's so overwhelmed and confused, and just thinking about it makes his back hurt. A while later, it's time for him to repay the favors, so he follows Dane to the training ground. The man already knows that he doesn't have a choice, because if he continues to curry favor with the kid, then maybe he'll change his mind in the future. Right now, he intends to just keep granting favors until Dane considers becoming his disciple. After all, he feels that it would be too much of a waste to give up on our boy's talent and magic power. At the training ground, Sidrain explains that it's not a problem that the boy created a core rather than a circle, since the important part is that he used chain-level magic without a circle. He also admits that the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic is very complicated, stating that countless individuals gave up trying to learn it. However, he believes that our boy can understand it if only he concentrates and listens. Dane smiles confidently hearing this, and Sidrain is happy to see this, but even at that, he decides that he won't make it easy for the kid. The boy already doesn't regard him enough, so that's the only way he can avoid being taken for a fool again. The scene shifts, and as the story resumes, we see that it's time for Sidrain to teach Dane the 2-chain magic. The old man explains that 2-chain codes are on an entirely different level compared to 1-chain. This is because one needs to calculate the amount of mana, the destiny of mana floating in the atmosphere, and even the state of one's body all at the same time. He explains that this is the reason most people give up on magic, since it's very complicated. While the old mage is talking, our boy just starts jotting stuff down quietly, so this makes Sidrain wonder if the kid is even listening to him. He's surprised that Dane even has something to write down, because he doesn't expect the boy to understand what he's saying. With this in mind, he concludes that it's just a matter of time before the kid naturally asks him to explain in simpler terms. Sidrain claims that he's just given the basic explanation, feeling that the young master won't understand, but when he asks if our boy gets it, the prodigy confirms that he did. Dane goes on to say that it was great to learn not only about the rearrangement code of magic, but also information he had no idea about. As you can imagine, the former tower head is shocked that the kid really understood everything. He refuses to believe this, so he asks Dane to tell him about the rearrangement laws of magic. Being a certified genius, this is clearly a piece of cake for our boy, so he gets right to it. Dane starts with the first law, which is coexistence. He explains what magic power can exist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, mages use their own magic power, and the magic power around them to activate their magic. After explaining this, the young master states that the second law is conservation, and this leaves the old mage gobsmacked. He finds it unbelievable that the boy understood the nature of magic so easily. While he's still trying to process all this, Dane goes on to explain the law of conservation, stating that if the magic power can collect enough of the element of the material, then through conservation, it can exhibit magic through all the different elemental attributes. At this point, the former tower head starts to sweat as he panics because he realizes that the boy is even adding his own interpretations to the laws. Most people would find this topic boring, but he's shocked that it's not the case for Dane. As such, he can only wonder how on earth someone like Dane even exists. The little lecture continues a whole later, and Sidrain reveals that the code becomes exponentially more complicated every time a mage's chain increases. Rather than explain it, he prefers to demonstrate it this time around. That being said, the old man activates his magical powers and starts by showing our boy what 1-chain magic looks like. He reveals that it can be cast using simple rules, but explains that this changes from 2-chain onward. As far as best concerned, the higher levels can't even be compared to 1-chain, and then he decides to demonstrate what 2-chain magic looks like. As soon as he does this, the magical rays of energy that were lined up in single strings suddenly become thicker and form a more complex network. Seeing this, our boy confirms that they're knotted in a complicated way, and admits that it feels more difficult than it is in theory. After this demonstration, Sidrain explains that this is the code that forms the 2-chain fire magic, known as Fire Arrow. The man also explains that one would need to use the same code many more times if you want more of them. Now, the former tower head is certain that the boy is finally surprised because he's never seen the rearrangement of 2-chain magic. He shows it to the kid, suggesting that it looks really complicated, and then claims that most people take at least a year after learning 1-chain magic, before they even try to start using 2-chain codes. As such, Sidrain is confident that the boy will only be able to understand a portion of the codes no matter how brilliant he is. But then again, the important thing here is the rule, since nothing else matters if he can't figure that out. With this in mind, he decides to observe the young master for a week and slowly teach him the technique. But to his surprise, the bold young man wants to give it a try right away. The man is taken aback by this, but allows our boy to try even though it would be difficult for him. Now that Dane has permission, he takes a good starting stance and gets right in the activation. Sidrain can't believe his eyes when he sees this because he didn't know that the boy's one-chain magic was this good. Dane sets up the whole thing and shows it to the old mage when he's done. The former tower head confirms that this is one-chain magic, but he's impressed by the fact that the young master can create the lines at a set width and length. With all that's on display, he realizes that one-chain magic is certainly easy for the boy, but it's not such a big deal since that's the beginner stage. However, the young master is flabbergasted when he sees the boy demonstrate the same technique he just showed him. At this point, the man can't believe his eyes because he perfectly replicated the rearrangement code for two-chain magic. He's stunned because he can't imagine that the kid understood it after only seeing his demonstration once. Unable to comprehend how our boy managed this, Sidrain asks Dane how, and the young master explains that he memorized the rules and patterns that he observed during the demonstration. He claims that it was no longer difficult after he formed the magic in his mind with the information. Hearing this, the former tower head can't help but feel astounded. He concludes that the boy is truly remarkable and admits that it took him a while to get to the two-chain level. It's even more impressive that the boy managed to materialize it without even a circle. Just when Sidrain thought that this was the end of Dane's demonstration, the kid reveals that he's going to try the fire arrow technique as well. As you can imagine, the old mage is taken aback once again, and before he can even say anything, our young hero gets right to it. Using the new powers he developed, he manipulates the magical energy around him and uses it to create the fire arrows. When he sees the flames and arrows, he realizes that it's working, while Sidrain watches the whole thing with his jaw on the floor. He can't understand how Dane is able to do it so easily. Right now, this whole thing is basically nonsense to him, because he knows that he would have been able to attain his dream level of 9-chain if he had this kind of talent. Our boy continues to mess around with the flaming arrows and asks the old man if he's doing it right, so Sidrain confirms this, stating that the boy is a very fast learner. In response, the young master admits that it surprised him too that he was able to do it in one go, and this whole thing makes Sidrain feel that the world will flip when they discover that there's a young mage out there without a circle. With this in mind, the former tower head feels that he needs to thoroughly hide Dane's talent until he becomes his disciple at least. Anyway, now that he's seen how brilliant the boy is, he suggests arranging another code, and the young master is down for it. With everything that he's seen today, Sidrain feels that he just probably thinks of how he'll write that recommendation letter to the academy. Later that evening, Dane returns to his room, feeling that the magic lessons were more fun than he expected. While laying in his bed, he concludes that he'll need to learn theory and practice together since he can use magic. The young master thinks back to his previous life and remembers how he was in a position where he had no choice but to forego magic. In circumstances where he didn't even know when he would die, trying to make time to learn magic was a luxury he couldn't afford. Back then, the only way he could survive was by swinging his sword, since magic, up to a certain point, prioritizes theoretical learning over practical spell casting. Dane looks forward to this new life even more. Combining the theories he learned from his older sister with his born talent, he believes that he's able to show explosive growth with even just simple guidance. And considering the fact that he's also being taught by a former tower master, our boy is pretty confident that he'll excel, so while he's still in bed, he already starts wondering what magic he will learn the next day. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrain visit the Count with a request, but the man seems to find it a bit too much. They want to make a magic reagent, and since they don't have the materials, they'll need to source them outside the territory. As you can imagine, Arkan isn't too comfortable with this arrangement, but the old mage tells the Count not to worry, stating that the boy has already learned 4 rearrangement codes. Of course, Dane's father is shocked to hear this since it usually takes a month at least to learn 1 code. Besides that, information about magic reagents aren't easy to come by, so he asks his son where he learned about them. In response, Dane claims that he learned about them when reading books on magic in the library, stating that they caught his interest. Sidrain just laughs in excitement when he hears this, suggesting that geniuses are indeed always different. He never expected the young master to be curious about magic reagents since most people find them boring. That being said, he guarantees that Dane will have fun picking up the reagent materials as well since he likes reading about them so much. At this point, the Count is dumbfounded for a moment. But then after processing everything he just heard, he figures that it would be a good experience for his son. So he gives Dane permission to go out, encouraging him to check out their territory as well. And of course, our boy agrees to do this with a big smile on his face. The story continues on the streets of Sagar's County. We get a bird's eye view of the area, from young children to elderly women and men. The people of the city are delighted when the young Master Dane rides on his horse. Right now, our boy isn't actually alone because he's out here with the white-haired mage and his loyal butler Herman. As they rise through the streets, some children call out to him telling him to take some of their snacks with him because it's a new product that they're trying to get into the market. While some are busy advertising their new products, others are just staring in awe as they are mesmerized by the handsome prodigy of their county. Many of them can't help but notice that the people of the Sagar's manor have their silver hair flowing beautifully on this day. When our boy realizes that the people that will come up to see him, he decides that it's time to address them a bit. The boy trusts that everyone is doing well, and then it turns to the kids telling them that he'll come back later for the snacks. While Dane is busy talking to the people of his county, the former tower head just watches and observes everything carefully. From what you can see in the streets of the city and how happy the people are to see the young master, he realizes that it doesn't look like the count is a cruel lord. The people love the boy and are very happy to see him, so this must mean that they love the count as well. Besides that, he can also tell that Arkan is a really good and loved leader, judging by how he's been treated since he has been in Sagar's county. The place looks really prosperous, and it's no wonder why the county is considered the most peaceful place in the entire continent. Looking around, it's easy for him to see that there is a lot of good stuff over here in the south. He's really amazed and impressed by everything all around. From the delicious snacks, to the great weather, and the good people, this old mage can't help but admit that it's a sight that would be difficult to see back in the capital. Sidrain probably didn't realize that he's been thinking out loud, because all of a sudden, Dane replies to him, confirming everything that he just said about Sagar's county. The young master smiles proudly, agreeing with the mage and stating how nicely warm it is over here in the south. It turns out that these two men came out to the streets for a reason. They're supposed to go to the magic supply shop, and the old mage is now wondering how long until they get there. In response, the boy admits that he's not sure, claiming that he's not even been there before. The old man is surprised when he hears this, because he probably thought that the boy would be the one to lead the way or something. It's at this point that Dane finally calls on his trusty butler Herman to lead the way, asking the guy to lead the way from here. As you'd expect, the loyal servant is more than happy to help. That being said, it doesn't take long for him to take the lead, and of course, the others pick up the pace to follow him. Herman claims that their destination is not too far anymore, and Dane admits that he's glad to hear that. Soon enough, the trio arrives at the magic supply shop, and there, the people are really surprised to see that it's Dane. They can't believe that the young master and the shop owner quickly welcomes them into the shop. They enter the place, and just like the rumors, she notices that the boy's silver hair and emerald eyes are stunning. In response, the boy thanks the lady for receiving them, and then asks her how business has been for her at the shop lately. The shop owner admits that it's the same old stuff that's been going on, stating that there aren't many people coming up from the fiefs to buy magic supplies. She claims that she's been selling things to foreigners or people who have a slight interest in magic. Still, she states that it's certainly a pleasure to see the previous Lord Sidrain of the Magic Tower in person. This makes the old man blush, feeling really good because it's been a while he was honored like that. Hearing this, Dane is intrigued because of how quickly she recognized the old geezer beside him. He already knows that the man is a really respected public figure and actually does regard the man, but not to the point that he'll start simping like many other people do. The girl figured out who the mage was at once, and after thinking about it, he realizes that it makes a lot of sense to him since there are only a few magic tower heads within their empire. His thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when the shop owner tells them to feel free and look around. She's happy to have them around and offers to help them look for anything at all that they want in the store. Hearing this, the old mage suggests that the boy look around as much as he wants since it's his first time in a magic supply shop. In the meantime, Sidrain intends to have a word with the shop owner, so Dane gets right to his little exploration. Looking around, the young master is amazed by how there's so much cool stuff in the shop. He spots a small chest filled with jewelry and all sorts of precious stones filling it to the brim. The place contains so many artifacts, from spells to magic books and probably much more cool stuff. On top of that, he realizes that he can see the magic reactions whenever he touches any of the supplies in the store. At this point, a sense of pride fills him because he knows that it must be due to the fact that his magic affinity is quite high. While observing the magical reactions, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted because he gets distracted by a strange ringing sound. He wonders what the noise is and follows the source. Dane believes that there's a particularly strong reaction coming from the other side of the shop. He's really drawn to it and just keeps wondering what exactly it could be. He starts walking toward the items but gets drawn back when the shop owner stops him, telling him that the items are just for decoration. He's surprised to hear this, but it reduces his level of anxiety, and on top of that, the old mage suggests that he come over to her side and take a look at some of the potion ingredients with him. Sidrain says this, feeling that moonroot should be good as a basic ingredient. Hearing this, the shop owner agrees with him and immediately brings it out for them. She hands him the ingredients she has, stating that moonroot is contained in at least 50 different potions. She also reveals that she personally processed this batch and assures the visitors that they're very high quality. Despite hearing all of this, our boy can't help but feel uneasy. He senses something really strange and goes right back to pondering deeply. While he's deep in thought, he gets abruptly pulled out of there once again. This turnaround, he looks back and sees a shiny stone which he immediately identifies as the object that has been ringing to him for a while now. The boy is overwhelmed when he finally finds the thing that has been calling out to him all along, but it turns out that he drew some attention to himself in his excitement. So much so that the butler rushes in to check if anything happened to Dane. At this point, the kid reveals that he can feel something from the strange stone. The servant is shocked when he hears this because in his mind, the stone should only be for decoration. Hearing this, the young master admits that he's not entirely sure himself, but even at that, the one thing he's certain of is the fact that the stone is unusual. With his curiosity piqued, he reaches out and grabs the stone, and that's when he confirms something really cool. It turns out that he was thinking the reaction becomes stronger if he imbues it with more magic. After trying this out and it actually worked, the boy begins to wonder if all of this power from the stone is reacting only to his own magic. While he's trying to figure this out, Sidrain and the shop owner are having their own conversation at the side. The lady gives him her ingredients and commends him on having a good eye because she feels that she's given him the perfect sample. At this point, the mage suggests that the moonroot and some canwell berries should also be good. Their conversation is interrupted by Dane, who suddenly comes out with the strange stone, asking the shop owner what it is. When she sees him, she's taken aback and starts wondering where he acquired the stone. Seeing this, the curious mage asks her what kind of stone it is, and the shop owner simply responds, stating that it's just a decoration. Dane is still finding it hard to believe this because as far as he's concerned, it's impossible for a mere decoration to have a magic reaction. At this point, the shop owner just sighs in disappointment, admitting that thinking about the rock makes her frustrated. Sidrain is puzzled by this statement, so he asks her how come, wondering if someone cheated her with the item. In response, she reveals that a few years back, some peddler gave her a big package as payment. She explains that it was the stone she found inside the package after opening it. She felt really unlucky that time because it seemed as though she had been cheated of her money. Anyway, rather than being frustrated about it, she took the stone to a mage to get it appraised. Unfortunately, after the examination, she was told that the stone was just a rock. She didn't have anywhere else to put it, so she took it back to the shop and left it on one of the shelves. This story sounds quite strange to Dane, but it makes him feel that the object is clearly just a normal rock. Seeing that he's interested in her goods, she calls him to side, claiming that she has something really good for him if that's what he's looking for. The shop owner brags about having a few special magic artifacts and offers to show them to him right away. When Dane hears that he'll be going on a little tour around the shop, he's glad and wastes no time in following her. The first thing she shows him is her name card scroll, and she looks really excited to show it to him. But he doesn't exactly look impressed at first glance. Even though there seems to be a lot of pretty good stuff, Dane can't help but feel bad because the object he wants the most is the rock that they've confirmed to be a decoration. The shop owner happily starts showing him how it works, explaining how it automatically reads and stores whatever information is in it. She claims that all he needs to say is the person's name and then their card will also show up as well. Hearing this, our boy decides to purchase the name card that strange stone he found. She is surprised to hear this because she doesn't understand what he wants with a useless stone. As much as she tries to discourage him from taking the stone, he just ignores her, feeling certain that he can't just leave it lying around there because it looks quite special to him. The old man notices that Dane is holding a stone, so he calls out to the boy, asking him what he intends to do with that thing, and Dane just smiles sheepishly in response. A while later, the both of them leave the shop, and on their way back, Sidrain asks Dane about the stone, admitting that he didn't know the boy was interested in decoration or art pieces. As such, he wonders if there's something else that makes Dane find the stone special. At this point, Dane laughs in response, surprised that the man noticed. Sidrain confirms that he did, admitting that he finds it strange for the boy to buy a useless decoration. Our boy then admits that the old man is correct, claiming that the stone definitely isn't just a decorative piece. He reveals that the stone is clearly responding to his magic, which Sidrain is surprised to hear. The mage states that he's not sure either what that stone is, but admits that hearing it piques his interest, and then suggests going back to the castle to take a closer look since there are too many people around. Our boy agrees with this, and so they pick up the pace. Once they're back in the castle, our boy asks the old mage if he can really figure out what is up with the stone. In response, the man starts to wonder if Dane is looking down on his invaluable experimentation tool, claiming that he can definitely figure out what it is. However, the young master reminds Sidrain that a mage already appraised the stone and said that there was nothing special about it. The old man just scoffs in response, claiming that nothing that mage did can compare to what he's about to do. The former tower head is so confident in his device because he put all of his funds into the state-of-the-art tool. He believes that it can analyze whatever object or tool that you put on top of it, and when Dane hears all of this, he's impressed and convinced that it will work, so he suggests that they try out the incredible tool. Sidrain agrees with him and starts up the device, admitting that he's also quite eager to see what happens. After activating the tool, he tells Dane to put the stone on top of it and asks him to imbue his magic. Our boy does just that, and immediately, a huge wave of magical energy radiates from the stone. The rays of power spread all over the training ground, and it becomes clear without a doubt that there's indeed something special about the stone. The old man giggles with pride, feeling that he can finally hold his head high where the young master is because he will probably respect him more after this. The strange stone continues to shoot out energy and bright rays to an excessive amount, and Dane begins to panic a little at this point. They're puzzled by the orientation of the light beams, and Dane figures that this must be a code. Sidrain confirms this, stating that it's not just any ordinary code however. The young master is amazed by the sight before him because it's a code whose rules and structure, and of course arrangements he's never seen before. For all he knows, this could even be as complex as a 6-chain or a 7-chain code. At this point, Dane suggests that the magic in the stone is what is manifesting the code and Sidrain agrees with him. The man confirms that it's just as our boy said, stating that the young master's magic holds the key to unlocking that code, and he feels this way because the stone only responds to the boy's magic. This theory catches the young master off guard and it makes him wonder what kind of magic is inside the stone. It also makes him wonder why it only responds to his magic. Hearing this, the mage continues to observe the magical energy from the stone and admits that it's pretty unfamiliar to him. However, he promises to attempt to figure it out since he has the reputation of a former tower head. At this point, the young master suggests that maybe they'll be able to find out why his magic is different from that of other people, but this can only happen if Sidrain succeeds in his attempt. The mage seems pretty confident he can do it, so Dane supports him and wishes him success from the sidelines. The scene shifts and we're taken to the capital where we meet Arabella. She's currently occupied in her personal laboratory at the academy and working on something really puzzling. Judging by the look on things in the lab, you can tell that Dane's big sister is always busy studying. She has everything she needs in the room, and other than the fact that she's a certified genius among her peers, it's easy to see why she excels so much in the academy. The girl stands in front of a wall where she's pasted a log of papers, and realizes that she was right about her earlier guess. It turns out that she's been in the middle of some kind of investigation, and that's why she's been so busy recently. Thankfully, she's now made a break in the case and the answer is just as she expected. It's only been a guess for a while, but now she's certain that her brother's magic is clearly different from normal magic. Looking at the papers pasted on the wall, Arabella continues to examine them closely, and after a while, she reaches a conclusion, feeling that there is a special characteristic of the magic code that Dane shared with her. The magic she sensed is so rare and special that even a magical genius like her doesn't possess this kind of magic code, and as you can imagine, this kind of thing baffles her a lot. She's stumped at this point because even the field of magic that is appropriate for the code isn't even being revealed in all the results she's come up with. From magic reagents to magic gates to magic engineering, Arabella knows that her brother's magic is none of these. It's something they've never seen before, and so she can only wonder what it could be. Determined to find the answer, the girl keeps studying the results available to her, feeling that there should be something her brother's magic fits with. All of a sudden, she realizes something really important. The girl remembers that there was a magic field code that had been lost, and so she believes that Dane's magic might be suitable for it. She feels confident that this might be a breakthrough in her studies and quickly starts searching for the lost code, trying to remember where she put it. The genius magician rummages through her stuff in search of it, and it doesn't take you long for her to find it inside one of her boxes. Arabella is relieved once she finally finds it. It contains alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and there's even a primitive magic code. Just then, she hears a noise that startles her, causing her to drop something, and when she turns around, she's surprised to see that it's a book of ancient magic. At this point, she suddenly remembers that there used to be a magic kingdom a long time ago. There was also magic inherited from Archana, and given that it's an ancient magic formed 200 years ago, Arabella feels that no one would even know how to use it. The whole idea just makes her burst into laughter. She doesn't even know what she's saying anymore, and feels like she's just reaching this point. Everyone knows that ancient magic disappeared over 2,000 years ago, so there's no way that Dane's magic would be suited for it. Even though her theory is pretty flawed logically, she's still willing to give it a shot, knowing that she's got nothing to lose after all. For now, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, so that's exactly what she does. The magical genius gets right to it, and it takes only a few seconds for her entire laboratory to be filled with magical energy. The bright blue beams whirl around the room as well as her body. She examines the energy deeply, and after a while, she can feel the magic on a much deeper level. It's starting to show something, so she pays close attention, and that's when the blue beams flow toward one of the papers in her room. It's one of the results she got earlier, so she checks it out again, wondering what it could be that the magic is trying to tell her. She's curious to see if it could be alchemy, divination, or even something else. Arabella feels that it would be great if the suitable match turns out to be anything but necromancy. Anyway, she picks up the paper and starts to read through it once again. The girl anxiously checks the paper, and all of a sudden, a wave of horror washes over her. The magical genius is horrified by what she discovers, and it's pretty unbelievable to her. She has no idea what in the world she's even looking at. While the girl is receiving a big shock in the capital, the scene shifts and we catch up with the guys back in the Sagar's Manhwa training ground. There, the magical energy is still as potent as ever, and they seem to have also made a breakthrough in this side as well. The old mage gets excited all of a sudden when he sees that the seal of the strange stone has finally been broken, and Dane just feels a little nervous because he knows that there has to be something inside. Sidrain confirms this, and then offers to take out whatever object is lying in there. Just as the old man predicted, his invaluable experimentation tool did the job, and now that he's proven just how efficient it is, he feels even more confident than he did before. With this in mind, the old man reaches for the item under the rocks with excitement while the young master just watches closely with a worried look on his face. Thankfully, he has no reason to be afraid because Sidrain easily takes out the item in there and then hands it to him. The mage shows it to our boy, who realizes that it's a silver bracelet. He's pretty confused when he sees this, and the former tower head suggests that it looks just like a plain bracelet anyone can buy off the streets. He's pretty disappointed because he thought there would be something more special about its material. Unfortunately, he doesn't feel anything special about the bracelet. The boy is still trying to process the whole thing, so he just keeps staring at the bracelet. At this point, Sidrain gives it to him, telling him that this was it, and since it only reacted to our boy's magic, he suggests that the young master should try wearing it. Hearing this, Dane agrees immediately because he feels that it makes more sense. They have no idea what the bracelet is all about, so wearing it would probably be the best way to figure out what's really going on. The white-haired boy puts it on immediately, and at first, nothing happens, but after a few seconds, the bracelet starts glowing brightly. The old mage notices this and states that it's reacting already just as he expected. The kid is pretty perplexed by the whole thing because he can even see strange characters inscribed on the bracelet now that it's glowing. Sidrain is shocked by this, so he curiously asks the boy to let him have a look. Dane looks like he's worried by the situation, and you can't blame him too much since he has no idea what's going on. Concerning the symbols, he asks the former tower head if he knows what they are. It turns out that he knows exactly what they are, because after taking a look for a few seconds, he's able to confirm that the characters are ancient runes no one in this world can read. Hearing this, the young master is a little puzzled, so he asks to confirm what exactly he means by the word ancient. In response, the old man confirms that they are characters the ancient magic kingdom of Archana used in their time. Hearing this, the boy is so astounded because he knows all about the ancient kingdom. He heard about Archana from Arabella when he was really young. Back then, she said that it was an age when every little thing originated from magic. But then one day, that age suddenly ended and nobody knows exactly why. The only things that remain from that time are a few relics and stories passed down the generations. For a long time, that was all people had to take away from the Archana kingdom. But now, there is a new discovery, which just happens to be this one line of magic code. A while later, the duo returned to Sidrain's room in the annex tower. The old man laughs, feeling relieved because now he has confirmed what he has been thinking for a long time. He knew that Dane's magic was special, but he had no idea that it would be related to the ancient magic kingdom. Even though the boy had no idea of everything they've discovered before today, he finally understands that his relation to the ancient magic kingdom must be the reason why he can move around the Forest of Last Days so easily. Hearing this, the former tower head figures that the boy is right, so he admits that it seems to be the case. It makes a lot of sense since the magic from that forest actually originated from Archana as well. Sidrain is impressed with both Dane's magical abilities and his intelligence. The young master is exactly the kind of boy he's always wanted as his disciple, but the kid just keeps turning him down, leaving him more desperate each time. While he's thinking about this, Dane cuts his thoughts short, revealing that he can't see anything else in the bracelet. Knowing how such items work, Sidrain advises the kid to take his time finding out rather than rushing and trying to figure out everything at once. However, he doesn't want Dane going around talking about their new discovery, and the obedient boy promises to do as the old mage has told him. They both hear a loud noise all of a sudden, and it leaves them both shocked, so they wonder what on earth that sound was. Sidrain is really concerned by what they just heard, so he hopes that the warning sound they just heard isn't alerting them of a monster attack. It would be really tough for him to face a monster right now, and it's pretty shocking to even imagine this happening since Sagar's County is supposed to be the most peaceful place in the entire continent. Anyway, if they must face monsters, Sidrain believes that he should be up to the task because his body is almost fully healed. He hopes that he'll be permitted to let loose for a bit because he's eager to finally repay a bit of the hospitality they've shown him since he arrived at the tower. The old man starts activating his magical powers all of a sudden, and Dane just stands still, staring at him with a blank expression. When he sees that the boy is just standing there, he gets pissed and yells at him, "Yo, hi, grab a spear or something." Rather than getting all worked up, our boy just remains calm. He quietly reaches into his robe and takes out a necklace from there. Meanwhile, the former tower head is already freaking out. But then he suddenly realizes that the sound was actually coming from the necklace. He's shocked to realize this, and Dane simply assures him that the sound has nothing to do with monsters. In fact, the sound means that Dane's eldest sister Arabella is trying to contact him. The former tower head is really pissed and disappointed to hear this because he was already getting powered up for a super fight with any monsters he came up against. Now that he knows this, he starts to cool down, telling Dane that he should have said so from the start rather than allowing him to get so excited. In response, the kid just laughs, confidently stating that there would be no reason for monsters in this area. After messing with Sidrain once again, he asks the old man to excuse him for a bit so he can go answer his sister's call. While he's at it, the grumpy mage just stays by himself, feeling really disappointed still as he forces his magical powers to calm down once again. Dane answers the call, asking Arabella what's up, and she immediately asks him why he took so long to respond. The boy apologizes and asks her why she's trying to reach him. In response, she informs him that she discovered something while she was analyzing his magic code, But before revealing this, she senses that someone is next to him and pauses so she doesn't accidentally inform someone who shouldn't know. Before she can say anything else, he figures that she's also about to tell him that she found out that his magic is ancient magic. As you can imagine, the genius mage is stunned by the fact that her baby brother figured that out too. She exclaims loudly, wondering how on earth he found that out. Anyway, our boy breaks everything down to here, and once she knows that he and Mr. Sidrain were analyzing the strange stone, she's able to put the rest of the puzzle together. The stone came from the ancient magic kingdom, and since it only reacts to Dane's magic, then it only makes sense that they get their magic from the same source. Arabella is currently putting the whole thing together, and once she's done, Dane confirms the story. On the other hand, Sidrain is a little upset that the girl figured out the truth just by simply analyzing his magic. He knew she was a genius, but her talent is even greater than he imagined, and it makes him a little jealous. Arabella suddenly asks the young master if anyone else knows about this, and he confirms that nobody does. Hearing this, she feels that it's good it's still a secret, so she tells him to listen carefully to what she's about to tell him. She also wants Sidrain to listen as well because they're better off keeping this information a secret. Arabella claims that Dane won't be able to handle the consequences if he lets the news be revealed so early. At this point, the former tower head feels that it would be a good time to introduce himself and have a chat with the famous genius mage of the academy. He claims that he's heard so much about her from her baby brother, and when the girl hears this, she feels bad for not even introducing herself to the legend. She got so caught up in going straight to the point that she forgot all about pleasantries. In response, the man tells her not to worry about that, assuring her that they would do their best to keep it a secret. Sidrain knows that the entire House Saugers would be caught up in the huge aftermath, and not just Dane if this news were to leak. As such, he's determined to help the young master keep their discovery away from anyone else. Hearing this, Arabella is relieved because just as she expected of the former tower head, he immediately understood the issue at hand. The old man then asks her if this exchange is being recorded, and Arabella assures him that it will all be deleted immediately the conversation ends. In response, the mage claims that it's good this way since they do want to have any evidence lying around. Also, he plans on returning to the magic tower so that he can investigate this matter. The girl thanks him for helping out with their little issue and modestly tells her not to bother, because as a mage, he is doing this out of his sense of duty. That being said, he doesn't expect her to be concerned. Anyway, now that he's gotten a chance to speak with the genius mage of the academy, he points out the fact that he heard she was looking for a magic tower to join. He's interested in her, so he would like to know if she's made her choice yet, since he'd prefer she joined his tower. This question gets Arabella nervous immediately and reluctantly admits that she has not decided yet. However, she makes it clear to him that she is not considering the Nixon Magic Tower. This is because she doesn't specialize in the field she is interested in, and the moment she says this, she knows that he would get pissed. As usual, Sidrain is upset that she would be so blunt while turning down his tower. He was wondering where Dane's decisiveness came from, and now that he's had a chat with the boy's eldest sister, he starts to think that the attitude must have come from Arabella. Even though he's clearly disappointed, he does his best to hide the pain, and bursts into laughter. He tells her that she doesn't have to come to the Nixon Magic Tower after all, and he says this so it doesn't seem like he's desperate to have her or something. Dane just listens to the exchange and is pretty surprised about how straightforward his big sister is as well. Anyway, Arabella responds to the old mage, assuring him that there are many talented people out there who would want to join his tower. Either way, that's not the reason she called, so after talking with Sidrain for a while, she tells Dane that they'll talk about the details of their conversation later. Our boy agrees with this and says goodbye, telling her to stay safe, before ending the call. Just like that, the conversation comes to an end, and after that, Sidrain can't help but admit that Arabella has become quite a great person. Dane responds, confirming this with certainty, and then informs the man that the artifact in his hand was made by her too. Arabella says that the compact crystal ball is trendy among young mages rather than having to use a huge round crystal ball. The jealous old man is really impressed by all of this, but he can't even hide the envy on his face. As much as the crystal pendant thing is cool, he bluntly states that he has no need for such an item. After all, when one reaches 8-chain level magic, contact with people isn't exactly something you would want. As far as he's concerned, anyone who actually has anything important to tell him would just come find him directly. As you'd expect, our boy just respects the man's opinion and smiles at him, feeling that the old geezer probably doesn't have any friends. Not long after, we see that Dane is having a conversation with his parents. He tells them everything that happened between him, Arabella and Sidrain, which leaves them really surprised. Lily claims that she's worried when she hears this because she's not exactly familiar with ancient magic. However, Arkin just laughs, telling her that she has no reason to worry because if anyone targets Dane, he'll personally make them pay. The concerned mother is a little relieved when she hears this and decides that she'll also silence the culprits in her own way if they try to hurt her son. The young master just smiles when he hears these words from his parents. Sure, he feels really protected by them, but also can't help the thought of how murderous they sound most of the time. Anyway, the Count continues to ponder on the news, and that's when he suggests that their lineage probably holds latent ancient magic if what Dane found out is true. This is a good question as far as the mother is concerned, but the problem here is that they don't know if any of their ancestors had it. She points this out and then offers to check her side of the family to see where this is coming from. What could be unearthed if both sides of the family dug into this is not really important, but they all can't help but wonder what the truth actually is. Nevertheless, it looks like they have reached the limit in more ways than one, and Lily tells Dane that staying back in the county may interfere with his growth. She suggests that he should consider slowly making his way to the capital. The boy is nervous when she says this, but she seems really serious about it, stating that the minimum age for enrollment is 14. Arkin mentions that this is Dane's exact age right now, and even though he wanted the kid to stay back another year or two, he admits that it does look like there's nothing left for Dane to learn in the county. As much as they want what's best for him, the most they can do is advise him, so Lily lets the boy know that he can still leave whenever he wants. Dane is taken aback by all this because he had no idea that they were having such thoughts all this while. The Count is confident that his boy will do very well in the capital. As such, he encourages the young master to go there and indulge his talents to his heart's content. These words of encouragement make the kid really proud, and so he informs his parents that he understands what they're saying. That being said, he decides that he'll finally prepare to enter the academy, and the proud looks on their faces are enough to make any child fulfilled. His father tells him that he's made a good choice, and he's happy to hear this coming from his old man. Once that phase of the journey is over, our hero decides that it's time for him to move on to the next level. Later on, he returns to the Annex Tower where he breaks the news to the former tower mage. Sidrain is surprised that this is the choice he made, but admits that it's a good one even though it's a lot sooner than he expected. He believes that Dane having his talent restricted to the country alone would be such a waste, so he encourages the boy to go ahead with his plan. Also, he gives Dane a word of advice, telling him not to reveal too much of his talents at once. Sure, the academy is a place that welcomes talent. Bug Sidrain also makes it clear to the boy that not everyone there thinks that way. Dane agrees with the mage, feeling that it's very true because even Arabella told him the same thing earlier. He recalls how his big sister had outrageous situations happen to her all because of how talented she was among her peers. Sidrain claims that mediocre kids wouldn't even be able to keep up with him, suggesting that Dane and his sisters would be the stars of the academy. However, he also reveals that House Thermion would be their major rivals since the children of that family are a different story. Hearing this, Dane immediately understands what the mage is saying and he also agrees with it. This makes him remember his red-haired friend, Layla, and he recalls telling her that he would visit her if he ever went to the capital. Because of this, he's sure that she would be really upset and greatly disappointed in him if he doesn't pay her a visit. He makes up his mind to go see her, and while he's at it, he figures that he'll also think about what weapon to make using the crest Duke Thermion gave him. The old mage chimes in at this point, claiming that Dane should depart from the county in 2 months since there are 3 months till he enters the academy. Hearing this, Dane agrees with him and asks Sidrain what his own plans are. In response, the old man reveals that he's going to return to the magic tower because he's thought of something that he needs to do over there. Thanks to Dane, the former tower head has resolved his issue with boredom, and now he promises to let the kid know every clue he finds about ancient magic and anything else regarding it. Our boy is excited when he hears this and tells the man that he would greatly appreciate that. At this point, Sidrain suggests that the only problem left would be the little time they have to finish up the boys' lessons. That being said, he suggests accelerating the lessons, even though 3-chain is incomparably more difficult than 2-chain. Hearing this, our boy agrees, knowing that it's true, but then again, he promises to study hard. That aside, he reveals that he prepared a gift for the old mage, who is surprised to hear this. Dane confirms this and then hands the former tower head a box, explaining that he received it the previous form from his sister using teleport magic. It's a very hot item and Sidrain can see that, so our boy reveals that it is the new compact crystal ball that hasn't even come out yet. Arabella developed this new product and Dane pulled strings to get it from her as a favor. The former tower head is excited when he sees the gift. He notices how it's so small and pretty, and even though he insists that he doesn't need something like that, he graciously accepts the gift that the young master prepared for him. Hearing this, our boy asks the mage to contact him using the crystal ball, and then Sidrain realizes that it's a structure he can register his code in. At the same time, Dane notices how excited the man looks even though he keeps claiming that he does need the crystal ball. It doesn't take Dane too long to teach the man how to use the item, and when Sidrain realizes how easy it is to use, the boy starts hoping that the nosy man won't be contacting him too frequently. Later that night, our boy returns to his room. He stands alone in his room as he thinks about the journey ahead, and he realizes that he needs to seriously make preparations for the remaining 2 months he has left to stay with his family in the county. He ponders deeply on the whole thing and then admits that his interest lies in summoning to some extent. With this in mind, he decides that he'll make it a goal to officially take classes in summoning. He would also like to be issued a summon sign after some time at the academy. Besides that, our boy feels that he would also want to have a chance to take the qualification exam as well. This basically means that he might even be talking summoning more seriously than magic or spearmanship when he gets to the academy. It wouldn't be a bad idea though. After all, his big sister Claire is literally an assistant professor already, and so there's a chance he'll get to see her often while attending all those classes in summoning. While the boy is thinking about all the things he'd like to do there, his attention is suddenly drawn to the huge spotted egg sitting in one side of the room. Anyway, he turns to look at the egg and remembers that he forgot to imbue magic into it this evening. The good thing is that he's remembered the egg now, so he goes to feed it some mana, and while he's at it, he starts to realize just how long he's had this massive egg with him. For 7 years straight, he has dedicatedly imbued magic into the egg every morning and every evening, but even after doing all of this for almost a decade, there's still no response. However, given the magic he imbued it with is not going anywhere else, as long as it's being absorbed by the familiar alone, then he's certain that it will happen someday. Right now, our boy has pumped the egg with 7 years worth of mana, so there's no doubt that whatever creature is inside the egg would be really powerful. It's just a matter of time. The story continues with talks of the fast approaching enrollment into the Magic Academy. The enrollment exam system is simple, and it comes in the form of 2 exams. It turns out Arabella is the one telling our boy about it from her pace at the school. He's surprised to hear that he'll have to take 2 different exams, and she confirms this, explaining that the first one is a common exam while the second is a specialization examination. At this point, he's pretty curious, so he asks her to tell him more about the exams. As such, she explains that the common exam is a type of pre-exam for insight. She reveals that it's an exam on culture, history, and some other stuff, but she feels that he shouldn't have any problems with it. In fact, Arabella is confident that he'd do well in it, and she's happy about that because it would be reflected in his admission score after all. His big sister goes on to tell him about the second exam, which is the specialization examination. As the name implies, he would have to pick a major and then take a test. The contents of the exam are at the discretion of the professor, but even at that, she still believes that it should also be a breeze for her genius brother. After all, he's already gotten a recommendation thanks to Mr. Sidrain. Hearing this, Dane immediately remembers that Arabella breezed through the specialization examination. He heard that she passed it pretty easily, and the big sister smugly confirms this, stating that it was indeed a piece of cake for her. As much as she believes he would be able to pass the exam, she informs him that he can't change his major after picking it. That being said, she explains that he would have to stick with any major he picks for the specialization exam, and because of this, she feels that he has to choose carefully from the beginning. At this point, we get to see our boy Dane, who's currently in the middle of an intense training session. He's been talking with her over their special communication device while swinging his sword around in the training ground. She admits that she would prefer it if he chose magic as his major, and when he hears this, he just smiles coyly, realizing that his big sister still hasn't given up in her quest to make him a full-time mage like her. As such, he assures her that he'll think about it and then goes back to asking her about the enrollment in the academy. He's curious to know if there's truly no other way to change one's major after enrolling into the academy. In response, Arabella explains that this is the case most of the time, claiming that he could also just graduate and come back for another major. Sure, he'll be able to take classes in other majors, but by the time he gets to the 3rd year in the academy, the school doesn't usually allow non-majors to take the higher level classes in that major. Dane is pretty speechless when he hears this strict rule in the school and finally realizes that he really doesn't have a choice but to pick one major. He's having this chat with her while using magic and swordsmanship at the same time so effortlessly. She confirms that he really would have to pick only one major, but admits that extremely talented individuals like him could have an autonomous major system. Hearing this, Dane is really shocked because he had no idea that the academy had something like that. However, he's not sure if it's actually a good thing for him. He expresses his concerns to Arabella, who bluntly tells him that he shouldn't apply there unless he plans on failing. At this point, our boy is pretty curious to know what the big deal is all about, so he asks her why, and that's when she reveals that nobody has been able to pass that exam so far. As you can imagine, this all sounds like a challenge for our young prodigy. He's intrigued by what she just said, and judging by the tone of his voice, Arabella begins to panic because she knows what her brother is capable of. She quickly asks to make sure that he's not thinking of doing something else, but he assures her that he doesn't have any crazy ideas. Right after that, he claims that he has to end the call because Mr. Sidrain just walked in and promises to contact her again some other time. After the call ends, Arabella begins to feel that maybe she was a bit pushy about him joining her to study magic. Then again, she shakes off the thought, feeling that magic is still the best thing for him to study at the academy. As far as she's concerned, it's the best choice for Dane, and while she's still thinking about all of this, someone calls her all of a sudden, telling her that the professor is looking for her, and of course, she answers immediately. The scene shifts back to the Sagar's manor, where we catch up with our boy and the white-haired geezer. Mr. Sidrain hands him a sealed envelope, revealing that it's the recommendation he promised him, and Dane excitedly accepts it, seemingly really surprised that the old man actually wrote it. In response, the former towerhead reveals that he was as deliberate with the content of the letter as he was with the appearance. He claims that he's written recommendations before, but admits that this is the first time he has ever been sincere about what he wrote in the letters. That being said, Mr. Sidrain tells Dane that he should feel honored. As you can imagine, our boy is extremely grateful for the recommendation and also pretty excited about this advantage he's got, so he promises to live up to the old man's expectations. At this point, the old geezer just sighs, claiming that it would have been much better for him if Dane just agreed to become his disciple. But then again, he also feels that the kid won't even treat him properly as a master even if he took him in as a disciple. Hearing this, our boy just laughs nervously, knowing that what Sidrain says is absolutely true. He probably won't give the old man enough respect and wonders how the geezer already knows. Anyway, Sidrain changes the topic suddenly and asks Dane if he finished getting ready to leave yet. In response, the young prodigy confirms that he has, claiming that there isn't really much for him to take along with him after all. Also, the Academy's dormitories are equipped with everything he needs and Sidrain confirms this, stating that their facilities are great indeed. However, the problem is that only a select few have gained monopoly over them. But then again, he's confident that Dane is talented and smart enough to benefit either way, so he figures that there's no way the kid would lose to any of them. From what Dane has heard, the Academy has become a gathering place of sorts for the thugs of the nobles. While he's still thinking about this, Mr. Sidrain goes on to give him a piece of advice even though it might sound a bit savage. The old man reveals that the Academy is a place where numerous kids would immediately bare their fangs if they think they're being looked down on. Hearing this, Dane is a little bit relieved because he's pretty familiar with the concept since that's pretty much the same thing that happens on the battlefield. In response to the former tower head's advice, Dane claims that he understands completely and then Mr. Sidrain tells him to reach out if he ever needs anything while at the Academy. He recalls the compact crystal that Dane gave him and admits that it looks useful, so he promises to make good use of it too. Right now, it's starting to sound like Sidrain is saying goodbye and our boy consents to tone too. He calls the old man out for talking as if he's going to leave soon and Sidrain is surprised that the boy figured it out so quickly, so he reveals that he's leaving the following day. As you can imagine, this comes as a shock to Dane, and he expresses the feeling, so the former tower head makes him understand how weird it would be if he kept hanging around. The old mage feels that it would be troublesome if he keeps staying in the annex even after Dane leaves for the Academy. After all, Count Sagar's already offered him a position as a mage advisor, but he admits that the office would be something to consider when he truly has nothing to do. That being said, he reminds Dane that he has things to do when he gets back home. Sidrain thought he had done everything he needed to handle before, but now, it looks like more things have come up. Hearing this, Dane realizes that the man must be talking about ancient magic and decides not to have a problem with him leaving anymore. After all, it's not a bad idea since it helps him out. Anyway, Sidrain thanks our boy for everything and of course, Dane thanks the old man as well for all this time. In response, Sidrain admits that he looks forward to seeing how much stronger Dane would have grown the next time he sees him. The two men smile warmly at each other and then the old geezer starts walking off. He bids the boy goodbye and tells him not to follow him out since that would be awkward. Of course, Dane understands, so he bids Sidrain farewell and wishes him a safe trip. As he watches the geezer walk away, he admits that he feels sad and figures that it's probably because he has grown closer to the old mage. The next day, Sidrain departs safely and afterward, Dane's parents are saying goodbye to their son as well. He's also leaving that same day and confirms that he's ready to go since he's done with all his preparations already. The Count and his wife feel really sad letting their baby leave home. With Dane gone, their castle would feel really empty, and while the mother is getting extremely emotional about it, Arkan tells her not to be too sad. He comforts her and admits that he's relieved that Dane is leaving so soon. In his mind, there shouldn't be any problems along the way since the kid would be using the teleport gate that Arabella has prepared for him. As far as the Count is concerned, nothing can go wrong and Lily agrees with him, claiming that she's worrying over nothing. In any case, Arkan believes that they've done a great job raising their 3 kids. They've all turned out great and independent while the children of other houses are busy fighting each other over succession. Sure, he knows that they'll have to make that decision one day, but he's pretty confident that any of their children would be fine. The conversation is suddenly interrupted when Dane enters the room calling out to his parents. He's all dressed and ready to leave, and when they see him, they look so proud. Dane's mother asks him if he's taking Nighthorn and the mark that she gave him, and he confirms this with a bright smile. At this point, she tells him that he should take the mark to the place she told him about and show it to them just in case a situation arises where he needs help. Dane assures her that he'll remember this and then asks her if the people there are really her colleagues. Lily confirms that they are close colleagues of hers and is confident that they'd all be willing to help him even though it's been a while since she got to see them. This all sounds like a wholesome moment between the mother and her son. But Arkan is absolutely furious when he hears this. He realizes that his wife is leading Dane to the place where he would probably end up walking the path to becoming an assassin, so he's pretty pissed since that's not what he wants for his son. As annoyed as he must be, the Count just keeps his cool. He tells Dane to look for Duke Thermion when he arrives in the capital since the Hexa-class knight will help him get into the academy. It's getting really clear that their baby boy is finally leaving home and Lily is pushed to tears all of a sudden, because Dane is now all grown up. The Count starts to feel nervous as well, but he urges his wife to send their son off with a smile. He comforts her and reminds Dane that they won't ever be far away. Seeing his parents so heartbroken, Dane finds it difficult to leave them like that. Then he finally summons the courage to say goodbye. Once he leaves, his father assigns a hooded figure named Gilad to tail our boy as carefully as he can. He wants the guy to confirm that Dane reaches the teleport gate safely before coming back to report to them. Hearing this, the masked man understands the instructions and sets out to trail the young prodigy. Turns out Arkin isn't the only one keeping tabs on the boy because Lily assigns someone named Shadow to follow Dane. The guy probably knows what his job is already, but she just clarifies that he has to make sure nothing strange happens after her son teleports. The scene shifts and we catch up with our boy who's finally made his way to the teleport gate with Herman by his side. The butler is really overwhelmed when he sees how huge the teleport gate is and almost goes crazy. While he's busy being astounded by it, our boy just calmly confirms that his sister Arabella installed the device beforehand. As they walk closer to the massive teleport gate, Herman suggests that Lady Arabella must be a really amazing person. Of course, Dane confirms that she is and then finally starts to understand why it took her a whole year to set up the teleportation device. The curious butler asks Dane if the device will be activated the moment he walks in. Our boy confirms this with a smile, and it just makes him wonder how much effort it would have taken her to set up something as amazing as this. Teleportation, like other magic, can only be used by arranging code properly. The magic has to be continuously imbued into it while the code is rearranged before casting finally becomes possible. With all of that being considered, the teleport gate Arabella installed is a perfect device where all the teleportation conditions have been met. While our boy is admiring the machine, Herman starts bidding him farewell. This is where they part ways finally, and the butler is getting really emotional because of it. He looks like he's about to cry as he tells Dane to take care of himself, and our boy can feel it, so he pats the guy on the shoulder and tells him to take care too. After that, he starts walking into the teleport gate and then stands in the middle of the device. Once he's there, he remembers what Arabella told him. She said that he just needs to pour magic into the gate for it to activate, and so he does just that. Of course, it works, and the moment he imbues magic into the device, the whole place starts glowing, confirming the activation. Dane closes his eyes as the magical energy surrounds him, and after a few seconds, the teleportation starts to take place, and that's when he opens his eyes all of a sudden. A bright light shines from the middle of the woods, and it's clear that the teleportation has finally taken place. Next thing we see is a white flash, and right after that, the scene changes once again. Not long after that, our boy finds himself at the entrance of a really busy city with people walking all over the place. Dane is on a horse right now, and by the time he gets to this point, he figures that this must be the entrance to the capital city Artenia. He's so excited to be here because of how long he's been waiting to see this place with his own eyes. Just when he's about to enter the city, some unknown knight walks up to him and stands in his way. The man knows exactly who he is, and this leaves the young master pretty confused. The scar-faced knight quickly introduces himself, claiming that his name is Luik Asmar, captain of the First Corps of Knights for House Thermion. At this point, Dane already understands what exactly is going on. He figures that this guy was sent by the Duke, but even though he's grateful for it, he also feels that it's a bit too much pressure for him to have the captain of the Knights personally come out to greet him. Captain Luik Asmar informs Dane that he'll be escorted by them into the city from this point, and with that being said, the scar-faced knight orders his subordinates to secure the route. These guys clearly mean business, and Dane is a little overwhelmed by how serious they are. The captain claims that they'll depart immediately, and when our boy realizes that he'll be in their care, he becomes a little uncomfortable. He was so excited to reach the capital, but now that he's here, he feels a bit strange. He never would have thought that he would enter the heart of the very Althian Empire that he hated so much in his previous life, and what's even crazier is that he's coming in here as the most promising person and not just some random visitor. As they travel through the city, Dane feeds his eyes and is blown away by all the sights. On one side, there's people advertising magic that they claim can't be seen on a normal day, and on the other side, extra cheap parfaits frozen by magic are being sold for only 1 bronze crown. Dane looks around and admits that they really do have everything in the capital. He had no idea that the place was so bustling, and while he's still observing his surroundings, the captain informs him that they're almost at House Thermion's estate. The guy shows him the castle from afar, and when Dane lays his eyes on the massive building, his jaw drops. The estate is magnificent in size and he's absolutely blown away by it. But there's something strange. Dane feels like he's been watched by someone, but he's not sure yet, so he starts to think that he might just be imagining things. Right now, he can't be sure, so he decides to shake off the thought for some time so he can focus on what's happening right in front of him. Soon enough, they get to the Thermion estate, and the moment he enters the place, he's welcomed specially by numerous servants. Our boy thanks them for the grand welcome and is just overwhelmed by the flawless lineup of workers. He's also really impressed by their etiquette and adherence to their rules, which seems quite perfect and natural. As far as he is concerned, it's like a stark contrast to what can be seen in the southern region he's from. Anyway, it doesn't take too long for the Hexer-class knight to come outside and welcome our boy. Dane is so excited to see Duke Thermion again, so he greets the veteran and goes down on one knee to show his respect. In response, Duke Thermion greets the kid as well and admits that it's been a while since they last saw each other. He'd like to know if the kid has been doing alright and suggests that they head inside since he knows that the journey must have been a difficult one. That being said, he takes a closer look at the prodigy and realizes just how much Dane has changed since the last time they saw each other. It's been 7 years since the Duke saw our boy last, so he notices a lot of major changes in the young man's features. He's really impressed to say the least, claiming that kids who are a year or 2 years older than Dane wouldn't even be able to compare to him. With this in mind, he is certain that Count Sagres must be really proud of his only son, and our boy just waves the compliments off, suggesting that the Duke is flattering him a lot. The humble Duke encourages Dane to enjoy himself during his stay in the Thermian estate even though it doesn't measure up to the Sagres family castle. He modestly urges the kid to feel at home while he's preparing for the Academy's entrance examination. Other than that, he assures Dane that he'll be stationing a servant to take care of his needs, and then asks the boy to let him know if he needs anything at all. In response, our boy thanks the Duke and promises to do as he's asked before immediately asking after Layla. He's really anxious to reunite with his old friend and asks the Duke if his daughter has been alright. The Hexaclass Knight confirms that Layla is fine, but then he asks Dane if he and the girl in question had a fight by any chance. As you can imagine, Dane has no idea what the Duke is talking about, so he expresses his confusion, and that is when Thermian suddenly opens up. The old man reveals that Layla has been looking quite unhappy these days whenever Dane's name is mentioned. Of course, our boy is really puzzled by this, so he admits that he really has no idea what could be wrong. At this point, the knight understands and suggests that it might be due to the pressure she's feeling from the entrance examination. He doesn't think there's anything to worry about though, since he feels that someone like his daughter would easily pass the exam. Hearing this, our boy kindly offers to talk to the girl and ask her about all of this when he sees her. He gives the Duke a really warm and soothing smile, but deep down, he's nervous and wondering what the problem could be. He even asks himself if the girl is acting up because of puberty. Anyway, the Hexaclass Knight likes his idea and suggests that they do just that. He wants them to take their time to talk more in depth, and then suddenly drops another bombshell. Out of the blue, the old man claims that he's just giving Dane this heads up so that he can be gentle with the girl. Of course, our boy doesn't understand what this means, so he asks, and the Duke simply assures him that he'll understand soon enough. This is still a pretty vague response, so he just keeps wondering what the old man is talking about. While he's still pondering on it, Thermian suddenly suggests that he retire to his room and have some rest. But first, he's informed that a servant will lead him to his room, and sure enough, someone is assigned to him. The person takes him to the room, and once he's inside, the man encourages him to have a good rest. Dane thanks the guy, but the timid servant immediately slams the door so hard that it's all as if they're trying to keep our boy indoors. The young master looks around and finally accepts that this is where he'll be staying for a week until he takes the entrance examination. It's all pretty cool and comfortable, but Dane has this feeling that all of this might be a bit too extravagant for a guest room. With this in mind, he figures that he should unpack and find the training grounds first, so he drops his backpack on the floor and prepares to go exploring, but this plan is foiled when an unexpected visitor enters his room all of a sudden. The person catches him off guard and offers to take him to the training grounds, which leaves him in a state of shock for a second. Not just because his privacy was violated, but because of how familiar the voice is. Without giving it too much thought, you can already guess that this person is none other than his old friend Layla. Just like her father said, she really does seem pissed and starts scolding Dane before he can even confirm that it's her. She snaps at him, asking why it took him so long to come to the capital, and claims that he made her wait so long, wondering when he'd finally show up. Our boy turns around and finally realizes that it's Layla. He's surprised but also really delighted, so he excitedly asks her how she's been doing, and she responds coyly, telling him that she's been doing super well. She makes this statement and then suddenly starts walking up to Dane, reminding him that there's something he should be saying to her right then. Of course, our boy is just puzzled once again because he has no idea what she is talking about. He wonders why she would think he has something to say to him, and that's when she snaps at him even more, reminding him of the letter he was supposed to write her, but even then, he still doesn't understand what she's talking about. At this point, he's absolutely confused, so he doesn't mind showing it, and the girl just keeps yelling at him, asking him why he didn't write her a letter all this time. He didn't even tell her that he was coming ahead of time, and this really upset her. Hearing all of this, Dane realizes that he messed up, so he apologizes for his mistakes, explaining that he completely forgot after saying that he'd reply. Unfortunately, this simple apology is not enough to pacify Layla right now, so she asks him if that's all he has to say to her. Now, our boy gets really nervous because it's clear that she's extremely mad at him. He smiles nervously, pointing out the fact that he even came eventually despite being very busy with his preparations to come to the capital. As such, he asks her to just let this one slide, knowing that there's no way to justify his actions. Layla just shakes her head in response, and he can see just how peeved she is. She huffs in rage, suggesting that he hasn't done enough to appease her, so Dane nervously asks her what he has to do to make up for what he's done. He apologizes once again and then tells her to let him know if there's anything he can do to earn her forgiveness. This offer takes her by surprise, and despite her annoyance, it's something that she can't pass up. The gears in her head start turning as she thinks of something Dane can do to make up for his mistakes. While she's at it, the prodigy smiles nervously, wondering what else he can say to get out of trouble first. He asks once again what he can do to make up for his offense, and that's when Layla suddenly suggests that they have a light sparring match. This is like the last thing he expected to hear, so expresses the shock, but then when he sees his excited Layla is about the match, he can't say no. He claims that it sounds great and instantly agrees to it. The girl smiles coyly when he agrees and asks him if he's sure he wants to do it, claiming that she's way stronger than she used to be. She assures him that she's no longer that whiny child who learned how to release mana from him, and this just makes Dane start to panic. Seeing how confident she is right now, he figures that she must really have grown a lot stronger over the last 7 years, and it makes him a little worried. With this in mind, he suddenly recalls how she told him that she won a competition in one of her letters to him, and she confirms that it was the Danter Cup hosted by the royal family. At this point, our boy suddenly remembers exactly what she's talking about. It was a tournament for girls and boys under the age of 15, and Layla came out on top despite it being a really fierce and tough competition in that tournament. The girl claims that he would have gotten to the finals if he had participated in that tournament and admits that it's a shame he wasn't there with her. However, Dane feels that they can make up for it now, and even though she's down for it, she wants to make sure that he's okay with it too. He came here to prepare for his entrance exam, so she wouldn't want him to get hurt while he's staying with them. This makes Dane laugh because he's wondering who told the girl that she'd be able to hurt him. With this in mind, he assures Layla that she doesn't have anything to worry about, and a very excited look appears on her face. You can literally see the hunger for a fight laced in her eyes. Layla feels that it's already late today to have the duel, so she suggests that they have the sparring match as soon as they get up the following morning. And of course, Dane doesn't mind at all. The next day, they're not outside and ready for it. Layla asks him if he has a practice weapon, hoping that he's not still using a bladeless weapon like he used to. Dane then responds, claiming that it's normal to use practice weapons since they're having a light match. Our boy informs her that she can't handle every situation no matter how much she has trained as a warrior. That being said, he asks her what she would do if she were to get hurt while sparring intensely with him, and once again, she simply tells him not to worry about her, claiming that they have the best healer in the Empire living in their estate. Hearing this, Dane asks her what they'd do if something were to happen before the healer could intervene, and Layla can't give an answer. So, he explains that she needs to be mentally prepared before deciding to use a bladed weapon. In response, the girl wonders why he's being so serious when it's just supposed to be a light sparring session, so he finally gives in and agrees to use practice weapons. Our boy is satisfied at this point, and then Layla asks for some practice weapons. The servants scurry to bring them, and Dane just starts thinking about how she's as confident as the rumors say. The rumor mongers say that it won't be long before she reaches the status of her 2 older brothers, who are both active knights. It's believed that House Thermion may even its first female head of the family if she continues at this rate, and Dane can't help but feel that teaching her how to release mana was a huge turning point in her life. The young girl thinks back to that day and admits that it's all thanks to Dane she was able to learn the basics of how to wield magic much faster than other people her age. Right now, she's even formed 2 mana cores, and that's a really big deal too. Layla has waited so long for this day to come, but she wonders how Dane would feel if she wins him, and begins to wonder if she should go easy on him during the sparring session. Her thoughts are interrupted when the servant suddenly returns with the practice weapons. He hands them to her and she thanks him. Dane is giving a spear, and it doesn't take him long to start flexing his skills with it. It feels fairly light, and he figures that it's probably because it's a practice weapon. Nevertheless, it doesn't really matter because on the battlefield, one must make use of whatever you can lay your hands on. With this in mind, he points his spear at the girl and asks her if she's ready to begin. Layla is certainly prepared and down for the duel, so she agrees, and just like that, their sparring session begins. She remembers facing a spear wielder in the Danter Cup, and he wasn't all that hard to beat, so she feels that Dane would be a similar case. Since the spear is a long-range weapon, its destructive power rapidly falls as the range gets shorter. In that case, Layla decides that she'll go to Dane immediately without holding back at all. With this in mind, the girl charges at him with her bladeless sword, and just when she thinks she's got him, she receives a massive shock because he suddenly disappears all of a sudden. Dane literally vanishes into thin air in the blink of an eye, and while she's trying to look for him, he appears right behind her and pulls her with the spear to show her just how inferior her technique is. Layla is stunned when she sees him behind her and wonders how he got there so quickly. Dane simply responds by telling her that she should consider herself lucky they're only using practice weapons, because she would have been in real trouble if they were real bladed weapons. At this point, the girl is in denial and insists that her sword reached him. She refuses to believe that she lost so horribly, so Dane gives her a chance to redeem herself, suggesting that they go again. He tells her to be careful, however, assuring her that the same method won't work a second time either. Hearing this, she growls in annoyance because he's practically schooling her in her own home. She refuses to believe that he's better than her and concludes that she's just nervous because she hasn't seen him in a long time. With this in mind, she decides not to go easy on him, and just when round 2 is about to begin, the sparring session is halted because she suddenly sees her old man outside. Of course, Layla is shocked to see her father there, and our boy becomes quite nervous too because he knows that the man has come to see for himself. He knows what the Duke is thinking, feeling that the man has been worried about his hardworking daughter ever since she won the Danter Cup. Because of this, Dane decides that he'll make those worries disappear, and shortly after, they're standing opposite each other to resume the duel. Layla prepares for round 2 and assures him that she'll put in everything she's got into the fight now that her father is watching her. Of course, our boy already knows this, and he actually wants her to give him her all. Layla does just that and starts by launching a powerful wind attack at him, but he's able to defend himself by using his spear to blow it back. While he's holding back the first attack, Layla follows up with a second strike to show him that she's not that easy to beat. Right now, Dane is the one holding back. He's casually containing her strikes and waiting for her to actually throw something dangerous at him, so he encourages her to use her full strength. Meanwhile, Duke Thermion watches from the sidelines in amusement. The two kids have always seemed evenly matched, so he's curious to see who comes out on top today. He seems to be enjoying the sparring session until he suddenly gets a strange feeling when he notices that the smile on Dane's face is gone. From what the Duke can see, the boy no longer looks like a young man sparring and now looks more like a warrior fighting in the war. The intense sparring session resumes and it's starting to look like the two fighters are throwing everything they've got at each other. Layla is fighting with all the skills at her disposal, determined to beat Dane so she can impress her father, while our boy is doing his best to contain Jur and hold her off over and over without actually hurting her. The fight goes on like this for a while longer, and as they both continue to cancel each other out, it gets to a point when Layla finally gets what appears to be her lucky break. She spots an opening in Dane's defense and goes in for the kill. She drives her wooden sword with as much power and force she can muster, but the young master sees her intention and swiftly evades the attack. Dane dodges her deadly jab and causes her to miss, which also leads to her losing her balance and falling over. At this point, he's able to disarm her with incredible speed, and while she's still falling forward, it's already pretty obvious that she's completely lost once again. Her sword falls to the ground right before she does, and so Dane realizes that he just won again, but he doesn't exactly look too pleased about it. He's not the only one seemingly disappointed by what just happened, because the Duke, who is watching their duel, is also really concerned that his daughter lost a second time. At this point, he asks his trusty knight captain Asmar what he thinks about the situation. He asks the knight if he thinks that this will help curb Layla's arrogance slightly. Hearing this, the scar-faced captain is taken aback because he didn't think that the Duke already knew about his daughter's attitude. He expresses his shock, so Thermion assures him that he knows his own child better than anyone. He reveals that he saw the signs even before the Danter Cup, but after she won, it got even worse and she completely changed. The Duke reveals that he thought about having a stern word with her to try and change her, but after some contemplating, he decided that it would be better to let her figure things out by herself. Hearing this, Asmar claims that it was a wise decision from the Duke. Anyway, now, he's confident that she'll learn a lesson or two by the time Dane is done with her. This makes him curious about the boy too, because of how skilled he is at such a young age. He's really anxious, so he asks the captain how many mana cores he thinks Dane would have by now. While the men are having this conversation, another intense round of sparring begins, and this time around, Layla is extremely desperate to win. She's fighting like a person determined to kill her opponent, throwing deadly attacks at our boy, but of course, he just deflects all the hits with ease, leaving her even more frustrated. While she's fighting with every deadly skill at her disposal, the men continue their discussion, and Asmar suggests that Dane has at least 3 cores. Hearing this, the Duke is not completely convinced, and judging by his own experience, he feels that the boy actually has 2 or 3 mana cores at most. This doesn't really add up when the captain thinks about it, because he's clearly seeing the boy in question in action. Puzzled by this, he asks Thermion why he thinks Dane has 3 cores at most, and that's when the old man tells him to take a closer look. The Duke has been paying close attention to the fight, and from what he's seen, he can confidently say that Layla isn't being overwhelmed by Dane's spearmanship. As far as he's concerned, our boy isn't even winning her because he has greater speed than she does. Instead, the Hexa-class knight is convinced that Dane has the upper hand because of his tactical movements. The Duke has studied the fight and the movements, so he can tell that Layla is having a really hard time because she has never experienced this kind of movement before. She has no idea how to handle his tactics, so she is just getting more frustrated. Over again, Dane blocks her attacks with ease, and it's starting to stress her out. She doesn't get how he keeps blocking everything, so she asks him to tell her what's going on, and that's when Dane informs her that her moves are too obvious. While that's happening, the Duke and his captain of knights continue their chat. They both agree that Dane fights like a seasoned swordsman and are pretty baffled by this because he shouldn't have that much real experience. Asmar has never seen anyone casually demonstrate a mastery of swordsmanship and battle intelligence so easily, and the Duke can't believe his eyes either. This makes him really suspicious, and being the smart man he is, he begins to think back to the last time he was at Sagar's County. He is convinced that the time Layla grew the most was when they visited the Sagar's family. It was 7 years ago, after they came back from the Southern Inspection Tour, and Layla was improving rapidly, coincidentally after meeting Dane for the first time. With this in mind, the Duke is confident that history will repeat itself, feeling that his daughter will somehow improve again all of a sudden now that Dane is here. Asmar agrees with him, admitting that he can't help but be surprised even as he watches the young master in action. Layla might be the winner of the Danter Cup, but in this fight, she's no match for Dane. The visitor is so good that the captain feels he was trained harshly by Count Sagars. However, Thermion doesn't agree with that presumption, claiming that he knows Arkan better. Even though the Count is strict, the man isn't the kind to train a person harshly. The Duke doesn't believe that Count Saugers is like him, and he certainly doesn't think that Dane needs harsh training either. The scar-faced captain is perplexed when he hears this, so he asks his master what he means. In response, the Hexaclass Knight explains that Dane is the kind of person that ordinary people don't dare to look down on. This is because he believes that our boy is someone with overwhelming talent. As far as this old man is concerned, Dane is a genius, and he's come to accept this fact, unlike his daughter, who still thinks she actually stands a chance against him. Speaking of his daughter, Layla loses once again, this time with her sword being hit right out of her hand. While Dane is busy disarming the girl, her father continues to examine his skills. The Duke feels that our boy didn't participate in the Danter Cup because he didn't feel very interested in it. This sounds like a pretty bold statement to the captain, and he wonders why the Duke would even think something like that. Everyone knows that the Danter Cup is something that is coveted by all the girls and boys in the Empire, so Asmar thinks that it's ridiculous for anyone eligible not to be interested in it. That just doesn't make any sense to him, so he is really baffled at the moment. Currently, there is no one his age who can go against such skills, but here he is, giving the reigning champion of the Danter Cup a very tough time. Layla is panting in exhaustion and gasping for air at the moment, because she's tried everything she can and used all the energy she can muster. It's all futile, and now she's finally starting to accept that she's no match for Dane. Her father watches her repeated defeat and hopes that she would finally realize her shortcomings after this spar. He feels that she'll be able to completely surpass her brothers if only she can throw away that arrogance and become more skilled with the sword. The Duke is very confident about this, and while he's pondering on it, we catch up with the two duelers once again. Layla is still on her knees, breathing heavily after multiple humiliating defeats, and finally admits that this is the kind of thing she expects from Dane. It's now clear to her that she's not his opponent at all. She thought she could stand a chance even though she knew that their talents were different, but she never imagined that the difference would be this big. Our boy is finally done with her for today, so he suggests that they stop here because she looks exhausted. Layla isn't exactly happy about this at first, but then she remembers that she can't even take any more, so she simply accepts defeat. Hearing this, our boy is glad that things went the way the Duke would have wanted, and he's convinced that Layla has finally felt the sting of defeat, and now realizes that she's not the best. It's a tough loss to take, but it's not like she has a choice. She just complains, wondering how on earth he trained to become this good. Hearing this, Dane responds coldly, informing her that he trained diligently, and this just pisses her off because she doesn't even think there's anyone who doesn't train diligently. She's about to start throwing another tantrum when Dane shuts her up suddenly by telling her that she just needs to train harder. Her eyes widen in shock when she hears this. His words hit her like lightning bolts, and she just stands there, stunned. That being the case, Dane tells her that he's going in first and then starts walking away from her, so she vows not to lose next time, and he simply tells her that he's looking forward to it. Of course, this shocks her too, because he's so unfazed by her. Dane was the only person Layla's age whom she actually admired, and at the same time, he was the person she wanted to overcome. In a flashback scene, we're taken back to that day when our boy helped her correct her form. After she demonstrated her swordsmanship techniques to him, he commended her but also told her exactly what she needed to do to perfect it. Starting from her third form, she needed to fix it because it looked like she was overstepping. She diligently followed the instructions and took the corrections, which helped her improve a lot, and she was so excited after finally mastering it that she didn't even realize that was the day that she started admiring him. Unfortunately, now she doesn't just look at him that way. She sees him as a rival and a challenge that she wants to overcome so that she can finally prove that she is just a kid who waits to be taught everything. Now, Layla wants to actually beat Dane, and even though she doesn't know how difficult it's actually going to be, you gotta give her some points for determination. Right now, it's pretty clear that she's not on his level, and it bothers her too because she doesn't understand why he seems even further away from her reach than before. Nevertheless, she's determined to prove him wrong, so she vows once again to beat him the next time they meet. Our story resumes with the much anticipated ceremony finally underway. The Imperial Academy's entrance exam is almost like a festival, and it's such a big deal that people from all over the Empire gather to take the examination. There's so many, and when you include their families and attendants, you realize that thousands of people practically flock into the capital for the ceremony. This year, there are about 6,000 applicants for the Imperial Academy's entrance examination, and the reason for such a high number is the fact that anyone can apply for it as long as they pay the exam fee. That's pretty much the only condition to be met before getting a chance to take the exam. As a result, all kinds of people with different appearances and backgrounds are able to take part in this prestigious examination. Unfortunately, having such a high number of applicants doesn't change the fact that only a few will actually be enrolled into the Imperial Academy. Of the 6,000 applicants who took the bold step to come for the evaluation, about 2/3 of them won't even make it past the first exam. The applicants who've traveled for all over the Empire arrive at the capital and make their way into the castle where the examination will take place. Some of them can be seen standing in the huge courtyard as they wait for the event to officially begin. The first round of the preliminary selection takes place shortly, and once it's over, only about 2,000 students are left. These are the guys who move on to the second specialized examination, and as you'd expect, our boy Dane and his pink-haired friend Layla are in this category. The scene shifts, and after the first phase, we see a group of people having a meeting about it. One of the members seems surprised that 2,000 applicants made it past the first round. Another in the room confirms this and admits that the next phase is going to be quite hectic for them because the number is still quite large. The brown-haired man seated at the table wonders how many applicants will actually pass the exam this year, and one of his colleagues suggests that only 200 students at most will be enrolled into the Imperial Academy by the end of it all. The board members are quite curious about what kind of people will show up for this year's entrance exam, and some of them have already noticed some promising candidates who passed the first phase. The brown-haired man chimes in again, wondering if the tally for the first exam results still isn't out yet. This curious man is introduced to us as Professor Drenabo, and he just so happens to be the head of the Department of Magic at the Academy. In response to his question, another member of the committee seated there informs him that they're still working on the results. She claims that she's really curious to see who would score the highest, and we learn that she's the head of the Spearmanship Department who goes by the name Professor Ingrid. They haven't seen the results yet, but they all have a strong feeling that Layla would have the highest score in swordsmanship since she's the young lady from the house of Duke Thermian. They all agree with this presumption, recalling how she was the winner of the Thermian Cup after all. The professors immediately remember how incredible her performance was at the final, and this makes them praise Duke Thermian for raising his children so well. At this point, another member of the board chimes in. It's Delfinzo, the head of the summoning department, and she feels that the swordsmanship department will almost certainly have the top candidate this year since Duke Thermian's daughter is there. Hearing this, the head of the swordsmanship department is delighted, so he just laughs in excitement, claiming that it's pretty much guaranteed that his department will have the top candidate. The ginger-haired professor goes by the name Esteran, and he's pretty confident that Layla Thermian will be the highest-ranked applicant when the results finally come out. As far as he's concerned, there's absolutely no competition on that front, but Professor Drenabo doesn't look like he completely agrees. The other department heads wonder when they'll get a student of that caliber, feeling like Layla might be the only star this year, but the head of the magic department just feels that they're all wrong. After some hesitation, he finally airs his opinion and informs the rest of the board that he thinks differently. Professor Drenabo opens an envelope on the table while the other department heads become curious. Professor Ingrid is the one who asks him what he's talking about, and that's when he reveals that he received a recommendation letter from Sidrain. Drenabo informs them that the letter even has the magical seal of the Nixian Magic Tower, and this is enough to prove that it's legit. Hearing this, Ingrid is really shocked because she can't believe that Sidrain actually recommended someone for the entrance examination. It's starting to look really threatening for the swordsmanship department, so Professor Esteran gets nervous and insists that there's no way this recommended applicant can beat the Thermian Cup winner. As far as he's concerned, Layla will be the star applicant in this year's exam, but everyone else in the room is starting to have second thoughts about it. They start murmuring because it's clear that the daughter of the legendary Duke Thermian won't be the only rare talent in the list of candidates this year. Sidrain is famous for not taking any disciples, so the fact that he would send a recommendation letter for an applicant is pretty unbelievable. With the whispers in the room increasing, Professor Drenabo reveals that the person in the letter is already a three-circle mage at the age of 14. As you can imagine, this is pretty shocking news, and Delfinzo exclaims before asking who exactly this kid is. At this point, the head of the magic department reveals that the person is Dane Saugers. The others at the table are shocked, and Esterand is particularly horrified by the news. Professor Drenabo confirms this and then informs them that the boy is actually the son of Count Saugers, but it's pretty obvious that they already knew this. The house of Count Saugers already has two geniuses being trained in magic and summoning at the Imperial Academy, so the department heads are all shocked to find out that they'll be having yet another prodigy from the same prestigious family. Now, even the youngest son of the Saugers family even has Sidrain's recommendation, so they're quite concerned about the whole thing. The board realizes that they're sure to attract a lot of attention this year because top candidates from the two great families on the continent are applying simultaneously. This is serious, and the professors realize that they've got their work cut out for them. Just then, Professor Esterand recalls that the Saugers family is known for spearmanship, so the fact that the boy has gotten recommendation from a magician makes the ginger-haired man conclude that the Saugers family is becoming known for magic instead. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid chimes in once again, sounding pretty disappointed because she thought that Dane would apply to the spearmanship department. Drabano can't say that he's not happy about having a student like Dane, but he tries not to sound too annoying by reminding the others that the beau would make a strong pair with his sister Arabella if he joins the magic department. The man is pretty confident that he'll get Dane to join him and feels that it makes a lot more sense too, since the Imperial Academy is all about magic after all. The discussion is suddenly interrupted when a lady barges into the room to inform the board that the applicants' exams have just been concluded. Hearing this, the professors figure that it's a good idea to bring up the data so they can know the next course of action. Sure enough, a large blue screen pops upon instantly and the details are displayed. On the screen, they see that the swordsmanship department has the highest number of applicants, which is 1,367. The second highest is the magic department with 227 candidates there, and next is the summoning department, having 152 applicants. After the figures are ready out for everyone to hear, some people in the room appear quite shocked. The news is pretty crazy, but some people expected something like this because it appears that there's always a huge gap between the swordsmanship and magic departments. As you can imagine, Esterand is pretty excited that he has the highest number of candidates, and he's even more delighted when he sees that Layla Thermian's name is right at the top of the list of applicants. Professor Drabano, on the other hand, is shocked when he scrolls the entire page and discovers that Dane Sager's name isn't on the list. The magic department head is so confused, so he checks frantically a second time but then gives up when he still doesn't find the name. The professor just sits there in shock, and Esterand asks him if he's sure and then reminds him of the recommendation letter that Sidrain sent. Professor Ingrid reveals that the name isn't on her list either, and this just makes the situation even more confusing. With no other option, they ask the lady who just came in if there are any applicants who weren't listed. In response, the lady reveals that there is in fact one applicant who was listed in the independent major. The 4 department heads are shocked to hear this because it's an extremely rare thing for anyone to apply there. They find it hard to believe, and all the other staff in the room just wait anxiously to find out who this person is. As you'd expect, it turns out to be our boy, and not only is he the independent major applicant, but he's also the person who scored the highest out of the 6,000 candidates who came in the first exam. This piece of information comes as horrifying news to the head of the swordsmanship department because he was so convinced that Layla would be the star of the show. Unfortunately, that's not the case, and it instantly becomes clear as day that Dun Sagers is the candidate who came in first place. The scene shifts after that, and the rest of the meeting is pretty much history because the next thing we see is that our boy is in the middle of training. Dane is currently in a training ground welding his spear, and he thinks about how it's already been a month since he arrived at the school. In his mind, time flies, because it feels like it was only just yesterday that he was training with Layla. Now, he's already taken the first exam and is waiting for the results. He thinks back to that day when they were all seated and given the papers, and is grateful that the exam wasn't that difficult. His thoughts are interrupted when his pink-haired rival barks at him, asking him if he's gotten his results back. Layla Thermian appears to have a really competitive spirit as well because she also wants to know what position he's currently holding on the leaderboard. When she asks this question, he nonchalantly checks his wristband to see if the results are in, and of course, our boy is first place on the list. He didn't know that the results were back, so he's really surprised to find out that he's the top scorer. He expresses his excitement, but Layla looks like she's about to break something on his head. The girl is absolutely furious, especially because she already knew that he would be the only person at the academy to snatch that spot away from her. Layla looks like she's about to cry, and she can't believe that she didn't emerge the top scorer. This all makes her really angry, so she tries to make some sense out of it all and asks Dane how he even studied for the exam. In response, the hero reveals that he prepared for the exam mostly by reviewing the previous exam questions she sent him. Even though he looked at them, he admits that they were pretty hard, especially the military studies. Thankfully, it was a subject that Dane had learned firsthand in his previous life, so he kinda had an advantage in it. In his past life, he was an experienced warrior with a lot of skill and strategy, so asking him about such things must have been like a walk in the park for him. On the other hand, it must have been really difficult for an average 14-year-old, so he doesn't even understand what the academy was thinking by asking such questions about military administration during the exam. Dane admits that this was the easiest part for him and figures that it's pretty interesting. But Layla doesn't think so. The girl finds it difficult to understand why a teenager would be so vast in military administration, so she asks Dane if his mind is okay. The hot-headed girl then reminds him that the exam wasn't only based on military studies. Questions on art, music, and even history of the Drenic Empire were asked during the exam, so she can't comprehend how he could be so knowledgeable in all of this. In response, the genius just smiles at her, telling her that all the stuff she just mentioned are his area of expertise. It turns out that our boy picked a lot of things on the battlefield in his past life, whether he wanted to or not. By the time Dane is done saying all of this, Layla just gives up and changes the topic. She suddenly asks him where he's taking the second exam. Hearing this, our boy informs her that he has 3 locations where he'll be taking his exams, and she's shocked because she didn't think that he actually applied for the independent major. At this point, Layla just becomes really curious, so she asks him to tell her what other talents he has besides spearmanship and summoning. The girl really doesn't know what to think anymore, so she sternly asks him to tell her everything. But our boy just laughs in response and casually walks around, claiming that he'll tell her later. As you can imagine, this really pisses her off, but all she can really do is just stand there and yell at him. Seeing that he's not going to tell her the locations or what other talents he has, Layla simply asks him why he even chose the liberal arts major at the academy. She's been trying to wrap her head around it since she first found out, but no matter how hard she thinks about it, she just can't understand why he would choose the independent major. In response, our boy claims that he chose it simply because he wants to study that major, but of course, this is just a vague statement which doesn't really answer her question. As such, she just feels a little upset and informs him that the acceptance rate into that department is very low, but despite her best efforts to make him see things her way, Dane is just unfazed. He tells her that he heard he can listen to any class he wants if he studies the liberal arts major. This sounds really good to him because it means that he doesn't have to choose any major until he graduates from the academy. It means that he can keep his options open and practically study all the disciplines at the school. He even points out how all subjects can be studied with the same major teacher, but Layla just snaps at him for saying this. She feels that everyone already knows that and then accuses him of choosing the liberal arts major just so that he could get out of studying with her. As you can imagine, our boy is taken aback by the accusation, so he asks her why she would think that's the case. He expresses his confusion to show her that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Seeing this, Layla asks him if he actually thought about passing the liberal arts major, and it makes her realize that he really has some more secret talents he doesn't want her to know. Enraged by this, she asks him to tell her what other things he can do besides spear techniques and summoning. At this point, she can't hide her desperation, so she starts yelling at him again, and even though he tries to laugh it off at first, he gets really nervous and starts contemplating whether or not he should tell her. We don't get to see what decision he makes because the scene shifts at this point, and the next place we're taken to is one of the halls in the academy. Here, it appears that the department heads have gathered again to discuss the future of the candidates who took the exam. At the meeting, it was confirmed that the liberal arts major exam requires passing 3 rounds. That's the only way that our boy can actually pass to become a student of the independent major. Dane will have to take 3 different exams, but first, the professors make it clear that spear magic and summoning magic core and circles are opposite. That being the case, it would be almost impossible for one person to pass the 2 different exams. The 3 department heads present find this to be a really tricky situation, so they're looking for a way around it. Delfinzo is convinced that most people can't pass the final round of the exam, even though most were able to pass the 2 rounds at first. Professor Drenabo agrees with her, confirming that the last phase of the exam is the most difficult part. As such, he feels that it would be better for Dane to go with spear magic or summoning magic, claiming that it would be better if the boy applied for the 2. Hearing this, Delfinzo just recalls how the liberal arts major was established 200 years ago. It's been 2 centuries, but almost no one has passed it, as pointed out by Professor Ingrid. Hearing what the ladies have to say, Professor Drenabo chimes in, reminding them that it wasn't always this difficult at first. Unlike now, hundreds of years ago, the academy was in great need of talent. At the time, it was a period of conquest, so all the talent had to be utilized, and very few people were rejected by the academy. Back then, if there was talent, then it had to be trained first before any kind of rejection. However, that's no longer the case today, and as a result, the standards are getting higher. This simply means that the candidates will also want to choose the best disciplines to study so they can increase their chances. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid is speechless for a second, but then she asks what the point of leaving the independent major was. Nobody has applied for it in a long time, and nobody has certainly been able to pass it either, so she feels that there's no point leaving the major. In response, the head of the magic department tells the ladies that the major is still there because it is symbolic. Drenabo claims that it's a symbol to show that only the best talents of the empire can enter. When he says this, Delfinzo ponders on it for a second and then admits that it's actually important. However, she feels that the major has now faded and only maintains its name. At this point, Professor Drenabo slides a piece of paper on the table towards the ladies, telling them that he did some research and found the only 2 people who passed the liberal arts major in the last 100 years. According to his research, one of them dropped out and the other went on to become a former emperor. Based on this information, the spearmanship department head figures that only geniuses should even think of applying to the major. Basically, if you aren't a genius, then you don't stand a chance of passing the liberal arts major. That's pretty much the conclusion, but Delfinzo has a feeling that Dane has a shot. In her mind, if it's the son of the war hero Arkan Sagars, then there's hope. She admits that she's looking forward to seeing how it all plays out because the Sagars family is certainly not an ordinary family. As far as they're concerned, the boy might either be the once-in-a-lifetime genius they've been waiting for, or he could just end up being a cocky brat. Regardless of all this, Professor Drenabo reminds them that they can't be careless with any decision they make because they have a certain position they must honor at the Imperial Academy. The 2 ladies in the room agree with him, so after a brief pause, he picks up his cup of tea to take a sip. He feels that the best they can do right now is watch and see how everything plays out. These professors want to see if our boy is confident enough to try his hand at symbolism. The scene shifts once again, and next, we see that it's time for the second examination. We find ourselves in the hall for this exam, and the 3 professors involved with the young candidate are equally present. Drabano, Ingrid, and Delfinzo are all seated at the table while Dane stands before them to take his exam. Our boy introduces himself to them as Dane Sagars and then makes it clear that he's applying for the liberal arts major at the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Professor Drenabo is the first to respond to him. The head of the magic department asks the young master if he knows what it means to apply for this major. The man wants to make sure that the kid is sure of what he wants and that he knows what he's getting into. Our boy responds, claiming that he's aware of everything involved, and then reveals that he heard he has to pass all 3 rounds to be accepted into the major. The hero is probably very confident in himself, but the look on his face almost makes it look like he's afraid of what he's about to do. The professors still don't think that anyone can actually pass the liberal arts major, especially Ingrid, so she tells Dane that he can still change his mind now before it's too late. She reveals how much she respects Count Arkensagers and claims that he's even the best in the Empire. For this reason, she doesn't want to see Dane get hurt. She would hate to be one of the reasons that the son of someone she admires so much gets eliminated, so she gives Dane one last chance to change his mind and his major. However, our boy has no intention of changing his mind. The hero is determined to pass the liberal arts major exam, so he thanks Professor Ingrid for her kind words right before informing her that he came for the exam with the intention of doing his best. He has no plan to back down or chicken out at this point, so he makes it clear that he's not going anywhere. Hearing these words, the judges aren't too surprised, because if Dane was the kind of person that gave up so easily, then he wouldn't even have applied for the liberal arts major in the first place. Once it's pretty clear that the boy is not going back on his decision, Professor Drenabo suggests that there's nothing else they can do except start the exam. So, he starts by informing the candidate once again that the exam will have 3 different rounds according to the chosen major. As he already knows, this is a very strict exam, which means that our boy will be eliminated instantly if he fails any round of the test. The young master reveals that he completely understands the terms and conditions, so once they're all on the same page, Drenabo turns to Delfinzo and suggests that she take over. They already agreed that the 3-part exam would start from the summoning round. Hearing this, the purple-haired professor in glasses just gives them a knowing look right before the scene shifts. Next, we find Dane and the teacher alone in another part of the woods, which is presumably the location for the first exam. Dane recognizes the professor and seems to be quite familiar with her already. From what he's heard, Delfinzo is the highest-ranking summoner in the Althian Empire, and he also heard that the lady in front of him set a record for maintaining 3 summons of level 2 or higher at the same time. His thoughts are interrupted when the professor speaks to him. She claims that the summoning department exam method is quite simple and then politely asks him to satisfy her in any way related to summoning. This is pretty much what the summoning exam is about, and Dane isn't surprised at all. He already expected something like this because the first round is always like a free trial according to one's preferences without any standards or formalities. This is definitely the easiest stage of the 3-part exam since he's allowed to choose how he does it. Surprisingly, he suddenly asks the lady if she can call a summoner for him, and this leaves her pretty confused. She expresses her shock and quickly becomes nervous, but Dane nonchalantly informs her that she can call any summon at all for him. The other professors are watching the whole thing and are equally dumbfounded when he makes this crazy request. The head of the spearmanship department is particularly shocked at what just happened. She can't believe that Dane actually just asked the professor to do the summoning when he's the contestant. Apparently, this request he just made isn't against the rules, so they can't even tell him no, and this makes all of them really worried about what he's trying to do. Professor Drenabo wonders what exactly the boy's intentions are. Since there is no definite form, Delfinzo feels that it can be explained theoretically, and she also wonders if he wants to meet the summoner directly. After some hesitation and contemplating, she finally gives in and decides to play along with his game. The purple-haired professor takes a while to think and then decides that it's fine. Even though what he just did is very daring, she finds it interesting, so she's ready to play along and see where he is going with it. It's also pretty annoying since she didn't know that any of this was allowed. Anyway, now that Dane has somehow managed to twist the exam in his favor, she leads him back to where her colleagues are and then starts casting her summoning spells. A strange and powerful energy glows around her body as she continues to chant the incantations. It doesn't take long for everything to be done, and by the time she can feel the spell is strong enough, she calls on the summons on last time. This strange but impressive aura fills the air and surrounds everything around to show just how powerful this department head is. A loud rumble can be heard all over the place due to this summoning spell, and the lady's aura pretty much overwhelms the whole place. Shortly after, we see 2 men appearing out of a distorted portal, and they both look like they're unconscious. Professor Ingrid and Drenabo witness this as well, and they're absolutely horrified by the scenes in front of them. Apparently, the 2 men that suddenly popped up aren't even the ones that made the spearmanship department head gasp in horror, because when they take a closer look, they both see the massive wolf creature being summoned out of the portal. The 2 teachers seated at the table look like they're about to shit their pants when they see the terrifying face of the werewolf that just appeared. From his sharp teeth to his deadly claws, the werewolf completely appears out of the rumbling portal and lets out a loud growl. The professors are familiar with this creature, thanks to his unforgettable scowl and glowing red eyes. This is why Ingrid is instantly able to identify the werewolf as Ederek, the Mad Summoner. Apparently, this is the person that Delfinzo called to help Dane with his summoning request. The creature growls at our hero, but he stands right there, showing no fear. The werewolf looks like he wants to rip the young master to pieces, but I guess that's how they always look. Anyway, Dane finds the sound really creepy, and it's pretty clear that he didn't see this coming. As far as our boy knows, Ederek is the most ferocious among the level 4 summoners, which means that the young master might have a hard time here. The terrifying werewolf standing a few feet away from the young master is pretty famous for attacking every object he comes across. Unfortunately, right now, Dane is the closest thing in sight, so there's a good chance he'll get attacked really fast and really soon. The current situation makes the young master a little uncomfortable because he certainly didn't expect much from the first phase of the entrance examination. The summoning part was supposed to be like a walkover for him, and we all thought that he had somehow hacked the whole thing just now. Unfortunately, it's no longer as easy as it was supposed to be, so the white-haired prodigy realizes that he has his work cut out for him. At this point, it's pretty clear that the exam is going to be very interesting this time around. Dane seemed like he had seen everything that was going to happen, but now there's a twist. But it doesn't make him any less determined to prove himself and pass the independent major. For some reason, Dane starts stomping his feet on the ground. We're not sure why he's doing it, but that's the next thing we see. Apparently, the purple-haired professor didn't think about the negatives either. It is almost as if she didn't intend to summon the werewolf because the look on her face smacks of horror and fear. It appears that our boy might be doing something also pretty unexpected because Delfinzo quickly cautions him, asking him what the hell he thinks he's doing. She tells him you stop it immediately, and warns him that IG would only get Edorak agitated. Sure enough, the massive werewolf gets pissed when he sees Dane pounding on the floor with his feet, so he charges at the young master with his teeth-filled mouth and a very terrifying scowl on his face. Our boy walks up to the crazy summoner as well and then looks him dead in the eye before asking him if all he needs to do is prove his summoning talent by any means. Hearing this, Edorak just responds coldly, asking him why he thought he could prove it by jumping into a pit of fire. Basically, this big canine monster considers himself a terrible fire and is somehow convinced that he will be the reason why our boy fails this exam. The head of the summoning department just gets scared when she hears this, and it makes her very worried for the young candidate trying to make it into the liberal arts major. While she's freaking out and panicking, our boy answers the huge werewolf with a very stern look on his face. It's clear that he's unfazed, so with this courage, he informs Edorak that there's no such thing as a pit of fire and then tells the big guy not to worry at all about this. Dane lifts his hand and prepares to take on the canine beast in front of him. The professor is definitely worried about it, but she can't really interfere, so all she can do is watch with a horrified expression plastered on her face. Edorak is definitely annoyed by the young contestant, so he starts growling uncomfortably. He's like a big dog that just wants to be let loose, but even after everything he does to scare the young master, Dane is completely unfazed. Our boy stares calmly at the ferocious beast as it glares at him. The red eyes glint with murderous intent for a while, but this intensity suddenly starts dropping by the second. The staring contest goes on for some time, but then all of a sudden, the werewolf's tail suddenly stops wagging and collapses to the ground. Once this happens, the massive beast stops growling at Dane and simply just bows to him like a pet dog. The huge canine monster pants like a house dog and moves closer to surrender. Seeing this, the young master stretches out his hand confidently and concludes that this is a very good behavior from the werewolf. As you can imagine, the professors are absolutely bewildered by what they just saw. And it's really hard to believe. Sure, they're dumbfounded by what just happened, but at least, they're also relieved that Dane somehow managed to calm the ferocious summon down. The creature lowers its head so our boy can pet it, so he does just that, and it makes him remember his own summon Genpu. He admits that this one is a lot bigger than Genpu, but the wolf monster isn't even paying attention to anything he's saying. The creature is just more concerned with enjoying the head rubs and taking a nap right on the spot. The young master just keeps petting the beast so he can put it to sleep, and while he's at it, Professor Delfinzo walks up to him. The purple-haired lady finds the whole thing impossible because she can't believe that the evil Edorak can be so obedient to anyone at all. As if calming the beast wasn't shocking enough, Dane does something else that leaves the summoning department head absolutely speechless. She's still walking up to him when she notices that there's a magical thread attached to Edorak. Her eyes widen in shock as she tries to be sure that her mind isn't playing tricks on her. The professor is taken aback by the glowing thread attached to the monster like a leash. Judging by the light color of the thread, she can tell that it is not only going to make the beast obedient all of a sudden, but it's also going to erase Edorak's hostility completely. By the time Dane is done with this wild beast, there's not going to be a lot of aggression in the creature anymore because he'd have sucked out all the hostility in it, turning it into a domestic house dog. The other professors watch the whole thing from their table, and it's almost like a dream to them. The head of the spearmanship department is so stunned by everything that she just saw that she had to stand up from her seat to make some sense out of it. She looks so gobsmacked by the fact that Dane somehow managed to tame the beast, so she wonders if the boy is using innate empathy. On the other hand, Drabano just lets out a crazy laugh, refusing to believe any of it even though he's witnessing everything with his own eyes. Remember those two men that were summoned by Delfinzo the first time? Well, it turns out that they weren't unconscious. They're wide awake but probably feel like they're still in a dream because they just witnessed the impossible. Everyone else is still overwhelmed by what the young master just did, but the summoning department head feels that she needs to get closer so she can analyze that magic thread. She wonders if it's possible to create a similar magic thread and connect it to herself. Apparently, she has intentions of taking the wild beast and making it her pet. The professor in glasses feels that this might be the best way to fight against the summon because there are no traces. As far as the professor is concerned, this magic thread that the young master used is an ability that surpasses even her, who has long been praised by her teacher since she was a little girl. Even meeting someone with talent like this is extremely rare, so the professor really looks forward to the future of the prodigy. After taming the uncontrollable beast that everyone else was terrified of, our boy walks up to the purple-haired professor and she immediately informs him that his ability has been confirmed. They were probably looking down on him before, but after seeing what he just managed, the summoning department head acknowledges him. She gives him a nod of approval and commends him for having strong courage and calm judgment, as well as solid fundamentals. Delfinzo is so impressed that she can't even pretend to keep him in suspense, so he quickly realizes that he passed this first round without a doubt. The moment he says this, the other department heads seated at the table agree with him at the same exact time. They're all in awe of the young man standing there, and they can't even act all tough and mysterious anymore, so the young master just smiles in satisfaction, knowing that he's one step closer to getting accepted into the liberal arts major. With this in mind, he smiles at the teachers and then thanks them. The scene shifts once again, and this time around, the story continues later that night. We see that our boy is done with that phase of the exam, and of course, Layla is extremely curious about all the details. She's surprised when he informs her that the whole thing was over in 30 minutes, and she almost doesn't believe him. She figures that this means he must be a senior, but he doesn't think so. Besides, he's aware that she was also first place in the swordsmanship department. Unfortunately, that's not really enough for her because Dane seems to be doing wonders already. The girl feels intimidated and isn't really happy with her performance so far, so she's pretty sad, and our boy just cheers her up. He reminds her that she threw a banquet to celebrate their passing, hoping that the thought of food would make her feel better. Unfortunately, Layla prefers to brood and wallow in self-pity, so she tells him that she doesn't have an appetite anymore. She tells him that he should go ahead and eat more. It's really clear that she doesn't feel good at all. The girl looks like she's about to start crying because the difference in talent between her and Dane is just so much now. She can't even describe the feeling, but she certainly knows that she doesn't like it, so she just turns around with her head down and walks away from him. Our boy senses that she's not feeling okay, so he calls out to her, hoping he can help her feel better, but just when he tries to follow her, the Duke Thermian himself comes out. The old man stands in the way and tells Dane that Layla wants to be alone right now. He suggests that the young master let her be, and when Dane tries to protest, the Duke just assures him that his daughter will be fine. The Hexaclass Knight tells our boy not to worry too much about Layla and then asks the young talent if he's contacted his father yet. The Duke chuckles at the thought, knowing that his friend Arkensagers must be very proud that his son passed the entrance exam into the Imperial Academy. In response, our boy reveals that he's already informed his old man of everything. He admits that everyone was very happy when he broke the news to them, and the Duke reveals that everyone in the mansion was surprised too, considering the fact that he got accepted into the liberal arts major. Now that the exams are over, Duke Thermian encourages Dane to take a good rest and wait for the admissions. In response, our boy just thanked the old man for his concern, and after having this chat, the Hexaclass Knight changed the topic. He asks the young master if he has thought about the items he wants to request from the blacksmith at the Thermian Forge. Hearing this, our boy reveals that he thought about a sword but admits that he hasn't made any plans yet. In response, the old man feels that there might be something wrong, so he asks what's up, and Dane explains that the reason he hasn't made any plans is because his body is still in the process of maturing. As a result, he doesn't know what kind of sword he should even make. Even though this is the case right now, the young master definitely wants to think about it, so he feels that this is a good opportunity for that. Duke Thermian lets out a small laugh in response and assures Dane that there's no rush. He encourages the boy to make his decision in his own time, and the two men share a wholesome moment together. The conversation is interrupted when the butler suddenly arrives. The man suggests that Duke Thermian would probably go see his wife now, and the Hexaclass Knight claims that he will. He knows that he should go be with his sick wife right now, so he does just that and leaves Dane Sagers outside. As the Duke goes inside with the butler, our boy just watches him and figures that the Duchess's illness still hasn't fully recovered yet. That's pretty sad, and our boy can't help but feel sorry for the family. As if she was reading his mind, Layla suddenly appears again, telling him that the symptoms of her mother's illness haven't gotten worse. They're thankful for this, but it doesn't change the fact that the poor Duchess hasn't gotten any better either. Layla reveals that this is how it's been for several years now, and Dane just looks at her with so much sympathy laced on his face. He feels so sorry for the poor girl and her family who have had to deal with this for years now. Dane thinks about how he's never even seen a member of his family sick, so he knows that it's a feeling he cannot understand. This whole thing puts him in a pretty sad mood, and if he can feel this way, it makes him wonder how Layla must be feeling right now. As such, he decides that it's time to go comfort his dear friend. The scene shifts once again, and the next time we see our boy, it's 2 days later. The current location is the Imperial Academy, and different people are walking and chatting in the school. A while later, the newly admitted students are arranged and attend their first assembly in the courtyard. They're addressed by the principal of the academy, who goes by the name Ackwold Hamet. He claims that it's a pleasure to finally meet the new students of the Royal Academy and commends them for overcoming the fierce competition this year. There were definitely a lot of applicants, but these are the few who made it to the end, and the fact that they were able to do this makes him really happy to see them in his school. It makes him proud, and so he feels that the future of the Empire is very bright as well. We see all the students lined up on the assembly ground, all wearing their new uniforms. The principal assures them that every one of them standing there is a top talent of the empire. As far as he's concerned, they're all treasures, so it gives him great pride to have them in his school. From what he heard, he can confirm that there are many outstanding talents, especially among the new students that got enrolled this year. Most of the newly admitted students smile with pride as they hear the principal speak about them. They're really honored and very proud of themselves for making it this far. The head of the Royal Academy continues his speech, and that's when he reveals that one of the new students even passed the liberal arts major. The principal reveals that only 2 people have ever managed this feat in the last 100 years, which is absolutely crazy. The old man confirms that this student is the second person to do it ever and informs the rest at the assembly that this person has been approved by 3 department heads from the spearmanship, magic, and summoning departments. As you can imagine, such news is a really big deal for anyone in the Imperial Academy. The other newly admitted students are surprised to hear that one of them actually got accepted into the liberal arts major. It's absolutely unbelievable, and it makes them all wonder what kind of ability this mysterious student has. While they're all wonderful, the principal continues his announcement and confidently informs them that this new genius is set to become the freshman representative. That being said, the head of the school reveals that this genius is valedictorian Dane Saugers, while the hero in question just stands still, showing no emotion at all. The story continues with our boy activating all the traps in the room to take them all at the same time. He dashes across the room, dodging all the projectiles launched at him, and still somehow manages to avoid getting hit by the poles that suddenly shoot out from the ground all the way to the ceiling. He beats these 2 waves of traps and then pauses to scan the area while the students who set up the hazing just watch in awe. They're not too surprised because it's just the kind of performance they expect from House Saugers. One of them reveals that he heard Dane's older sisters were treated badly at their initiation ceremonies, however. While the other students are busy talking about all that stuff, the ginger-haired mastermind suddenly freaks out because it becomes clear that Dane seems to know what the traps are and where they'll come out of. This is pretty frustrating, as you can imagine, because Arnold spent so much effort to hide the traps but Dane found them so easily. The master nerd is pretty disappointed for sure, but at the same time, he feels that it's way too early to give up. He refuses to let the new kid ruin his mood and decides to remain positive, feeling that there's no way Dane will be able to avoid the last trap he planted. Arnold says this with so much confidence that it makes the other students curious, and one of the girls asks him what the last trap actually is. Even though they're supposed to be on the same team, he refuses to tell her what it is and decides to be all mysterious about it, laughing and claiming that she'll know once she sees it. In that moment, the scene shifts back to the den of traps where we see a massive dragon appear out of thin air. Besides the massive red lizard monster, there's another giant horned beast at the back, so when Dane comes face to face with these abominations, he realizes that the final hurdle in this hazing is to fight against these summons. At first glance, our boy can already tell that the mastermind of this stunt prepared quite powerful summons for the task, but then after taking a closer look, he realizes that something isn't right. Dane notices something weird about the dragon's feet and tail, which immediately makes him realize that these monstrosities aren't actually here. It turns out that the summons are just illusions set up to terrify him, but now that he knows that, he has the upper hand. It makes sense to him because it's so noisy, and yet he could only see 2 powerful summons in the room with him. Even though they're not real monsters, Dane admits that it's still a clever trick because an ordinary student would have fled straight away after seeing them. Thankfully, there's nothing ordinary about Dane Saugers, so as the illusions charge at him, he just remains unfazed and waits for the attack, knowing that there's no need to dodge or run away. Rather, he decides that all he has to do is adjust the flow of mana and make it so that the illusions can't fulfill their purpose. With this plan in mind, he gets right to it, and when the hazing master sees what's going on, he begins to panic. Arnold is so confused when he realizes that Dane isn't running away and is actually quite relaxed instead. Some of the other students notice this too and immediately figure that he's planning to do something because they see that he's gathering mana too. As soon as Arnold hears this, his jaw drops in shock because he can't believe that the white-haired newbie managed to detect his illusion in such a short amount of time. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that anyone can manage that, so he refuses to accept defeat. Unfortunately, his colleagues are already convinced that it's game over, so they make it clear to the ginger-haired nerd. They're absolutely right about this too, because our boy suddenly unleashes the ball of mana that he gathered and shoots it at the illusions. The bright light from the blast fills the room, and the fake monsters can only screech as they get wiped away by Dane's powerful strike. After the dust settles, our boy just looks at the fake summons with a smug look on his face, thinking about how boring the whole trap was. Now that he's ruined the hazing for the bullies, he figures that it's time to go find the creator of the illusions. Just then, we see the older students running out of a room, looking absolutely terrified of something. They're currently running from the huge wolf summon called Eterarch, and they have no idea why the monster is here. Not knowing what else to do, they yell at Arnold to do something since he was the mastermind of the whole plan after all. Unfortunately, the ginger-haired nerd is just as scared and confused as the rest, so he makes a run for it too, claiming that he doesn't know what to do either. This comes as a shock to the other students because he was literally the one who prepared the monster that's now attacking them for some reason. The students quickly realize that they can't escape the giant beast, so they give up at the dead end and wait to see what happens to them. Just when it looks like they're about to be executed by the terrifying summon, our boy Dane reveals himself, feeling really smug that he figured out where they were hiding. The students are shocked when they see him, and Arnold almost can't believe that the freshman just made a fool of him. Annoyed by the current situation, he asks Dane to do something about the giant wolf summon threatening their lives if he's the one responsible for it, claiming that they'll apologize for messing with him if that's what it would take to get the creature away from them. Hearing this, our boy decides to spare them and uses his summoning talent to send the Eterarch away. Just like he did with the fake summons, he gets rid of the giant wolf creature in the blink of an eye, leaving the students pretty dumbfounded. They're shocked at how quickly it disappeared and begin to feel that Dane used an illusion to make them shit their pants. After showing them who the boss is, our boy finally speaks up and makes it clear to them that they failed at the initiation ceremony. Seeing that they were absolutely humiliated by the new guy, the students decide to give Dane a proper welcome. One of them walks up to our boy and introduces himself as Dragon Valentine, who happens to be a 5th-year alchemy student at the school. He reveals that he's the only direct descendant of Marquess Valentine. At first, you'd assume that this nerd on glasses is just trying to welcome Dane into the academy, but he begins to act like a creep all of a sudden, talking about how well-built and handsome our boy is. Dragon makes this observation and admits that it's only natural for Dane to look this good since both his sisters are very beautiful. He eventually takes a break from all the weird talk and shakes Dane's hand. Our boy returns the gesture, but of course, he's a little creeped out by the guy because he doesn't get what he's yapping about. Unfortunately, Dragon isn't done tooting our boy's horn just yet. He starts praising Dane, talking about how amazing his ability to dodge traps is. He reveals that he heard about our boy entering the autonomous department and begins to wonder if that's why the initiation ceremony failed. This talkative kid just keeps blabbering on, revealing that Arnold was very disappointed by the failed hazing. As you can imagine, the ginger-haired boy doesn't appreciate his name being mentioned because he's already faced enough embarrassment for one day. However, Dragon doesn't seem to care about his feelings, so he just keeps talking, telling Dane how Arnold is the heir of the Cullard house, who are famous for being hunters. He even goes on to tell our boy that Arnold was the one who created all those traps. Hearing this, a cheeky grin creeps up on our boy's face because he's quite intrigued by the fact that one student managed to install all those traps. After practically telling Dane all about Arnold's life history, Dragon finally figures that it's time to call the others over so that they can introduce themselves to the freshmen as well. For some of them, this is a good idea, so they hurry over, but Arnold is particularly reluctant to do so. The blonde girl in the group is Priscilla, and she's a 4th-year theology student. Dragon claims that it's best not to bother her because she dreams of becoming a cleric, but while he's still talking, she shoves him aside to speak directly with Dane. Apparently, Priscilla is a very straightforward young lady, which explains why she immediately introduces herself as kind and beautiful. She reveals that she's the abandoned child of House Neriel and starts talking about how one can't even dream of marriage the moment they enter the theology department. She says this with a straight face, but Dane finds it a little amusing, so he laughs a little while stating that it's a pleasure to meet her. They shake hands, but in that moment, the blondie is immediately overwhelmed by the power that she feels coming from the freshman. She begins to wonder what the hell Dane actually is because she can't even comprehend why his mana is so dense. She can't even hide what she's feeling, so she blurts out what's on her mind, asking if this amount of mana is something that someone their age can even possess. Dragon is a little baffled by her reaction because he also shook Dane's hand a few seconds ago and he didn't feel anything crazy. While he's still wondering why Priscilla is so overwhelmed, the girl remains mind blown by the ridiculous amount of mana Dane possesses. Dragon is very curious all of a sudden, wondering if the power is really that amazing, but she just ignores him and keeps drooling over our boy. As you can imagine, Arnold is pretty pissed when he sees what's going on. He wonders why she's praising him so much just because his mana is a bit denser than usual. At this point, the other students in the gang are also eager to experience what's so special about Dane. With this in mind, one of them pushes Priscilla aside and goes to introduce himself. The redhead is actually Shaul Hasbro, a 2nd-year martial arts student. He's also a bit arrogant too because he immediately starts talking about how he's different from the disgusting pests in the physical beauty club and how he doesn't want to be compared to them. Hearing this, our boy immediately recalls the obsessed gym bros that were trying to get him to join their club earlier. Hasbro clearly doesn't like them, but he admits that muscles are pretty important. However, he explains how martial arts isn't just about growing showy muscles. That being said, he tells Dane to let him know if he's interested, promising to tell him all about true martial arts. After this little chat, our boy realizes that there's only one person in the room who hasn't approached him yet, and of course, it's none other than Arnold. The others notice this, so they call out to him, informing him that it's his turn to introduce himself, but this guy literally turns his back to them and refuses to say anything. They're all pretty smart here, so they can tell that he's still sulking because his traps didn't work, and of course, they tease him for it, claiming that it's really petty of him. Apparently, the mockery gets to him and sets him straight, so he turns around all of a sudden and introduces himself to Dane. They shake hands, and our boy can instantly tell that the guy is still upset because all the traps he prepared were destroyed. This makes him feel a little sorry for Arnold, so he figures that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to praise him a little. With this in mind, Dane admits that the traps were pretty good, and commends Arnold for knowing a lot about trap mechanics and how to set triggers. He goes on to point out how they were a bit noticeable and suggests that it must have been a paying problem. Rather than being flattered, the orange-haired brat just feels attacked, so he snaps at Dane, but the young master calmly advises him to use the paints better next time. He claims that his traps would be less noticeable at this level of brightness if he takes the advice. Hearing this, Arnold calms down all of a sudden because Dane actually just made a lot of sense. Now that they're on the same page, our boy assures him that the traps were well made other than the paint issue, stating that anyone else would have fallen for them. The other students are just bewildered by what they just witnessed because none of them ever imagined that the freshman would be the one to teach Arnold something about traps. The colored boy is literally a hunter and trap maker by birth, so the fact that Dane could teach him about that makes them conclude that the freshman is really an amazing person. At this point, Shawl Hasbro figures that it's time to end the introduction, so he offers to show Dane his new room. They all follow the redhead, and as our boy walks behind, he realizes that these guys actually seem fun. Even though they almost started out as jerks, he now has a good feeling about them and thinks that he might just have gained some really good friends. He takes a look at them and sees Arnold bragging about his traps while the rest try to humble him, and this makes our boy pretty confident that his stay at this school is going to get a lot more interesting. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see Layla finding out that he's taking 6 classes related to his majors this semester. In response, he simply explains that he has 3 majors and that he needs to take 2 courses for each. Layla is a little concerned about this because he still has liberal arts classes to take. She wonders if he can really do it all because he might not even have time to sleep with such a choked up schedule. Usually, first years take 4 classes at most, so she makes him aware of this and tells him to think carefully about what he wants to do. Layla reminds him that he can still cancel some of the classes after the first class, but our boy just smiles smugly in response, assuring her that it's going to be alright. After all, this is why he applied for 2 liberal arts classes and even added military science. Hearing this, Layla is a little annoyed because he's kinda showing off at this point. She commends him for his determination either way because military science scares her, especially since she lost a lot of points in the first exam due to military science. But then again, she shouldn't be too hard on herself because it's a really difficult subject. Layla isn't too surprised that he is taking such a stressful course because it's just the kind of thing you expect from the top student. Unfortunately, their little chat has to end now because she has to go to her liberal arts class. She figures that they'll catch up in swordsmanship class later, but before she can run off, Dane curiously asks what class she's taking in the liberal arts department. In response, she proudly shows him her book and reveals that she's in the understanding cosmetics and skin class, which our boy isn't shocked by since she's a girl after all. At this point, it's time for them to really part ways, so Dane tells her that they'll see each other later. The scene shifts and we catch up with our boy who just made a shocking appearance at one of the liberal arts classes. They're really taken aback when they see Dane Saugers taking one of their classes, and all they can do is wonder what he's doing there. Seeing that he's the top student in the school, most of the other kids are really nervous around him, so they don't even know if they should try talking to him. They don't really know what the young master is like. All they know is that he's from a county, so they don't think that he'll be cold and distant. The students keep talking about him, but he can literally hear everything they're saying, so it's a little awkward for him. With nothing else for him to do, he quietly opens his book on Introduction to Military Science to keep reading. As he flips through the pages, he remembers what he read the previous day and confirms that there were some things he already knew and some things that were directly at odds with reality. I mean, he should know since he was one of the most skilled soldiers in his past life. Besides that, he's also not surprised by the discrepancies because if theory and practice always match, no countries would lose in war. Dane feels that the reason military science is still taught just shows how important theory and the basics are. His train of thought is interrupted when the professor suddenly walks into the class. One of the students announces this, and before the other students can even process it, the white-haired man yells at the noisy students to settle down immediately. He makes his way to the front of the class and slams his hand on the table to get everyone's attention before greeting all the students. He introduces himself as Francisco Gavious and informs them that he will be their military theory professor. Judging by the stern look on the man's face, it's pretty obvious that he's been in more than just a few wars. He tells the students to refer to him as Professor Gavious and then decides to take attendance before starting the class. While the man is still talking, Dane's thoughts drift off. At a glance, he can tell that the professor is someone who has spent quite a bit of time on the battlefield. This is just the kind of teacher he was hoping for, so a little smile appears on his face as he's already looking forward to this class. Professor Gavious bluntly tells the class that nothing will work on the battlefield no matter how much they study military theory. That's a really discouraging thing to tell students in the first class, but I guess the man is just being brutally honest with them. He states that soldiers have their own will and that commanders always have to balance the lives of their soldiers against victory. Despite saying all of this, he also makes it clear that theory is still pretty important. But only when they have the theory as their foundation, because that's the only time they can truly understand the field, correct their mistakes, and see the true usefulness of military science on the battlefield. After stating all of this, the professor thinks aloud, wondering how many people in this lecture will grow into elites in the future, and then asks the students what they think is the most important thing in war. Of course, none of these noobs have any idea what the answer is, and even if they wanted to take a guess, they're probably too scared of the scar-faced man to raise their hands, so they just sit there and mope. However, there's one of them who seems to have the answer, and he doesn't even hesitate to raise his hand. Professor Gavius almost looks shocked to see that there's a hand up, but he doesn't show it too much and then tells the students to speak. Sure enough, the one with his hand up is none other than our boy, Dane Saugers, who seems to be so interested in this class already. Without even thinking twice, our boy reveals that the most important thing in war is actually the supply lines. The professor and the rest of the class are surprised by this response because it's actually correct. Gavius claims that this is an excellent answer before elaborating on it. He reveals that victory and triumphant returns from battle are only possible if supply lines are secured. The man is still really blown away by the fact that the correct answer came from the first student to try, because it wasn't exactly an easy question either. Eager to test this bold white-haired boy some more, the professor asks him if he knows the 3 most important things regarding supply lines. Without even wasting a second, Dane begins listing the answers. He reveals that the first is strict military management. He explains that the supply line from the capital to the front lines is not only stretched out over a long distance, but that the system involved is also long and complicated. Because of this, if even one person in the process is of a different mind, corruption can easily occur, which will likely lead to supply shortages. Sure, all of this basically sounds like gibberish to the other students in the class because they have very little knowledge about war. However, our boy is extremely vast on the topic, especially because of his experience. In his previous life, most supply problems occurred because of people in the middle who were embezzling when the supplies were properly packaged and delivered. After listening to this very detailed answer, Professor Gavius immediately confirms that it's correct and then asks our boy to keep going. At this point, our boy is on a roll, and since the teacher is deeply engrossed, he decides to just keep going. Dane explains that the second most important factor is the standardization of supplies. He elaborates on the answer, stating that if the specific actions of the supplies, such as quantity, weight, length, and width, are the same, then it has the advantage of being easy to mass produce. Our boy claims that this is of great help in rapid supply, and at the same time, it does not cause confusion in the front-line units or reduce their combat effectiveness. By the time Dane is done talking about the second factor, all his classmates are pretty overwhelmed. They begin to wonder what is up with him because some of the answers he's giving weren't even in the books they read for the course. Even the professor is astounded by Dane's vast knowledge on war. His mind is blown, but he does his best to make sure that nobody notices, so he just confirms that the answer is correct and then asks Dane to tell him what the last most important factor is. Once again, the answer rolls off our boy's tongue as he reveals that it's local procurement. Just like he did before, he immediately starts elaborating the answer, explaining that the longer a war drags on, and the more the first 2 factors are violated, then the quality of supplies will continue to deteriorate even more. Dane states that local procurement can enable soldiers to achieve at least minimal self-sufficiency. He admits that the quantity and quality might not be the best, but at least it would be more than enough as an emergency food supply. After giving his answers, a confident smile creeps up on his face because he experienced all these things firsthand in his previous life. He's not talking from the perspective of a student who crammed all of these from a book, but from a soldier who has seen and felt all of these things on the battlefield. The entire class becomes as quiet as a graveyard by the time Dane is done talking because all his classmates still have their jaws dropped to the floor. They can't believe that their colleague knows so much already, so they're pretty dumbfounded. As for the professor, well, he's most likely in love with Dane already. He confirms that our boy's answer was absolutely amazing, and as you can imagine, he's extremely curious about the student. Professor Gavius asks Dane what year he is in, and our boy reveals that he's a first-year student. The scar-faced man is absolutely shocked to hear this because he can't even fathom the possibility of a freshman knowing so much already. As far as he's concerned, it should be impossible for a newly enrolled first-year student to know this much, and all of his classmates feel the same way. As amazed as he is by the white-haired boy, the class has to continue, so he goes over the answers one last time and admits that Dane's response reminds him of soldiers and officials who have actually been on the battlefield. But then again, he's convinced that there's no way a freshman like him has any battle experience, so he's extremely perplexed. It's starting to get a little awkward for our boy because Professor Gavius seems to be a little too intrigued and curious about him. He wouldn't want the former military man to start getting any funny ideas, so he decides to give the man a believable explanation for why he's so knowledgeable. Dane claims that he often heard stories from his father, and of course, the professor is curious to know who his old man is. At this point, our hero introduces himself as Dane Saugers, and it only takes the professor a second to realize that he is talking to the son of House Saugers. The man is a little nervous when he realizes that the son of the Blue Whirlwind is a student in his class, and everything else begins to make a lot more sense because he knows a lot about Dane's father. Now that he knows the boy is Dane Saugers, he thinks back to all the other rumors he heard recently, like the one about the student who passed the autonomous major exam in one go. With this idea now at the back of his mind, he's no longer surprised that the boy seems different from all the other freshmen. Professor Gabius has certainly taken an interest in our boy, but he still has a class to teach, so he changes the topic and tells the students to listen carefully. He explains that the military science they will be learning is something along the lines of Dane's answer. He claims that it will be based on the textbook, but that it can be applied appropriately in real-life situations. That being said, he explains that this is the ultimate goal of military science. As much as he wants to focus on the class, Gabius can't help but keep thinking about Dane. He feels that the boy is a really good seedling that came in this time. Eventually, he manages to get the slight feeling of obsession out of his system and finally decides that it's time to move on to the next topic. After the class, we catch up with our boy in the hallway, but he doesn't look too happy. Apparently, the professor cornered him after the class and almost sucked him into graduate school in the process. In a flashback, we see Professor Gabius asking Dane if he really has no thoughts on going deeper into his study of military science. Hearing this, Dane immediately realizes that this is why the man called him back right after the class was over. The man seemed to be in a hurry, recommending graduate school to a freshman. Our boy knows that if someone offers you a place in the Imperial Graduate School, the first thing to do is escape. Don't even think about refusing or anything, just leave. The reason he knows this is because it's exactly what his big sister told him before he got enrolled into the academy. Thinking back to that moment now, he realizes that his second sister's advice saved him. Dane feels his current dilemma is a bit worrying since the man doesn't look like someone who would give up right away. As much as it bothers him, he figures that it's best to focus on other things to take his mind off it. He checks the map to see what his current location is, but he has a hard time figuring it out because the academy's map is really too large. The place he agreed to meet Layla is the central fountain square, and that's what he's trying to locate. Thankfully, he finds it on the map just then and realizes that going through the Misty Garden seems to be the fastest way there. The scene shifts and the story continues in a really beautiful place that's called the Misty Garden. The reason for this name is because if the weather was even slightly cloudy, the entire garden would be covered in fog, making it very easy to lose your sense of direction there. Because of this, the large garden became a place people avoided once it was foggy. Besides that, there's also a rumor that ghosts appear there at night. Our boy stands at the entrance of the garden and admits that it looks even better than what his eldest sister described to him. Right now, the weather is pretty nice and sunny, so he feels that he should go in and get to the other side quickly since he can still see where he's going. His thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when he hears someone screaming for help. The person begs to be saved and desperately asks anyone at all to come help them out. The loud screams can be heard from behind a huge door, and Dane is the only one around when he hears the noises. He becomes quite concerned. He turns around to check where the noise came from, and when he pinpoints the place, he dashes over there to help out this mysterious damsel in distress. He remembers how his mother always said that he should help without hesitation if he ever came across someone in need. There's still a lot of time before his next class, so he feels that he should be able to bring the person out with him and still meet up with Layla. Without thinking twice about it, Dane dashes into the deeper parts of the Misty Garden, following the cries for help, determined to save this person, whoever they are. Our boy blazes through everything in his path and eventually finds the person that was calling out to him. Surprisingly, it's not exactly a damsel, but of course, Dane doesn't care about that. The young man he just rescued thanks him, and admits that he already thought he was stranded there, so our boy asks him if he got hurt or something. The guy claims that he isn't hurt, explaining that he's just a bit tired. Now that they've gotten all that out of the way, the guy introduces himself as Ernest Dillon, who happens to be a first-year exploration student. As you can imagine, our boy finds it pretty ironic that an exploration student somehow managed to get stranded in the Misty Garden. In Ernest's defense, he just got a bit excited and got too into exploring. But Dane isn't satisfied with this excuse because he doesn't get how you can get so excited to the point that you get lost. As much as he'd like to understand what could have made an exploration student get lost, he's also pretty curious about the Dillon Barony. He knows that it's a house in the west, and from what he's heard, the crest is a boat and a sailor. He asks to confirm if he's right, and Ernest is just blown away by the fact that Dane even knows what kind of house he's from. Dane recalls the Dillon Barony as a house famous for exploration, and Ernest gladly confirms this. For generations, his ancestors have explored the seas and unknown lands, which is probably why he chose to study the same thing at the Imperial Academy. Unfortunately, from the look of things, Dane feels that the boy seems a bit too scrawny for such a venture. Ernest is really excited that our boy was able to recognize his house so easily and considers it a pleasant surprise. At this point, he's eager to find out who his wise white-haired savior is, so he asks Dane for his name. Our boy introduces himself and Ernest is instantly taken aback. He immediately recognizes our boy as the freshman who was the first to enter the autonomous department in 50 years. The white-haired genius nervously confirms this, worried that this guy might get obsessed with him any moment now. Sure enough, the nerdy explorer starts talking about how lucky he is and how he really hoped to meet the famous Dane Sagers even once. Our boy tries to downplay his reputation, but then he's interrupted when he notices the throbbing bruise on Ernest's neck. The boy said that he wasn't hurt anywhere, so what's with those bruises? The boy even seems to have a few scars as well, which Dane finds suspicious because they're very different from the kind of injuries sustained during exploration. Our boy is very curious and a few ideas come to mind, but he can't be sure, so he decides to spend some more time with Ernest. He asks the kid if he was exploring in the garden and he confirms that he was, stating that exploration excites him. Apparently, it's not just the garden, but everything new that Ernest encounters is an adventure to him. From people to things in places like this labyrinth garden. He shows Dane his bag full of strange stuff and our boy asks if it's his exploration equipment. Ernest explains that they are and then reveals that his goal is to explore the whole academy. To him, this misty garden is the same and he's certain that there's something special here. It doesn't make sense that it always becomes foggy just because the weather is a bit cloudy. At this point, Dane is starting to get a little overwhelmed because the boy is definitely a conspiracy theorist. Either way, he's still curious, so he asks Ernest if he found anything yet. The scrawny boy admits that he hasn't found anything yet, but he's certain that there's some kind of force at work in the garden that causes the mist. No one has figured it out, but he feels that this might be because no one ever thought to look, or they tried, but something prevented them from finding it. Ernest is convinced that there's a reason those who tried couldn't find anything, and even though the reason is unknown right now, he believes that it might be due to an unknown element, such as a legacy from a lost ancient kingdom or summons from beyond the horizon. Right now, this kid managed to go from 0 to 100 with his theory, but it still sounds pretty interesting to Dane that a legacy from an ancient kingdom could be responsible for the thick fogs. Hearing this, Ernest is even more motivated to find the answers because he truly believes that he is onto something with his theory. Just when the boy is about to start going all crazy, Dane remembers that he was on his way to class before all this, so he makes this clear to Ernest, and they get moving. It looks as though everything is going to be alright, but as soon as they attempt to get out of the garden, it starts to rain, and as you already know, that's the last thing they need right now. Ernest begins to panic, telling Dane that this is very bad for them because the place fills with fog much faster when it rains. Hearing this, our boy also becomes concerned because it means that it would be very difficult for them to get out of there. The scrawny kid confirms this, stating that they'll lose their sense of direction very quickly. He takes out a compass and attempts to navigate through the misty garden, but just as he feared, it's futile. The compass starts malfunctioning all of a sudden, and all that talk about forces no longer sounds so crazy. Ernest informs Dane that his compass isn't working anymore, and this means that they won't even be able to move from this spot at all. Hearing such disturbing news, our boy becomes pretty worried too, so he asks the Dylan boy if he can't use his exploration skills to find a way out. Unfortunately, the boy's skills aren't potent enough to do anything tangible in the misty garden. He's practically paralyzed now that it's raining, claiming that there might have been a way out if they were any other place. Here, he's convinced that unknown forces are at work, and so there's very little he can do to change their fate. As soon as Dane hears this, he becomes extremely worried. He's heard some scary stuff about the misty garden, but he never imagined that he would find himself right in the eye of the storm, at least not so early. To think that unknown forces are against them, he figures that they're basically trapped here. The thick fogs appear and obstruct their vision in seconds. As the mist fills the garden, Ernest claims that his body is starting to feel heavy. He's scared and confused, so he asks Dane what they should do. At the moment, they're in a lot of trouble and the scrawny boy can't help but feel responsible for it. He apologizes to Dane, blaming himself, but our boy tells him not to worry too much, claiming that they should just wait and see what happens. As much as he would like to keep his cool in this situation, he can't help but feel something really fishy about this fog. It's oddly familiar, and it's like he's imagining things at this point. As the mist rises up to his face, he suddenly realizes that he feels more energized for some strange reason. While he's still thinking about this, something even more shocking happens which leaves him stunned. As for Ernest, the poor kid feels so bad about the situation. He feels that it's all his fault, and he is afraid that Dane will end up in danger all because of him. While he's busy sobbing in a corner, a bright light starts shining next to him, and when he takes a closer look, he is astounded to see that Dane is the one causing it. His eyes widen in shock as he sees the bright blue waves of energy swirling all around his new friend. While he's still trying to wrap his head around the whole thing, the concentrated flow of mana piles up and literally blows him away. He grunts as he finds himself being tossed to the side. It's a lot of mana, and he's probably never seen so much of it come from one person. By the time he's getting back up on his feet, he is even more surprised to see that all the fog around Dane is quickly dissipating. Ernest can't even comprehend what he just saw, so he asks Dane what on earth is going on. Our boy quietly does his thing, and continues to disperse the fog around them to clear the path for them. After a while, he finally answers the scrawny boy, telling him that it's time for them to get out of the garden. He says this with a lot of confidence, which leaves Ernest a little taken aback at first. But then our hero tells the boy that he thinks he knows a way out of the garden. As you can imagine, the boy is still very curious, so he asks him how he knows a way out. Dane doesn't really say anything in response. Instead, he just keeps dispersing the fog around them even as the rain keeps pouring. A small smile appears on his face as he realizes that he might actually figure out the secret of this place that Ernest has been so obsessed with. The scrawny boy follows Dane's lead without hesitation, but wondering what the hell is going on. So many mages were unable to figure out this mysterious fog, so he's really blown away by the fact that Dane is going deeper without any signs of difficulty. Besides that, he also notices that the fog clears up everywhere that Dane passes. All of these things just makes Ernest adore the white-haired genius even more. He's convinced that our boy really is an amazing guy, and so he's ready to follow him anywhere. After a while, they eventually make it to a part of the confusing garden, and Dane casually informs Ernest that they're there. As soon as the kid steps in there, he is shocked because he never would have imagined that they'd find a way out. But then, he suddenly realizes that they're not actually outside the misty garden yet, but actually at the center, which is even more mind-blowing. The story resumes in the middle of the misty garden, where the scrawny explorer remains in awe of the fountain in front of him. His mind is absolutely blown because he probably didn't think it would look this amazing. On the other hand, Dane is just pretty curious about the whole thing, so he asks Ernest if there's actually something special about the fountain. In response, the boy confirms this, explaining that the goal of most students who enter the misty garden is to reach this place. Seeing the look of confusion on Dane's face, Ernest immediately realizes that the white-haired prodigy probably doesn't even know the legend of this place. Sure enough, our boy has no idea, so he becomes even more confused when he hears this. He asks the scrawny kid what he's talking about, so Ernest tells him how legend says that those who reach the fountain before the fog clears will end up with the person they want. Basically, this is a love fountain that helps people end up with those they love. As soon as Dane pieces this together, he figures that this legend is probably one of those common romance tales. Even though he doesn't necessarily care about those love powers of the fountain, he's pretty curious about how it maintains its magic. The fountain is located in a place that's difficult to even reach, so he doesn't get how it can keep running since there's most likely nobody maintaining it. As soon as Ernest hears this, he realizes that Dane is actually right. The explorer has never really thought about this before, so now he realizes how weird it is that the fountain keeps running even when there's no one there to continuously recharge the mana. Seeing that this is the case, Dane begins to think that the fountain might have an energy source so powerful that recharging it is not even necessary. Ernest certainly hasn't thought about this before, so the whole talk about an energy source is a really new concept to him. But now that they're on the same page, he suggests that the entire garden might actually be a huge array. At the same time, Dane thinks that this is the case, because as far as he's concerned, the garden is certainly winding and needlessly complicated enough for it to actually be an array. With that being said, Ernest chimes in again, concluding that the magic fountain could actually be an ancient relic since it is in the middle of a huge array. Our boy thinks back to a few moments ago and remembers how the fog could be connected as well, and based on the feelings he got from the fountain, he's quite certain about it. He can tell that something inside him is reacting to the fountain, and it almost feels as if he's meeting an old friend by being in the middle of the misty garden. With his hand still placed on the fountain, he concentrates to figure out exactly what he is feeling, and then all of a sudden, he opens his eyes and concludes that this is ancient magic for sure. He runs his fingers on the symbols inscribed on the fountain, but is taken aback all of a sudden. Ernest informs him that this is the ancient secret language. Our boy is a bit shocked at the explorer's conclusion, but the scrawny kid assures him that he knows what he is talking about. Ernest admits that he wasn't sure at first since the inscriptions were a bit blurry, but after touching them, he became certain. He reveals that this is the language used in the lost ancient kingdom of Secrate. Hearing this, Dane is pretty amazed and shocked too, because he didn't even think that the kid would be able to even know something like that. But then again, this kid is from House Dillon, so he reminds Dane that knowing ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It doesn't take long for the skinny exploration student to get to work. He locks in and begins reading all the symbols he can find on the fountain. Dane just watches him do his thing and admits that it would have been really frustrating if they arrived at the ruin and weren't able to read the writing there. In response, Ernest simply admits that he hasn't actually learned all the languages, suggesting that they're pretty lucky since he learned this one from his father when he was still quite young. He's so excited that he can be this useful, so he gladly tells Dane that he'll do his best to decipher the writings on the fountain. Seeing this, our boy is pretty excited and no longer disappointed, because it's clear that the boy's instincts as an explorer have finally been activated. Ernest locks in and begins deciding the first few words with razor-sharp focus. He takes out his little note and writes down all the words he interprets, and after a while, he's finally able to make sense of it. Feeling really excited, he immediately informs Dane that he deciphered it, so the young prodigy curiously asks him what the inscription says. That's when he turns the book for Dane to see the writings, saying that they should prove their strength if they are qualified. These words are not exactly the kind that Dane expected from a love fountain, so it takes him a while to process what he just read. He is a little puzzled, wondering if being qualified refers to ancient magic in this situation. As confusing as all this might be right now, our boy is sure of one thing, which is the fact that he did feel something was familiar as he got closer to the center. Ernest seems to be thinking on the same wavelength as Dane because he also feels that the qualification mentioned here must be an ancient power. The kid is sure that there's no way anyone with such power is even at their school, but while he's still talking, Dane cuts him off by thanking him, and then our hero proceeds to demonstrate some mind-blowing magical abilities. Seeing it with his own eyes, Ernest is stunned, so he asks Dane what he even is. Meanwhile, the prodigy in question just thinks about how runes hold a power to themselves. He remembers Master Sidrain giving him a bracelet, and so he figures that it might react with the fountain if he uses it. Without thinking twice, he uses the bracelet to see what happens, and strange writings appear on it immediately as it flows brightly. As soon as this happens, our boy takes it off and throws it into the water, allowing the ancient magic to do the rest. As the bracelet sinks to the bottom of the fountain, all the water in there shoots out immediately like a tsunami, and the two young men are instantly taken aback. Ernest is particularly terrified because he doesn't even have any idea what is going on. He notices that the water is shaking violently, and while he's still trying to figure out what the hell is happening, a strange object shoots out of the water while the rest of the fountain goes into the ground in the blink of an eye. After witnessing something as unbelievable as this, Ernest begins to panic, so he asks Dane what he did, wondering what would make the fountain go into the ground just like that. With the explorer scared shitless, our boy just smiles with pride, realizing that he got the answer to the challenge. The effects from the fountain going into the ground and all the strange events causes a powerful wave of magical energy to spread out, blowing everything in its path. Ernest struggles to stay on his feet as the force from the wind is so much, but Dane looks pretty unaffected by the whole thing, and it's almost as if he's holding the wind back with ease. This just makes the explorer more curious about who the hell this young man is, because first it was the fog, and now he's activating an ancient relic as if it's nothing. As the magical energy flows all around our boy, his body practically starts glowing, and when Ernest notices this too, he realizes that Dane is actually the person who is qualified to be here. Just then, that strange diamond-shaped object starts shining in the middle, so our boy points this out to his explorer friend. Both boys are stunned when the large object starts shining like a diamond, and at this point, it resembles a pretty gem, so they figure that it must be the fountain's energy source. With this in mind, our boy suggests that this glowing object might actually be the source of all the strange happenings in this garden. As you can imagine, Ernest is absolutely fascinated by what is in front of him. He finds the whole thing so amazing and can't even take his eyes off it. Meanwhile, now that our boy knows the source of the garden's strange traits, he decides that it's time to take a look at that ancient power within it. Just then, Dane concentrates the magical energy around him, and it doesn't take long for some kind of deal to appear beneath him. He reaches in to confirm his thoughts about the magic from the fountain and is not surprised to realize that the ancient magic is the same as his own mana. As he continues to control all the magic around him, he suddenly realizes something strange. Some more inscriptions appear on the fountain's magic source, and they're in the same secret language as the previous ones, but this time around, Dane casually interprets the writing, saying that this is the legacy of Archana that once existed and perished. As you can imagine, our boy is shocked that he could easily understand the language he didn't even know about a few moments ago. As far as he's concerned, this is really amazing, and it makes him conclude that this must really be a legacy from the magic kingdom of Archana. But if that's the case, he wonders if it means that he just absorbed this power. While he's still trying to figure out the answer to this, he feels a sharp pain in his chest all of a sudden. Dane already knows that something just happened to his heart, and while he's groaning in agony, we get to see his heart surrounded by the fibers of magical energy. It's almost as if they're about to tie up his heart, and that would be really bad for him because he has no idea how to even stop that. However, just when it looks like our favorite prodigy is about to die of cardiac arrest, he realizes that a magic circle just appeared around his heart. He has no idea why or how this just happened, and it turns out that it's not just a circle because there's also a core there. This is quite shocking and also very strange to Dane because he knows that these two symbols have contradictory roles. Because of this, it's unlikely that anyone would have both. Our boy remembers how it just wasn't efficient or even good for the body. It's the reason why magic swordsmen ended up being forced to live with heart disease. Unfortunately, our boy has somehow found himself in a pickle because he has both for some reason. Dane knew about this since his previous life, which is why he wanted to use magic without having to create a circle. As much as he tried to avoid the big problem, he has now had the dilemma forced upon him. It's been a while since he felt the sharp sting in his cheek, and now it looks like everything is all good since that's what he's been telling Ernest. But even at that, the explorer keeps asking him if he's actually fine because he noticed that the genius student has been looking a bit pale for a while now. Seeing how concerned Ernest is, Dane just forces a smile on his face and assures the kid that he shouldn't worry, claiming that he just has something on his mind. In response, the kid admits that he was also very surprised by what happened earlier, so he curiously asks Dane if he absorbed that huge surge of power he saw earlier. The clever explorer is pretty suspicious because he noticed that the fog and the words they saw at the fountain all seem to have something to do with Dane. Our boy is just speechless because he doesn't even know how to evade the interrogation anymore. He knows that Ernest must have a lot of questions after seeing everything that happened earlier, and as much as he'd like to open up, he feels that it's better not to tell the kid anything, at least for the meantime. With this in mind, he quickly comes up with a lie to get the explorer off his tail. He tells Ernest that he used a method his sister taught him and claims that he's not sure of the details either. He says this with a really nervous laugh, hoping that Ernest stops asking him about it. Luckily for him, the kid gets the idea and simply asks him to tell him all about the method if he finds out the details later. Hearing this, our boy is a bit relieved, but Ernest is not that settled. The kid feels like his blood is boiling as an explorer because he's just so excited about everything they've discovered. He asks Dane what he thinks about continuing to discover all the mysterious and secret places within the academy, and asks him to keep him updated if he ever finds Anote or amazing place there. In response, our boy assures the explorer that he'll do just that, and now that he thinks about it, he feels that he might be able to find condensed mana like this in other places as well. There's no doubt that these two have had a pretty adventurous few hours together, so now it's time to part ways. Ernest remembers that Dane said he has a class to attend, and that's when our boy realizes he forgot all about his meeting with Layla. He freaks out as soon as he remembers because he knows that pink-haired girl will most likely murder him for being late. With this in mind, he apologizes to Ernest for leaving him all alone and promises to see him later, before dashing out of the garden to meet Layla. As the young genius runs off, Ernest just watches him with all laced all over his face and thinks about what an interesting person he just met. He feels that many amazing things will happen if he keeps exploring with Dane, and even though they only just met, he's already looking forward to many more adventures with our boy. While the explorer is busy daydreaming, our boy blazes through the academy in a race against time. He's literally running like the Flash, which is surprising for even him, so he wonders why it's so easy to move this fast. Sure, he knows that a circle and a core are coexisting within him, but he doesn't sense any incongruity, which is strange. Usually, a circle interferes with a core's mana lowering efficiency, but that's not the case right now. No matter how much mana Dane uses, he still doesn't feel anything different. In fact, it's actually the other way around judging by what he's feeling, and this is absolutely great for him. You can tell by the wide smile on his face that he's enjoying his current state. The reason for this enhancement is the fact that his mana has been filtered through the circle and then gathered again in the core. On top of that, the mana gathered in the core is purer than it was before, so there's practically all-round improvement. Dane is so amazed by this new discovery and decides that he should probably talk to his eldest sister about it. The scene shifts, and the next place we're taken to is somewhere called Hangston Hall. Apparently, our boy has met up with Layla, and since his head is still on his shoulders, it's clear that he made it just in time. The pink-haired girl is so excited to be at the academy, and since her best friend is here with her, she's more than happy to give him a tour, which starts at the famous Hangston Hall. Layla admits that she has only ever heard about it and never actually entered, but now that they're here, she can't wait to explore it. She takes a closer look and spots the entrance, so she points Dane's attention to it. They both turn to it, and Layla claims that this must be the famous mana curtain. As you can imagine, Dane has no idea what she's talking about since he's never been there either. Hearing the tone in his voice, she figures that he's clueless, so she explains that the mana curtain was made by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage who graduated from the academy. She reveals that the curtain is only used once a year for new students who show a talent for magic. She tells Dane that different colors appear depending on the quality or level of one's magic power when they pass through the curtain. Hearing this, our boy is pretty intrigued by the whole thing. Layla resumes her little lecture, revealing that the curtain was originally created to filter out dark mages who secretly infiltrated the academy, but seems to have changed to this function after dark mages became extinct. After listening to everything she just told him, our boy is extremely curious about the magic curtain, so he asks her what color corresponds with what level when one passes through. Thankfully, she knows the answer, so she wastes no time in breaking it down for him. Layla explains that those who have no talent at all will not notice any color change in the curtain. If one has decent magic talent and passes through the curtain, then they'll see a yellow color. Those who have considerable talent will observe that the curtain changes to blue. And finally, those who possess overwhelming talent in magic will cause the curtains to turn red when they pass through. Our boy is really impressed with her response and how easily she broke it down for him, so he commends her, suggesting that she's studied a lot. In response, Layla winks at him, feeling really proud of herself, claiming that she just wanted to know everything about the academy. Just then, she remembers that both of Dane's older sisters were red when they passed through the curtain, so she lets him know. After all the chit-chat and history lessons, Layla figures that it's time to see what her magical power is like, so she steps forward, telling Dane that she'd like to go first. Unsurprisingly, when Layla walks through the mana curtain, the red color appears, confirming that she has overwhelming talent, which makes her really excited. She's so glad to see that it's red, and our boy is equally happy for her, admitting that it's really great. The cheery girl giggles with pride, claiming that she expected it, and at this point, our boy is even more curious to see what color he'll be. So, he asks if he can try it out, and without hesitation, he struts toward the mana curtain. With each step, he wonders if the color should also be red for him because he just absorbed ancient magic not too long ago. He's afraid that he might be stronger than usual because of that, but there's only one way to find out, so he walks through the mana curtain and to their surprise, an unexpected green color appears. They're both confused, especially Layla, who studied the mana curtain deeply and never saw anything like green on the list of colors. At this point, she's a little pissed because it's not the first time Dane is doing something like this. He always manages to be different when it comes to stuff like this, and she's starting to get sick of it, but while she's fuming, he just laughs because he also doesn't know why it's always like this for him. The story continues as the scene shifts to the orientation ceremony, where we see a few of the students complaining about something. Apparently, the person taking the class is from the finance department, so the students don't get why he's the one handling the class. Some feel that it's not such a bad thing since their undergraduate classes have always been so popular, while some just feel that the guy will probably disappear after the orientation anyway. The ginger-haired student at the front of the group confronts the senior, Alter, asking him why he's here, but before he can finish his question, the big guy cuts him off. Alter claims that he has something to inform them about after the class. It turns out that his main reason for coming is because he is interested in Dane's sagas. However, the young genius in question is not around right now, so there's no point talking about it. This big guy who came looking for our boy is a 5th-year magic student, Alter Diamet, and he has been obsessed with meeting the genius prodigy who passed the autonomous major exam. Realizing Alter's reason for coming, the ginger-haired boy confirms that Dane will be taking this class with them, but also admits that he hasn't seen the top student either. Hearing this, the desperate senior concludes that Dane must be taking his precious time to get to class, and for that reason, Alter tells them to bring Dane to him whenever he finally arrives. He gives them the impression that he wants to help Dane, claiming that he has to take special care of the boy since he's Senior Arabella's younger brother. The nervous ginger just agrees with Alter, not wanting to get into trouble with the big guy. After passing the message, Alter decides to take his leave, but just when he is about to step out, he hears whispers that catch his attention. The big guy stops in his tracks when he hears some of the freshman girls talking about how handsome someone is, with his eyes that look like emeralds. They also acknowledge the young lady standing next to him, who is none other than Layla Thermian. As soon as Dane enters the room, he can tell that they're all staring at him, and he already knows that they're talking about him. A wave of shyness washes over him instantly since he's not exactly one who likes to be the center of attention. Layla, on the other hand, is perfectly fine with that, and she is pretty happy for him. While he's freaking out about it, she just teases him, telling him how he's a hit wherever he goes since he's the top student. As soon as Alter realizes that the one who just entered the room is Dane, a mischievous smile creeps up on his face. He's glad that the top student finally came and can't wait to set his plan in motion. Without wasting a second, he walks up to our boy and politely greets him, admitting that it's truly a pleasure to meet him. Dane is quite confused since he has no idea who this guy is, but Alter just keeps flattering him, admitting that he left quite the impression during the entrance ceremony. Our boy just stands there confused, wondering who this guy is. Seeing how mature the student is, he can tell that he's an upperclassman, but what he doesn't get is why the guy is acting so familiar. Eventually, he gets tired of the weirdness, so he bluntly asks Alter who he is, leaving the senior dumbfounded by his boldness. Dane then reminds him that he's supposed to introduce himself when talking to someone for the first time, since the magic department probably teaches that too. As you can imagine, Alter feels insulted, so he snaps at the young genius, but Dane is unfazed, so he tells Alter to introduce himself first if he has anything to say to him. At this point, the big blondie is boiling with rage. He concludes that Dane is an insolent bastard, and even the other freshmen can't believe that he talked to a senior like that. They're afraid that this will cause trouble for them because they already know that the easiest way to end your life at this academy is to get on the bad side of a senior. Even though Alter is furious, he calmly explains that he came to find Dane since he's the younger brother of a senior he admires. He also calls our boy out for being insolent and informs him that his actions right now could affect his family's reputation. In response, Dane admits that he doesn't feel that way and suggests that Alter is the one lacking manners here. At this point, the senior is gritting his teeth with frustration. His patience is running out, and he feels that he can't let such disrespect slide because he'll lose even more respect from other juniors. So, he decides to teach Dane a lesson, feeling that Senior Arabella will understand if she finds out he scolded her brother. Alter suddenly activates his magic and tells our boy that he needs some training, but just when they're about to square up, a teacher interrupts them. The brown-haired professor slams the table to get their attention and asks what all the commotion is about. Not wanting to get in any trouble, Alter immediately claims that he just came to greet the freshmen. This professor happens to be the dean of the magic department, Dinavo. Feeling suspicious about the scene before him, he simply tells Alter that they can get to know each other after the class. That being said, the senior makes his way out, claiming that he'll let Dane off the hook only this once. After witnessing what just happened, Layla tells our boy that he should be careful because Alter doesn't look like a good person. As you can imagine, the angry senior doesn't plan to let this encounter slide, so he tells one of his minions to bring Dane to a special location after. The associate is worried that they'll get in trouble since Dane is Arabella's brother, but Alter assures him that he'll sort everything out with the big sister. Once the bullies are gone, Professor Dinavo addresses the students, promising to keep things simple and end the class on an easy note since it's orientation day after all. However, since it's a practical class, he is going to do a light magic aptitude test. He reveals the mana measuring device on the table and the freshmen are mesmerized by it. Denavo explains that they just have to put their hands on the machine and pour their magic power into it for the test, claiming that the device will show how many circles each of them have. The professor is the first to demonstrate and the device measures 8 circles for him, which impresses all the students. Denavo explains that the darkness of the circles also determines how much more powerful the individual is, even though they may have the same number of circles. He also reveals that there are cases where no circles will be seen, but he assures them that not having circles doesn't mean they don't have talent for magic. This is because there are people who haven't formed their circles yet, which is also why they can't test for circles alone. Professor Denavo explains that taking this class in the first place means they should already know how to do basic introductory magic, so he informs them that they'll be using some special marbles to test their mana more precisely. Dane is a little taken aback by the marbles since he's not exactly familiar with this test. On the other hand, the professor explains that the students will need to move as many marbles as they can to form a shape using telekinesis. He is the first to demonstrate and of course, he manages to create a shape that leaves the class amazed because he literally writes runes with the marbles. To these freshmen, what he just did should even be impossible because it's extremely difficult to move something so delicately with telekinesis. Layla just watches the professor's display, feeling intimidated because she knows that even the power of basic magic is different depending on the user. They need to infuse each marble with mana to make them move, so she's afraid that the best they'll be able to do at their level is move 3 marbles. However, she's confident that our boy will probably do better than all the others in the class, but then again, Dane admits that he's not so sure about that. After demonstrating, Denavo calls on Alter, who happens to be seated at the back of the class. Sure, the senior is just sitting in today, but the professor still calls on him to demonstrate to the freshmen. As you'd expect, the big guy is more than happy to answer the call because he wants to show Dane just how talented he is. At the same time, Dane observes what just happened and starts to understand where the senior's arrogance stems from. Alter quickly gets to the front of the class where he tests his magic in the mana measuring device, and as expected of a senior like him, 4 very dark circles appear. Seeing this, Denavo commends the senior for improving even more, and Alter just thanks the professor for his teachings. The professor informs the class that a 4-circle chain is something that is usually only achieved after graduating from the academy. However, Alter has already achieved 4-chain, which is very impressive, so Denavo tells the freshmen to try to get along well with the senior. After the first test, Alter prepares for the marble test, and just as he is about to start, he notices all the students watching anxiously. His focus is on Dane, and since the kid looks extremely quiet, he just feels that the boy is already intimidated. As far as Alter is concerned, it's way too early for Dane to be shocked since he hasn't even gotten to the best part of his demonstration. Just then, he starts controlling many of the marbles with his telekinesis, leaving the students in awe. Alter uses his mana to the very limit just to make sure that he can overwhelm all the students, and so now, he's certain that Dane is dreading him. But as you can imagine, our boy is probably unfazed by the theatrics. After Alter does his demonstration, Professor Denavo commends him immensely once again and makes all the freshmen applaud him a second time. It's just what he expects from Alter, and this man couldn't be happier to have a student like this in the magic department. He's so proud of Alter, and many of the freshmen are so impressed that they're already wondering which of the magic towers the big guy will go to after graduating. Professor Denavo finally tells Alter to return to his seat after doing such a good job. He goes back to his seat feeling so accomplished, and now he can't wait to see how great Dane's aptitude test will be because he's certain that there's no way the kid is going to outshine him. But we already know that our genius has got many surprises up his sleeves. After Alter returns to his seat, Denavo reminds the class that nothing will come out for those with no magic power at all when they take the mana measuring test. That being said, he tells them to not bother taking the test and leave if they're worried about that. Thankfully, nobody gets up to walk out, so the professor gladly informs them that they can go ahead with the test. He decides to start with those sitting in the front, but just as the test is about to start, Layla expresses her displeasure because even though this is just an orientation, it's starting to feel like a show and tell of all their magical abilities. In response, Dane just confirms this, telling that the academy is just the kind of place for that. One by one, the freshmen line up to take turns for the first test. The first guy does it and is amazed when he sees a single circle. Unfortunately, some others don't have any circles, and from there, we see some of the other students struggle with the marbles. It doesn't take long for the whole thing to become chaotic, and the arrogant seniors just feel irritated by the test, especially Alter, who thinks it's a total mess. Just then, one of his minions informs him that Dane is about to take the test, and of course, this is what he's been waiting for. He wants to see how far the kid's arrogance will take him, and just as our boy reaches for the device, he realizes that he's also very curious about what his power is now like. He's sure that something must have changed since he recently absorbed the condensed ancient magic. Professor Denavo recognizes Dane and remembers how the kid perfectly solved the assignment he gave him during the autonomous major exam. As such, he's equally curious to see how many circles the top student will show them. Our boy finally starts pouring his magic power into the device, and judging by the light that fills the large classroom, you can tell that something big is coming. Even though his classmates were already overwhelmed, they're not able to find out how many circles Dane has because the device can't even measure his mana. The error message pops up, leaving everyone confused because they've probably never heard of such a result. Everyone is shocked, including Alter, and they start to realize that the device is broken. The professor can't believe his eyes because he doesn't get why a student's mana can't be measurable. Dane starts to feel bad, knowing that this is probably all because of the ancient magic inside him. Then Avo is dumbfounded because the machine is usually 100% accurate. He's never seen a result like this, and so he informs the class that the machine seems to have been overloaded. That's the only explanation he can give for what just happened, so he decides that they just move on to Dane's marble test. Even though it's pretty clear that the machine was overloaded, Alter refuses to believe that and chooses to think that Dane didn't have any circles. Our boy moves on to the marble test, feeling disappointed that his mana and magic circles couldn't be measured. He's hopeful for a better result this time around, so he steps up to give it a try even though he's not sure if it will work well. He can't find out if he doesn't try, so he closes his eyes to focus and starts by activating his telekinetic powers. Our boy locks in for this second test, determined to do a better job, and luckily, the marbles start moving instantly. Dane uses his telekinesis to carry many of the marbles just like the professor did, and when his classmates see this, they're so shocked that it's scary. Our boy doesn't just lift many marbles, but actually all of them. They all start floating in no time, and even though they're seeing it with their eyes, it's just still too unbelievable because none of them in the class have been able to float more than 5 marbles until now. It's an incredible sight for sure, and it's way too obvious that Dane is extremely talented. Alter can't even pretend anymore since even his buddies are amazed by the fact that all the marbles are floating. It's clear that the young master is amazing, so Alter begins to have a mental breakdown. The big guy can't even understand how any of this could be possible. He's having a hard time believing it, and while he's busy having a panic attack, Layla just looks exhausted. She's not surprised though, because it's just the kind of thing you're supposed to expect with Dane Saugers. He always manages to be in the spotlight when it comes to things like this. Even though she knew he was going to blow everyone away, she admits that she didn't think he would be able to float every single one of the marbles that Danavo brought out. It turns out that the others aren't the only ones overwhelmed by this outcome, because Dane didn't even imagine he would perform this well on the test. He's almost afraid of his own abilities now because he no longer knows what the limit is. He did better than he expected, so he concludes that he has become stronger thanks to the concentration of the ancient magic he absorbed. After a while, he finally comes to terms with just how powerful he has become, so once he's more relaxed, he decides to have a little fun. He's managed to float all the marbles, so now he wants to see if he can try something amazing with them. With this in mind, our boy starts using the marbles to form a really complicated structure in the air, and it's so jaw-dropping that all the students are literally frozen in place as they watch him do his thing. At this point, even the professor is overwhelmed. This guy is the dean of the magic department, but he clearly hasn't ever seen anyone do something as amazing as this with marbles. He can't believe what he's looking at right now because Dane just managed to surpass everyone's imagination. Apparently, our boy is delicately rearranging the marbles and drawing something right above everyone's heads. By the time he's done, they all have their necks bent as they look up at the drawing hovering above them. Dane does a spectacular job, so they can easily tell that he drew a lion and a snake with the marbles. It turns out that he didn't draw these animals for nothing, because it just so happens that a lion and a snake are the same drawings that are on the crest of House Saugers. The students recognize this symbol and their minds are blown even more as a result. As for our boy, he just has a proud grin plastered on his face because he just managed to do what nobody else has ever managed. The professor finally loses his composure when he sees the crest because it's just unbelievable. Even Arabella wasn't this talented when she was his student, so it's clear that this kid is one of a kind. While our boy is busy flexing his magical powers, Layla finally gets tired of having her mind blown, so she tells him not to show off too much, reminding him that she's supposed to go next. Unfortunately, it's already too late for that because there's really nothing any of them can do to top what he just did. He did so well that there's a chance that even the professor won't be able to outdo him. Now that everyone has been humbled, Danavo commends Dane on an excellent demonstration, admitting that it's no wonder why Sidrain, someone who never took a disciple before, bragged so much about teaching him. In response, our boy humbly thanks the professor, and that's when his classmates gasp in shock again because they had no idea that he is the disciple of the previous Magic Tower head. Seeing that he is already this good, they can now understand why he was able to pass the autonomous major exam in the first place. Just then, the other seniors ask Alter what he thinks they should do about Dane since he's definitely not an ordinary student. Heck, they even feel that our boy might be stronger than him. Enraged and frustrated by what he just witnessed, he tells his buddy to shut the hell up and let him think properly. Alter is so disturbed by the House Saugers members at the academy. He doesn't get how they can all be monsters when it comes to magic. Seeing that the boy might actually be insanely talented, he realizes that he'll need to rethink his plans because even though it's infuriating, he knows that he'll lose all face if he goes up against the young prodigy and gets defeated. With this in mind, Alter figures that he can only placate Dane since he won't be able to win with his ability. Alter knows that Dane will be way too difficult to beat if he challenges him one-on-one. With this in mind, he tells his buddies that they need to bring the young genius into the student council. Alter wants to get closer to our boy and feels that this is probably going to be the best way to do so. However, his friends are not exactly on the same page as him. They're shocked that he would even suggest adding Dane to the student council, but Alter refuses to change his mind. He reminds them that he's a student council officer and explains that Dane will be easier for him to control if he puts the boy under him. As clever as this plan sounds, Alter's friends still aren't on board. They remind him that Dane is still just a first-year student, explaining how impossible it is because even fifth-year students like them can't get into the student council that easily. Hearing all of this, the big guy admits that there is no precedent for a first-year student joining the student council, but then again, he has a goal that he's determined to achieve, so he really doesn't care about the norms and claims that they'll just have to break that rule boldly. Alter's pals look like they can't even believe the words that just came out of his mouth, but once again, he assures them that everything is going to work out just fine, claiming that they'll even be able to raise the prestige of their magic department through Dane's sagas. Alter is confident about this and ready to do whatever it takes to make it happen because he knows that his own status and career will be raised in the process. After that little sidebar among the seniors comes to an end, the professor commends Dane on an excellent job once again and our boy thanks him once more. Denavo is so impressed and fascinated by the kid that he claims that he would have fought the other professors to make sure Dane got into the magic department if he knew that the boy was this talented. In response, our boy just promises to do his best in magic even though he's currently in another department. Hearing this, the dean is even more impressed, so he turns to the other students in the class and informs all the magic department students that they should be on guard now that someone like Dane is in the picture. After tooting Dane's horn one last time, the professor tells him that he's free to come around and see him later when he has the time. Our green-eyed hero smiles at the dean and acknowledges the offer with gratitude. The scene shifts after this, and after the class, we catch up with our boy, who's currently being probed by Layla because she just can't understand how he keeps doing unbelievable stuff all the time. She's starting to feel like she doesn't even know him at all and she can no longer hold back her curiosity. Unfortunately, she's not going to get any answers soon because Dane claims that he doesn't really know why those crazy stuff have been happening either. He says this with a really smug look on his face, so Layla instantly concludes that he's trying to brag. She gets a little mad that he's literally saying that he's just that special because she doesn't understand how he can be so casual and nonchalant about all the unbelievable things he's been doing. At this point, Dane reminds her that she was also able to make 5 of those marbles float too, which is pretty impressive for a first-year student. Unfortunately, even though this is supposed to be a compliment, Layla makes it clear that hearing it from him doesn't make her happy at all, since it almost sounds like he's mocking her. Seeing how annoyed she is, Dane just keeps quiet to avoid saying something to piss her off even more. He didn't expect that she'd be sulking this much, so he has to be careful with the next thing he says to her. While he's still thinking of a way to pacify the sensitive girl, he's approached by Alter and his minions. This time around, the big guy is a lot more friendly than before. He doesn't look like he came looking for a fight because the first thing he does is commend our boy for his skills during the test. As you can imagine, our boy isn't exactly pleased to see the guy who tried to bully him not too long ago. Alter knows that Dane probably dislikes him by now, so he quickly admits that he was being too hasty before and politely asks if they can talk for a moment. Dane is taken aback by Alter's new countenance, but he's not exactly surprised because he knows that this guy is changing his attitude only because he saw his abilities. The scene shifts, and after the two young men talk for a while, Dane expresses how shocked he is that Alter wants him to join the student council. He knows that it's a pretty big deal to join such a group, and the senior goes on to confirm that he really wants Dane as one of them. He reveals that the student council decides academy policies and manages the budget. They even hold enormous influence, including various privileges. For example, the student council can discuss disciplinary actions against students or even approve academic department events. It's a really big deal to be in the council, and Alter is currently trying his best to convince Dane to join. Our boy is quite familiar with the body too, since he's heard about it from his eldest sister. He's aware that it's an extremely powerful group that only a few students can join. After giving his pitch, Alter asks Dane what he thinks about joining the council, claiming that he can recommend our boy as an officer. After all, he's the top student, which more than qualifies him for the job since he exceeds the requirements. Dane doesn't say anything in response at first, so the senior keeps trying to get him on board, informing him that he will automatically become a part of the Dantera Hall if he agrees to become a student council officer. In response, Dane informs Alter that he's already a part of Dantera Hall, but the senior just reminds him that he might not be able to stay there till he graduates, unlike if he joins the council. Besides that, he informs the young genius that there are some immunity privileges that come with being a student council officer. Hearing this, and how confident Alter sounds about the whole thing, Dane begins to wonder just how many privileges they even have, because it's starting to look like the student could have extraterritorial rights or something. He's still trying to work this out in his head when the desperate senior gets in his face again, anxiously asking him if he's finally interested now. Unfortunately, our boy bluntly declines the offer, claiming that he's not really interested in joining them. As you'd imagine, this response is like a low blow to Alter, who can't believe what he just heard. He's so disappointed and concludes that Dane must be a bastard. On the other hand, the young genius calmly explains that even if he joins the council, he won't be interested unless it's by his own strength and not some recommendation. Besides, he already knows that privileges without reason always come with a price at the end of the day. As soon as he makes this point, the other seniors begin to panic because they didn't expect a freshman to be this sharp. He literally figured out Alter's true intentions very quickly. Enraged by Dane's choice, the senior asks the boy if he knows what he just turned down, explaining that everyone in the academy dreams of getting into the student council. That being said, he concludes that Dane will probably realize how incredible this offer was once he spends some time in the academy. Even though Alter is acting all tough right now, deep down, he still wants Dane to join the council, so he calmly asks the boy to think it over again. Hearing this, our boy is a little weirded out because he doesn't get why the senior is being so persistent about it. At the same time, Layla looks like she's getting frustrated, and then she suddenly snaps, grabbing Dane's hand and dragging him away from there. Apparently, she was fed up with the conversation, so she cleverly gets our boy out of there, claiming that they need to get to lunch quickly because all the tarts will be gone if they're late. Of course, Alter isn't happy to see Dane walking out on him in the middle of their conversation, so he tries to call the young genius back, but our boy casually tells him that he's got a prior engagement to attend to and laughs as he evades any further questions. He sighs in relief as they walk away, mentally thanking Layla for her perfectly timed intervention. As for Alter, he just stands there and watches the duo as they leave. Despite being really annoyed, he informs his pals that he hasn't given up yet. As far as he is concerned, he just needs more details on Dane's sagas to be able to set his master plan in motion. Elsewhere, we catch up with Dane and Layla, who talk about the awkward encounter not too long ago. Layla confirms that Alter is such an annoying guy and points out how hard he was trying to get Dane into the student council. Even though she's just a first-year student, she already has an idea how things work at the academy, so she informs Dane that Alter would have just used it as an excuse to make her friend his pawn if he has accepted the offer. Hearing this, our boy is even more certain that she was trying to protect him by dragging him away from the hungry seniors, so he thanks her for saving him, but she doesn't even hear this because she's too busy being offended by the fact that Alt didn't even ask her if she wanted to join the student council. It's as if he doesn't even rate her at all, and when our boy hears her complaining about this, he realizes that it was what made her so angry. Seeing that Dane finds her lamenting amusing, she lashes out at him a little, blaming him for it because his talent is absolutely ridiculous. She was somehow aware of this before, but now, their test earlier that day confirmed it for sure. Hearing this, our boy asks her if this means that she has finally decided to accept it gracefully, so she just huffs and admits that she doesn't really have a choice. Once that awkward chat is out of the way, Dane asks her if they really do have tarts at the school, which she confirms in a heartbeat. Layla reminds him that he's in the Imperial Academy, claiming that they have every single dessert that exists in the Empire. Our boy is happy to hear this, so he can't wait to get to the dining hall. While the duo make their way to go stuff their bellies, the scene changes and we see Alter in a private meeting with Denavo. The professor asks the senior if he saw Dane's display earlier, and Alter confirms this, stating that the kid was truly amazing. Denavo looks like he's already in love with the young talent because he feels that the boy might even be above his eldest sister Arabella in terms of magic. Alter is taken aback by this assumption because even though he knows that Dane is a genius prodigy, he never imagined that the kid would already be at that level. In response, the professor explains that magic is such a vast field and admits that it's hard to say for sure right now. However, he's convinced that this is probably the case in terms of raw magical talent. Hearing this, Alter begins to panic a little because it would mean that Dane is even more talented in magic than the only senior he admires. It's a really crazy thing to think about, so he spends some time processing it. While he's at it, the professor tells him to keep a close eye on Dane. Apparently, Denavo wants Alter to persuade Dane until he transfers to the magic department, and this just makes the senior really uncomfortable. It's clear that everyone can see the potential in that kid, and it's like they're all enchanted by his talent. Alter knows how difficult it would be to convince Dane to do anything since he already tried so hard to make him join the student council but fail. He tells the professor what happened and the man is shocked by it. Denavo begins to panic all of a sudden, wondering if Arabella already told Dane something to make him decline such an offer. The dean of the magic department is so desperate to keep the prodigy around because he knows that Dane's talent is way too precious to give away. An awkward silence follows after this because neither of them know what to do about Dane. Once the conversation fizzles out, Alter reminds Professor Denavo of a recommendation letter he asked for earlier, but the man admits that such an arrangement won't be easy. The fifth-year student is shocked and disappointed to hear this, but the professor tells him to be patient. Denavo reminds Alter that he still has 2 years left in the academy and assures him that he'll have magic towers lining up for him by the time he graduates. Hearing these words, Alter does his best to hide the disappointment he's feeling behind a fake smile. He curses at the back of his mind because this is exactly what the professor told him the previous year. He feels that that man must think he's dumb because he clearly knows Denavo's true intentions. Alter knows that the professor will lose a student he can boss around if he manages to get an early placement in a magic tower, so since the professor probably knows this too, he feels that the man is holding him back with all these excuses. After all, Alter heard that this was the same man who cut off the 2 magic towers that he showed interest in back in his 3rd year. Knowing that Denavo can literally decide his fate, Alter claims that he'll try persuading Dane to join the magic department by himself. Of course, the dean is happy to hear this, but the senior is just frustrated because his future is literally in this man's hands. Whether he likes it or not, he has no choice but to follow all of Denavo's orders because this old man is the only one who can give him the recommendation letter he so desperately wants. Elsewhere, we catch up with our hero who is currently overwhelmed by the number of club events. He asks Layla if the road to the cafeteria is always this busy, and she responds by explaining that there's so many members because clubs with too few people in them get disbanded. Hearing this, Dane reveals that this is the first time he's participated in so many events, so Layla just suggests that he should be happy about that because he got to win a lot of prizes in return. They got 20 mana storage stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 general meal tickets, 8 convenience store vouchers, and even a treasure map. It appears that even Layla doesn't know what the map is for, so Dane reveals that the senior running the event said it was bought from a blind auction at the Arkender auction house. As soon as she hears this, her eyes pop with excitement because she feels that it must be a real treasure since it has something to do with Arkender. Dane is equally aware of how special the map must be because his father already told him about it before. The Arkender auction house gathers rare and beautiful items from across the entire empire. The best appraisers in the country thoroughly examine everything, ensuring only authentic items are sold. Layla takes a closer look at the map and notices that the seal is still intact. Dane confirms that it's indeed an academy treasure map, and she admits that she's heard about a lot of secret places and mysteries in the school. While she's still talking, our boy just zones out and thinks about how much Ernest would love to see something like this. The story continues in the famous Dantera Hall, a place where general education lectures are mostly held. Dane is really excited to see the place for the first time, and he's amazed that this is the place where the Imperial History class is held. Before coming here, he was taught by the head butler, so he already knows most of the material here, which makes this new chapter reassuring. His thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when Ernest comes around. The explorer greets him and starts walking up to him, which leaves our boy stunned because he didn't know that the guy takes this class too. In response, the kid reveals that the lecture is required for all freshmen. Since that's the case, he came, knowing that Dane would probably be here. Ernest is glad that they ran into each other and curious as to how the genius is feeling now. Hearing this, our boy claims that nothing seems too different, and promises to explain later since it's a bit complicated. Of course, Ernest doesn't have a problem with that, so he chills out with all the questions. Just then, our boy remembers that there was something he wanted to tell him. Unfortunately, before Dane can get to it, they're both interrupted by another student who came looking for the explorer. The brown-haired student stops them, determined to confirm that he's talking to Ernest. At the same time, the explorer seems to be familiar with him. Dane is a little confused by this encounter, and then he notices that Ernest's eyes just changed. The scrawny kid is trembling so much, and it's clear that he's terrified of this other student. The guy looks like a bully for sure, and judging by his tone, it's pretty obvious that it's been a while since he picked on Ernest. Our boy watches the explorer closely and immediately starts to see him as a soldier suffering from trauma. Despite looking like he's about to shit his pants, Ernest greets the big guy named Braun, who claims that he should have said something earlier if he got into Dantera Hall too. At this point, Dane is a little confused because it almost sounds as if they're friends even though it doesn't look like a normal relationship. All of a sudden, Braun rubs Ernest's head the way a big brother would, and the scrawny apologizes for not telling him sooner because he didn't know that he would get in. Braun seems surprised that Ernest even managed to get in because he thought that the boy wouldn't make it since he was shaking like a leaf every time they talked about it. Watching the two, our boy is just dumbfounded because he doesn't know what to think anymore. He's not sure if they're friends or if Braun is Ernest's worst nightmare. Thankfully, it doesn't take too long for things to become clear because Braun suddenly tells the explorer to go buy him a sandwich from the store. Just as Dane suspected, the redhead is a bully who wants to exploit the fragile-looking boy. Ernest is shocked that Braun would send him on such an errand at a time like this. Hearing his tone, the bully gets offended, feeling that he doesn't want to comply, so Ernest quickly explains that he can't go now because he's with a friend. Braun sounds so shocked when he hears that Ernest has a friend, so he tries to kick the kid. That's when he turns to look at the friend in question, Dane, and admits that the young man looks pretty sturdy. At this point, our boy is getting really irritated by the bully, but he just keeps his cool, not wanting to create a scene. Unfortunately, Braun actually wants to make trouble, so he starts by trying to intimidate our boy. He turns to Dane and asks what department he's in because he can't believe that anyone would be friends with Ernest. But since he's with the scrawny kid, he's convinced that he can already tell his level. Dane doesn't say anything in response, and just stares Braun down as he tries to examine the bully. He can't tell what family the redhead is from, but that carefree attitude reminds him of the street things he saw on the battlefield in his previous life. After a few seconds, Dane still doesn't say anything, so Braun gets offended and calls him a bastard for not answering him. Just when it looks like things are about to escalate, another student informs them that the lecture is starting soon. In other words, they should get moving, so when Braun hears this, he decides to postpone this troublemaking session, claiming that they'll talk after class since he has a lot to say to Ernest. The scrawny kid just trembles even more upon hearing this, and as the bullies walk away, they talk about how life at the academy is about to get even more interesting. Once the cruel seniors are gone, Dane takes another look at Ernest and notices that the guy is still shaking like a leaf. It's so much that he is forced to ask him if he's alright. Just then, the explorer breaks down and starts apologizing to our boy. He blames himself for everything, but the hero just comforts him and asks him who those guys were because he seemed to know them. In response, he finally reveals that those guys are from another family and that they used to bully him back home. Ernest knew that they were at the academy too, but it's such a big school with so many departments, so he never thought he'd run into them. Unfortunately, he did, so now he feels so bad for dragging Dane into his mess. Our boy can clearly see that the young explorer is very troubled, so he comforts him some more, assuring him that it's alright before suggesting that they just go inside for their class. Hearing this, Ernest finally looks up at him, and that's when he sees how pale the kid looks, which just makes him wonder how badly those guys must have tormented him. The boy is even reluctant to go inside, so Dane offers to go with him, but he's too afraid to get him involved. Ernest claims that he can handle the bullies alone, but Dane reminds him that he's just going to go there alone and then end up doing whatever they tell him to do. Our boy makes him understand that he'll just keep being bullied if that happens. The scrawny boy tries to protest, but the genius reminds him of how powerful his magic was at the fountain. Dane is pretty surprised that the kid is still worried even after witnessing such power. At this point, Ernest actually thinks back to what happened at the fountain and remembers just how strong Dane actually is. He's so strong that it's terrifying. Ernest doesn't argue anymore, so Dane concludes that they're together in it before the explorer can even argue again. After the class, Dane goes with Ernest to meet the bullies, and Braun starts by talking about how nice and quiet it is here. He even suggests that it should bring back old memories for the feeble explorer, but as you can imagine, those memories are probably horrible ones. Seeing that Braun is already trying to mess with Ernest again, he gets mad, so he snaps at the bully, asking him why he called the kid out here just to pick a fight. As far as our boy is concerned, they're not friends, so he doesn't get what Braun's deal is. The big guy is taken aback by Dane's audacity, so he asks him who the hell he is to butt into the conversation. He asks our boy if he has a death wish or something, and Dane bluntly throws the question right back at him. The senior is shocked to hear a freshman talk to him that way, so he loses his shit and calls Dane an arrogant bastard. He feels that our boy must think he's something special just because he got into the Imperial Academy. Seeing how bold Dane is, Braun concludes that the young freshman doesn't know who he is. So he reveals that he's the heir of the most powerful family in the West, the Sauer family. Unfortunately for him, Dane Saugers isn't familiar with the name, and so he doesn't really give a shit about Braun being the heir. He claims that he's never heard of the Sauer family, which leaves Ernest pretty dumbfounded. Even Braun's buddies are left speechless by this because it's an insult, so they ask him if he's just going to stand there and take it. Sure enough, a bully like him won't ever let such a thing slide, so he tells his minions to beat Dane up. They're also excited about it, so they start marching towards the two freshmen, and Braun just tells Ernest that he should have chosen better friends because now he's going to get beaten twice as hard. As you can imagine, Ernest is absolutely terrified because he knows what's coming next, so he tells Dane that they should just leave while they still can. As far as he's concerned, those bullies are way too dangerous to beat no matter how strong Dane is. Ernest is particularly terrified of Braun because the guy has been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a kid. Hearing this, Dane becomes even more interested because he wants to see what the West considers a swordsmanship genius. Our boy is so confident that they can take these bullies, so he tells Ernest that he'll let him face one of them. He tells the scrawny kid to knock the guy's jaw out with one punch, but Ernest doesn't even believe Dane actually means what he just said. However, the genius just tells him to trust him and face his fears because he can't keep living like this forever. The explorer is absolutely bewildered because he really doesn't get what Dane is even talking about right now. Ernest stands there frozen in fear as the first bully charges at Dane. The guy lunges at our boy, but he doesn't even move a muscle, so Ernest calls out to him so he can defend himself. He's taken aback by how calm the white-haired student is being right now, but Dane still doesn't move. The first bully balls his fist and takes a big swing to land a mean blow on Dane's face. The punch looks really heavy, but our boy doesn't even react. The overconfident seniors start laughing at this point, feeling that they're putting Dane in his place. He's motivated to land another blow, but it doesn't work out this time because our boy blocks his attempt with ease, which leaves him in disbelief. Dane informs the bully that he clearly threw the first punch, and for that reason, everything else will have to be self-defense from now on. The dumb goon is so confused because he doesn't even know what Dane is talking about. Enraged by the freshman's guts, he tries to land another punch, but our boy casually sweeps him off the ground with ease. The guy falls hard to the ground with the back of his head making first contact. The second scumbag is surprised when he sees this because he didn't think that Dane would be this good. He attempts to take out the freshman, but our boy gives him a mean palm to the face from under his jaw, which sends him falling back. At the same time, the third thug charges at him, so he decides that it's time to use his magic. The young prodigy conjures a small ball of mana and unleashes a powerful blast on the troublemakers before they can even get to him. This blast sends all of them flying till they crash hard on the ground. With the first wave of bullies wiped out, Braun is the only one left standing. As for Dane, well, he's a little shocked because his attack ended up being stronger than he thought. He begins to think that it must be because of the ancient magic core inside him. Ernest is equally stunned by what he just witnessed. He can't believe his eyes, and neither can Braun. Dane just took out all his goons in the blink of an eye, so he's furious. He calls them idiots for not being able to beat a freshman, but while they're still struggling to get back on their feet, they assure him that Dane isn't normal. Unfortunately for them, Braun doesn't understand, so he just tells them to shut up, claiming that they all look pathetic and so helpless against a first-year student. He can't believe that they lost so easily, but his rants are suddenly cut short when Dane asks him if he's going to keep the attacks coming. He mocks Braun, reminding him how he talked big when he's not even all that. Of course, this is enough to make the bully lose his shit. His blood boils as he prepares to take Dane by himself, but one of his pals advises him to stand down because Dane is just too strong for them. I mean, the kid is literally shooting magic bullets out of his hands, so they're convinced that they can't win against him. Braun, on the other hand, refuses to give up. His ego just won't let him. Enraged by his colleague, he shoves the guy out of the way, calling him a coward and accuses him of being pathetic. Since all his guys have proven useless to him, he decides that he'll just do it himself. Right after saying this, Braun creates a huge magic portal right in front of him, and judging by the sinister smile on his face, you can tell that he's got something crazy in store for them. Ernest knows Braun, so he's not surprised when he knows that the magic portal is never a good thing. Sure enough, the mean redhead pulls out a huge sword, confirming that he's prepared for an insane battle. The scrawny kid is really terrified, while the bully is extremely delighted because he feels that he can do what he wants since no one is around this remote place. He tells Dan that he just made a mistake for making him draw his sword. Seeing the blade, our boy admits that it's a pretty good sword, while Ernest complains about how bad the situation is because he knows nothing good comes after Braun draws his sword. While the explorer is busy dreading the bully, Dane just thinks about how reckless Braun is because he doesn't even care about academy rules. Braun suddenly informs Dane that a very thick fog appears in the aura when the weather gets cloudy. It's the kind of thick fog where no one can find a missing person, so the fact that Braun just pointed this out, it's clear that he's ready to do something that's seriously against the rules. Even his buddy is worried when he says this because it's almost like he's comfortable doing something that could get them expelled. Even though the guy is trying to make him see reason, he's not interested. He tells the guy to shut up and orders him to go beat Ernest up before bringing him over. Despite not wanting to get in so much trouble, he also doesn't want to get Braun mad, so he agrees to do as he says, and they both charge at the freshman. Ernest just stands there, shaking in fear because he still isn't sure he can take the other guy even if Dane takes care of Braun. However, our boy tells him not to worry and assures him that they can't win. Dane feels that the seniors aren't that strong, so he tells Ernest that he'll do great if it's one-on-one. He's surprised that Dane has so much faith in him, but the prodigy just says it once again. He feels that Ernest's lower body strength should be great because he's done a lot of exploring. That being said, he tells the scrawny kid to just squeeze in and land a solid hit. He has so much faith in Ernest, but the kid just doesn't feel confident at all. The bullies charge at them and close in with each step. Surprisingly, Dane starts running away all of a sudden, so Braun pursues him, realizing that he actually has some combat experience for following him. In response, our boy just tells the guy to shut up and follow him. While our boy draws the bigger threat away, Ernest finally starts to develop a bit of courage. He realizes that Dane is right and admits that he can't keep living like this forever. With this in mind, he decides to face his fears and stand up to the other bully. The guy is surprised to see that the little explorer didn't run away. He's surprised that Ernest is even clenching his fist with his eyes looking extremely fierce. For this reason, he decides that he'll go easy on the little explorer, telling him that he'll only take a few hits. Ernest is actually still quite terrified, but he doesn't want to be a coward anymore, so he calms himself down and decides not to panic but actually think about what Dane would do in a situation like this. He recalls how the young genius took out the first wave of bullies with finesse, and while he's still thinking, the guy in front of him leans in to land a mean blow on his face. Of course, Ernest sees it coming, so he braces himself for it, and just when the guy is about to hit his face, he ducks in a flash and slips under to land a direct punch to his face. As his knuckles make contact with the guy's jaw, he makes it clear that the scared kid they knew before isn't him anymore. The bully probably never expected such a powerful hit to come from Ernest, so it's a big shock for him. He falls to the ground from the pain and just keeps groaning in agony for a while. The adrenaline rush in the little explorer's body is still very much so, he's literally shaking in the knees even though he was the one that knocked someone down. He breathes heavily as he looks at the fallen opponent, and after a while, it dawns on him that he actually did it. He can't believe that he really just managed to knock someone down. While he's busy struggling to wrap his head around the situation, we catch up with our boy, who's currently making life really difficult for Braun. He taunts the bully, informing him that his subordinate just went down. The bully is in the middle of an attack when he hears this, so he turns around to confirm it. A wave of horror washes over him when he sees that his buddy got knocked out. He can't even believe his eyes because it shouldn't even be possible. Braun is so annoyed because now he's also losing to Ernest, who he considers a pathetic loser. While he's busy nagging, Dane scans the area and notices 2 brooms that he feels he can use to his advantage. Apparently, he's come up with a plan and we're about to see what he's got in mind. Without wasting any time, our boy quickly grabs one of the brooms and takes a stance to face Braun. Seeing this, the bully is so amused because he doesn't understand how Dane can think he can take him with a broom. In response, our boy simply tells him that the broom should just be enough for him. Braun feels insulted by this, so he calls Dane an arrogant bastard and promises to crush him properly. With a determined look on his face, he charges at our boy with insane speed. He promises not to kill him, telling him that he won't worry too much. He grips his sword tightly, claiming that he'll just leave a small scar on his face so that every time he sees it, he'll remember to fear him next time. Braun unleashes an onslaught on our boy, but Dane defends himself over and over, and this makes the bully even more furious. He calls Dane a bastard once again, and admits that he is tougher than he thought. After taking all of Braun's attacks, Dane teases him, claiming that his sword path is way too predictable. Of course, these words manage to get the redhead even more. He yells in anger, offended by what he just said about his swordsmanship. He's so irritated by Dane's confidence because as far as he's concerned, only the son of Duke Thermion should have that level of confidence in terms of handling the sword. Braun can tell that the white-haired boy is holding his own just because he's infusing his staff with mana. But as far as he's concerned, Dane won't last much longer like this. He keeps trying to intimidate Dane, telling him that he's just a rat trapped in a cage. He feels that the boy can't possibly do anything meaningful with that stupid stick. He launches himself at Dane, yelling like a maniac the whole time. As for our boy, he just smiles confidently, knowing that the bully is falling right into his trap. He stands his ground and waits for Braun to make the next move or even slip up. Sure enough, the hasty bully rushes in, and this gives Dane a perfect opening to land a mean hit with his stick. He stretches the broom and infuses it with even more mana to intensify the power in his next swing. He flicks the stick at Braun, leaving the guy very confused for a split moment. Dane lands a powerful jab right in his gut, and the effect is lethal, of course. Braun's eyes widen in shock as he realizes just how dangerous his opponent is. Now, it's clear that he underestimated Dane because he can't even comprehend how something as basic as just a wooden staff can contain this much power in it. Our boy knocks the bully out with ease, and once Braun falls to the ground, it becomes clear that they just basically defeated the bullies that have been tormenting Ernest for so long. The little explorer turns to see what just happened, and he's absolutely speechless. All he can do is stare in shock as his greatest nightmare lies on the floor defeated. The fact that Dane beat Braun is already very impressive and unbelievable enough, but what's even more amazing is that the white-haired genius managed to do this with just a single hit. And with a broomstick for that matter. As the dust clears, we can see our hero looking absolutely majestic with the staff firmly in his hand. Ernest doesn't even know what to say because it's a really crazy sight. He knew that Dane was strong, but he didn't expect anything like this. He's a freshman too, but he just managed to beat the toughest bully he's not for a long time, and he did it without even breaking a sweat. Braun remains on the floor, groaning in pain, and that's when our boy comes up standing over him. Dane can clearly see that the bully can't fight anymore, but he tells him to get up and draw his blade. He's not willing to give this guy a break, so he tells him that he has to get up and see this fight through till the end. At this point, Braun is probably wishing he never picked on the strange student because it's turning out to be the worst mistake he's made since he arrived at the academy. Not only did our boy humiliate him by beating him with a single blow, but now he's adding insult to the injury by giving Braun a little lecture. Dane talks about how his father told him that drawing a weapon outside a fair duel means that you're ready to see things to the end. Braun was the first to draw the sword, of course, so our boy expects that he should have been ready to fight till the end. However, that's not the case because Braun desperately wants a break. He can't fight anymore, and even if he had the power to, he's not ready to go up against Dane a second time because the kid is clearly on a completely different level. He's terrified of this overpowered freshman, but he wants to lose face any more than he already has, so he puts on a tough demeanor. He yells at Dane, asking him who the hell he is, so the young genius decides that it's time to introduce himself. He reveals that he's the one and only Dane Saugers, the eldest son of the Saugers Count family and a first year in the autonomous department. The bull's eyes widen in shock when he hears this very detailed introduction. Apparently, the main reason he's horrified is because he had no idea that the kid he was facing all this time was actually a member of the Saugers Count family. Now that he's learning of this, he begins to put the pieces together and figures that Dane must be the new student who recently got into the autonomous department after 50 years of no one being able to get in. Braun can't believe that he's been talking to the rumored genius youngest son of the Saugers family that got into the academy. Seeing that Braun already has a good idea who he is, our boy makes a light joke, suggesting that he might have introduced himself a little late. Braun just groans even more, feeling helpless and ashamed of himself. If he had known who Dane really was, he would never have challenged him. Now, he's paying the price for underestimating him, and it's starting to make a lot more sense why Dane was so confident from the start. As much as he's in pain, he's still very curious as to why a guy as powerful as Dane would be hanging around with someone like Ernest, who he considers an idiot. While he's busy trying to wrap his head around that, Dane interrupts him and asks what he should do now. He reminds Braun that he was the one who drew his sword and ended up losing, so now, according to the law, Dane should probably take his life since he lost. Of course, this is quite extreme and even Braun is taken aback by such a drastic conclusion to their fight. He definitely doesn't want to die here, so he asks Dane what the hell he's talking about. In response, our boy explains that this wasn't exactly a fair duel from his perspective. After all, the bully literally drew a real sword with the capacity to kill someone. For that, he should be ready to face the consequences of losing in a real life or death type of situation. Dane makes his point very clear and Braun begins to tremble in fear because he can tell that the Sagar's boy seriously looks like he wants to kill him. Not wanting things to escalate even further, he immediately surrenders. He gets on his knees and apologizes to our boy, swearing that he never knew he was Dane Sagar's. He vows to never do anything this stupid again, hoping that this will get the young master to spare him, but Dane doesn't intend to let him off the hook that easily. Despite his heartfelt apology, our boy just scoffs and suggests that Braun doesn't even know what he's gotten himself into. He tells the bully that he really does get it and then informs him that he's apologizing to the wrong person. That being said, he points to Ernest, who's standing not too far away, and informs Braun that the explorer is the one who he should be apologizing to. For a bully of this size and ego, you'd think Braun would protest and refuse to beg Ernest for mercy. After all, it's a kid that he's been stepping on for years. However, that's not the case because Braun cares way too much about staying alive than his pride, which is a wise choice in this situation. Without even thinking twice, he falls at Ernest's feet and apologizes for everything he's done to him. The explorer is even taken aback when he sees his greatest nightmare kneeling before him and begging for mercy. He begins to think back to all the things Braun did to him for many years. This is the person he feared the most, who is now groveling on the ground like a pathetic coward. Just then, Dane tells Ernest that he should finish everything, which leaves him confused. Dane tells him that he can decide if he wants to beat Braun until he feels better or just accept and move on. The bully desperately begs him with tears running down his face. He tells Ernest that he can hit him as much as he wants till he feels better. In response, Ernest just tells him that he should fight him fair and square next time, claiming that he'll only forgive him after that. Braun is shocked, but the explorer doesn't say anything else and just walks off. After that, Dane commends him, telling him that he did well, and the little explorer just thanks him before walking away. The story continues back in school, when Dane and Ernest return from their little adventure with Braun and his bullies. On their way back, Layla spots them and immediately calls Dane out for not meeting up with her like they planned. She claims that she was waiting for him for a long time, but he never showed up, and so she decided to come looking for him. She notices that they look kinda rough, and since she was already worried about him, she immediately asks him if he got into a fight or something. Of course, it wasn't much of a fight since our boy absolutely wiped the floor with Braun and his goons. Either way, he admits that someone actually picked a fight with him instead, and the pink-haired girl is immediately curious to find out who it was. In response, our green-eyed hero just looks back at Braun, who's still trembling at the back, instead of actually calling any names. Layla quickly gets the hint, and when she sees how scared the troublemakers are, she just finds it amusing that Braun chose to mess with Dane Sagar's out of all the students in the whole school. The brown-haired troublemaker is stunned when he sees Layla talking to Dane because he probably never imagined that the boy would know such a highly reputable noble. Braun is dumbfounded when he sees Layla because she's the daughter of the legendary Duke Thermion. Our boy already heard that Braun is in the same swordsmanship department as Layla, so he asks the girl if she knows him or at least crossed paths with the brat before. In response, Layla reveals that she doesn't know Braun and admits that she's not really interested in getting to know him either. After all, the guy has already proven to be a douchebag by picking a fight with her best friend, so she definitely won't have anything to do with him now. Moving on from Braun and his trouble, Layla suddenly notices that there's another unfamiliar face right in front of her. She definitely doesn't know the white-haired nerd that Dane has been walking with, so she asks him who the guy is. At this point, our boy figures that it's the best time to introduce Layla to Ernest Dillon. He informs her that the guy is also a freshman who happens to be in the exploration department. The boy is extremely nervous, as you can imagine, but he manages to pull himself and greets the young lady. He admits that it's a pleasure to finally meet her, but the modest girl immediately assures him that there's no need to refer to her with titles. Layla tells Ernest to just treat her like a friend and not call her lady every time he sees her. Even though it will probably take some getting used to, Ernest agrees to do away with the formalities. Now that they've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, Layla asks Ernest what exactly it is that they learn in the exploration department of the academy. In response, the scrawny kid reveals that they usually deal with stuff like ruins, secret locations, and generally explorations. He's still quite nervous at this time, so our boy deems it fit to help him out. With this in mind, he tells Layla all about how Ernest's family is famous for their expeditions. Upon hearing this, the young lady figures that it would be a good idea to show him the map they got earlier. As far as she's concerned, Ernest might actually know something about the map or even know how to read it. Dane just winks at her when she says this because she's got a point. Ernest, on the other hand, suddenly becomes nervous again because he doesn't know what they're talking about. He starts panicking and asks them what map they're referring to. Seeing how nervous and curious his new friend is, Dane calms the tension down a notch and tells Ernest how they got the treasure map when they joined a club event earlier. Hearing this, the scrawny kid's mind is blown because he actually heard of someone getting a treasure map. He had no idea that it was Dane, so now that he's being told, he's so amazed by the whole thing. The look of nervousness immediately disappears from his face and is replaced with an incredibly excited expression. Ernest's face lights up when he learns that they have the treasure map, and even Layla is surprised by how much his countenance changed in a split second. She claims that he looks like a completely different person all of a sudden, and our boy figures that it's probably due to the fact that Ernest might have some kind of obsession with artifacts. Now that he knows they have the map, he's more than ready to help them out any way he can do. He suggests that they go somewhere quiet first of all. Layla and Dane are probably a little overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, but they also appreciate it, so they follow him. Not long after, they finally show Ernest the map, and the boy admits that it's a really complicated one. Due to the fact that it's a treasure map, he admits that it's difficult to understand at a glance, and rather than showing the entire academy, it seems to point to a specific place that they haven't been able to locate. After staring at the map for a while, Ernest notices something that catches his attention. He observes that there are a lot of strange writings all over the map. Even though he can read it, he admits that this doesn't mean that he can connect them. As such, he begins to wonder if there's some kind of pattern. After a while, they're still not able to get a breakthrough, and Layla begins to wonder what they'll do now at this point. Hearing this, Ernest reveals that he already has a plan. The first step of this plan is to find out who made the map, because there's no standard format for things like this. But by just knowing the creator, then they will actually be able to have a rough idea of what to expect and what exactly to be looking for in the map. Upon hearing all of this, Dane concludes that Ernest is trying to say that decoding the map right away will be too difficult. In response, Ernest simply tells them that the one thing he knows for certain is that the map is within the academy. He knows this because the architectural patterns on the map were only used when the academy was built. As soon as he says this, Dane and Layla get the same idea simultaneously, and then they both suggest that the treasure is somewhere nearby. They're excited about this deduction because it's like the first piece of good news they've gotten regarding the map. Unfortunately, Ernest isn't as excited as they are because he knows that there is still a major problem regarding the whole thing. It turns out that this architectural style uses a secret magic that is unique to Saul Hankston. This alone makes their treasure hunt a little more difficult because Saul Hankston was the Academy's founder and a legendary magician. Layla is blown away when she hears this, while Dane immediately understands where the problem is. Our boy is aware that the magic Saul Hankston used can't be used anymore in this present age because the founder didn't leave behind any disciples. Upon hearing Dane's statement, Ernest is even more impressed with his new friend because our boy seems to know a lot. While Ernest is busy praising our Dane, the reality of the situation dawns on Layla, and it upsets her quite a bit. Sure, she expected the treasure hunt to be quite difficult, but not to this extent. At the moment, they're kinda stuck at this point, and even though it's really annoying, Ernest reminds them that the key at the end of the day is figuring out who made the map. If they manage to do this, then that way, they'll be able to find clues to decipher the code and finally interpret the map. This is really exciting for Dane, probably because of how challenging it is, and he can't wait to decide the map so they can all go treasure hunting together. Hearing this, the scrawny kid immediately indicates his interest to join, and Layla can already imagine how fun it's going to be. Before coming to the academy, she only did things with her family, so to be going on a treasure hunt with her new friends is definitely a first for her. Dane can tell that his two closest friends seem really excited about the whole thing, and this makes him glad. Right now, Ernest is all in with them, so he's ready for whatever it takes. He admits that it might take some time to decode the map and suggests that they investigate slowly so they don't make too many mistakes. He offers to look more into it too in his free time and then gives them back the map. Of course, Dane is surprised when the kid hands him the map, so he doesn't take it. Ernest is now part of the team and he's the exploration expert among them, so Dane figures that it would be better for him to keep it and have it with him while deciphering. That's a great idea and all, but Ernest assures them that they don't have to worry because he has already memorized the map. As you can imagine, Dane and Layla are stunned when he says this because it is a very complicated map. They are blown away by him and both wonder how good his memory must be to have been able to do that. In response, the scrawny kid reveals that he always remembers things like codes and maps really well for some reason he still hasn't figured out. Hearing this, Dane concludes that the boy has an incredible talent in certain areas, and Layla is already a little jealous because she knows that must be very useful for tests. Seeing that the kid doesn't need the map anymore, Dane finally agrees to take it off his hands and keep it. He also tells Ernest to let him know if there's anything he can help with. In response, the nerdy explorer thanks Dane for everything. He admits that this is his first time searching for something with someone other than his father, and for this, he's really happy. Layla is equally excited to be doing something like this with her friends, so she suggests that they go eat now so they can celebrate becoming a team. The boys smile when she says this and both agree that it's a good idea. Just like this, the duo becomes a trio and they all make their way to the cafeteria to stuff their bellies after all that brainstorming. Later that night, at the dormitory, our boy retires to his room and recalls everything that happened earlier. Obviously, a lot happened today, but his room is still kind of a mess, so he figures that he should take some time to organize his stuff. He starts with the books lying around and decides to keep the important things his family gave him somewhere visible. With this in mind, he picks up the summon egg his big sister gave him. He holds the massive egg for a while, wondering where he should put it. He remembers people telling him that living beings shouldn't be placed in a subspace, and while he's still pondering on this, the egg begins to vibrate violently, which startles him. The egg doesn't stop shaking and Dane becomes really worried because he has no idea why this is happening all of a sudden. Something like this hasn't happened with the familiar's egg since the first time about 7 years ago, so he is so confused. Dane wonders if it's happening again because he moved to the academy, but that doesn't seem likely because even though the academy is a mysterious place, the mana distribution here isn't different from what's in his room back home. Since that can't be the reason, Dane suddenly realizes that this could be happening because of the ancient mana that he absorbed in the Misty Garden. This seems to be a more likely reason for why the egg would be acting out around him, and he's really amazed by the whole thing. Dane feels that it's incredible that it triggered the egg's reaction instantly, and now that he knows what's going on, he figures that it's time to put all his energy into what he's been trying for a long time. Dane channels as much mana as he can into the familiar's egg, hoping that today might be the day it finally hatches. He puts so much mana that an incredibly bright light shoots out of his room and it shines out of the dorms to the point that it can be seen from anywhere in the academy. The entire room is filled with powerful waves of mana and magical energy as Dane concentrates everything he's got into hatching the egg. Right now, he can feel his mana being dressed endlessly. He's been pouring mana into this egg for 7 years already, so he wonders how much more it's going to take to finally hatch the egg. After a while, the enormous surge of mana going into the egg begins to take a toll on his room, and he realizes that he can't do this in here. If he keeps this up, it will only be a matter of time before the whole room collapses. While he's still thinking about this, the egg suddenly begins to react again and he wonders what he should do now. Now seems like the perfect chance to hatch the egg, but he can't keep up the mana surge since it might destroy the dorm. The scene shifts to Claire's laboratory all of a sudden, and we see that our boy took the egg over there to show his sister what's going on. When she sees the state of the egg, she is amazed by how much it's reacting, and it makes her wonder what the hell the genius boy must have done this time around. In response, Dane simply explains that the egg is still vibrating immensely even though he stopped pouring mana into it a while ago. She doesn't seem to be familiar with this situation, and despite being really unsettled, she still manages to remember that this is probably time for a dormitory roll call. She informs him that skipping roll calls won't be good for him in the long run, but he just smiles cheekily in response and assures her that he already has a way to handle that. Back in the dorms, we see a group of mean-looking seniors walking down the hallway. The guy wearing glasses leads the way, and it's clear that he's like the leader of something. He eventually stops and calls out to all the freshmen in their rooms, introducing himself as Albert, the dormitory council president. That being said, he informs them that he's about to begin the roll call for Dantera Hall. The moment Albert announces this, all the students in the dorm come out of their rooms to make themselves for the roll call. So, you might be wondering why this is such a big deal in this school. Well, it turns out that roll call is for all dormitories in the Imperial Academy and is conducted uniformly and regularly. As such, all students are expected to make themselves available for the roll call. This is why other students are a little worried when they notice Dane and Priscilla haven't come out for it. Arnold even wonders if they know how serious roll call is in the school. Apparently, if one is late for the monthly roll call, they get 1 penalty point, and if you're absent, that's 2 points instead. If you're late more than 3 times in a semester, it's disciplinary actions or service duty that will be meted on the offenders. And if one is absent more than twice, then they get demoted from the dorm. Another student in the dorm claims that he saw Dane cleaning his room earlier, but now that he's not here, they're worried that he might miss roll call. Judging by the angry look on Albert's faces, it's clear that he is not the kind of council president to show mercy or pardon any defaulters. He sternly tells all the students to stay still and keep quiet, claiming that he doesn't want to hear any chattering anymore. This is the 9th floor of Dantera Hall, and even though Albert just got here, he assures the students that they won't get through roll call easily today. He seems to have beef with them or something, and Arnold is pissed when he hears the council president make such a statement. He doesn't get why the guy is so serious today and wonders what he even means by saying that they won't get through easily. Just then, he reveals that there's a newly installed mana surveillance system which captured some interesting footage. At this point, you can see why he's so pissed with the students on the 9th floor. In the surveillance footage, there's footage of the dorm resident Priscilla sneaking out, and they confirm that she went completely off the dorm premises after tracking her. President Albert confirms that all that happened 5 minutes ago, but for some reason, the surveillance system is showing that Priscilla is currently in her room, which doesn't add up at all. As such, Albert is convinced that there's foul play somewhere, so he's determined to investigate and get to the bottom of it. At this point, the other students on the floor begin to panic because they kinda know what's going on already. They feel that they're doomed now that Albert has figured out the trick, but all they can do is hope that by some miracle, Priscilla is actually in her room. Without wasting another second, President Albert barges into Priscilla's room to confirm that she's not in there. A wicked smile creeps up on his face all of a sudden, claiming that they're going to change some rules. Normally, council members aren't supposed to check if the defaulters are in their rooms, but starting today, He figures that it's time for that to change. As soon as he says this, it's like a big blow to the Dantera Hall residents because they know that this means a storm of penalty points is coming their way. Albert inspects Priscilla's room to confirm that she's not in there, and once he's sure about that, he comes back out to the hallway. He admits that the remaining factors besides skipping roll call are generally fine. For instance, the cleanliness in their hall is okay. Anyway, back to the business of the evening. President Albert decides that Priscilla will get 2 penalty points as expected for unexcused absence from the dormitory premises. He tells the others to make sure they announce it and inform her when she gets back. They acknowledge the information, and right after that, Arnold quickly approaches Albert regarding Dane to make an excuse for the white-haired boy. He informs the council president that Dane is a new student, but Albert doesn't seem to care about that. The only thing he is concerned with right now is what reason the boy has for not being visible. At this point, Albert realizes that he really hasn't seen Dane's sagas, so he begins to imagine that the boy must have missed his first roll call ever. The other students try to defend him, stating that there's no way Dane is not in his room even though they're not sure about this. They tell Albert that he seemed really busy organizing things earlier, but of course, the council president would prefer to confirm these claims himself, so he enters Dane's room. To his surprise, he sees the new student standing right there tidying some stuff up just as the other residents said he'd be. He calls out to Dane at this point, shocked that he was in his room all this time, and then asks if he didn't know they were doing the roll call. Just then, our boy turns around, feigning ignorance, and then apologizes for not being out there. He reveals that he was too focused on unpacking and didn't realize what was happening. Surprisingly, Albert lets him off the hook for it. It turns out the council president isn't so heartless after all. He's just really strict, but he also understands that something like this can happen since it's Dane's first day at the academy. After surviving roll call, we catch up with our boy, who is still in Claire's lab. He reveals how he was able to outsmart the council president using a tool called the illusion generator MK1. Of course, Claire is familiar with the device because his sister was the one who gave it to Dane. She told Dane that most people won't even notice that it was just an illusion, but she is a little taken aback by his crazy plan, so he explains it to her. He reveals that his image gets projected from the dock connected to the generator, but the yellow-haired lady just tells him that it's too difficult to actually use without getting caught. Since it's remote controlled, the connection can get unstable, and even a slight disruption makes the illusion obvious. Hearing this, Dane tells her that he already expected that something like that would happen, so he made contingencies available. He assures her that he checked the connections several times, and so now, he's certain that there won't be any problem as long as the inspectors don't come too close to the projection. After he reveals his daring plan to her, she's really surprised because she didn't know that he had so much guts. Anyway, that's by the way, because his major concern at the moment is the familiar's egg that still hasn't hatched. He asks her how the egg is, and she confirms that it's definitely still reacting to his mana. At least, that's a good thing because it means that the chances of it hatching soon are pretty high. However, she lets him know not to get his hopes up too much because there are plenty of eggs that react like this and still don't hatch. Even getting this kind of reaction is very rare, so the fact that it happens makes her confident that there's a good chance. After all, it's progress compared to when the egg was just sitting dormant in his room. At this point, Dane is quite confused because he doesn't know what to do next. He asks what they should do now and wonders if he should just keep pouring mana into the egg. Hearing this suggestion, the yellow-haired lady ponders on it for a while, feeling that there's still so much unknown about familiar eggs. That being said, she feels that putting it straight into a mana stabilizer would be too risky. However, she doesn't think that they should just stop here now that the egg is reacting non-stop. She feels that the lab is the best place for the egg to hatch, and since there's already a mana barrier for secrecy in there, it's a no-brainer. Dane agrees with her, stating that the egg might hatch anytime and anywhere if they leave it alone. With all of this in mind, his yellow-haired senior decides that they will put the egg in a mana barrier so they can watch it. She claims that his mana is pure, but still, she would like to install a man filter first just in case. After coming up with this plan, our boy proceeds to pump more means into the egg, even though it's starting to take a toll on him. He pours so much mana, but the egg just keeps sucking it all, which leaves him really baffled because he doesn't get how it is still hungry enough to be absorbing this much. At this point, he's really curious to find out what in the world is even inside that egg because he never came across something that absorbs so much mana before now. His yellow hair lady is equally intrigued by this familiar egg. Normally, anyone can buy one if they have the money, but hatching the egg always proves to be a different story. The hatching conditions aren't even known, and the only thing most summoners actually know is that the mana of the user must match the mana frequency of the familiar inside the egg, whatever it even is in there. That being established, the truth of the matter is that you basically need a ton of luck too if you want to hatch a familiar egg. Our boy continues to do his best, and she's even starting to get worried because he has been groaning for a while now. She knew he was amazing before, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she's absolutely speechless. All of a sudden, several cracks appear on the egg, and Dane gets so excited that he calls out to his sister, asking if she just saw that. She saw the cracks as well, and so now she is convinced that the creature in the egg is about to come out. She suggests that he just needs to keep pouring mana into it for a little longer. By this time, he's already struggling to keep up, but he doesn't give up. Our boy keeps pumping as much as he can, eager to see what kind of creature is even in the egg. All of a sudden, a huge blast of mana rocks the lab due to the fact that Dane finally reached the egg's limit. The egg finally blasts open with an explosion, and right after that, they finally get to see the familiar sitting on the broken shell covered in goo. The winged creature seems to still be asleep, and even though they just made a breakthrough, Claire is more concerned about her brother who took the most hits from the explosion. She rushes to check on him and see if he's okay because he's sitting on the floor like he just passed Doit or something. By the time she gets to him, he assures her that he's fine, claiming that he's just a little dizzy. Since he's fine, he points to the more important thing at the moment, which is the familiar that they finally hatched. Dane points to the creature and Claire turns to check it out for herself as well. He shows her that something actually came out of the egg, and as the remaining smoke clears, they see the baby creature with wings and horns. It looks like some sort of baby wyvern. It doesn't seem as weak as a newborn though, because shortly after hatching, it starts flying all over the lab. The familiar hovers about, and then the Sagar's siblings immediately realize that it must be an actual wyvern. They're not sure at first, but then the creature starts breathing fire and then becomes a little bit more obvious. At first, Dane tries to observe the familiar from afar, but his sister urges him to go meet the creature. She gives him a push, telling him to approach it instead of just standing there like he wasn't the one who pumped it with mana for the last 7 years. Claire reveals that there have been cases where familiars recognize the first person they see as their master. That being said, Dane has to go over to it quickly so it can register him as its owner. After all, it's his familiar. As you can imagine, the young master is a little nervous about going to meet the creature because he's never really had such a close encounter with a wyvern. Regardless, he overcomes the fear and slowly walks over to it. As he closes the space between them, he begins to realize that the familiar is actually kinda cut up close. The baby wyvern looks confused when it sees him coming over, so it gets nervous as well. However, it doesn't run away, and Dane tries to make it comfortable around him too. He gives the familiar a gentle smile and then greets it before stretching out his hand to introduce himself. He tells the wyvern that his name is Dane, which is the first step to registering as its master. The baby wyvern makes a few sounds that our boy probably can't understand, but since it doesn't run away or attack him, Claire concludes that he's already bonded with the familiar. Hearing this, even our boy feels like she's right about it because he also finds the little guy really cute. The familiar flies over to his hand and lands there the way a pet bird would. It makes a bunch of noises that seem friendly, so Claire figures that it's okay to go closer to it now. She tells Dane that he's amazing after seeing this because she can't even imagine how he managed to do it so easily. The baby wyvern is so cute that she also wants to spend some time with it. She tells Dane that she'd like to have a look and see how it is, but just when she takes a closer look at the familiar, she realizes something shocking. Claire expresses the shock and Dane notices it, so he asks her what's wrong. That's when she tells him that this creature on his hand might actually be a summon from beyond the horizon. Our boy is amazed when he hears this because he knows how rare such creatures are. He finds it hard to believe at first though, but his big sister confirms this, and then reveals that only a handful of chosen summoners can do this. Claire is a genius summoner that's highly respected in the academy, but even she can barely summon part of a spirit. And then there's her little brother doing wonders even though he has only spent a few days in the school. She admits that she never thought the youngest would be able to summon something like this, so she tells Dane once again just how huge this is. It's a really big deal, and at this point, the reality of the situation makes him a little nervous. It dawns on him that his familiar is really not an existing summon, so he asks his sister if that's the case. She claims that she knows every summon that can normally be called, even their juvenile forms. However, she doesn't know any summons with traits like this one. The closest would be a wyvern, but it's clearly different in the details now that she's taken a closer look at the infant creature. Hearing this, Dane takes another look at the familiar and suggests that it doesn't look that special physically. As such, he wonders if no one will even know what this thing really is. In response, his big sister simply admits that they will have to figure that out moving forward. They definitely don't know what it is right now, but with time, they'll get answers. The main problem now is that there are no records that mention a similar summon. That being said, Dane assumes that this familiar might actually just be an entirely new being that never existed before. It appears that the baby familiar agrees with him on this one because it suddenly breathes fire, almost like it's trying to tell him something. At this point, our boy can only wonder who something like this would come to him. It's an entirely new creature, but he doesn't get why it had to be his own summon. While pondering on this, he can't help but think back to the Misty Garden where he absorbed the ancient magic. It's starting to look like a lot of weird stuff has been happening ever since that incident, so he can't be entirely sure that these new events aren't connected in any way. He's drawn out of his thoughts suddenly when Claire tells him to keep the broken pieces of the eggshell safe. She claims that some species that hatch from eggs eat the shell for nutrients, so he takes the advice. Now that they've finally hatched the familiar, our boy isn't exactly sure what the next step is. Should he show the creature to the world? Should he keep it hidden in his room at all times? How is he supposed to cater for the creature when they know nothing about it? He's not sure what happens from here, so his sister tells him to approach with caution first. At least for the meantime, Claire advises him to try to record everything regarding the creature constantly. Stuff like what it likes and what it doesn't like, how long it sleeps, and whether it shows aggression. His big sister also tells him to observe stuff like how much it grows and how quickly each day. Basically, he has to keep an eye of the familiar at all times, and after realizing this, he admits that it's a lot of work, especially for someone who still needs to attend all his classes as an independent major student. His schedule is about to get tighter than it already is, and just thinking about this puts him under a lot of pressure. He stares at the familiar, probably foreseeing his new life, but even though it's going to be extremely stressful, he feels that it's worth it. Right now, Dane doesn't know exactly what it is about the familiar, but he is already starting to feel like he needs to protect this little one. After all, it's the baby that he's been nurturing for almost a decade now. Before he leaves the lab, Claire asks him if he's planning to keep the summon with him. She knows that people might freak out if they see him with an unknown creature like that, so she suggests that he leaves it in her laboratory, which is safe and private. In response, Dane simply assures her that everything will be fine. Obviously, he intends to keep the creature hidden from other students, but even if he gets caught, he still has his sisters and he's sure that they'll have his back when the time comes. Besides, he believes that the familiar will feel trapped if it's stuck in the lab all the time. Hearing this, Claire admits that he's made a fair point, but since he wants to take it out and be completely responsible for it, she suggests that they use this chance to get him officially registered with a mark. Our boy is taken aback when he hears this, but then he quickly realizes that she's probably talking about a summoner's mark. She confirms this and explains that even though he's still a beginner, his talent is clear. Claire also knows that it will be tough juggling everything all by himself. However, now that he has a summon, this is his chance to get registered early. As you can imagine, it's a really tempting offer, and our boy ponders on it for a second before agreeing to do it because it sounds about right. After hearing that he's on board, his sister asks to confirm if he indeed signed up for the summoning course. He did, and since orientation is the following day, she has something in mind. She figures that the professor in charge of that will be Tamarik's piano, and she's familiar with the teacher, so she thinks that the conditions are perfect for her brother. Claire explains that people will definitely start talking about special admission for him if he is able to show his talent in class. Dane tries to protest, but before he can get a word in, Claire admits that she knows it's not going to be easy. Normally, it's hard to even meet the requirements, but she knows that her brother is different. He's special, so she's confident that he'll smash it. Of course, the department will need to approve it, but she's sure that he will qualify and get in through special admissions. All this talk about special admissions is probably sounding pretty intriguing to our boy, and he's not completely against it. Even the familiar on his shoulder seems interested in the topic, which Dane notices. He doesn't mind trying out what Claire just told him, but for now, he needs to come up with a name for the little guy that just hatched. Back in the dorm, the other Dantera residents start asking him where he was. They notice that he wasn't in his room after the roll call, and since he doesn't need them finding out about his familiar just yet, he tells them that he had to take care of something real quick afterwards. The purple-haired one especially is particularly curious about how Dane even managed to be there for the roll call. He left and nobody knew on time, but Priscilla got caught straight away, so it's really baffling. Our boy is already tired of all the questions, so he vaguely tells the nosy student that there is always a way, which isn't too surprising since they've all come to learn that the Sagar's family is full of surprises. This statement gets Dane's attention, so he asks if his sisters were just as unpredictable as he is. In response, the purple-haired guy tells him that his sisters were totally like that too. They're literally legends of Dantera Hall, and they have such a reputation that Dane will be told the same thing if he asks any dorm students about his big sisters later. Hearing this, our boy doesn't even know if he should take that statement as a compliment or an insult. Anyway, after the little interrogation, the guy reveals that he's the only one who knows that Dane went out of the dorm and tells him that he has nothing to worry about. Our boy just thanks him for his secrecy, and that's where the chat ends. It turns out that the familiar was on Dane's body all this time, but the other student didn't notice it. It's only after the guy leaves that the creature pokes its head out to come out of hiding. Once our boy makes it back into his room, he flops down on his bed, glad that they got through that safely without getting caught. He wonders what Priscilla was thinking walking out of the dorms like that when there are surveillance systems. Just then, the little guy starts flying all over the room, and our boy figures that she must have been way too excited. Well, she's not the only one, because his familiar is currently going crazy in his room, breathing fire and flapping its wings non-stop. He watches the little guy mess around, and all he can think about is how amazing it is. Later, he shows the familiar the secret passage that his sister told him about. Right now, the entrance is closed, so this is the only way back out to the lab. He tries to pass but receives an error message from the dorm council, denying him access and threatening to punish him with penalty points for violations. Seeing this, he realizes that the council wrapped the entire dorm in a mana barrier, so he's really confused right now because he has no idea how he's supposed to break through that. Even though it looks like a dead end, he's determined to find a way through, so he starts by trying to send the mana flow so he can find a weak point in the barrier. While he's carefully trying to find it, the little familiar shoots fire at the barrier, which immediately creates an exit point for them. Our boy is stunned when he sees this because he can't even comprehend how the little guy was able to do that. The creature simply flies, so our boy realizes that it must have used fire that nullifies mana temporarily. He's amazed by this incredible ability and realizes that this is really an extraordinary summon he's acquired. The next day, Dane tells Ernest about the familiar and how he named it Happy of all things. Just like most people would be, Ernest is disappointed because he doesn't even understand why he would name something like that. In his defense, Dane claims that he did so because he felt that the creature was friendly and easy to call. Since Ernest doesn't like it, he tells the scrawny kid to come up with a name instead. He's surprised to be given the task, but he starts thinking immediately. Sure, the creature is cute, but Ernest feels that the name should have a little more weight. Dane can probably see the gears turning in the explorer's head because he's thinking so hard. He's surprised that Ernest is taking it so seriously, but then all of a sudden, the explorer comes up with a name, Karnas. He asks Dane what he thinks about the name, and our boy simply asks him what Karnas means. So, Ernest reveals that the name means mystery and suggests that it's a pretty fitting name since they don't know anything about the familiar. Hearing this, our boy agrees that it's the perfect name, and as soon as he tells Karnas his new name, the little guy is equally excited. The story continues in Bermuda's Hall of the Imperial Academy. This place happens to be named after the scholar Bermudez, and it's where summoning department lectures are held at the school. Here, we see the students trooping into the hall to receive their lectures, and as soon as they enter, a certain ginger-haired student named Digron is shocked to see Dane Saugers. He is so taken aback by the sight of our boy because he didn't expect to see the white-haired prodigy. The reason he is so bothered by Dane's presence is because they have a little bit of history. It turns out that our boy was the one who took his summon from him many years ago when they were younger, and after suffering such a disgrace at the banquet, his family collapses socially as a result. They used to be big shots in the Empire before that incident with Dane Saugers, but after, they were barely holding on to their statuses as nobles of the capital. You can understand why this guy is so shocked to see Dane here, and of all places to run into him, he never imagined that it would be at the Imperial Academy. Seeing Dane in Bermuda's Hall, this ginger-haired guy curiously wonders if the prodigy is here to take a summoning class too. That's the most logical explanation at this point, and it just makes the guy even more frustrated. It was already bad enough that he had to retake this course, but now that he'll be forced to be in the same space as a person he clearly dislikes, it just makes the whole thing more difficult for him. This guy doesn't want anything to do with Dane right now, so he concludes to do everything in his power to avoid coming in contact with him. While he's thinking about this, he's suddenly startled by one of his buddies who calls out to him. He asks Digron if this is the first time he's retaking a class, and the ginger-haired guy flinches in shock. He's surprised to see the senior because it appears that this big guy is another person he would prefer to avoid until the course is over. Digron is so nervous all of a sudden, and the senior can see this, so he assures him that it's not a big deal, claiming that everyone retakes a course at least once. As far as he's concerned, it's pretty normal to fail classes because this is literally his second time retaking the summoning class. With this in mind, he tells Digron not to feel bad or scared, and encourages him to think of it as an easy A, because this way, he gets to outshine the newbies in the class. At this point, Digron is clearly uncomfortable and would rather be anywhere else, so he quickly starts thinking of a plan to get away from this underachieving senior of his. Luckily for him, the professor taking the class walks into the hall right at that moment. The teacher goes up to the stage to address the class, and once everyone is settled down and paying attention, he informs them that the lecture will start with the basic theory in summoning. He explains that this is their first step as summoners, adding that it's very important. This stern-looking teacher is a professor of the summoning department, Tamarix Spiano. He informs the students that this theory will be on the summoner certification exam, and for this reason, he advises them to study it thoroughly. Hearing all of this, the students in the hall begin to panic because they can already sense that this man is very strict. They are especially wary of him because they already heard rumors about him. On top of that, they also heard that the official summoner exam is also really tough. While they're panicking, the professor continues to address them. He tells them that those who qualify will be able to pass through special admission, even though it's not that easy and everyone knows it. Hearing this, the students begin to panic even more. They're so confused and ask him what kind of qualifications are needed for this special admission he's talking about. Hearing all of this, the professor isn't too surprised because he figured that they'd ask. So, he decides to show them rather than tell them what he's been talking about. A huge screen pops up in front of the hall for everyone to see. A timer pops up as well and tells them to summon a grade 5 or higher summon using an unmarked sigil. The second requirement is to maintain the summon for over 30 minutes. As you can imagine, the students are stunned when they hear him say this. They never imagined that they'd have to summon a grade 5 summon. Even with a mark, summoning a basic grade 7 is hard enough, and to hold it for 30 minutes too is even more difficult. Unfortunately for them, the professor goes on to tell them the objectives. He tells them the last requirement, stating that they need to show enough uniqueness to get the special admission. He explains that they will still fail even if they meet the first 2 conditions and fail to fulfill the third one. No matter what it is, he makes it clear to them that they have to impress him to be called special. The moment he says this, the students angrily protest, claiming that these conditions and rules are ridiculous. The first 2 are already hard enough to deal with, so the fact that there's also a subjective condition makes them absolutely livid. They're so pissed at the requirements and begin to wonder if anyone has even passed them before because they seem unavailable. They have no idea that Dane has actually attained that status already and completed those requirements, and since our boy prefers things to remain that way, he just keeps quiet while all the other students protest. Seeing how agitated they all are, Professor Tamarik's piano points out that this is exactly why it's called special admission. On top of that, they also need recommendations from at least 2 experts in the field to even apply. Digron and the rest were already furious before, but now that a recommendation letter is also required, they're just stunned. The professor smiles when he sees their reactions. He figured that they'd be speechless when they hear this, and so he feels that none of them would even try to get the special admission now. Among all the dumbfounded students, he notices Dane Sagers sitting quietly too. He is familiar with the name, so he wonders if it's that interdisciplinary student. He heard about his entrance exam from Professor Delfinso. She told him how the boy managed a secondary link with the grade 4 Aetherettes that she summoned. He knows that this kid is definitely a special one because all of his colleagues have told him that the boy is a prodigy. However, Professor Tamarik's piano is a pretty tough nut to crack, and he's the kind of person who won't believe something unless he sees it with his own eyes. Hearing about someone's exploits isn't enough for him because he needs to experience them himself. Besides, he feels that Delfinso might have ties with the Count Sagers family and just made up impressive stories to make sure that the Count's only son passed the exam. With this doubt in mind, Professor Tamarik's piano is determined to verify the boy's true talents by himself. After thinking about all of this, the man proceeds to address the students again. He reveals that their first goal is to pass the regular exam. That being said, he urges them to stay on track. To pass the regular exam is pretty easy as far as he's concerned because all it takes is for them to summon. But then again, he doubts that this is something any freshman can do. Sure enough, the freshmen are horrified when they hear what the regular exam is, and it only takes a few seconds before they start sweating profusely. The professor sees this and just finds their reactions amusing. He knows that it must be confusing for the new students because they only ever go through theory and affinity tests. He doesn't even expect any of them to be able to summon, but he decides to taunt them a bit. He asks if there's really no one who can do it and then goes on to conclude that this year is a disappointment. Even though Professor Spiano makes it sound like he doesn't expect anyone to step up, Dane can clearly see the man sneaking glances at him. The professor keeps staring at him and he can see this, so he figures that the man probably wants to see his abilities for himself. Seeing that this is the situation, our boy boldly gets up from his seat and loudly announces that he'll do what the professor is asking. Of course, Spiano isn't surprised that Dane stepped up, but he just pretends so it doesn't look so orchestrated. He even asks Dane for his name and the department he belongs to. In response, our boy introduces himself as a first-year interdisciplinary studies student. The other students just remain shocked as Dane offers to do what none of them even imagined they could do. At this point, Professor Spiano admits that he heard about Dane from the department head, and how he is said to have been incredible. Hearing this, our boy doesn't even feign modesty and simply confirms that this is exactly how the department head assessed him. Hearing this response, Professor Spiano is taken aback. He finds Dane quite interesting because he knows that most people in his shoes would either act humble or be full of pride. However, that's not the case here. The professor goes on to state that there are plenty of rumors about Dane. He also makes it clear that he's not one of the people who believes them. As far as he's concerned, the kind of talent that Dane is said to have doesn't make sense in the usual way. It's strange and unbelievable to him, and our boy finds it interesting that the man would feel this way. Professor Spiano confirms his doubts and gives Dane the opportunity to prove that the rumors are true by asking him to show everyone right here and now what he's really capable of. Our boy is actually surprised by how direct the man is. He didn't expect the professor to call him out like this, but since that's how he wants to play, Dane figures that he has no choice to play along. After all, he's confident that he can do what the man is asking without much trouble. However, he doesn't want to give Spiano what he wants without getting anything in return. So, he makes a proposition, stating that he'd like a recommendation letter from Professor Spiano for the special admission exam if he is able to prove himself right here and now. The man is stunned by Dane's confidence and has a bit of trouble picking his jaw from the ground. All the students in the hall are equally blown away by our boy's audacity, but Dane doesn't really care what anyone thinks about him right now because he has already been put on the spot. The professor is taken aback at first, but then asks Dane if he really knows what he's saying. He's asking for a special admission recommendation, so the man asks him if he knows what that means. Of course, Dane knows exactly what it means, so he answers, stating that it means he has to show that much exceptional talent right here and now. Spiano agrees with him on this, but also asks him if he knows what happens if he fails to impress. At this point, Dane admits that he hasn't even considered that yet, probably because he trusts his abilities all too well. The man is a little pissed by his response because it sounds a little arrogant. Spiano doesn't get what's with the boy's confidence because even his sister Claire wasn't this bold during her time despite being extremely talented. Now, the man is no longer just curious about Dane's Sagers but fully invested because he still believes that the boy is not all that. So, he accepts Dane's proposition and decides that they go ahead with the wager because he feels that it's going to be really fun for him. He reveals that he'll gladly write Dane a recommendation if he truly meets the conditions presented to him. He assures the boy that it's not going to be easy, but Dane isn't really bothered about that. As for the other students in the hall, they're all blown away by what just happened because this guy is just a freshman and he's not even a summoning major, so the fact that he'd accept such a challenge is mind-blowing. They heard all the rumors that have been going round about our boy, but after seeing him in person, they finally begin to understand that he's indeed Claire's brother after all. They knew that the Sagar's family was special, but now it's turning into something else. Anyway, back to the bet. Professor Spiano tells Dane that he'll have to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. After making this clear, he asks Dane if he's still going to try, and after silence fills the hall as they all wait for him to answer. Sure enough, our boy confidently states that he's still up for the challenge, and this gets Spiano very excited. Hearing this, he calls Dane to come down to the stage to prove himself. The teacher just happens to have a blank sigil ready with him, so he's more than happy to welcome our boy. Without any hesitation, Dane Sagers walks down the steps to the stage, feeling a little weird. This isn't how he planned for his first class to go, but since this is how it's going, he figures that he might as well get all that he can from the circumstances. So, he picks up the sigil, and it only takes a few seconds for it to start glowing as he pumps power into it. He begins to summon the creature and urges it to answer his call. Sure enough, our boy calls upon a powerful summon, and the wolf creature shoots out of the portal that just appeared. The entire class is blown away when they see it because they really didn't expect it to work out. They all underestimated Dane, so when they see an actual grade 5 summon appear in the hall, they're dumbfounded. They don't get how that's even possible with an unmarked sigil. Even though most of them don't know what this creature is, Digran clearly recognizes the wolf summon because that's literally his Genpu. Meanwhile, Dane informs the professor that he summoned Genpu. At this point, Spiano is quite furious because he doesn't even get how the boy managed to do it with a blank sigil. He's confused because it makes him wonder if he already made an official contract or if it was someone else. Even so, Dane only just managed to summon it, so the man is still quite confident that there's no way the boy can maintain it for 30 minutes. Despite being quite pissed, the professor admits that Leo really is as impressive as they said. However, he also reminds him that the second condition won't be easy. Hearing this, our boy can already tell that the man still doesn't trust him. He knows that he still has to prove himself, so he decides that he'll just show him something else in the meantime, since he can't just waste the lecture time. The professor is taken aback when he hears this because he certainly wasn't expecting that there would be something else. The rest of the class is also shocked when they hear this. They all begin to wonder what he's planning this time around. Right now, they feel that the Sagers family is terrifying. They're all anxious to see what else he's got to show, but at the same time, they know that it's all up to the professor's judgment in the end because the third condition is to show something special. Digran is particularly nervous right now, and judging by the look on his face, his heart is racing. He definitely doesn't want Dane to get that recommendation since he literally ruined his life a couple years ago. In his mind, the professor might not accept it at all if he is determined. But then again, he can't be sure because he doesn't know if Professor Tamarix Spiano is really going to do that. The teacher was really shocked to hear that Dane still has something to show him. He's ready to see what he's got. In the meantime, our boy pets the Genpu for a while, waiting for the professor's go-ahead. As of now, Spiano can only wonder what in the world the boy is going to show them now. Our boy gets to it after being given permission. He starts it, using his magical power on the Genpu, almost as if he's making it more powerful. The professor watches in confusion because he doesn't even know what the boy has got in store. Only a few seconds later, the wolf summon looks like it's starting to levitate. The professor watches, feeling overwhelmed because what he's witnessing is the power of ancient magic. The students equally realize that he's using summoning enhancement, and it's so shocking because they thought that this was only something that 5th years can do. It's really baffling for them, especially since he's not even in the summoning department. Digran is also taken aback by everything going on because he just watched Genpu get powered up by Dane's magic. It turns out that the extra presentation was to make the wolf summon even more powerful. After doing it, he casually asks the man if this would be enough to prove his uniqueness. The Genpu is almost twice its original size by now and a lot more menacing as it growls at the professor. The man is shocked because he just watched the boy pull off link enhancement as well. At this point, he finally realizes that maybe everything they said about him was true after all. Spiano feels that the young man has got unbelievably talented, so he can barely even believe what he's seeing. Our boy notices the look on the man's face and realizes that it's like he's shocked at what he's seeing. He can't believe it, and our boy doesn't even blame him because he's also impressed. At this point, the professor is forced to admit that what Dane has shown is definitely special. For this reason, the man decides that he'll discuss a letter of recommendation later. Our boy is pretty excited to hear this and acknowledges the man's decision. Just like all the students in the hall, Digran is equally blown away. He feels that Dane has grown so much since before, and right now, all he can think about is what a scary kid he is. After the little commotion, the class resumes and Professor Spiano keeps teaching, but the whole time, he can't help but sneak glances at the boy. At the same time, our boy can feel the man's eyes on him the whole time, but he doesn't bother to react. He stares at Dane so much that he gets distracted and ends up mixing up everything. Our boy quickly notices this, but he can't blame the man for making mistakes in class. He has this flustered charm sometimes as far as our boy is concerned. He hears that the man was super strict, so to see him get so flustered like this, he knows for sure that his sister Claire will get a kick out of hearing about it later. The class goes on, and Professor Spiano begins to wonder if he should ask Delfinso for the rest now that he's gotten one diagram. With this in mind, he concludes the lecture. After the class, our boy heads out, and on the way, he's approached by none other than Digron. The ginger-haired boy calls out to him, and Dane recognizes him the moment he sees him. He instantly recognizes him as Digron Tyron because he remembers that he is the Genpu's original owner. Digron finds the encounter really awkward when he realizes that Dane still remembers him. Our boy admits how surprised he is to learn that Digron has been at the academy too all this time. The ginger-haired boy admits it, revealing that he had to repeat the course after failing the previous year. Dane is surprised to hear this because he thought that the guy came here to get revenge or something since he was the one who took his Genpu away from him years ago. He finds it strange that the guy is being oddly gentle. At this point, Digron admits that he actually planned to just ignore and avoid him. It was a long time ago, but Digron admits that he still thinks he really did Dane wrong back then. That being said, he reveals that he came to apologize, and then proceeds to say how sorry he is about what happened. After that, he asks Dane to forgive him. He does it in a pretty dramatic manner that makes it quite suspicious. Our boy simply tells him that it was years ago and tells him not to worry about it. Digron is surprised to hear that Dane is all cool with him now and excited because it means that he can keep attending the academy. The ginger-haired boy assures Dane that he won't cause any more trouble or get in his way, but our boy can't seem to get what he means. He kinda feels bad for Digron because the guy actually thought he'd report him and get him expelled or something. So, he figures that it's time to reassure the guy, so he tells him that there's nothing to worry about, reminding him that it's all good now. Hearing this, Digron thanks Dane, and even offers to help him with anything he needs henceforth. Just then, something starts moving underneath our boy's clothes, and even though he's taken aback at first, he quickly realizes that Karna's probably just woke up. The little guy is going wild already, so as soon as he starts moving all over his body, he starts to think that the summon might even be hungry. The conversation continues between the two young men anyway. Dane admits that it's pretty perfect timing that Digron is in the summoning department with him. Our boy states that he needs to pick up some supplies from a store and asks Digron if he can show him the way. After all, he's a senior at the school, so he should know the place better than him. Surprisingly, the ginger-haired boy is very excited to help him out, so he immediately agrees to show him the store. It's called Yuzen Boden, and after explaining this to him, Digron admits that he'll probably go there often. He reveals that it was started by two alumni after they graduated, and it's been over 30 years since then. Just like that, the ginger-haired guy starts leading the way. When it comes to familiar food, these days the trend is something to talk about, but while Digron is rambling on about it, our boy notices how the guy seems genuinely sorry about what happened between them years ago. With this in mind, he feels that there's no need to get hostile, so he hopes that Karnas can just calm down already. The ginger-haired boy is so eager to help Leo out with all this, and as he shows him the way, all he does is keep asking what he can do to help. Digron offers to help him find whatever he's looking for. With this in mind, the ginger-haired boy talks about how he can help with school. He asks Dane to just tell him what summoning classes he's taking and offers to get everything ready for him immediately. In response, our boy simply states that all he needs right now is food for his summon. Hearing this, Digron gets all excited because he knows all about that. He reveals that he used to be in charge of affinity training, and for that reason, he's an expert on feeding the summons. Digron is more than happy to help him feed his summon, but he also wants to know what kind of summon it is exactly. In response, our boy nervously reveals that it's a wyvern. Well, that's the closest thing his summon is, since he's not exactly sure what Karnas is. The little guy looks like a wyvern, so he feels that their diet might be similar too. Digron is surprised to hear that Karnas is a wyvern. That's a grade 3 summon, so the guy is baffled that it's already grown that much. Digron expresses his confusion when this comes to mind, and he's pretty nervous about it. Seeing this, our boy figures that he might be pretty overwhelmed soon, so he assures him that Karnas is still a baby. He also tells him to keep it a secret for now, so if this gets out, he'll know exactly who spilled it. Digron knows that soft food would be best for a baby wyvern. Even as babies, wyverns have big appetites, and in a week, they're even able to eat meat. Hearing how Digron talks about summons, our boy is pretty impressed because it's clear that the ginger-haired guy really knows his stuff. He knows so much, so it makes Dane wonder how the guy even flunked in the first place. Sometime later, they arrive at a store and begin browsing the shelves in search of food. After a while, Digron picks up 2 bags and informs Dane that this is food made from 17 concentrated ingredients. Then shows him another one, a soft blend ground feed mixed with milk. So, he shows him the 2 bags and tells him to feed the baby wyvern with them. Hearing this, Dane thanks Digron a lot, and he's really grateful that he got everything without getting lost too. Hearing this, the ginger-haired boy just gets curious, wondering if there's anything else that Dane needs help with. But our boy assures him that he's done more than enough for now. Then again, since they're already at the store, Digron figures that it wouldn't hurt to look around some more. There's actually a lot of useful stuff here, so Dane agrees with him, and she decides that they should keep browsing the store. After a while, they come across a really good-looking staff, and they're captivated by it. They show interest in it, but another student tells them that it's not something that a rookie can handle easily. The boy claims that newbies always mess up summoning but go straight for weapons instead. So, the guy tells them not to get themselves crushed by mana step back. It turns out the guy is right about this because there's literally a warning sign in the store telling freshmen to stay away from the staff. They're warned not to touch the Yuuzhan Boden staff, and when they see this, Digron explains that 4th years are usually the staff here. He also warns Dane not to touch the staff because doing so even once would drain all his mana completely. As you can imagine, Dane finds this to sound a little exaggerated. He feels that it's quite dramatic, and he even reaches for the staff because telling him not to touch it only makes him want to touch it even more. He finally grabs onto it, and the purple-haired 4th year from earlier advises him to leave it alone. He tries to stop him so that he doesn't get hurt, but before he can finish talking, our boy wraps his fingers around the staff. He yells in shock because he just told him that it's dangerous and he still ignored him. Dane picks up the staff and it instantly starts absorbing mana from him. He can tell because the crystal ball on top is brimming with power. It's clearly craving mana, and for some reason, our boy is confident that he has enough to give it. He's not afraid that he'll get all his mana drained out, and the 4th year in charge of this section is absolutely stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief because he doesn't get what the hell is happening. He's never seen the staff absorb enough mana to the point that it stabilizes. Very few people have ever had enough mana to stabilize the staff, and even when there is enough mana, most people still can't control it. While the guy is still trying to wrap his head around all of this, Dane casually feeds the staff with Ama like it's nothing. It's way too easy for him, and he even states that it's not bad at all. At this point, Digron is even more blown away than before. He already knew that Dane was amazing, but after witnessing this, he concludes that the boy is seriously incredible. Seeing everything on show, the senior in charge is forced to ask Dane if he's really a first-year student at the academy. He's never heard of a freshman like this, let alone seen one like this with his own eyes. Digron begins to panic because he's just as shocked, so they finally reveal that the overpowered freshman is Dane Saugers, Claire's younger brother. Hearing the name rings a bell in the senior's mind because he instantly realizes that he's talking to the top scorer from the interdisciplinary department. It's really mind-blowing to meet someone like this because even Claire couldn't wield a staff as a freshman. Now that it's clear, he realizes that he totally misjudged the boy with the staff, claiming that he would have even recommended him something if he had introduced himself earlier. Our boy just laughs when he hears this because the guy's switch in attitude is really amusing. Anyway, now that they're on a more friendly level, the senior asks Dane if he's sure that he really is going to buy the staff. Surprisingly, he reveals that he's not going to purchase it, which shocks everyone present. The staff in the store is very confused because he feels that Dane should buy it since he is one of the few people who can actually use it. In response, our boy admits that it just feels like a hassle. Besides, it didn't even look like it could hold much mana as far as he's concerned. As you can imagine, this is a really shocking thing to hear for them because that same staff can hold more than enough mana for most of the 5th and 6th year students at the academy. So, to hear a freshman say that it's not enough for him is something they never imagined. At the same time, our boy doesn't seem to get what all the hype is about because he just sued the same staff and it felt like pouring a well into a tiny jug. Despite their best efforts to convince him to buy the staff, he decides not to and assures them that he's good. He came here to buy food for his summon, and since he's got that, he's okay for now. It's a really strange encounter for the people who met Dane for the first time today, so they can only wonder if this is how all of Count Sagar's children are. Hearing this makes our boy curious, so he asks the seniors how his second sister Claire was during her time at the academy. At this point, the staff reveals that Claire didn't even want to wield the staff. Most people get all excited to wield a staff around 4th, but Claire refuses, stating that it wasn't cool. Hearing this, our boy is not too surprised because it's just the kind of thing his second sister would say. Seeing that they're all desperate to see someone wield the staff permanently, our boy assures them that he'll come back for it if he needs it later. Still, since he came all this way, the 4th year tries to make him an offer, but before he can even say it, Dane cuts him off and tells Digron that it's time for them to leave. The senior is stunned when Dane hurries out of the store, and it just makes him wonder why geniuses always behave like that. The scene changes and we catch up with our boy outside the store where he's feeding his summon. From what he can see, Karnas likes the food and he's really glad about this. He tells the little baby summon to take his time and enjoy the meal. While he's feeding the summon, he suddenly remembers that the next class is general education. And he also remembers that Layla said the break ends in like 5 minutes. With this in mind, he figures that he should hurry back to the dorm. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he hears a suspicious sound come from an alley nearby. Dane takes a closer look and keeps trying to figure out what it is because he doesn't see anything at first. Just then, the noise starts getting louder and he hears people yelling. From what he can hear, it sounds like some bullies are at work again. One talks about beating the victim to death in the alley, and the other suggests that the guy won't even be able to talk about it after a few hits. At this point, our boy figures that it's more guys trying to show off their strengths for no reason. From the look of things, they've tried to beat this same victim before but couldn't the previous day because someone came to save him. Well, it doesn't really matter if the savior isn't around because the so-called weakling makes it clear that he's no longer afraid of these bullies. After a few verbal exchanges, Dane realizes that he recognizes the voice of the person being bullied. Sure enough, we get to see what it's actually Ernest, and once again, he's been cornered by Braun and his goons. Apparently, Dane's intervention the previous day wasn't enough for these dummies to get the message, so they thought they could keep trying to intimidate the scrawny kid. Thankfully, Ernest is a lot bolder than he used to be before. Even though he doesn't see Dane anywhere around, he stands up for himself. He's clearly outnumbered and obviously can't defend himself against these guys, but he refuses to cower. His whole body is tremble right now and he's already weak in the knees, but he doesn't let that stop him from standing up for himself. Unfortunately, even though he's putting up this tough guy facade, the bullies can see right through it. They find it amusing that he claims not to be afraid of them, so they're excited to put his words to the test because they can see him shaking like he's about to piss his pants. They're still really upset that Dane whooped their asses the previous day, so now that they think they've gotten Ernest all by himself, they conclude that he's dead meat. They even took recovery potions, so they're confident that they're going to give him the beating of a lifetime. They took the potions just so that they can beat the crap out of him even faster, and they can't wait to get right down to it. Despite all their threats, Ernest refuses to lower his head. He's so furious and determined to fight them even though a big part of him knows that he won't survive it. He's also really pissed that these bastards waited for him to be alone so that they could corner him. Now that they've got him, it's time to deliver the beating, so they try to figure out who goes first. As far as they're concerned, they have enough time to deal with him because they feel that no one is coming around to interrupt them. After a little deliberation, one of them decides that he'll start the ass whooping since his jaw still hurts from earlier. The guy starts marching toward Ernest, but the scrawny boy takes a fighting stance and warns them not to come any closer. They start laughing at him when they see him raising his fists. To them, he now thinks he's tough because he got the chance to land one lucky guy with Dane's help earlier. The reality of the situation begins to dawn on Ernest as they come closer to him. Fear grips him all of a sudden because he remembers how the last time went, and now that he can't see Dane anywhere around, he begins to wonder if he'll really be able to protect himself. Just when it looks like he's absolutely cooked, a familiar voice cuts in, and the bullies turn to see who it is. Braun is absolutely horrified when he sees Dane's Saugers again, and our boy just interrupts the little fight with a warm smile as he greets Ernest, who is still in shock.
And the troublemakers immediately begin to panic, because they had no idea they'd have to deal with anyone else, especially not the guy who whooped them before. They're so confused and get mad at Braun because he said that no one would come around, but the ringleader of the bullies just tells his minions to get over it. Dane is already here, so he tells them to get their weapons out instead of whining. Despite putting up a brace front, it's pretty clear that Braun is just as scared as his buddies. However, he doesn't want to show any fear because the situation is already pretty troublesome. As for our boy, he just watches the bullies get their knickers in a twist and casually waits for them to decide what they're going to do. After seeing that they don't have a plan, he figures that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to rough them up a bit since nobody else is around. After all, he warned them before, and they still came to mess with Ernest. With this in mind, he activates his magic, and the moment the jerks see it, they get even more scared. The bright blue light coming from Dane makes them panic, and it gets even worse when several arrows appear out of nothing. It's absolutely terrifying for Braun's minions because they had no idea that the Saugers boy can also use magic. The ringleader of the jerks gets pissed at his friends for being so scared and useless to him right now. The guy claims that he thought that the Saugers family is only known for spearmanship, and Braun calls him an idiot for thinking that when everyone knows that Dane's older sister, Arabella, is an extremely talented sorcerer. While all of this is going on, the scrawny kid gets a little worried too, because he's not sure just how far Dane is willing to go now that he's added deadly magic arrows into the mix. He calls out to our boy, hoping to stop him or something, but Dane just ignores everyone else and proceeds to mess with the bullies. He slowly approaches them with the magic arrows hovering behind him, ready to strike at any moment, and then informs the jerks that they have to make a choice now. He tells them that they can either walk away quietly or fight him properly. The moment they hear this, the three of them start sweating profusely. They're obviously terrified, but for some reason, they refuse to run away. Apparently, they have some ridiculous idea that they stand a chance against Dane. Unfortunately for them, they're about to regret even having this idea. Dane proceeds to wipe the floor with them, and even though we don't get to see how he does it, the damage around them and the bruises on their bodies as they lie on the floor confirm that they just got another whooping. While they're groaning and sobbing on the floor, Dane and Ernest quietly walk away from there. Later on, the scrawny kid thanks Dane for saving him again. He admits that his legs were even shaking because of how scared he was, and our boy reveals that he's just glad that the explorer is safe. At this point, an idea pops up in Dane's mind, and that's when he suggests that Ernest start training with him henceforth. As you can imagine, the scrawny kid is taken aback by this idea because it sounds pretty outrageous for someone like him. However, Dane just reminds him that he said he wanted to beat Braun someday. Clearly, he can't do that with his current strength or physical abilities. Hearing this, Ernest admits that he still wants to be able to beat Braun, but training with Dane seems like a stretch for him. Before he can protest anymore, the prodigy reveals that he wants to help him get stronger, and after giving it some thought, Ernest gets on board with the plan. Even though he feels like he's always relying on Dane, the two boys make their way around the school, and along the way, our boy asks Ernest if he joined a club yet. In response, the scrawny kid admits that he hasn't, claiming that there aren't any exploration or expedition clubs in the school yet. Our boy is surprised to hear this because he thought for sure that there'd be some already. At this point, Ernest admits that there's actually a research society in his department, even though it's not the same thing. It's actually mandatory and part of the curriculum, so it's different from a club. The scrawny kid reveals that he also checked out a map analysis club too, but once again, it's not the same as exploration. There, they just use map analysis to slack off, so it was pretty disappointing for him. After hearing all of this, Dane realizes that it's like most people just take it easy over here. In response, Ernest simply asks Dane why he's even talking about clubs all of a sudden, wondering if the prodigy is suddenly interested. So, our boy reveals that he's asking because everyone is so eager to recruit freshmen, which made him wonder if it's so important. Apparently, it might be because Ernest explains that students are advised to choose their clubs carefully. Once you join one, you can't switch to another for 2 years. Hearing this, Dane admits that the rules here at the academy are stricter than he thought. Picking the wrong club literally means that you'll have to waste 2 years there. It's pretty tough, and since there aren't any clubs that they like, Dane comes up with another idea. All of a sudden, he suggests that Ernest and him start a new club of their own. Of course, the scrawny kid is surprised by this idea, but he's interested, wondering what kind of club Dane has in mind. So, the prodigy informs him that they can make a club where they just do whatever they want. It doesn't sound very acceptable in Ernest's ears, so he's reluctant. He asks Dane what he even means by that, so our boy explains that he's talking about training and other stuff. In this club, they can explore ruins too, father and have dinner when they're bored, and basically do whatever they want. After pitching this idea to Ernest, Dane asks the scrawny kid what he thinks about it. At first, it sounds like a lot, but Ernest agrees to get on board with the plan because as far as he's concerned, it's going to be fun if Dane is involved. He's excited about the new club they want to create, but he's worried that something like that might not even get approved by the school. However, our boy assures him that it will work out somehow, claiming that he'll handle that part himself. Hearing this, Ernest is pretty confident that it's going to work out if Dane is this certain about it. But then again, he's curious as to what even made the Soger's boy come up with this idea. Well, it turns out that the recruitment invitations from existing clubs were getting way too annoying for Dane. He feels bad having to refuse them every single time, and since he knows they're not going to stop, and there's no club he really wants to join, he figured that he'd just make one. Hearing this, Ernest gets even more excited and asks if he can learn spearmanship or swordsmanship too if he joins this new club. Dane assures him that he can, of course, and tells the scrawny kid that he might even discover hidden talents in the process. Ernest finds this idea awesome, and he can't wait to get started because he's confident that they'll learn a lot from each other. As sweet as it all sounds now, there's still one glaring obstacle in their way. They're just two, and in order to form a club at the school, you require a minimum of 3 people. Ernest feels that getting a third member won't be easy, but Dane reminds him that they have Layla. Sure, he hasn't asked her about it yet, but he's pretty sure that she'll join his new club. Ernest feels quite good about it too, so since they're talking about it, he figures that they go and ask her right away. The scene shifts and the story continues inside one of the buildings where they catch up with Leela. Sure enough, she agrees to join their club, and they all begin to think of how to make it a reality. Ernest claims that it's literally done if they can submit a form, and Lila feels that it sounds good, so she suggests that they fill it out quickly. While the others are being all proactive about it, Dane just takes a moment to admire the Thermian girl. She gave up joining the Dessert Exploration Club just to be with them, and he feels that it's so like her to do something like that. Apparently, she really liked the former club, because the members meet regularly to review delicious desserts. It was literally perfect for her, but Dane and Ernest explained that they can also do that in their new club, if they want to. The scrawny explained that they can do whatever they want and was pretty eager to get her on board, but Dane was just nonchalant about it, telling her that she can hang out with the seniors if she wants. Eventually, she caved and joined them, so now, they're trying to get all the paperwork out of the way for the new club. After filling the form, it's time to go and register their club, so they get right to it. But that's where they learn that the rules have changed. The student in charge of club registration informs them that there are already over 3,000 clubs at the academy right now. Many of them are inactive, and it's gotten hard to manage the large number. As a result, it changed from a reporting system to an approval system at the beginning of the year. The three of them are pretty disappointed when they hear this. Anyway, now that they know it's an approval system, Dane asks what they would need to do in order to register their new club. So, the student informs them that they'll need a recommendation from a full-time professor at the academy, then asks if she should give the recommendation form now. Hearing this just stresses Dane out because things are already getting complicated from the start. Nevertheless, he asks her to just give him the recommendation form for now, hopeful that they can still work something out. After that disappointing meeting, the three of them go back outside to re-strategize. Layla doesn't even have any idea how they're supposed to even get a recommendation from a full-time professor as freshmen. Ernest feels the same way, especially since he hasn't even seen any of the professors yet. Layla states that they can't just randomly ask any professor to sign for them, so the situation is looking pretty bleak right now. While the other two are getting pretty frustrated, a cheeky smile creeps up on Dane's face. He suddenly reveals that he actually has someone in mind, which leaves the others very shocked. They have no idea who he could even be thinking about, so they curiously ask him to spill. They're hopeful but also worried that the professor will probably just think badly of them since they're still freshmen. In response, our boy confidently tells them that they should just trust him for now, and this just gets them pretty anxious. Later, we see Dane having a chat with Professor Keltis, and the look on the man's face isn't too encouraging. Our boy wonders how he's supposed to go about it and starts thinking of a way to shove this into another department. Either way, he's determined to give it a shot, so when the professor asks him what he came for, he reveals that he's planning to start a club. The man is surprised to hear this and eagerly asks what kind of club it is, stating that it sounds like a good idea. In response, Dane explains that it's a club for sword training, academy exploration, and fun adventures. He also informs the professor that the problem now is that club creation has been switched to an approval system, which means that they now need a professor's recommendation. The man takes a sip of his tea, sounding surprised, so Dane goes on to explain that he's looking for a wonderful professor who can recommend them. The man almost spits out his tea when he hears Dane say this. He feels offended that the boy would even say that he's looking for a wonderful professor, when he's literally sitting in front of him. He thinks Dane must be a brat to come all this way to tell him that, because as far as he's concerned, there's no better professor in the academy than him. With this in mind, he quickly takes it up himself, telling Dane that there's no need to go far when he's right there. So, he offers to recommend their club himself, but then Dane explains that he didn't want to ask earlier, because the man is always so busy. He didn't want to be a burden, but the man claims that he can at least do what he needs to do no matter how busy he is. Hearing this, our boy quickly takes out the recommendation form and tells the professor where to sign. The man gladly signs the form, claiming that he should definitely support the club that his only student is starting. Dane is so excited when he hears this and thanks the professor so much for the recommendation, because that went way too smoothly. Afterward, he goes back out to give his friends the good news. Layla and Ernest are very excited when he tells them and almost can't believe that he got the recommendation that quickly. So, they ask him if he's close with the man or something, because neither of them can even get a word in with him. At this point, Dane reveals that he pretended to ask about swordsmanship and got on the professor's good side. Turns out his little trick worked, and now they've gotten what they want. Ernest is especially glad that it all worked out, and Leela is just very excited that they're actually forming their club now. It feels so unreal to her, so Dane just nods, assuring her that the only thing left now is to submit the form. The scrawny kid just gets even more excited when Dane says these words, because he already knows that their club is going to be so much fun. Lila was afraid that this starting period would be very tough for them and admits that Dane makes everything so easy. Anyway, now that it's all coming together, our boy reminds them that they need a name for the club to register it and asks them for ideas, wondering what they should call it. Ernest agrees with Dane, stating that it's important to have a good name because it literally sets their image. Leela feels the same way, claiming that she doesn't want something too childish or meaningless as the club name. The two of them start brainstorming at this point, trying to figure out what would be good enough to call their new club. Dane just stares at the both of them for a while as the gears in their head turn. He's surprised that they are seriously overthinking the name, probably because he already figured out a good one. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he feels something moving inside his blazer. He immediately realizes that Karnas must have woken up already, and he begins to panic because the little guy is still a secret. Now's really not a good time, and while he's still trying to keep the little creature under control, his friends ask him if he's got anything in mind already. Turns out he doesn't even have a name yet, because he just tells him that he's fine with anything they come up with. They're surprised by this, because he's the one that suggested they come up with a name and he doesn't even have any ideas. Just then, Lila notices that there's a lump under his shirt and asks him about it, seeming really concerned. At this point, Dane starts panicking even more, especially since Karnas refuses to settle down. It's pretty clear that the little guy won't stop moving anytime soon, so Dane realizes that he might just have to confess. He wasn't planning on showing this yet, but now, he doesn't not really have a choice, so he discreetly shows them what he's hiding under this shirt. He opens up a few buttons for the little guy to reveal himself, and as soon as his friends lean closer to see, Karnas shoots out from under his clothes. The little creature is excited to finally come out of hiding, but Ernest and Lila are just stunned now that the secret is out to Lila. Our boy is afraid that he's doomed. Upon seeing the creature, she quickly realizes that the egg that Claire gave Dane must have hatched to reveal the summon. Our boy just laughs nervously as he confesses, while the creature plays all over him. He reveals that the egg did hatch not too long ago and informs them that the summon's name is Karnas. As we already know, this isn't the first time Ernest is meeting the baby summon, so he's excited to see Karnas again, especially since he didn't know Dane was hiding the little guy under his clothes. Layla almost flips out when she realizes that Ernest even knew about the baby summon. She probably feels betrayed since neither of them told her about it, but before it can turn into a whole issue, Dane reminds them that the most important thing right now is figuring out a name for their new club. Since they've not been able to come up with anything yet, he suggests that they think about it while they make their way to the registration desk. Unfortunately, they're not able to come up with a very clever name despite their best efforts. They eventually settle on the Magic Summoning Exploration Spearmanship Swordsmanship Club, which leaves the person at the registration desk speechless. Even they know that it's a pretty lame name, but clearly that's the best they could come up with, so when she asks them if they're sure about the name, they shamefully beg her to accept it. They officially register their new club, and on the way out, Leela scolds Dane from coming up with that terrible name and warns him to never name anything again. Apparently, our boy doesn't know how bad it sounds, so she informs him that the name he settled on is absolutely not okay. Seeing how stressed she is about it, he simply assures her not to worry too much because they can always change the name later. After all, it shouldn't really even matter as long as the club is fun. Later on, we see two of the professors having a conversation. Professor Delfinezo visits Professor Spiano hoping that she didn't drop by too suddenly, so he assures that she didn't. She asks him how things are lately, noting that there are a lot of talented students. And with more applicants, she worries that the professors are getting overloaded. She also talks about the rumor that some students stand out quite a bit. The man agrees with her, but also gets nervous when he hears this, wondering if what happened in his class got out already. Just then, Professor Delfinezo reveals that she heard that something interesting happened during his class. She claims that she doesn't mean to interfere, admitting that she's just curious. He assures her that it's not a problem that she's asking since it's only natural for the department head to be concerned. Spiano then reveals that there was a fascinating student in his last class, even beyond Claire. He admits that it was quite a shock for him to see, and Delfinezo immediately knows that he's talking about Dane Sogers. Wen reveals that she personally approved his admission and then asks if he really promised the kid a recommendation. Spiano confirms this, and that's when she reveals that she's thinking of writing the second letter since 2 recommendations are required for special admission. Hearing this, the man is surprised that the department head is willing to do this herself. In response, she explains that the boy clearly has the qualifications for it, and so she feels like she can't sit still and slow down his progress. From what she just said, it's clear that she's very interested in Dane Sogers, and Spiano doesn't like the sound of that, because he's afraid that she wants to snatch the boy away. In his mind, she's such a sly old snake who wants to gobble up everything for herself. He's not too surprised though, since this is how he's always seen her. Because of this, he's even more pissed at himself for letting his guard down around her and opening up so much. As you can imagine, it's not too easy for him to hide his emotions, so despite his best efforts to stay calm, she notices that he's restless and asks him if something is bothering him. Professor Spiano is clearly not comfortable right now, but he can't just tell her that and risk upsetting her, so he claims that there's no problem. Hearing this, the clever department head asks him to show her his letter when he's done writing it. She'd like to go through his own, since she feels that they should probably keep their stories straight after all. She says this with a mischievous smile on her face, while Spiano looks like he's having a migraine. He's so stressed just thinking about the fact that she's about to take over everything. Unfortunately, he can't do much to stop her, so he simply agrees with her plan. Once she's made her point, she decides to take her leave. Professor Delfinezo gets up, and as she walks out the door, Spiano grinds his teeth in rage. He's so helpless and frustrated by her. Right now, the department head thinks that she's gotten everything under control, but this man is determined to foil her plans. He refuses to sit back and let her snatch the prodigy away from him. As far as Spiano is concerned, she's trying to pull Dane over to her side, and even though she thinks it's going to work, this man is determined to make sure it doesn't happen this time around. He makes it his new mission to win over the genius before she does, which means that we're in for a very intense contest between the professors. The scene changes and the story continues later that day. We catch up with our boy who is headed to his last class of the day, which is history. Specifically the history of the Empire's founding. He's still got some time before the class starts, so he figures that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go grab a tart or something from the place Digron told him about earlier. On the way there, he's approached by a student who calls out to him, sounding surprised to see him. The genius prodigy turns around to answer them, and he's equally surprised because he doesn't recognize her. The long-haired blondie's face isn't familiar to Dane, so he asks her who she is, and that's when she introduces herself as a messenger from the academy. She reveals that Professor Delfiniso, the head of the summoning department, wants to see him, and our boy is surprised to hear this. Apparently, he was expecting an invitation from Professor Tamarixpiano instead. Clearly, it's a baffling call-up, so he asks the messenger what the reason for the invitation is. So, the girl reveals that the department head only mentioned something about the recommendation letter. She then informs Dane that it's kind of urgent since the professor asked for him to come right away. Of course, our boy's interest is piqued when he hears about the recommendation letter, but at the same time, he can't help but feel that something is off because this is a really sudden call from the department head. The scene shifts once again and it resumes with a bird's-eye view of the magnificent Imperial Academy. The academy is the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where endless academic passion flourishes. But then again, it's known for the brutal competition that exceeds all expectations. One might think that this intense tradition of competition ends with the students, but it just so happens that it's even worse with the teachers. In particular, the power struggles among professors are intense. This is because a department's influence in the academy determines a whole lot, like the budget it receives, the equipment, and even the facilities provided. Just like every school in existence, there's a very serious hierarchy among the departments. At the top of the rankings, there's the swordsmanship department. Then, there's the magic department right behind, followed by the summoning department. These are the so-called Big Three in the Imperial Academy, and as a result, they receive the largest budgets. Naturally, a professor's prestige and evaluation change with the rankings, which affects their core responsibilities as well. All of this explains why everyone is desperate to get the new genius prodigy in their department, because they all know that having someone like Dane would do wonders for them. The story catches up in Professor Delfiniso's office in the summoning department. After sending her messenger to go get Dane, the ambitious purple-haired lady ponders deeply about her position in the Imperial Academy. She's tired of being stuck in third place in the rankings and decides that it can't go on like this forever. Professor Delfiniso feels that she can't keep losing to the others, and so she's gone up with a plan, which involves our boy. She believes that they could easily surpass the magic department if Dane Saugers joins the summoning department instead. That's the dream right now, but she also knows that there's one big problem regarding it, and that problem is Professor Keltes from Interdisciplinary Studies. Well, even though Professor Keltes is a major obstacle right now, she's still confident that the summoning department has a real shot since they have his older sister Claire. With one of his family members on their side, she has a strong feeling that Dane won't easily turn them down when they ask him to switch. Professor Delfiniso believes that they've still got a real chance, convinced that all she has to do now is get the young prodigy interested in summoning somehow. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted when she hears someone outside her door. It's none other than the messenger she sent to go invite Dane, and the girl is already back with the most sought-after freshman in the Imperial Academy. The purple-haired lady is so excited to hear that Dane is here, so of course, she doesn't wait a second to let them in. A while later, we see that she's having a chat with the boy. She offers him a seat and some refreshments to make him comfortable as he sits across from her. The summoning department head suggests that life at the academy must be really busy for him since that's how it usually is for the best students. She points out how he has many talents and figures that there are so many places calling for him constantly. In response, the boy simply admits that he still has a long way to go in the academy, and explains that this is why he's approaching things with a mindset to learn as a freshman. Of course, Professor Delfiniso commends him for this, claiming that it's really humble of him to think this way. She states that wanting to learn is an admirable attitude, and then cleverly asks him if there's any subject that stands out to him at the moment. Hearing this, the genius prodigy just smiles and reveals that it's hard to choose just one right now, stating that he wants to do well in everything. Of course, the summoning department head figured that he'd say something like this, especially since he's very talented in literally everything. He says that he wants to do well in everything, and she just admits that this is how it always starts for most students. Professor Delfineso figures that it's time to get to the point, so she asks Dane if he knows why she called him here. Apparently, our boy hasn't even gotten the hunt yet, so he expresses his confusion, and then she reveals that she heard something amazing happened in Professor Tamarik's class, where our boy summoned a Genpu, and even pulled off a link enhancement like it was a piece of cake. With skills like that on display, the purple-haired lady admits that she couldn't just sit still as the head of the summoning department. As soon as our boy hears this, he almost seems disappointed that this invitation was once again all about his talents and a desperation to recruit him. Professor Delfineso is convinced that he should absolutely take the special admission exam with his level of talent, and on this note, she informs him that she and Professor Tamaric Spiano have agreed to write the genius prodigy a recommendation. Hearing this, our boy thanks the lady for seeing him so favorably, and she goes on to explain how rare what they want to do is at the academy. Writing a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department isn't something that is heard of in the school. The department head reveals that this is the first time she's ever done something like that, just to make the boy understand exactly how rare his talent is, and how far they're willing to go to get him on their team. Dane Saugers just sits there and listens to her shower him with praise and sweet-talk him, even though he already knows where this is going. So now, he's just waiting for her to stop going in circles and just get to the point. And sure enough, she finally does, revealing that she's trying to suggest that he takes this chance to explore more as a summoner. Hearing this, our boy acts all surprised that she'd suggest this, so she goes on to explain. The department head admits that someone worthy of a special admission recommendation hardly seems like they need more lessons. But apparently, that's actually why she's willing to personally teach him even more about summoning. Our boy is just speechless when he hears this, because even though he knew where she was going, he didn't imagine that this was the trajectory of the conversation. Now that he's gotten to hear from her, he realizes something. If a whole department head is being direct with him, he figures that things must be really urgent on their end too. Dane sits there lost in thought after she says this, and when she sees that he's not saying anything, she tries another approach. She asks him if he's joined any club by chance, claiming that they can find something for him within the summoning department if he's interested in that. Before she can even finish, our boy reveals that he's already started a new club with some of his friends. He apologizes, knowing that she might be disappointed, but she's more shocked. The department head is stunned because that was so sudden, and it's even more baffling because she knows that it shouldn't be so easy to form one now that the rules have been changed. Dane just laughs in response and admits that it wasn't actually as easy as it sounds. Normally, it would have been an arduous task to get a recommendation from a professor as freshmen, but he reveals that they were lucky since their advisor, Professor Keltis, gave them a recommendation. As you can imagine, Professor is extremely disturbed when she hears this, because not only has the genius created his own club, but the registration was also facilitated by her biggest op right now, Professor Keltis. She doesn't like him, not just because he's in her way of recruiting Dane. Apparently, Keltis is that guy who never attends faculty meetings and just coasts, so the fact that he'd be willing to help Dane with a recommendation letter makes her wonder what's gotten into him all of a sudden. She's really pissed that he beat her to this one, because she was planning to guide our boy naturally into a summoning, affiliated club. Unfortunately, that's no longer an option, so she takes the L on this one. After Dane explains this to her, she admits that it can't be helped and proceeds to congratulate him on forming a new club nevertheless. Since she can't fit him into a summoning-related club, she offers him an invitation to visit her lab sometime when he's free, claiming that there's a lot of fun stuff in there. The purple-haired lady knows that she has to be very clever with her moves now that Keltis has ruined her plan. For now, she intends to throw out some bait for Dane instead. So, she tells him that she even has something rare in the lab, revealing that it's an unhatched familiar egg. Dane's eyes widen in shock when he hears this, because he has some experience with that. However, he didn't think the professor would have a familiar egg. He expresses his shock, and Delfineso takes it that he's taking the bait, so she makes it sound even more enticing. The summoning department head reveals that even a single unhatched familiar egg is said to be worth a single castle. That's how rare it is, so she encourages him to come see it sometime. Clearly, she has no idea that Dane literally had one of those for many years. And now, he's even secretly raising one in the academy, but he can't tell her that either. After explaining all of this, the department head assures him that he shouldn't worry about the recommendation letter, claiming that she and Professor Tamaric will officially issue it when they're done. She then tells Dane that he should feel free to ask about the exam process if he has any questions. In response, he simply thanks the professor for her consideration. At this point, she decides that they talk over dessert, so she takes a bite of one of the snacks, claiming that they all look delicious. While munching on the snacks, Professor Delphiniso's mind trails off, thinking about how Professor Tamarix Spiano might try to get ahead of her in matters regarding Dane Sogers. So, she knows that it would be better to hurry up with that recommendation letter. She wonders how far the other professors' jaws will drop once they see it, feeling confident that this is her chance to finally take the summoning department higher up the rankings. The next day, our boy is visited by his older sister Claire, who reveals that Professor Delphiniso contacted her. Dane is taken aback when he hears this, wondering why, and that's when Claire reveals that the Summoner Association contacted her after she sent out his recommendation letter. Apparently, the association is dispatching examiners to the academy immediately, all because of Dane, and our boy is just blown away by the news. That's insanely fast, and he's just overwhelmed by it because they're openly trying to recruit him. While our boy is trying to wrap his head around this news, his sister asks him what he did, claiming that Professor Delphiniso seems really fond of him. That's not a common sight because the purple-haired lady is notoriously difficult to please. Of course, our boy didn't intentionally do anything to please the department head, so he suggests that all this might have happened just because he's the top student. Anyway, Claire informs him that he might be taking the test pretty soon too. Back in her day, they had to summon 3 familiars at once, maintain them, and then do a link enhancement for the test. That's a lot of work, and our boy is afraid that it might be a stretch for even him when he hears it. Maybe separately, it wouldn't be so hard, but to summon 3 familiars at the same time is a completely different ball game, so he feels that it must have been really tough for Claire back then. Claire passed the special admission exam when she was 16, which means that she was all ready to pull all that off at that age. She admits that it was tough in her time, but also explains that they can never really know what kind of test it would be this time, especially since the association doesn't reveal it in advance. Either way, Claire is very confident that it will all work out because just getting Professor Delphiniso's recommendation is more than enough to qualify. But then again, she informs her little brother that there are also internal power struggles within the association. Dane is taken aback by this, sounding really confused, and after seeing the look on his face, Claire realizes that he probably doesn't know. After all, he's still just a freshman, so she breaks it down to him, revealing that Professor Delphiniso has a history of rejecting the Summoner Association's requests. And as a result, they're not exactly fond of the purple-haired department head, and this means that they won't let her get any advantage this time around. Hearing this, Dane starts to feel like he's getting the picture here. With this in mind, he presumes that this test might even be more difficult than what Claire had to do in her time, and his older sister admits that it's a possibility. Still, she's not too worried about him because she knows how insanely talented he is. She would actually feel bad if he got hurt because of adults fighting, but she's got a good feeling about it, and Dane assures her that he won't get hurt. After all, our boy has got no intention of falling for the tricks of those in the association. 2 days later, the Summoner Association sends down the representative, who just happens to be the chairman, to the Imperial Academy. Professor Delphiniso welcomes him into the academy, and after exchanging pleasantries, the grumpy old man goes straight to the point. He's the chairman of the Imperial Summoners Association, Elgard Potent, and he doesn't look like the fun type. He asks how impressive this student she pushed so hard for actually is. In response, the department head claims that the boy's talent was just too exceptional that she couldn't help it. Hearing this, the chairman just throws a jab at her, claiming that she should have just taken a seat when the association offered, because if she had, she'd have been able to handle the situation quickly and by herself before another department notices the talent. In response, the department head simply reminds the old man that her responsibilities at the academy matter a lot to her as well. If she took a role in the association, she wouldn't be able to focus on the academy anymore. The purple-haired lady says this with a really polite tone, of course, since she doesn't want to upset the chairman, but deep down, she knows exactly what game he's playing. She knows that he's trying to roll her into his faction of influence, but she's not fully for it. Because of the association's greed, she nearly died from being pushed into reckless missions more than once, and she's not willing to go down that road again. Anyway, there's a more pressing matter at the moment, so she asks the chairman to follow her, hoping that they can talk on the way. The old man agrees, but he's not really a fan of Dane. Since the letter has been sent already, he just plays along, but he doesn't actually like the kid. Not one bit. Along the way, Professor Delphiniso reveals that Dane is actually Claire Soger's little brother, and the lady confirms that talent really runs in the blood in that family. The chairman also heard that the kid summoned a grade 5 Genpu and even pulled off a link enhancement. On top of that, he's aware that Dane managed multiple links with Delphiniso's summon during the interdisciplinary examination. The department head confirms all of this, and Elgard admits that the kid's abilities are unreal. So much so that they caused quite a stir inside the association. Even if the boy is a Sogur's, the chairman claims that he wouldn't expect the younger sibling to outshine the rest, because in his mind, that would put the boy on par with someone named Galderin. In response, the summoning department head admits that she's not even sure if Galderin's level is up to Dane's. But rather than saying anything to piss the old man off, she assures him that he'll understand when he sees for himself. The grumpy old man is clearly already pissed at her, so he claims that they'll evaluate the boy very strictly. After all, that's how special admissions have been historically. In other words, this is going to be a very difficult exam, just like Claire predicted, and it's all because the chairman has beef with the department head. Some other students see the man and are shocked that the Summoner Association actually came to the school. Some of them are baffled, while others reveal that the word around is that Dane got a special exam recommendation. It makes a lot of sense since it's the same freshman who shocked everyone in Professor Tamrick's class by pulling off a familiar enhancement. Eventually, Professor Delfinaso takes the chairman to the place where the exam will be held, and as soon as the man sees the building, a smile creeps up on his face for the first time since he arrived. Here, the chairman gets to meet the young genius everyone has been talking about. Our boy introduces himself to the grumpy old man, revealing that he's the youngest son of Count Arkensogers, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Sogers family. Dane greets the elder, admitting that he's honored to meet him, and the chairman is pretty taken aback by the boy's character. Elgard Poten is truly impressed. So much so that he finds it hard to believe that the kid is just 14 years old with that kind of spirit. Now, he's starting to see why the professors were in such a rush to get that recommendation through. The chairman quickly gets his thoughts together and formally introduces himself to the young prodigy as well, admitting that he's heard plenty about Dane since everyone has been praising him. However, he makes it clear to the young genius that this test won't be easy for him even though he's got a good reputation. In response, Dane confidently assures the chairman that he's prepared for the test. These two have only been talking for a few seconds, but our boy already knows that the chairman is pretending to be cordial. He can tell that the man isn't exactly happy, but of course, Dane isn't going to let that deter him. At this point, Elgard Poten figures that there's no need for long speeches and decides that they begin the test right away. He tells his summoners to get ready, and they already know what they're supposed to do. The old man is eager to get over with this exam, so Professor Delfiniso can only wonder what the chairman has prepared for them. The scene shifts, and a few moments later, we see that the summoners are getting ready to examine our boy. The chairman tells Dane that he will be the one to decide whether he passes or fails the exam. That being said, he gives the kid the opportunity to withdraw from the exam right away if he's not comfortable with the terms. Without hesitation, Dane confidently assures the chairman that he agrees with the conditions. Elgard Poten proceeds to state the remaining rules, informing our boy that no form of cheating will be tolerated during the exam. And if the exam is judged to be unfair, then the results will be nullified and Dane's summoner qualifications may be revoked. The chairman makes all of this clear to our boy and tells him to keep them in mind. Once again, Dane confirms that he understands and accepts the terms. Hearing this, the chairman simply claims that he looks forward to seeing that uniqueness everyone has been talking about, even though he clearly doesn't like our young genius. Anyway, he announces the start of the exam, and right away, the summoners activate their magic spells. Each of them conjure glowing magic seals in front of them as they surround the young candidate. Our boy just watches curiously with a blank expression on his face as the field of magical energy encircles him like a dome. But then all of a sudden, that look is replaced by shock. He's not the only one taken aback all of a sudden, because Professor Delfinaso can also see that the summoners just activated a magic circle to protect the hall. The purple-haired department head begins to panic at this point because she knows that it's never a good sign. As soon as the dome covers the hall, the chairman conjures a magic seal as well and begins to call on a summon. The seal continues to glow brightly until a blinding light fills the hall, and that's when the massive summon appears. The gigantic creature appears to be some kind of lion beast with bulging muscles and terrifying aura. Now, it's clear that this exam is going to be pretty difficult, but Dane isn't surprised because he already expected that the chairman's mana would be overwhelming. Our boy knew it would be tough, but he didn't think that it would be on this scale. Sure, exams like this aren't meant to be a walk in the park, but after beholding the mighty red-eyed beast before him, Dane is a little stunned because the familiar is way more threatening than he imagined. The lion familiar slowly rises up on its feet, and judging by the magical energy flowing all over its body, you can tell that its power isn't limited to its muscles or claws. Professor Delfinaso is just as overwhelmed as our boy because the chairman just summoned a grade 3 summon. And it's not just any regular grade 3 summon, but it's actually the ferocious familiar Antares. The red-eyed hybrid lion beast fully charges up its power and immediately locks in on the Soger's boy. Antares roars at Dane as a huge surge of magical enemies flows through his body. The roar is so powerful that it almost blows Dane back. After seeing just how terrifying this familiar actually is, our boy finally understands why Claire was so worried about him earlier. While he's still taking in the sight before him, the chairman teases him, suggesting that a creature on this level should appropriately match his class since everyone has been talking about what a genius he is. On the bright side, our boy isn't limited to using his fists or something. The old man informs him that he can use any weapon he's comfortable with, stating that his assignment is to subdue Antares by any means necessary. The chairman says this like our boy is up against a bully in a senior class and not a bloodthirsty gladiator-looking lion. Well, apparently, it doesn't matter how difficult it will be for Dane right now, because this is the task for the special admission test that the chairman chose. While Elgerd Poten is saying all of this, Professor Delfiniso just grinds her teeth in frustration because she's convinced that the old man is just bent on making her fail. As far as she's concerned, this exam is way too difficult for a first-year student, even if it's for the special admissions. So, she concludes that the chairman intentionally did this to humiliate her. As the department head grumbles in her mind, the old man continues to mock the Soger's boy, suggesting that there's nothing for him to worry about since he's endowed with amazing talent. That being said, he tells Dane that he still has the chance to back out now if he's too afraid. If it wasn't obvious before, it's pretty clear now that Elgerd Poten doesn't have good intentions for our young genius, but Dane refuses to let this faze him, so he informs the sneaky old geezer that he's going to take the exam as planned. He says this with a challenging glare in his eyes, and the chairman is quite disappointed to hear this. He probably thought Dane would quit, but since that's not happening, he drops it and gives the boy some time to prepare. Hearing this, our boy quickly opens up a portal to his storage to get out a weapon. With the kind of opponent he's up against, he needs to be on his A game. Good thing, he's got just the weapon for a moment like this. It's the spear his father gave him for his 7th birthday. He hasn't really used it in actual combat, so he takes it out, feeling that this is a pretty good debut for the spear. Dane takes a moment to examine Antares, and concludes that the big guy should have plenty of openings since he's so huge. With this in mind, he figures that the best way to fight the grade 3 summon would be to strike quickly and fall back. Meanwhile, the chairman is taken aback when he sees that the kid is planning to use a spear. Well, it's not much of a surprise to the old man since it's what you expect from Count Soger's bloodline. The chairman's thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he senses the presence of another professor rushing into the scene. It's none other than Professor Tamaric Spiano, who is absolutely horrified when he sees that Elgerd Poten is making a freshman fight a grade 3 summon. The summoning department head informs the chairman that Professor Tamaric will probably object to this test, but the old man doesn't intend to change anything. After all, he feels that Dane is ready to face Antares, so he starts the exam by ordering the huge lion summon to eliminate our boy. Of course, this order instantly takes the dormant beast out of sleep mode and into battle mode. The summon's eyes glow even bright with the murderous red glint as he launches an attack on the freshman. Antares charges at our boy without any hesitation, and Dane braces himself for the intense clash that's about to unfold. With his trusty spear in hand, he waits for the lion beast to get close enough, determined to take down the grade 3 summon and pass. The deadly familiar leaps at him with terrifying speed, but our boy just calmly engages it. Our boy charges as well, but at the very last second, just when it looks like Antares is about to land a hit, Dane somehow manages to dodge the strike. He gets behind the beast in a flash, foolishly leaving it stunned. As the fight begins, all those around watch anxiously, and after seeing what Dane just managed, their jaws drop. The chairman, the professors, and all the students around are perplexed after seeing Dane's swift evasion of the strike. The genius gets behind the big beast and prepares to land a powerful strike of his own while Antares is still trying to find his bearings. Seeing how stunned the familiar is, and how easy it was to dodge the hit, Dane just smiles because it's clear that his mother's special training paid off. As you can imagine, the lion beast summon is furious at Dane for making a fool out of him. The creature roars at the boy in annoyance and charges at him a second time. This time around, it's a lot faster and a lot madder than the first time. Just like before, Antares literally dives at him, but once again, the Soger's boy is just too slick. Dane slips out of the way at the very last second, leaving the summon to punch the ground. Of course, the lion beast gets right back up to make another attempt, which Dane casually evades yet again. Our boy keeps jumping back over and over to dodge all the strikes, leaving Antares to punch the ground instead. At this point, he's making the fight look like a walk in the park, but he knows just how tough it actually is. The beast is relentless, and he's starting to understand why it's a grade 3 summon. With such a massive size, it still manages to be so quick. While our boy is still thinking about this, Antares follows up with a more devastating attack. This time, the lion beast creates a circle of flames around its wrists and launches the insane blast. Dane sees this right on time, so he already knows what's coming. With this in mind, he quickly starts spinning his spear around with incredible speed. Outside the battleground, all the others can see is the huge burst of flames being unleashed on the young genius, so of course, it looks like game over for the kid. Professor Delfinaso is particularly worried because she's afraid that Dane took a direct hit. At this point, even the chairman starts to think that he might have gone a bit too far. Even with mana, enhanced strength, clashing head-on with Antares is considered madness, so he's not too surprised that the test ended so quickly. Well, that's what he thinks at least. Just then, our boy spins the spear so fast that he disperses all the flames in a flash. He's relieved because that was a pretty close call, but the lion beast summon is just shocked to see that he's still standing. After dealing with the flames, our boy decides that it's time to wrap up this test, so he activates the mana in his spear and leaps into action. Dane charges at the beastly summon and of course, it tries to smash him into the ground. Our boy sees this coming and casually slips out of the way, leaving Antares to bury his fist in the ground again. This time, Dane doesn't just stand there like he's been doing since the fight started. Just like our boy predicted, the ferocious beast leaves itself exposed after trying to land a hit, and this gives Dane a golden opportunity to strike. Right now, Antares' torso is so exposed for our boy to land a devastating blow, so now that he's got the shot, he decides to use the skill his father once showed him for the grand finale. By focusing mana into the top of the spear, he feels that he should be able to trigger an explosion. A one-point explosion. Sure enough, the technique works and our boy is able to unleash a powerful one-point explosion on the beastly summon. Antares groans in agony as the spear blasts him with the powerful surge of magical energy. Dane thrusts the spear even more into the familiar's side, and as soon as he does this, the spot begins to glow. Antares groans, but all of a sudden, the grade 3 summon looks like he's about to attack again. His fists burst into flames as he roars continuously. The professors and the students around are overwhelmed by the sight before them because they've obviously never witnessed such a thing between a freshman and a familiar. They're all stunned, and even the chairman can't believe his eyes. They're all amazed because, apparently, none of the beastly summon's attacks are even landing. Besides that, the amount of mana that Dane is using all of a sudden is absolutely mind-blowing to the old man. Sure, it looks like Dane has got the upper hand now, but just when it seems like our boy might be taking the victory, Antares turns the tables once again. Our boy tries to overwhelm the grade 3 summon with his mana, but the big guy refuses to give up. Antares intensifies his magic in a flash, and all of a sudden, his entire body goes up in flames. The beastly summon's body is covered in fire now, but he doesn't stop her. He pushes himself even further until he's able to counter Dane's mana. Everything goes up in flames at this point, and Antares finally frees himself from the young prodigy. Once this happens, our boy can instantly tell that the big guy is really angry now. Antares literally turns the ground around into his own hellscape, and before Dane knows what's happening, the beast goes in for another attack. Unfortunately, this time around, he doesn't see it coming early enough, and to make matters worse, his spear is missing. It's not looking good for the genius prodigy, but we'll get back to him in a second. Outside the hall, Professor Keltis hurries down to the venue for the special admissions exam, and all he can think about the whole time is whether he's too late or not. He moves as quickly as he can, and he's pretty frustrated because he doesn't even get why they chose to hold the test in a place this remote out of all the halls they have at the academy. Anyway, he finally makes it there, and the moment he enters the place, he's stunned by what he sees. Professor Keltis is shocked at first, but then the bewilderment quickly turns into rage because the exam is clearly not to his taste. He's especially pissed by the fatigue that they even put a barrier around the testing area. And after taking a second look at the mighty beast facing off with his best student, a wave of horror washes over him. The man is having a hard time processing what's going on, and he can only wonder what kind of beast they've summoned to test Dane Sogers. Professor Keltis eventually gets to see the lion's face, and he's even more worried because he recognizes Antares, the powerful third-rank summon. Back in the fight, we see that our boy no longer has his spear. He clearly lost it when the big beast blew everything up in flames. On the bright side, he managed to do a bit of damage because there's currently a gaping hole in the deadly summon's torso. But then again, the wound doesn't seem to be having any significant effect. Antares is literally back on his feet, boiling in rage, and it's not even looking like he took a hit. Dane starts to panic a little when he sees this because such a wound should have been a serious blow to his opponent. But the big guy is barely even flinching. It's pretty clear that the third-rank summon has some really insane endurance. With this in mind, Dane begins to come up with another plan. Currently, he's unarmed, and he's also come to learn that his spear isn't going to be enough anymore if he wants to defeat this beastly summon. The pointy weapon his dad gave him had its time to shine, but now, our boy knows that he needs something stronger, so even though he feels sorry about it, he quickly gets his hand on his sword. As far as he's concerned, the powerful blade is what he needs to take Antares down, so once he's properly armed again, he tells the lion beast that it's time for round 2. While this is happening, the chairman watches intently from the sidelines. The old man is intrigued when Dane suddenly picks up a sword for round 2, so Professor Delfinaso reminds him that there shouldn't be anything strange about that. After all, this is a special exam and he did say that Dane could use any means necessary to subdue the beast. Of course, the old geezer can't argue with this, so he just zips up and goes back to watching the duel. He doesn't actually argue that the boy is switching weapons, but what's really scary to him is how confident Dane is. The kid is not even trying to dodge the incoming attacks, and just watching our boy in this duel makes Elgard Poten see him as someone who's been on countless battlefields. As for Professor Delfinaso, she's just eager to see what the genius does next. She's already familiar with how impressive the kid can be with a blade. And now, she can't wait for the grumpy old geezer to see his true swordsmanship. Our boy goes in for round 2 and Antares activates his flaming fists once again. Unfortunately for the big guy, his candle fingers aren't going to cut it anymore because now, the Soger's boy is fully locked in. Dane tightens the grip on his sword and starts swinging with might and skill. With every swing, he sends powerful slash attacks to the beastly summon, and this just leaves all those watching in awe. Our boy puts on a show with his brilliant display of swordsmanship mastery, and all of a sudden, there's no longer any doubt that he's the real deal. Dane unleashes a barrage of sword slashes on Antares, and just like that, the big guy is forced to reconsider his mode of approach in this fight. Of course, Dane now has the upper hand because after taking a few devastating hits, the third-grade summon has shifted its focus from using brute force to speed. Antares is now responding precisely to our boy's movements. Rather than going in with force, the beastly familiar attempts to be more clever with his attacks. Right now, he's doing a good job of matching Dane's speed and even countering most of his strikes. The big guy is adapting a little too well, and once again, it's starting to look like a stalemate. Dane begins to panic a little because both of the monster's arms are wrapped in flames, which makes it very difficult for his sword aura to break through. The two warriors go blow for blow in this intense duel and somehow manage to cancel each other out over and over. Our boy knows that he could just blow the beast apart with some ancient magic, but he knows better than to do that right now. There are too many eyes watching him right now, so this examination might end up turning into an investigation if he is using ancient magic. Nevertheless, this just gives our boy an idea, and we're about to find out what it is. Meanwhile, the purple-haired department head begins to panic even more, fearing that this test might be too dangerous for Dane. She's done acting all calm, so she snaps at the old man, reminding him that he'll be held responsible if the boy gets injured. The chairman ignores her, so she starts casting a spell to initiate a forced reverse summon, but then Professor Keltis suggests that they just watch for now. She's taken aback when she hears his voice because she had no idea when he arrived. The man assures her that he understands her concerns, but also suggests that Dane has already found a strategy. That being said, they all turn to look at the genius prodigy, and sure enough, our boy is locked in. The Soger's boy has come up with a master plan to take down the third-rank summon, and he's already doing all he can to execute it. Our boy conjures up multiple magic circles all over the place in a specific order, and after bouncing around the hall, he eventually completes the plan. At this point, Antares is literally a sitting duck in the middle of his massive trap, so he activates it, and just like that, the beastly summon gets blasted with a barrage of powerful slashes. By the time the dust settles, the big lion familiar is covered in deep cuts, confirming that Dane's strategy worked perfectly. This time, he did a lot of damage, so much so that the beastly summon is having a hard time staying on his feet. The chairman is blown away after seeing what Dane just did. He can't believe his eyes because he never imagined that the kid would be able to blend swordsmanship and magic on the fly. In response, Professor Keltis just teases the old man, claiming that he should have summoned something stronger. While everyone else is glad to see that the genius prodigy has the upper hand again, Elgard Poten is simply furious because he was so sure that a third-rank summon would be more than enough to make Dane fail. Now, it's pretty clear that he thought wrong because the Soger's boy has completely shattered his expectations. Well, his hopes might just still be alive because after taking a lot of damage, Antares suddenly gets back on his feet, and just like before, he bursts into flames again, showing just how mad he is. Our boy is amused when he sees this because it looks like the third-rank summon is making one last stand. He's genuinely impressed because this big lion just doesn't give up. Persistent to the end. Unfortunately, persistence alone won't be enough to survive Dane Sogers because the kid has still got a few tricks up his sleeve. He didn't want to use this particular move before, but since the lion doesn't want to quit, our boy decides that it's time to unleash his second-rank chain spell, Spear of Mana. He conjures up several spears and after unfuses them with mana, he launches them at the third rank summon, determined to finish this fight real this time. The genius prodigy charges up his attack, and as he lets the spears fly, the third rank summon steps up to throw one more devastating strike. Antares roars furiously as his firestoke grows even larger. The big guy is literally pure red right now, the meanest he's looked since the fight started. The beast tries to unleash one more overwhelming attack, but it's no match for the rank 2 chain spell that the genius prodigy sends his way. Antares refuses to quit, thinking he's still got a shot, but as soon as the bright blue beam hits him, a wave of realization washes over him. In that moment, it becomes clear that this freshman is just not on his level. Dane uses this final blast to completely overpower the lion summon. He sends the big guy tumbling to the other end of the hall, and as the lion slams into the ground, it's finally game over. Our boy successfully subdues the third rank summon, and just like that closes the fight by making the big red lion pass out cold in the middle of the hall. After his victory, the dust starts to clear slowly, and that's when we see the adults looking absolutely dazed. The chairman is especially stunned by what just happened, so Professor Delfinaso decides to break the silence. She starts by stating the exam was a bit excessive, but she's actually trying to say that it was very excessive. For some reason, the stubborn old geezer doesn't think that's the case. In fact, he sounds surprised when she even suggests this, so the purple-haired department head decides to make him understand why she feels he went too far. As far as she's concerned, no matter how talented one is, asking a freshman to subdue a third-rank summoned beast is unreasonable. She actually hopes that the stubborn chairman would agree with her, but the man just turns it all into a joke, claiming that the results turned out well at the end of everything. To him, that's all that matters, but Delfinaso isn't about to let him off the hook so easily. Sure, everything turned out well in the end and Dane wasn't hurt, but the professor still feels that this exam is enough to go down in the history of the Empire. A first-year student managed to subdue a third-rank summoned beast using spear techniques, swordsmanship, and magic. On top of all that, the same kid even managed to use the forced link of summoning magic. While the department head is busy scolding the chairman, the boy in question just casually returns his sword to his storage portal, as if he didn't just make history. Professor Delfiniso makes the men understand how serious Dane's feat is, and they both admit that the last part of the fight was truly shocking. The freshman really caught everyone off guard with his last trick, and it dawned on them how big of a deal this exam was. While they're still trying to wrap their heads around it, Dane casually walks up to the unconscious third-rank summon and then commands it to respond to the power. He uses his mana to awaken the red-eyed lion beast, and as the slobbering summon rises, our boy thinks about how good this exam went. He creates a link up the fallen Antares, forming a forced link so that it can't harbor any hostility anymore. As far as our boy is concerned, this is a perfect finish, both methodically and performatively. Dane Saugers shows off his power in the closing moments of the exam by casually petting the very beast that was trying to tear him to pieces not too long ago. While he's playing with the third-rank summon he just tamed, the adults begin to analyze what just happened. If today's events become known, they fear that there will be talk of an unreasonable exam that was meant to be failed. At this point, the chairman snaps at Delfinaso for what she just said because it's sounding like she's trying to implicate him. So, he informs her that he certainly didn't set up any safety measures. Of course, she calls him on his bullshit when he says this because he remained silent when the first-year student had to face it head-on. The chairman starts stuttering all of a sudden because he doesn't even have anything to defend himself. Before he can even think of what to say, the department head resumes scolding him and makes it very clear to him that she will not overlook this matter. Just like that, the old geezer finds himself in a lot of trouble. He begins to panic, wondering how it came to this. His whole place has fallen apart and now he's about to face the consequences of the gamble he took. While the chairman is trying to wrap his head around how much trouble he's in, Professor Keltis just spaces out. The man is really taken aback by what Dane just accomplished. Sure, he knew that the kid was a genius, but he didn't expect him to reach this level. The professor felt it before though, but with every passing day, and after what he just witnessed, it's like watching a seasoned knight rather than a first-year student at the academy. With this in mind, Professor Keltis realizes what he has to do. He decides that he must take Dane Saugers as his disciple, but he's not the only one with this ambition right now because Professor Delfinaso is equally staring at the young genius with the same thoughts. Now, our boy is the target of two extremely desperate professors at the academy who are determined to rise up the ranks in the departmental hierarchy of the Imperial Academy. A while later, the chairman presents our boy with a gift as he congratulates him for passing the special admissions exam. Elgard Poten officially grants him the status of a formal summoner along with this mark. The old man gives Dane a gold card, claiming that he hopes the genius can continue to showcase his talents as a summoner for the Empire. Our boy takes the card and takes a closer look at it to see the symbols engraved on it. As soon as he sees it, he knows exactly what it is. This golden mark is only given to those who pass the special admission, so the fact that he got his hands on it is pretty impressive, even for his own standards. Anyway, he accepts the reward and uses it the way he knows how. Our boy infuses his mana into the card and it starts glowing with a bright blue color. He lifts the glowing card up and begins to summon another familiar. A massive magic circle appears in the sky all of a sudden, and this leaves all those watching in awe, because as soon as the familiar appears, they instantly recognize it. It turns out that this cute bunny-looking creature Dane just summoned is known as Altamar, a 4th-ranked buff-type summoned beast that greatly enhances the physical abilities of the summoner. Our boy is really excited about this new summon, talking about how cute it is. After messing around for a bit, he officially greets Altamar and begins his introduction. Meanwhile, Professor Delfiniso looks around and notices that everyone else is frozen in shock. With this many people witnessing Dane's display, she feels that the whole academy will be buzzing in no time. Sure enough, later that day, all the students in the academy are aware of what happened, so they all keep their eyes peeled, desperate to see the genius prodigy who passed the special admissions exam for themselves. Indeed, there's a lot of buzz around campus, and everyone is starting to wonder what exactly it is that the Sogur's family does. At this rate, they're certain that the youngest son might even surpass his sisters. Our boy's practically a celebrity now because everywhere he goes, people are staring at him. Well, at least there are still a few people who aren't acting too strange around him. That's Layla and Ernest. Even though the scrawny kid doesn't want to join the long list of students who are now obsessing over Dane, he can't help but admit that he doesn't even get how it's possible. Hearing this, the Thermian girl simply tells him to just get used to Dane doing stuff like this rather than trying to understand it. As far as she's concerned, the Sogur's boy is just from another world, so there's no point trying to make sense of anything he does. Ernest takes her advice and focuses on the map, hoping to decipher it very soon. Now that they've gotten that out of the way, Dane suggests that they have their first club meeting as soon as they decipher the map. Layla is extremely excited to hear this, because she was feeling pretty bored already. The scrawny kid is even more motivated to decrypt the codes of the map faster so they can officially launch their club. Just like them, Dane has also been pretty curious about the map too, so he's glad to hear that they're making progress. In the meantime, he'd like to see Professor Keltis, who called for him earlier, so he bids his pals goodbye. The scene shifts, and we see the professor talking about the summon. He talks about what an incredible summoned beast Antares is. Apparently, one summoner from the Drenic Empire struggled to summon even 2 of them. It turns out that they lost 3 knights and dozens of soldiers to just those 2 summoned beasts. The moment Dane hears this, he remembers that day and he realizes that Professor Keltis was also on the same battlefield. Anyway, the man is still blown away by the fact that this kid subdued such a creature without a scratch. In response, Dane claims that he was just lucky, and the professor reminds him that humility can be a poison sometimes, just like now. From what the man saw, the sword strike was the decisive blow, so he asks to confirm if that was the case. Hearing this, Dane can tell that the man is definitely not just a slacker. Before he can even respond, the professor starts talking about the impressive boldness and skill Dane showed in his swordsmanship at just 14 years of age. On this note, he asks our boy if he'd like to formally learn swordsmanship from him, but Dane doesn't look like he has an answer. I honestly can't wait to uncover more of this story as fast as possible. But we have no choice except to wait since we're fully caught up with all the chapters once again. If you're a fan of this content and to see more like, definitely be sure to subscribe to the channel. And if you enjoyed the narration on this video in particular, consider giving it a like to boost your boy's YouTube algorithm.